affected as well as the heart.
I had the privilege of enrolling my son at Hope College. I considered it a blessing because he came out as a well-rounded person, how to even do chores at home and the commitment to his studies.
I will encourage every parent who wants their child to go to a private SHS to choose Hope College.
Locate Hope College in Gomwafete behind the Village of Hope campus or call 020-023-7174.
News should not be something that is presented to you. Those days are over. These days, news is interactive. It is conversational. Our audience is no longer passive, but part of our storytelling. We tell stories that are rooted in the hearts of those who are affected. Hello there. My name is Mama View Swamwaji. It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
On the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
Thanks for staying. This is your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Now, a philanthropic organization, J Foundation, has cemented a partnership with the Ho Teaching Hospital in the Voto region towards enhancing care given to premature babies. The foundation will see the provision of logistics and a unit to promote kangaroo care, a measure identified as enhancing the survival of preterm babies. Some medical logistics and assorted products worth about 60,000 Ghana cedis were also presented to the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit of the Ho Teaching Hospital to commemorate this year's World Prematurity Day.
The Neonatal Intensive Care Unit of the Ho Teaching Hospital was established in 2016 to provide special care for premature babies. These are babies born before 37 completed weeks, which is less than the 259 days of gestation due to short or long-term complications. The 22-bed unit has provided care for about 744 babies between 2019 and 2021. It witnessed a reduction in neonatal mortality from 40.4% to 33.8% within the same period. Gifty Darcy, a neonatal health specialist, is the head of the unit.
We say that the earlier you are born, the lower your chances of survival. But we can boast that babies that were born at 28 weeks, 26 weeks, at least 3 of them have survived in this unit, and they are thriving very well.
That notwithstanding, there's an immediate need for a mother's lodge to promote kangaroo care, as emphasized by this year's World Prematurity Day theme. A parent's embrace, a powerful therapy, enables skin-to-skin contact from the moment of birth. The current unit is not spacious to house mothers, hence compelling them to use corridors as their housing units.
Kangaroo care is all about providing warmth for the preterm. Now, for this preterm to have a kangaroo care, that preterm needs a full-time kangaroo care. As at present, the Ho Teaching Hospital is now trying to put in place a unit to do this full KMC, and it will be our pleasure to have the public-private partnership to help set up this place.
Nonetheless, the J Foundation promised to assist the Ho Teaching Hospital to erect a mother's unit. This was after the foundation presented some medical equipment and assorted products worth about 60,000 Ghana cedis to the unit.
for preterm babies, the mothers are very, very important. They play a vital role. And so we will want to support in that regard. So probably we'll visit the KMC ward. I is not in a good condition. We'll see what we can do to make it very comfortable for mothers so that they can have that mindset to take care of the babies. So that's what the J Foundation will be looking at doing today. The NICU really looks beautiful, as you can see, just like we do for Breast Cancer Month. Let's go purple on November 17th. If you can't do that the whole month, November 17th, just go purple for these babies to encourage them to know that they are loved and that they can thrive.
The team spent the entire day at the unit, helping to provide care for the babies on admission. Stakeholders workshop was organized to discuss possible measures to improve the survival rate of premature babies. Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews. Who?
We take a breather here. When we come back, we have some news in the world of business.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
In business this afternoon, an ongoing power tussle at the Qatar Cocoa Cooperative Farmers and Marketing Union is impacting negatively on the welfare of cocoa farmers and staff of the organization, and attempts to remove the acting managing director of Qatar Cocoa Limited over alleged misappropriation of funds has yet to be successful. In the past 1 month, the impasse has crippled operations of the union, including the purchase of cocoa beans, the payment of premium, and the payments of commission to farmers. Wahimi Interior has more in the following report.
On October 13, 2022, some national executives and about 40 out of 57 societies of Qatar Cocoa passed a resolution asking acting managing director Fatima Ali to step aside. The action was to pave the way for investigations into alleged financial malfeasance in the operations for the Fair Trade Certified Cocoa Farmers Organization. But Fatima filed a suit at the Kumasi High Court challenging her suspension. The farmers at a press conference in Kumasi lamented the protracted impasse is negatively impacting their lives. Adams Alhassan is spokesperson for the Qatar Cocoa Farmers Union.
Since we are acting managing director, and Penford in the call police station, and I am quick say, now we are acting, we are a Quapania, as a Yeshia meeting, near Shea, among Fons Wagner. A month for Beshan, who says, the Quad bonus is Cassis himself on Saturday, and you see Formukra, and you was a movie. If you show me, near who says, some rampant for their bone, and Tessa, then what's somebody you are doing? I told him, says, some so I can't want some. You was a carry to Cuckoo. Cocoa board for me is a carry fan to Cuckoo. Now, Nina da accounts accounts now and penny for best sign a misconnect my piano. And no, Yama made injunction to say, one my own more bien to means, and use a court not can ask Mammy.
Fatima, who has also served as president of Qatar Cocoa Cooperative Cocoa Farmers and Marketing Union, has denied allegations leveled against her. According to her, the accusations are orchestrated by faceless people, including managers who want to circumvent accountability procedures.
And you know, say Madiska. If we say a Jumano Yadimra, and she say any Yajuma, I will Qatar Cocoa. I said Madiska and no money I didn't know. I do baby, I'm a junior Wayana Mentias and say, a Jumani Pabacone. And Sana, me. A beer, sika beba ana ye di memo beba se me approve no na afa processes bebre na yamra no mu no edi ana se ye wo board no approve enti no sikadie na omo ka ho asem no menti ase se sikadie beba die a ene na ye se finance manager enso so ka ho bi na external internal auditor ono so ka ho bi administrator enso so ka ho bi efri se yen ena ye board no.
Meanwhile, a Kumasi High Court is expected to hear an interlocutory injunction brought against Madam Fatima's accusers on Thursday. From Kumasi, for JoyNews, Parliamentary reporting.
Let's take a breather. We return with sports.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
We didn't like the headmaster and the assistant headmaster, so we had to go in search of the chickens so that we take them away. The Petroleum are done, and I feared going there. My other guys that I've had a muzzle pull, so they should take lead. I'll be over. That's the best memory I can ever have. Let's go. Everybody, I can't hear you. Everybody, hold this. Hey, hold it.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
So the obvious in sports this afternoon, the 2022 FIFA World Cup is just hours away. Host Qatar will face Ecuador at exactly 16 o'clock GMT for the opening match, marking the start of the first ever World Cup held in the Middle East. Now, more than a decade of work went into preparing the country, with the large parts of the capital, Doha, reimagined to cater for the fans. Now, thousands of those fans coming to the stadium will be using public transport. Organizers say that a fleet of 4,000 buses, including 700 electronic vehicles, will be used to shuttle fans between the transport hubs across Qatar and the stadiums. Some 50,000 passengers a day are also expected to use buses during the World Cup, according to organizers. Now, for holders of a hire card, a fan ID that allows ticket holders entry into Qatar and the stadiums, public transport will be free between November 10 and December 23rd. Also, regarding the World Cup, Infantino, who is the FIFA president, just hours after delivering an extraordinary hour-long monologue at a media conference in which he accused the West of hypocrisy, he took to the stage at the opening of the Fan Festival in Doha in front of around 40,000 fans, the biggest official gathering at a World Cup fan festival. He welcomed everyone to Qatar. Moments like these don't happen. We are recreating history, he said. Welcome to the world. This is a night of celebration, and this will be the heart of the World Cup. We are proud you are here. The world is united in Doha for this World Cup, thanks to you. Also, the injury blows continue for some national teams, with the latest being Inter Milan's striker Romelu Lukaku, who would not play for Belgium at the World Cup until at least the final Group F match against Croatia, according to AFP. Now, the forward did not take part in the Red Devils' first proper training session since they arrived in Qatar on Friday, as he continues to recover from a hamstring injury. He has played just twice for Inter since last August after first picking up the injury in a 3-1 defeat at Lazio. Lukaku scored a 4-0 win against Victoria Pleasant that ensured Inter's passage to the last 16 of the Champions League, but then injured his hamstring again a few days later. Belgium begin their World Cup campaign on Wednesday against Canada and also take on Morocco before finally facing Croatia in the last group game. Now, joining me on Zoom is Joy Sports' Michael Queno. He is going to help us understand, a few things ahead of the tournament. Now, Michael, of course, we know that at exactly 16 o'clock GMT, the world, would see the obvious. The World Cup is going to begin. There's been a lot of developments, negative reportage, if you like, concerning certain developments in Qatar. Has this dampened the mood and lessened the euphoria as of now?
So say if it has dampened the mood or lessened the euphoria, it might be a bit difficult because the dialogue ongoing ever since the days Qatar hosting the World Cup morally, and if they are morally upright and morally up, like they have that moral standard to host such a big tournament and a big competition, the argument many have raised in Qatar is about their human rights and also the case of how they all of that. But what has been widely indicated from their camp within Qatar and also what the FIFA president said yesterday was, strength, or nobody expected to have that moral. They passed the moral check of hosting the World Cup. So is it dampening the mood? The World Cup? No, I don't think it's dampening. It's definitely raising a question. I don't think the mood, because right before he had to interject and make sure that his players were going to how his players were reacting to morals popping up, because what he indicated was that they should let the players do what they know how to do their best, and that's to play football, because many of these players have been waiting years and their whole lives to just.
All right, and so we'll be connecting with Michelle once again. We appear to be having some challenges, but for the avoidance of doubts, the tournament will kickstart today at exactly 4 p.m. Let me serve you with some relevant facts on, the upcoming tournament. And so Qatar, of course, would be facing, they call themselves the Tricolors of Ecuador, and the referee, the man who would be at the helm of affairs, will be Daniel Orsato. Daniel Orsato is an Italian, and the venue for this grand fixture, of course, will be the Al Bayt Stadium, which has a capacity of 60,000 fans. So all of them, as of now, we're expecting would have already thronged or are now thronging that particular stadium to have a feel, of the game. Now, in the history of the Mundial, this is very worth noting. Well, no host nation has actually lost, their opening game before. It has not been recorded before, and the Qatari team are hoping to preserve the sanctity of that, particular long-existing record. Let's see if Michel is back. I want to pick his thoughts on that particular development. Looking at the setup of the boys from Ecuador, the tricolors, as they call themselves, do they have what it takes to upset the party for Qatar? Mish?
What I can tell you is that this Ecuador team is one of the very defensive, resolute teams heading into the World Cup. They didn't lose any of their games in the qualifiers. And then in that CONMEBOL region, they finished fourth behind Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay. They placed fourth in that qualifying region, and it shows that quality. They beat Chile to a place in the World Cup, and they are very hard nut to crack. And so it will be interesting to see how Qatar are able to play their way around this Ecuadorian defense and find a way to score. Because for Qatar, for Ecuador, for instance, as I already indicated, their strength lies in their defense. And they have a very...
All right, so at exactly 4 p.m., the world will see the beauty of football in Qatar. My name is Pakwisi Shandov. Thanks for joining, and do have a pleasant afternoon. Bye-bye.
Is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Ghana's participation in the FIFA World Cup has been characterized by major events, and there are many names and faces who have been in the center of the execution of these campaigns. So what about a sit-down conversation to tell us some of these hidden tales as Ghana builds up to a 4th appearance at the FIFA World Cup here in Qatar? Would you love to hear revelations like these?
You and Asamoah? Yeah, we talk about it and we laugh about it. I see. Tell me about it. Okay, what happened was when Suarez used his hand to clear the ball from the post, it was today VAR will say it's a goal. So I saw the linesman running, going towards the center line. So with the vuvuzela, and people were like, there were so many stories that I was holding the ball and Asamoah came to take the ball from me, and it wasn't true.
Mandela one was the biggest, and I kept dreaming about it the previous night. It was in my dreams, my sleep. I mean, I was just looking forward to it, and I kept looking at my timepiece. Yeah.
Between the Italy game and the Czech game, Asamoah's percentage of hitting the target went from wherever it was when we started, and I can remember, like I said, I can remember very clearly, it was 90% target.
About a day or two, I guys say, where they money you guys is why relax. That's why in the heat of the moment we said this, but I think we found a way. We got.
Interesting, huh? There's more to share, and that's the reason why you have to join me here on Joy News and Joy Prime as I bring you these must-listen-to conversations. It's the Joy Sports World Cup Tales, and my name is Nathaniel Atto, and I have love for sport.
Jan is on target.
Another battle
Battle of Wits, a contest among the smartest law students.
I was the first native of Ghana to be called
John Mensa Saba.
Thank you very much.
The legal arguments and the tricky questions are all rooted in law.
It's true or false? True. False.
We still had MPP versus Attorney General.
That's what I said. The 3rd December case.
You will not find that citation. Will you find that citation?
Ghana Bar Association, Assistant Attorney General.
That's incorrect.
Welcome to Season 3 of the Law Challenge.
I'm your quizmaster, Samson Ladi Anyanini.
The Law Challenge, legally speaking.
Much of what we do is about trust. So, trust us to give you the news and analysis.
The truth of the matter is that the MPP MPs themselves, they don't think that the E-levy is a good thing.
Out of 28 sittings, she wasn't present in any of them. Her longest consecutive absence without permission, obviously, is 28 sittings.
We are for the people, not the powerful. This is the Pulse on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Good afternoon and welcome to The Law. This is your legal light. It's your health law. I'm your host, Samson Ladi Anyanini. And this afternoon, get ready to go to a very important period of discussion that will empower you, particularly as we get into the Christmas season and you're about to buy things, make all sorts of purchases. What are your rights as a buyer? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. This is The Law. It's your legal light. It is your help law. And this afternoon, we are going to the classroom, but in a way that you will benefit greatly. I have in the studio Jude Atakra Tofo and Kweku Atakra Jumo. These two are lawyers, they are authors, and they are teachers of the law. Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the law.
Thank you
very
much.
So as we always do, we take you through our 2 minutes of some rare legal education. And this afternoon, the Law 101, we are asking what it means when the lawyers say caveat emptor. What does it mean when the lawyers say caveat venditor? So, beginning with any one of you, what do these two Latin expressions mean? Caveat emptor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Samson. And let me start by saying that when we use the expression caveat emptor, we are basically referring to a situation where we require the buyer of any sales transaction to be aware of the goods that buyer is getting involved with. Basically, if you, in Ghana at the moment, that is not the case per se.
Okay.
Prior to the passing of the Sale of Goods Act, which is a law which regulates sales transactions in Ghana, caveat emptor was a law. It was a baseline. But when we passed our Sale of Goods Act, we then shifted from caveat emptor to caveat venditor. So then this moves me to explain what caveat venditor
means.
So caveat venditor basically, unlike emptor, which says buyer beware, here it is an obligation on the seller to ensure that the goods which are the subject matter of the sales transaction are free from defect. So what we basically mean is that when a seller sells goods to a buyer, the seller must ensure that the goods which are being sold are not damaged or they don't have any problem with those goods in terms of its expected nature or the appearance. That is basically what we mean by. So the seller has that obligation to ensure that those goods are not damaged. That is, they should be free from defects. So in short, that is what these two principles mean.
Great. So Kweku, let the buyer beware. Caveat emptor.
Yeah.
Let the seller beware. Caveat venditor. What else can you say by way of, helping our audience?
So at least there are concepts on different ends. One places an obligation on the buyer to be sure that the good he or she is purchasing is free from defect. What that means is that basically the buyer, when you're buying, open your eyes. So if you're going to the market, let's say to buy tomato as a buyer, per the principle, you the buyer have the right to inspect the tomato. Is it the kind of tomato I want? Does it have any defects? Is it rotten? Is it whatever it is that is wrong? The obligation is on you, the buyer, to ensure that you point it out. The reverse is for the caveat venditor, where the seller has the obligation to ensure that what the seller is selling to the public is something that is fit for purpose. Okay. So the seller must be sure that the good is not a destroyed good, it's not a damaged good, it's not a rotten good, it doesn't have defects in it. Right? So there are two ends, and depending on where the law puts it, each party will have the obligation. So under a sale of goods, as Jude was saying, we more or less have a balance. So it's not solely, or it's not entirely on the buyer, it's also not entirely on the seller. There's a balance that I'm sure we'll go into it. But it's basically, caveat emptor puts the burden on the buyer to ensure that the good is fit for purpose for purchasing.
You examine what you are buying.
Yes. Okay. If you decide not to examine it, the problem is yours. Okay. The same way with the caveat venditor, the seller must be sure that what he or she is giving to the public is fit for purpose.
Great.
So if you can also let's ask you this in context.
Okay.
So like I said, prior to the passing of the law which regulates Sale of Goods Act, buyers had an obligation which was mandatory. That's why we have the caveat emptor. Now the position of the law under Section 13 of our current law is that as a seller, where the caveat venditor comes in, as a seller, whatever you are selling should be free from defect. However, in a situation where the buyer is given the opportunity to examine goods, and the buyer ought to have noticed or notified any obvious defect in the goods, that is where the principle of caveat emptor would kick in.
Okay.
Right. So that is basically what I wanted to share.
Thank you very much. And on my Learned Friends platform, somebody asked the question, are you sure your producer didn't get the spelling of the first Accra wrong? Because there is Accra with one T, and the next Accra is with double T. So Jude has one T, and Kweku has a double T. And I was telling Jude a while ago, Kweku a while ago, that the first time we had a show with him on this program, he was here with Dennis Ejay Jumo, and he is Kweku Atakra Jumo. People were asking, are they related? Today, the questions I have had has been whether the two of them are related. And here is the answer. Today I'll answer, yes, they are related. How are they related? Here. They are co-authors or joint authors of this book. We'll give you a lot more about it. So just get ready. They will teach you almost everything that you need to know about your rights as a buyer when you go into the market or get into any transaction. And of course, if you're also listening and you are also doing any transaction and you are the seller, then you must also recognize that you can also learn from it. So first of all, thank you very much. Law 101, caveat emptor and caveat venditor. I'm sure that you have gotten some lessons from that. Okay, so once again, Jude, as we are getting ready to get into Christmas, people are going to do a lot of shopping, and those who bring us the good will buy a lot of goods so that they can sell. When we say sale of goods or a contract of sale, what do we mean? And you started right away by introducing us to the Sale of Goods Act.
Right. The contract of sale is an important expression because it is the very first provision. Again, I'll be referring to the law which regulates sales transactions in Ghana, which is the Sale of Goods Act 1962 at 137. And the very first provision says that for any sales transaction, the subject matter, which are the goods, are important. They need to be in existence. The party, that is the buyer and the seller, must be in existence. And most importantly, the ability for the seller to transfer or to sell those goods to the buyer, which is that in law we call something property, transfer of property, which I believe Senior is already aware of. So the ability to transfer ownership or property to the buyer is also what is important for a consideration called price. Yeah. So when we say contract of sale of goods, is basically a contract between a buyer and a seller, where the seller has or the seller is vested with ownership,
right?
So that the seller will be able to transfer that ownership to the buyer for price, in exchange for price.
Great.
Right. Which can, the law says either wholly or partly. Yeah. So that's basically what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
So we move on, and I'd like Kweku to help us understand, as we see that their prices are going up today, tomorrow. When I buy a thing today and tomorrow the prices are higher, does the law regulate such acts?
Well, currently under the Sale of Goods Act, no, there's no law that regulates prices. I mean, basically prices have been left now to demand and supply. So supply sometimes can decide to hoard goods and so that the prices can shoot up. So under the Sale of Goods Act, no, there's no regulation for that. But more importantly, and there's always been that call for us having a Consumer Protection Act.
That's right.
Because now there's no way consumers are protected in any way. If I walk into a shop and they tell me that the good is 1 million, let's say I'm buying this pencil and they tell me it's 1 million, all I can do is just walk away. But there's nothing to protect me to say that, no, this is taking, or by selling this for 1 million, is taking advantage of the market.
Recently, the president had to complain, and he was right, because in truth, there are sellers or traders who are exploiting our current circumstance and are selling at exorbitant prices. And the state cannot do anything about it. Is that what you mean?
Yes, because now everything, as I said, is demand and supply. So if you walk to the person and the person says, you're even selling a sachet of water for this amount, all you can do is just walk away. There's not much you can do in terms of the law, and that's why the president may only have to lament. Because then there's no law regulating that. Now, if you go to other jurisdictions...
He lamented and appealed. Right.
Right. But if you go to other jurisdictions, UK and area, they do have antitrust laws, consumer protection laws, and what have you, where it protects the consumer so that you don't have the seller exploiting you just because it's an open market. So under a Sale of Goods Act, no, there's not much that can be done. But we've always been calling for that Consumer Protection Act so that consumers too can be protected from that vast space of an open market where sellers can come together and say, we are selling this at this price and there's nothing you can do.
Right. So just a while ago, you explained to us what the sale of goods or contract of sale of goods represents. But often when we are talking about this, we seem to be talking about very tangible things, like I'm going to pick a copy of this book. You know, does the law cover, or the sale of goods cover intangible things like, you know, software issues?
I'm happy you have asked this question because most often than not, this is a question which comes up a lot, whether intangibles are part of goods.
Right.
And my straightforward answer is no. And the reason I say no is that if you read the law, especially under Section 81, it's very clear as to what the definition of goods are. It says goods are every item of movable description. Okay. So when it uses the expression movable description, it again suggests and informs us that we are referring to items that can be moved from place to place, and also items which are also fixed to the ground and that can also be the subject of harvest. However, I must point out that in other jurisdictions, like in India, the Sale of Goods Act of 1930 shows in actions like the transfer of shares, transfer of stocks as part of goods. They all form part of goods. So for instance, we have instances where people will call and ask you, I just purchased an app from the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, or on maybe an app from your Apple phone or whatever. Would it cover the Sale of Goods Act? And again, the answer is no. The reason is that the law is clear. So by the definition of what goods mean, intangibles like transfer of shares, transfer of stocks, and also by what we are talking about, intangibles or like software apps are not applicable. So the question then again is that, what are your rights in respect, or what area of law will these transfers cover?
Great.
So if it has to do with shares, of course it will be regulated by the Companies Act. If it has to do with a software application, it's regulated by the IP rights. Okay, so they have to do with IP rights per se, and not the Sale of Goods Act. Yeah.
Yes, you wanted to say something, but I wanted us to bring in, because there's one issue that often when I sit on this show, people have come to ask a question, and they're asking about the lack of satisfaction of the services of a lawyer. So you say what you have to say, then I'll bring in the question of services, because we are talking about goods here, and since there is no direct application to software apps, as has been explained, then I wanted to bring in the question of services. And whether there is relief for people who, you know, and hire the services of other persons for whatever reasons.
Okay, well, yes, in the definition Jude gave of a contract of sale, it's quite specific to say that it regulates goods, of which goods, the definition of goods under Section 81 of the Act is clear to say that movables. And so that's where the case law usually seek to shy away from issues of services or intangibles. Now, even under law, there's a decision of court, Halabi and Redu. Now, in that case, the court was quite expressed to say
I told you were going to be in a law class. So learn.
Right. Now, in the case of Halabi and Redu, the court was, because there was an issue of a sale of goodwill. And the court held that goodwill is not a tangible, it's not something that's a movable. So it can be regulated probably in a general contract, but for purposes of sale of goods, the emphasis of the goods in there is on movables. So your mobile phone, your books, your vehicle, a car or something, but not something we can't hold. So now tying that in with services, in fact, I think in UK, there's been a tall discussion on this matter on whether services will amount to a good in law. I think one of those cases, I think, is it a Griffin? Lee and Griffin. Yes. Yeah, in Clear and Yates, yes. Now, in this line of cases, they hold that services do not amount to goods unless the service is to lead to an end product of the production of a good. So probably if I hire, let's say, the service of a carpenter to make an artifact for me, probably we may consider that transaction because the end product is a good.
Right.
Now, tying with the lawyer, because your hiring of your service of a lawyer, I'm not sure the end product is to produce a good. So at the end of the day, the lawyer's service may not come under the Sale of Goods Act.
Right.
It won't constitute as a good. Probably if you are dissatisfied with your lawyer, the Legal Profession Act gives you a redress. You can whether take him to the General Legal Counsel or you can even sue him to whether it's an issue of whatever it is.
Right.
But then at least for purposes of the Sale of Goods Act, services of the lawyer may not constitute a good.
And again, most importantly, if we deem it so relevant and important to have these intangibles as part of goods, Parliament should make it clear.
Okay.
As far as our law is concerned, we don't have such. Okay. I'm really happy this question.
Is it advisable for Parliament to do such a thing?
We are in 2022.
That's
Our
right.
law is quite old, 1962. In respect of the intangibles, because in other jurisdictions and the issue, let me also make this clear. There have been other cases in court, some of them are recent, where this act was referenced to lead to conclusions or decisions in respect of whether or not indeed transfer of shares or stocks will be subject to this.
Okay.
And our judges rightly so argue that indeed.
What's the benefit or advantage in including intangibles, services, to represent the gamut called goods?
At the moment, so the obvious benefit is that at least we would have a law regulating these things. Okay. We don't have any at the moment, okay? So that's the obvious benefit. But whether indeed, again, goods can be regarded as movables or immovables is something that we need to address.
All right.
Okay? Other than that, we'll be including things like houses, like land and all that as part of goods, which may cover a whole lot of things. So that may be an obvious disadvantage. Right.
Kuku had spoken, for example, in response to the question about services, and I referred to a lawyer, about your recourse to the General Legal Counsel. And we have seen situations where they have suspended lawyers, they have handed them bans, some have lost their license to practice because of unethical conduct. But if that exists, then what's the point? And if I'm engaging you for services and there will be a contract which will bind the two of us, what would be the point in wanting that to be regulated by public law?
Well, the advantage of the Sale of Goods Act, for instance, because ordinarily if you purchase a good, there's a contract you would have entered into. But then the Sale of Goods Act provides for what we call implied terms. Some terms that you not include in your ordinary contract, but if it qualifies as a sale of good contract or a contract of sale, the law imposes it on the buyer or the seller. Okay. Right. So, because if you look at it, take the ordinary person on the market. If you go to the market to purchase, the person selling tomatoes may not have the opportunity to sit with you. Let's write a contract. Let's include that if I don't deliver, this will happen. They may not have the opportunity to do that. So then that's why there's a need for a law to step in, so that you may even not have a written contract, but the law will impose that if this is the kind of contract you want to have, we will impose that these are obligations on both parties by default.
I think it's becoming very clear to you what the advantage is as far as the transaction you enter into as regards goods, sale of goods, covered by the Sale of Goods Act. This is the law. It is your legal rights. It is your health law. And this afternoon, we are very privileged to have Jude Atakra Tufo and Kweku Atakra Jumo, who are authors of Atakra and Atakra on Sale of Goods, to help us to understand some of these things as we begin our Christmas purchases and various transactions. So, will you say when people engage in, say, barter trading, when a person promises another person a good for a good or service for service, the sale of goods will apply? Because you just gave a good illustration where the sale of goods actually will help, the Sale of Goods Act will help the vulnerable.
Well, the Act is quite specific on the kinds of contract it relates. And when Jude mentioned, he mentioned one of consideration or price. Now, the Act is expressed to say that for you to obtain protection under the law, there should be some form of payments for the good you are purchasing.
Right.
And the Act provides that the purchase need not be, or the payment need not be complete or in full. You can pay in part. So at least there should be some money moving to the next person. Now, with barter trading, well, my understanding is that I have a shoe, I come for your jacket, or I have your spectacles, I come for your mobile phone or something. There's no money moving in that transaction. And so that won't qualify as a contract. So even though I ought to protect them, but then the law is quite express to say that there should be some money moving. Even if it's a CD or two, then we know that we've broken the chain of barter trade and we brought it under the Act. But if it's solely an exchange of good for good, no, it won't be covered under the Sale of Goods Act.
We just talked about software issues. It takes me to online, because these days we are making a lot of transactions online.
Right.
Does this law apply to give me protection?
Again, I'm also happy you have asked this question. Online is now the order of the day.
That's right.
And
sit here and we order things from abroad, yes,
anywhere. So there are lots of things that comes to mind when we consider online transactions. The first is that it is not obviously covered by our Act. Okay? However, when you engage in an online transaction, you must understand that the Sale of Goods Act can be invoked. There are three levels that I would want to look at this. The first is that there are some type of online platforms which may necessarily bring into being the Sale of Goods Act. The first is what I call a direct transaction. For instance, transacting on platforms like GG or Tonaton, where you know that where an item is advertised, you don't necessarily buy the item per what you have seen. You will normally see the details of the seller, you engage the seller, and you transact with the seller. Under those instances, you may go offline. And in that, by that itself, you may be dealing with the Sale of Goods Act.
Right.
So that is point number one. Point number two is where you have third-party online transactions. Third-party online transactions, you are looking at platforms like eBay, if it still exists, Amazon, and in Ghana here, I think we have Jumia. Right. Jumia. So you don't...
I'm sure this is on Amazon. I can buy this from Amazon.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, yeah. We are working on to put it on Amazon.
Okay, yeah.
So the third-party online transactions is such that the person you are dealing with is not somebody that you don't really know the seller. However, when you go online and you select the item that you want, okay, so normally they'll put a description of the item there. Let's say it can be an iPhone. You want a particular LED type, you want the color, you want this. Those are descriptions which you fall in line with and what you engage in. Then, most importantly, when you select on the item and it goes to the basket and you pay for it, what is delivered to you is probably not what you saw. Yeah. So by that in itself, our argument which is in the book is that we believe strongly that this is covered by the Sale of Goods. Because the seller goes through a process to actually work out the specifications you have provided online to select exactly what you want and deliver it same to you.
Okay.
However, there's also one important thing that we need to mention. The online sales transactions must not be operated outside a particular law, which is the Electronic Transactions Act of 2008, Act 772. In fact, Section 47 lists a tall order of mandatory requirements for those who operate online transactions. That, especially for those who make it open for buyers to actually go on there and make sales, you are expected to provide your name, your address, your contact details, policies on alternative dispute resolution, policies on resolution in terms of the goods, and also refund policy. But most of these online platforms, they don't have such policies.
Yeah, now to talk about those who simply put it on WhatsApp and say, I have this, you can buy. Those who put it on their Facebook.
On Facebook and all that.
You can get this from me.
So I was actually discussing with Kweku, and I told him that technically when you transact on these platforms, you are technically operating outside the law. So the extent to which a Sale of Goods Act may come to your assistance is when you comply with the Act 772. These mandatory requirements and that the Electronic Transactions Act. Other than that, unless maybe you want to invoke the instrument of equity. Yeah, but other than that, if you are going in accordance with law and statute, if you don't comply with Act 772, the Sale of Goods Act cannot come to your defense.
Talking about that, let's bring in quickly this, and starting with you, Kweku. Because there's a lot of this kind of transaction going on, people are selling, dresses, they are selling, particularly ladies, they're selling all sorts of stuff, cosmetics, perfumes, and all they do is to put on their profile, that they have this and that, and you can pick one. So you are on a WhatsApp group, and they just share it and say you can get this. On Facebook, they just put it there. Now, if they are not complying with the mandatory provisions of the Electronic Transaction Act, I, as a buyer, don't have the protection of the Sale of Goods Act. So, what are the duties of the buyer and the seller?
Well, good point you make, especially on, because as you mentioned, most of these online transactions is just somebody picking the phone or using an IG page, putting the good there and selling it.
Right.
And so really, the buyer is also at a disadvantaged position because you are buying from a source that is not regulated. The mandatory requirements of Section 47, as you mentioned, are usually not complied with. But assuming they have been complied with and as that their online transaction is a valid one.
Right.
Now with the direct form of online sales, so let's say that putting it when a person places on his WhatsApp or let's say the Instagram page. Now the understanding is that I'm transacting with a person, but we just have a virtual platform.
That's right.
Now because I am directly dealing with the seller, and because it falls under the direct kind of transactions and online, it means that the transaction ought to be treated as though we are dealing in person. Now, one obligation, one right of a buyer is that the buyer is entitled to the good. So if it's an unascertained good, that is, if you bought it by description, you are entitled to the good which substantially corresponds to that description. Okay. So if I purchase, say I see a blue jacket on your IG page, when you are delivering that jacket to me, it should be a blue jacket. If it's double-breasted, it should be double-breasted. We have and sometimes you see it online, you see something like what I ordered versus what I got.
That's right.
You see that person would order for a very nice jacket. Yeah. You see the picture, but
especially with our designers.
With the designers, you see that it comes in and it's something totally different. Now, by law, if the seller delivers something that does not correspond with the description you gave, the seller breaches his fundamental obligation under Section 8.
Okay.
If the seller breaches that fundamental obligation, the buyer is entitled to reject the good. So if I order for a watch, I say I want a smart watch. Now it comes, you bring me just an ordinary watch. It doesn't meet the requirements of the description I give you. And if it doesn't, I, the buyer, I do have that fundamental right to reject it.
Okay.
Now the question may be that what if the buyer has already paid for the good? The buyer is entitled to recover the money from the seller. So that's a fundamental right the buyer has.
Fundamental.
Yeah.
What would be the fundamental right of the seller too?
The seller's right in a situation where the buyer fails to pay One is that they are in two aspects. One is to consider the goods as an option, and one is to consider the human being. Okay, I don't want to use the word persona. Okay, yeah. So the person or the entity, that is a buyer. So in terms of the rights or the remedies which are available to the seller, the first one is to exercise a lien. Okay. What is a lien? I mean, of course, there are lots of people watching, so let me just break it down.
That's right.
Okay. So there's a simple example is you give your car to your mechanic, you fail to pay, your mechanic says that I won't release the car until I've been paid. So the mechanic is exercising a lien over that car. Yeah. Like
so in very ordinary parlance, he will seize it.
Yeah, he will seize it. Thank you very much. He will seize it. Yeah. So the seller can exercise a lien so long as the goods are in the possession of the seller. That is, if the buyer hasn't paid for the goods and the seller has the goods in his possession, that seller has that right. Then we also have what we call the right of stoppage of goods in transit. And again, what do you mean by right of stoppage of goods in transit? One, it can be a carrier either by vessel or by truck haulage, or by any means of transportation. And what we mean by this is that once the seller has knowledge that the buyer has not paid, or that the seller's credit, or any mode of payment, whether in a form of check or any bill of exchange, has expired or has bounced, I mean literally, the seller can communicate to the agent of the carrier, that is whether it's a truck haulage, to ensure that those goods are not released to the buyer. Okay, so that is what we mean by right of stoppage of goods in transit.
Right.
Okay.
So you can exercise a lien.
Or you can stop the goods from being delivered to the buyer.
Right.
Okay, so in simple expression, let me put it that way.
Okay.
And again, you can also recover the goods. So recovery of possession, you can recover the goods from the buyer.
If the goods have already gone to
the buyer. So long as ownership has not been transferred. So if ownership is vested with the buyer, you can't exercise that right. Okay. So in law, ownership can be with the buyer, but you'll be in possession of the goods. That is where you can exercise lien and stop the goods, okay, from the goods getting to the buyer. But once ownership has transferred, you cannot recover the goods.
When do we say ownership has transferred? I'm buying something, I've sent you the money, you have sent me the thing. Here you are telling me some law that ownership has not.
It's quite fluid, and it's something that we don't see happening. Most people enter into sales transactions, and for them, the moment they buy the goods and they pay for it, for them, ownership has passed. Okay, I've never, for all these years of practice and also teaching in the classroom, I've never come across a situation where ownership has been an issue in terms of entering a shop or ordering for goods and goods being delivered to you.
All right.
But usually when we say ownership, whenever you talk about ownership, you must consider one main thing, which is what type of goods are you dealing with?
Right.
Are you dealing with specific goods, or are you dealing with unascertained goods? When we talk about specific goods, you are talking about goods which are the obvious ones. So for instance, I enter into a shop and I say, I like this TV. This is the exact TV I want, okay? So under our law, ownership passes under specific goods when the goods are delivered, and also when it is subject to the intention of the parties, okay? The intention, and these are in sections 26, 1 and 2. The intention is inferred from either the agreement, and also most often than not, what is never written is payment. Once there's exchange of monies, the assumption is the property has passed. Okay. One other mean is that when the goods are also in a deliverable state, for instance, the goods have been packaged nicely, they have been bagged, and they have been delivered, then we can say ownership has passed.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You are still here on the law. It is your legal light. It is your help law. And I'm sure that you're getting a lot of illumination. I'll make a confession to them once we step out of this room. I'm doing a pleading on a matter, and I just got something. Now, we are getting into Christmas. You're going to be buying stuff. And we just spoke about online. Many people are doing online purchases and transactions. So suppose through online, I make a purchase of some good. I'm in Accra, and where I'm buying it from is from, say, maybe Bogatanga. And by the time the goods arrive to me in Accra here, they are either expired, or some are expired, or maybe it's drinks, and some of the bottles are broken. Do I have protection under this law?
Yes, you do have protection under the law, because the issue of ownership again comes here. Now the law allows that ownership is transferred, and so you see, sometimes it looks abstract, but the question of ownership, that is who owns the property at what point in time, will determine who has a right in a good or not. Now the law allows that the parties will decide when it should pass, but if they do not, when the goods are delivered, that's where the ownership will pass. Now if I order for a good from Bolgatanga, the understanding is that the good coming from Bolgatanga to Accra to me is still with the owner, the seller. He's the owner.
Okay.
I ordered for, let's say, 10 bottles of, let's say, wine. Now, by the time it got to me, it's broken. The question is, did I order for broken bottles of wine? No, I didn't. So then it goes back to the fundamental right of the buyer, that the good must substantially correspond to the description he gave. I said I wanted bottles of wine. I didn't say I wanted broken bottles. So by the time it gets to me, if they are broken, the seller will have a question to answer. And since they don't meet my requirement, then I can reject it.
What if they delay and by the time they get to me, they're expired?
They delay. It still comes in because then the time of delivery is a condition of the contract. So if the goods should get to me by, let's say, 25th December, you delay and you bring it to me on the 30th. That's the first breach. Now the second breach is that it's expired. It's not fit for purpose. Under Section 13, it means that it doesn't qualify. So either ways, the seller is in breach and I'm entitled to reject it.
Jude, does it matter that when I made the purchase, I instructed you to give the goods to deliver them to a particular driver? These days we do that. You say, go and do OA. Then we go and put it, or STC, and they bring it to me. Does it matter that I'm the one who instructed you where to deliver them to be brought to me? Does it also matter that by the time, if the goods are delivered at a delayed date, does it matter that maybe there was the car broke down on the way or something? Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters, and let me break this down. Kwaku has explored an aspect of it. One other aspect of it is the issue of risk. That is, which of the parties bears the responsibility for the damage, the deterioration, the theft, the loss, or the destruction in the goods.
Okay.
Is it a buyer or is it a seller? Okay. If it is the seller, that is the cause of this risk. Then what it means is that if monies have changed hands, it means that the seller is entitled to refund, and the seller can also not be entitled to claim for any monies. If it is the cause of the buyer can also not be entitled. If the buyer has received goods, the buyer must also return the goods. Okay? The buyer must pay for the goods rather, sorry. Right. Especially if the goods, the damage or the loss or the theft was the cause of the buyer. Now, when we talk about this risk, because you mentioned the issue of delay and all that, and whether the goods were given to this OE or STC or whatever.
And I'm happy you introduced the question of stealing.
Oh, right. Oh, so this is what happens. In a typical sales transaction, I am the seller. I instruct, the buyer buys goods from me. And the buyer, so as part of our agreement, now let me just say this. The use of the word delivery in law means you deliver at the seller's premises. So let us say this is Joy Auto Parts. Maybe Joy deals in some certain cars, okay? So I come to Joy, I buy a car, and Joy delivers a car. If our agreement doesn't mention anything, the obvious place is that Joy will deliver it here for me to be to take delivery of it.
Okay.
Unless the agreement tells me that, or tells Joy to deliver it at my place. When Joy is delivering the goods and the goods get destroyed and the goods get damaged, Joy is liable. That is the risk we are talking about. So Joy is liable. However, if there are no subsequent instructions and if the agreement didn't mention that, and as part of the sales, after the sales transaction had been concluded, I instruct Joy to deliver the goods to a particular known location. What happens is that at that stage, we have entered into an agency relationship.
Okay.
At that the buyer is the principal and the seller is the agent. So when and mind you, another principle of agency, the basic principle of Montgomery and United Kingdom Steamship Association, the act of the agent is the act of the principal. I mean, baseline agency principle. And then what it also means is that when an agent does something, the principal that suffers, okay? And a third party can sue the agent, and third party can sue the principal can sue the third party. So at this stage, what it simply means is that between the buyer and the seller, the goods which are now destroyed because instructions came from a buyer after the conclusion of the contract, and the emphasis on after, this is very important, it is the buyer that becomes liable and not the seller. Okay? And again, and another point, because you made mention that when goods are given to a carrier, so the seller gives goods to OA or STC, the seller is still in control. Because the seller controls OA, the seller controls STC. Not that when we say control, we don't mean the seller is the owner of STC. In terms of the goods, it is not the buyer that is in control. Right. Unless it is the buyer that instructed for the goods to be placed by STC or OA or any other mode of transport. Okay.
Thank you
very much. That is basically
much.
what it is.
Thank you. And you're still here on the law. This is your legal light. It is your health law. And my guests are Jude Atakra Tofo and Kweku Atakra Jumo, who are the authors of Atakara and Atakara on goods, on sale of goods. Atakara and Atakara on sale of goods. And I can imagine how particularly students of the law are excited, and even practitioners also who are watching are excited to participate in this program today. So, as always, between now and when we draw the curtains, the phone lines are open. You can call and ask a question on the subject we are treating. Know your rights as a buyer. Know your rights as a buyer. So you can call in and participate in the discussion. But before we do that, we take a break. We'll be right back.
Battle of Wits, a contest among the smartest law students.
I was the first native of Ghana to be called
JoyNews.
Thank you very much.
The legal arguments and the tricky questions are all rooted in law.
It's true or false? True. False.
We still had MPP versus Attorney General.
That's what I said. The 10th December case.
You will not find that citation. Will you find that citation?
Ghana Bar Association versus the Attorney General.
That's incorrect.
Welcome to Season 3 of The Law Challenge.
I'm your quizmaster, Samson Ladi Anyanini.
The Law Challenge, legally speaking.
Much of what we do is about trust. So, trust us to give you the news and analysis.
The truth of the matter is that the MPs themselves, they don't think that the e-levy is a good thing.
Out of 28 sittings, she wasn't present in any of them. Her longest consecutive absence without permission, obviously, is 28 sittings.
We are for the people, not the powerful. This is the Pulse on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
on the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
You're welcome back. This is the law. It is your legal light. It is your health law. And we are privileged to have Jude Atakra-Tufo and Kweku Atakra-Jumo, co-authors of Atakra and Atakra on Sale of Goods, who are lawyers, and of course, I just said, they are authors and they are teachers. I envy one of them. He's got how many LLMs? Like 3 or 4 of them. I did only one, and it was a whole lot of headache. Right. So now, you've spoken about the goods and having been delivered and all of that. But what in a situation where, say, I purchase a car, it's been delivered all right, so both of us have discharged our obligations. But, within a short time, I detect, serious defects on the vehicle, and it's a brand new car that I've bought. Do I have any protection from this law? Maybe it's overheating, it is leaking, and I've already collected it, I have paid for it,
Well, the answer to your question is maybe. You may have protection. And I say maybe because, and it brings us to what we discussed earlier, caveat emptor, caveat venditor. Now, the position of the law under Section 13 is that if you're purchasing a good, there's no implied condition on the part of the seller to guarantee its fitness, right? So that means that when I walk into the car shop that I want to buy this vehicle, the duty is on me, the buyer, to ascertain whether the vehicle meets my specification. I may have the duty to inspect it and what have you. Now, if I inspect the vehicles in good condition and I purchase it, I am liable for anything that comes to the vehicle. But sometimes with vehicles, they are what we call latent defects. There are some defects in the vehicle where by an ordinary inspection, you'll not be able to detect the problem. It may be an electrical fault, or it may be something hidden in the engine somewhere. Now, if it's a latent defect, then there's a duty on the buyer. So then it means that with the buyer, there's a duty on the seller. Seller. So it means that for me, the buyer, my duty only ends by inspecting the vehicle to detect whether they are patent defect that I could see. So
patent and not latent.
And so if let's say the problem on the car was the handle, when I inspected the car, did I see that the handle had a problem? If I did, and I chose that this is still the car I want, I can't come and complain later if, let's say, whilst drive, the handle just flies off. I can't complain because the caveat emptor comes in to say that let the buyer beware. Now, if whilst I was inspecting, everything was okay, I brought my mechanics, they checked, everything was intact, but it happened that there's a deep-seated problem. In fact, there's one case, we handled recently like that, where the person who purchased from a particular car shop, I'll mention the name, he informed them that I'm purchasing this vehicle for his business. He purchased a brand new vehicle. Just within 3 months, he drives just for about 5 kilometers, the car stops. The car overheats. He sees all the engine oil dripping. He calls them, they attempt at resolving it. He gets back on the road. In the next week, the problem comes back. Now, this is not ordinarily a problem of a new car. So it means that there was a problem in the car that the seller did not disclose.
That's right.
And as that now, the burden is on the seller to explain. So that gives the buyer the right to say that, yes, I inspected the car, but I couldn't have seen this problem in the engine.
In this case, I could get my money back.
You can get your money because you can reject your good, get your money back, and maybe even...
It doesn't matter that I've used it for a while.
No, because, the problem is, and it should be taken on a case-by-case basis. It shouldn't be that I bought a car for, let's say, a brand new car, use for 4 years.
Let's hold on. Theophilos, thank you for your patience. You're calling us from Bupe. What's your question, Theophilos?
Yeah, Thompson, I would really like you to let the Learned Council really expatiate on the difference between ownership and possession of goods. As rightly asked him, how is that as a buyer, I buy the goods, take delivery of the goods, and the ownership is still with the seller? It's a bit tricky, and I would like you to invite you that you really expatiate more on it so that we understand it more better. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Okay, so I'd like you to respond to him, but conclude on the point that you were making.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, The point is that if the problem in the car is one that could have been detected by the buyer, caveat emptor comes in to prevent the buyer from complaining.
Right.
But if the problem was not one the buyer could have detected through reasonable examination, which we call a latent defect, then the caveat emptor comes in and the obligation is put on the seller.
All right.
So that the buyer can reject the
Thank
good.
you. Before you answer, Theophilos, I have Elvis Boateng. So you note Elvis's question. Elvis, you're calling from Amasaman. What's your question?
Okay, thank you very much. My question is that I want to know if a buyer, okay, describes to the seller the good is buying, and the seller supplies the good. I want to know if the description doesn't meet the exact good the buyer is getting. I mean, can the buyer reject the good?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was already actually explained and answered. Right. So,
all right. So
yes,
if I can answer. So let me make it simple. Let me give an example. So with your OE example. So goods are purchased, they are put on board OE. The agreement between the parties is that the buyer had to pay before the goods be placed on board. And by that, the intention was also such that ownership would pass upon payment. Payment has been made. At that point, the goods are still with the seller. It means that the buyer is the owner of the goods. However, the law under Section 27 suggests that, or states actually that, even in such instances, the law does not really take into consideration who the owner is. He who is in possession and gets goods damaged or stolen or lost is the one who becomes responsible. So in simple expression, that is what I would say.
Add just a point. Now the law allows that the buyer and seller can decide when ownership will pass.
That's right. Yeah. You actually stated that.
Exactly.
Right.
Sometimes the parties can agree that the buyer should have the goods in possession for, let's say, for 3 months on the trial run.
Great. I've also answered. Also, you be my last caller. I'm very sorry. Also answer. You're calling from Kumasi Asafo. Let's hear you, Usu.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please, quickly, you have like 30 seconds.
Okay, please, may I know that can the seller have an agreement with the buyer concerning the latent effect? Maybe 2 latent effect agreement. Can we have a situation where we can have a latent effect agreement between the seller and the buyer? Let's say, assuming 2 latent effect agreement. So when you detect the
okay.
Every effect, then you can return it to the buyer.
Right, but if the argument doesn't end because the two of you don't constitute a court or an arbitration panel or something, yeah.
So just to mention a point, I think the penultimate caller made the point that when the buyer describes goods and the goods are delivered and they don't meet the prescription, can the buyer reject the goods? Okay? So when the buyer describes, it is different from when the buyer informs the seller what he intends to use the goods for. There are 2 different things, okay? So when a buyer describes, it means that at that point, the buyer doesn't even know the goods which will be delivered. What it also means is that the buyer is only giving the specs. I want A, I want B, I want C, I want D. Informing that seller to go out there and go and look out for the goods which conform to those specifications.
Right.
That is why in Kweku's earlier submission, he used the expression to conform, to substantially correspond. So that is what we mean by buyer describing.
Right.
There's a provision in the law which looks exactly like that. Okay, like in section 11, you find the description of goods. That description is a description of the seller.
We have just a minute to go, and I wanted you to, because in this Christmas, people are going to ask, their seamstresses, tailors to make them stuff. And then I ask you to make it for me for Christmas, particular day 24th or something. And then before I say, Jack, I'm getting it in the new year.
Time of delivery in a contract is a condition. So if I tell you that I want it for on the 24th, and even with that, there are two points in there. The time of delivery and the purpose. I tell you I need my jacket or my attire for my Christmas. I tell you that I need it by the 24th. You decide to deliver it by the 1st. You'd have breached that agreement that we have, and the buyer is entitled to reject it.
Okay, so I reject it, I just get my money I paid you, or I get extra compensated for, because you have wasted my time and everything.
Yes, you're entitled to damages. So you reject, you can take back the attack, give me my money, but for that period also, you're entitled to damages.
Thank you very much. How time flies. We are out of time, yes.
Just a point. Throughout our submissions, we made the point that we need a consumer protection law.
That's right.
The one major problem with our law is that the law was made for both the consumer and the businessman. And sometimes that is where the confusion is. The point we've made throughout for the past 1 hour is that when you go to the market to buy ordinary goods, and your obvious remedy is to reject, whereas the law also entitles you to terminate and bring further actions for damages. If you buy consumables, you won't be able to terminate issue for damages.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So that is something I wanted to draw your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this is all time will allow us. Jude at Accra to 4, private legal practitioner, lecturer, Central University. Kweku at Accra Jumon is also a private legal practitioner, lecturer, UPSA Law School, and they are co-authors of Accra and Accra on Sale of Goods. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. Gentlemen, can't thank you enough. Thank you very much. But it does look like we may have to think about when we will do a repeat match. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Hello and welcome to This Week in Parliament. It's on this show that you get to know all the happenings in Parliament, the big issues, the matters MPs have been talking about. You are aware that this week, the biggest issue in Parliament has to do with the censure motion hearing. The minority, as you may know, have filed a censure motion against the Finance Minister, which is seeking to force the hands of President Akufo-Addo to dismiss him. That is what this week has been about. Of course, there's been other business that MPs have been dealing with, but most of the things have had to do with a censure motion. When we come back from this break, I'll tell you about all the key happenings and what you may have missed out this week. So on Tuesday, Haruna Idrisu, the minority leader and the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Keselato Forsen, led evidence on behalf of the entire minority group as to why they believe Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta should lose his job and why President Akufo-Addo must immediately sack the minister. They've been arguing that the finance minister has been incompetent, he has mismanaged the economy, and should not stay in office for even a day longer. Here are proceedings on Tuesday at the committee level. It was a hearing full of heated arguments and forceful presentations. The minority set out to brand Ken Ofori-Atta as the minister who must not continue in his current role as the finance minister. Counsel for the Finance Minister, Gabi Asari-Ocherdakun, objected to the manner in which the minority were handling their evidence.
And it would not be fair to the Minister of Finance to be ambushed and right here, without any preparation, to start answering questions. The documents are fine, but before we even be able to look into the documents, we want the charges to be complete with the particulars. That's all we're asking.
Minority leader Haruna Idrisu described the minister as incompetent, the sole reason for country's current economic predicament.
2017, $1 was to 4.2 Ghana cedis. Today, $1 is 15 Ghana cedis. That has meaning for businesses in Ghana. The cost of doing business is unacceptably high for businesses. The pharmaceutical industry is complaining because it affects their imports and they are made to pay more. The depreciation of the cedi has affected even Makola women who cannot trade effectively.
Dr. Kisela Tuforsin said the minister had breached the fiscal responsibility law and has also misreported data to Parliament.
So if you breach it by 1 percentage point, then obviously the vote of censure may trigger. What we have seen is that over the years, even though the minister responsible for finance has been presenting some economic data to Parliament, in the year 2018, Mr. Chairman, you can see it on the board, our minister responsible for finance and the government had said to Parliament that the fiscal deficit was 3.9% of GDP. In fact, in the year 2018, the reason why they said it's 3.9% of GDP was that a key expenditure worth 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was excluded from the fiscal accounting. They treated it below the line. And this has to do with the financial sector payment. The law was passed on the 28th of December 2018, and by December 31st, 2018, the minister has breached the fiscal responsibility rules already. So 3 days down the line, there was a deficit of 1.8. And that is why we are saying that the trend for the censorship motion moved in the year 2018. In fact, if we were to go by it, somebody could have brought the motion to censure the minister in the year 2018 or 2019 because he breached the rules. And to my surprise, these are rules that were set by the minister himself when this bill, he brought the bill to Parliament for a reason. The reason is to ensure fiscal sustainability and debt sustainability. If you breach these rules, it has long-term repercussion on the Ghanaian economy. And today, we are seeing what is happening. So, Chairman, I tender this one to in evidence.
There was an intense back and forth between Gabi Asare-Chirdakon, who is lawyer for Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, and North Tongue MP Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is a member of the 8-member ad hoc committee.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this strongly. If he can hold a press conference to deal with those matters, but I think that we are here for a specific reason. Grounds have been stated. Let's stick to that. You know, we are not here for it's not a political platform to make some political pronouncements. These are serious allegations. Please.
He will not teach me how to do my work in Parliament.
No,
this is Parliament. You won't teach me how to do my work.
Let me finish.
No, he can't come here and throw his weight about. He can't teach me how to do my work. I take strong exception that I should go and hold a press conference. Please.
I'm only 78 kilos. I'm not going to throw it about.
Please. I won't accept that.
Yes.
And you are not the chair. You don't tell members of Parliament what to do.
That's fine. So, I mean, we appreciate the point.
I will do my work. I'm not going to hold a press conference. You will not teach me how to do my work.
So that has been all for Tuesday. The committee mainly focused on the testimony from the minority side. But on Wednesday, the committee did not sit. So we went back to the floor. We spoke to MPs on a number of key issues that they were interested in. You know, Parliament has now installed some security scanners, and the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, is warning that MPs who fail to pass through those scanners will not be allowed into the chamber. On Tuesday also, we had an exclusive interview with the minority ranking member on the Food and Agriculture Committee, Eric Opoku, who says the way government is handling the so-called PFJ market will not succeed, and that the current difficulties in terms of the rising food prices is primarily due to the Agric Minister's mishandling of the sector.
Now, the rising food prices is not attributed to shortage in the market. It is attributable to rising cost of production. But I followed what was happening in the PFJ market at the ministry. And the women complained that the prices are the same. They said the value is the same. They don't see any significant difference in the prices of food in the market and that of the PFJ market. So it means that the minister got it wrong. If the price had come down, they would have admitted that yes, the price has come down because of the market. Now they are saying that the value is the same. And I heard one woman even saying that what she bought from the market was even cheaper than what he's buying at the PFJ market. So that is the difference. From those of us who understand the sector and have been monitoring the activities of the minister and the implementation of the policies that they chorus across the country, you see clearly that the minister has not performed. In fact, I have always challenged the figures they churn out in respect of their produce. When they say, we have produced this quantity of maize, this quantity of rice, I do challenge some of these things. Actually, I think that the Greek minister has not performed at all. In fact, he engages in agricultural propaganda instead of working on the field to deliver the results. Because if at the time you assume office, our food import bill was around 1.2 billion, and today we are doing 2.4 billion, and you claim that you have done so much, you have produced enough food, then I don't know where you are coming from. Do you know that the poultry sector is almost collapsed? I don't know whether you have been following that sector. A time came, they had to sell their bears just for lack of maize. Meanwhile, Planting for Food and Jobs was in operation. You recall that even in 2018, for the first time in the history of this country, Ghana had to go to ECOWAS food strategic stocks to borrow rice and maize. Have you ever heard that Ghana, in spite of our resources, in spite of the agricultural potential that we have, will go and then borrow rice and maize? We did it in 2018. So you must go. That was the time the minister said, under Planting for Food and Jobs, we have produced maize in abundance. We have produced rice in abundance. Yet, we went and pleaded with ECOWAS to support us with some greens to enable us to run the school feeding program. And so when it comes to performance, I think that the minister has been a dismal failure.
On Wednesday also, the minority held a news conference addressed by their spokesperson on health, Kwabena Minta Kando, at which he said more people were going to die if government did not immediately release funds to the National Health Insurance Scheme to pay before members or patients who go to the hospitals are asked directly to pay for these. The health minister was on the floor later and he responded to those concerns.
It is trite knowledge that inflation has been spiraling out of control for some months now due in part to central bank financing of the budget, leading to a situation in which inflation has exceeded the Bank of Ghana's upper limit of 10% and currently stands at 2 decades high 40.4%. This has impacted the pricing of all goods and services from food, fuel, and other consumables, and has eliminated disposable incomes and savings previously used to finance healthcare costs. Under the current economic conditions, more Ghanaians than ever before will require the National Health Insurance Scheme to finance their medical needs. It is therefore unconscionable for government to hold on to monies collected in the name of the National Health Insurance Authority, rendering it incapable of meeting its obligation to service providers. This is going to increase mobility and mortality across Ghana. As we speak, patients in some hospitals across the country are being asked to make upfront payment for medical consumables and services. This is likely to increase mobility in persons with hypertension, diabetes, sickle cell anemia, HIV, and other conditions who require regular intake of medical consumables and services, resulting in undue stress on already overburdened medical facilities.
Section 37 of Act 852 spells out the provider payment systems as follows. A, fee for service. B, diagnosis-related groupings. C, capitation. Or D, a payment mechanism that the board, in consultation with healthcare providers and the minister, may determine. The current payment system by the NHIA is fee for service for medicines and Ghana diagnostic-related groupings for service. Co-payment or top-ups are not part of the payments at the moment. However, It persists, and the following have been given as some of the reasons for its occurrence: delays in claims payment, perception of unrealistic tariffs, and irregular review of tariffs, medicines, and services. The practice has led to member dissatisfaction of the scheme, and the common language being the NHIS is not working. In addressing the issue stated above, Mr. Speaker, the NHIS is collaborating with the Ministry of Finance to ensure regular reimbursement to service providers. There will be regular reviews of the tariffs in response to economic conditions. The current review was done in July 2022, and the process has commenced for the next review. The perception of unrealistic tariffs will be curtailed by strengthening stakeholders' engagements during the process of deriving the tariffs to ensure acceptability and compliance.
So on Thursday, the Censure Committee resumed work. They heard from PIAC and the GNPC. But before I tell you about what happened at the committee level, let me first tell you about the minority on the Roads and Transport Committee calling for the suspension of the Ghana Standards Authority Directive that cars which come into the country without conformance certificate would not be allowed into the country, according to ranking member on that committee, governs Kwame Agboja. If government goes ahead and implement this policy, it will price out the poor in terms of owning cars in the country.
Government passed a law trying to regulate specifically to make vehicles that come to the country safer for both the users and other people in the country. That is accepted. But I want to call upon the Ghana Standards Authority to hasten slowly, probably suspend the implementation on this basis. They must learn from the hasty implementation of the luxury vehicle tax. They must learn from the hasty suspension of the collection of road tolls. They must learn from other laws that were passed in this house and without adequate preparation, consultation, and public education implemented and drove us all into problem. As we speak, that 891 that we are talking about talked about the fact that we are going to set up a new system where brand new vehicles are assembled in this country to make them more available. The first question is, how many companies are assembling vehicles in this country, and what are the choices of vehicles available to the Ghanaian? Are those vehicles at prices that the ordinary Ghanaian, a journalist, a teacher, a nurse can afford? Even thinking of when we pass the law and the state of the economy today, even if you are selling those vehicles for $5,000, do you know what $5,000 means to the average Ghanaian that will buy them? Then we go to the point of used vehicles needing to have conformance certificate. Nobody is encouraging vehicles that have been totally condemned, I mean accident vehicles that are no longer fit for purpose to be brought to this country. All we are saying is that since we passed the law, I am not aware that the Ghana Standards Authority even approached the committee on the relevant committees in Parliament, Transport, Trade and Industry, to tell them about the implementation plan. I am not aware that Ghana Standards Authority have done any stakeholder consultation between the, used vehicle traders, mechanics, Parliament, and anybody, for everybody to be on board as to how this is going to be implemented. Imagine if by the 1st of January, you say that people cannot import vehicles. What does that mean to the economy? What does that mean to the used car traders? I don't think we are there yet. Nobody is kicking against the law, but I don't think we have done enough to make the implementation of this law smooth enough. So that's the reason I'm calling on them to suspend this implementation and do further consultation. And I'm aware that colleagues on the Trade and Industry Committee are in a process of holding them before Parliament to explain the roadmap so that we all be on the same page. At this pace, it's going to create another mess in the country.
On Thursday also, the Works and Housing Ministry were expected to answer questions on the floor of the House as regards to the controversial National Cathedral project. The minister himself, Francis Asenso-Boakye, was not there, so his deputy, Abanga, Ms. Honorable, was on the floor of the House to respond. He said the National Cathedral was not within the purview of the ministry and so could not provide the answers. The minority members were not so satisfied with that response, but the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andrew Amakwesiama, who sat in the chair on the day, directed the table office to refer the question to the appropriate ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question number 1320 in the name of the Honorable Ebenezer Pahlavi relating to the National Cathedral is an activity that is outside the remit of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing have therefore written to this House in a letter on the 11th of November 2022 to the Principal Assistant Clerk and Head of Table Office to draw their attention to this matter.
I agree that they are not the substantive ministry to answer questions on the project, but this being a house of record, it speaks of some letter that says, some communication that says that they are not responsible. So if we can inform the House, so that going forward, we'll be able to direct the question to the appropriate ministry. I think at least you should be able to do that.
You have indicated that we should give you time to do consultations. This being a house of records, can you please give us an indication? That has been the practice and tradition in this house. When you say time, you give a period. So is it 1 week, is it 2 weeks? So that we will know and then come back with our questions.
Demolishing houses to build cathedral is works, and housing is involved. Mr. Speaker, if not Ministry of Works, tell us which ministry we should ask of questions relating to such public works as the construction of a cathedral. Which other ministry? Not roads, not chieftaincy, not energy, not education, not foreign affairs, not health. Mr. Speaker, it has to be works. It has to be works. So, Works Ministry is the proper ministry to ask the question, and they must answer it today, Mr. Speaker.
The ministry is not responsible for the National Cathedral. So, I will direct that.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, are you with me? I will direct that the table redirect the question to the appropriate. No. If the substantive question is, I don't think we need to follow up with it. Honorable members, my directive is that the table office should redirect the question to appropriate office, please.
Back to the Censure Committee, like I told you, PIAC and DMPC were the next to appear before them, having to do with this matter of alleged transfer of funds into an offshore account. Minorities say government has illegally transferred about $100 million into offshore accounts. PIAC was the original reporter, and so they had to appear before the committee. They defended that report, but GNPC had something different to tell the committee.
Direct or indirect participation of the Republic shall first and foremost be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it is the considered view of the committee that it matters not that other issues may be introduced into the whole conversation. What matters for us, our understanding of the law, is that the PRMA is the primary law that governs the utilization, management of petroleum revenues. And it says that any revenue accruing to the state, whether directly or indirectly, should first be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, we also know that GNPC is the primary commercial arm of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum activities. And so when this happens, we are dealing with GNPC per se. If you look at the whole GOHL transaction, it is GNPC that undertook those transactions. So our position as a committee, Mr. Chairman, is that that lifting, whether it is lifted by 100% subsidiary of GNPC or not, ought to come first into the Petroleum Holding Fund, from where disbursements can be made for whatever reason. So, Mr. Chairman, our position on that matter is clear. Of course, for purposes of disclosure, the GNPC referred us to an advice from the Attorney General Department purporting to okay such a transaction in the nature and manner that they dealt with this issue. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to say that we did not come to this conclusion without recourse to that particular advice. So what happened was we considered that opinion thoroughly. We explored all the laws, in our opinion, that border around this issue, and we still came to an independent opinion, which we stand by on any day, that those revenues ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana and ought to have been deposited first in the Petroleum Holding Fund and not any other account. So for us, it was contrary to law for that money to have been deposited in any account, if at all.
I need to understand is that in all of this, what relates to the finance minister in terms of the allegation made against him? What is it about it?
I mean, as far as JoHL is concerned, I mean, the finance minister is not responsible for the revenues. I mean, obviously, we have to, at the end of the day, submit our financials, GRA. We have to pay whatever assessed tax that we need to pay. And let me say that in 2023, JoHL paid 17 million. 2021, I'm sorry, I'm 1 year ahead of. 2021, JoHL paid 17 million to GRA as tax on its operations. So, yeah, as far as the revenue is concerned, I don't think the finance minister has any direct, let me call it, control.
I read the GNPC Act, I read the Company Act, and the other acts under consideration. My understanding is entirely the same as the way you understand it, so I'll pass it on to my other colleagues.
If that is the case, I mean, was any money paid into an offshore account? The 100 million, was it paid into an offshore account? So Honorable Chair, I think the word offshore, when we use, I mean, for those who are bankers, I mean, you can even have an offshore account in Ghana. So I think the word, when we say offshore, sometimes I get a bit confused because the Bank of Ghana has certain categorizations of what you call it, foreign currency. And so what we call FCA have offshore account. But to the extent that the question relates to receipts from sale of crude, yeah, it was paid into an account held at Ghana International Bank in London. Okay, and who made the payment? So the buyer of the crude. So buyers of the crude, even in the case of PHF, the buyers of the crude pay directly into the PHF. So they pay directly into whichever account that you designate for them to pay.
So on Friday, the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, appeared before the Censure Committee. He is the one at the center of all this controversy. He is the one the allegations have been made against. On the first day of sitting, he was here to listen to the minority leader and the ranking member of the Finance Committee make some specific allegations against him. On Friday, he appeared to respond. He first said that he was sorry for the current state of the economy, although he did not accept responsibility. He also dispelled the 5 grounds that the minority were preferring against him because 2 other grounds had been struck out by the committee. So this is how things panned out at the committee on Friday.
Co-chairs, let me use this opportunity to say to the Ghanaian people what I believe, with courage, every finance minister around the world may wish to say to their people now. I am truly sorry. Honorable co-chairs, 3 days ago, when the proponents were here, they alleged I had made payments from the contingency fund to support the National Cathedral. I want to state that this is just not true. Let me be categorical. I have taken no money from the contingency fund to make payments for the National Cathedral. Chairs, on the issue of alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and an excruciating cost of living crisis. That is 6. I state as follows. These are very, very strong languages, and it is unfortunate.
Would seem to suggest that the issue of currency depreciation, the management of the stability of the national currency should be laid, at the doorsteps of the Bank of Ghana rather than the Ministry of Finance. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Co-Chair, I think your understanding is your understanding.
Well, okay, is my understanding correct?
I think we read the act.
Well, portions of it.
Yeah.
You read portions of it.
Yeah. So
but
I think
there are also other.
But what I mentioned specifically is that we work very, very closely together to make sure that we bring stability.
The minister himself, on the 12th of March 2013, he's on record at the William Oforiatta Institute for Integrity lectures to have actually called for a coup. Nothing can be more stronger than that. So I don't think we'll be taking lectures on language from the minister.
What did he say exactly? Let's hear what he said, please.
He said, March 12, 2013, the country's silence on the election petition could trigger a coup, unquote. He was speaking at the William Oforiatta Institute for Integrity lectures.
So this has been This Week in Parliament, where I've been telling you about all the key happenings in the House. Like you may know now, the big issue in the House this week was the censure motion that has been moved against Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta and the committee hearings. They've heard from GNPC, PIAC, the minority who are making the allegations, and the Finance Minister himself. Next week, they are expected to present their report to the House, and then a vote may be taken finally on whether or not Ken Oforiatta must lose his job. If this vote is to succeed, 183 MPs must vote for it. The minority have only 136. They will need more than 40 votes from the majority side to succeed. Will they get this? The time will tell. My name is Kweku Asante. This has been This Week in Parliament.
Hello and welcome to another exciting time on Outlook. My name is Najele Doko and we're coming to you on your favorite Joy News channel on Joy News. Also, we're on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 144. It's going to be an exciting time. The things that you're not expecting. As usual, we're bringing the very best in lifestyle. And lifestyle is not only about clothes and everything. It's about basically everything that we can do. Everything that you think might not even be art is art. So today on Outlook, we're looking at how to protect our cars. And there's so many different ways. We're in a technological world, right? Yes. And also today on Outlook, your girl went biking. Vroom, vroom. I know, right? Yes. Yes, somebody will say, hey, go away. But yes, there's some things we need to know before we jump on a bike. And we're looking at all of that today on Outlook. Are you ready? Like I said, my name is Najele Duk and I bring you the very best. Today on Outlook, our very first conversation. Biking is something that is so fun. It's wild, it's interesting. Most people are usually scared of it. Well, not me. Well, at some point I used to be scared of bikes. But then I developed a love for it, thanks to my older cousin Doll. She's an amazing biker. So I decided to go and speak to the people at Gear Shift Academy and find out more. First off, what are the things that I need to know? Do I need to learn on my own or with, a family friend or a brother? Or do I actually need to go to a school to learn how to ride a bike? Well, all those questions that was up in my head I was confused about, I got them answered at Gearshift Academy. Check this out. Biking is something that most people are afraid of. And they hear myths and stuff like that, and then they stick to that. But what qualifies someone to be able to hop on a bike and be professional about it?
Okay, so let me take it from here. If you would even ride a motorcycle and you're not scared of motorcycles, then you don't have to be on one at all.
Really?
Motorcycling is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Riding is dangerous, very, very dangerous. I'll be the first person to sound that caution into your head. You can call me a pessimist, but I'd rather that than to sugarcoat. And then you find out when it's too late.
Okay.
Yes, so motorcycling is very dangerous. What qualifies someone to ride a motorcycle? We say that motorcycling is a thinking man's game.
Yeah.
So anybody who thinks can ride.
Oh. Not an overthinker, but somebody who thinks.
If you overthink also, it comes with its own issues. So you should think.
You should
not
think.
Not overthink and not underthink.
When you say you should think, what's that supposed to mean? As in, you have to be calculated?
Very. Good judgment is crucial when you ride a motorcycle. The best, I would rather an inexperienced rider who has very good judgment than an experienced rider. Experienced because he's been riding for years with bad judgment. So I'd rather someone who, we just did a nationwide tour. I took people who were inexperienced with me, but their judgment was solid. We covered over 2,800 kilometers.
And how did that go?
Very well, because their judgment was good.
Judgment is good. So it's very key. Somebody who thinks and has good sense of judgment.
Riding is a mental activity.
I see. So when you have students coming to you and say, someone like me, I say, I want to ride a bike, what do you look out for?
I wish I wasn't saying this on camera, but I have a way of checking and weighing people. Usually, I'll have a chat with you.
Yeah.
Off-key chat, just to see how you process stuff. For me to know whether you'll be a good rider or not.
So did I pass the test or no?
I've not had that chat with you yet.
Are we supposed to have that chat?
Don't worry.
I think I'm going to feel like that chat. But like, so you assess the person and determine whether the person is going to be good at it or not?
Yes. Some people from the onset, you can tell that these people are going to be very bad riders. I'll have a way of, cautioning you. Try and delay your process. I will make sure by the time you get onto the road, you are fit for purpose.
Oh, that's what a coach does.
Yes. If not, I will advise you to take a second look at it. Yes. Riding can be for everybody at the same time, not for everybody. Yes, so it's quite crucial. Your mental capacity really, really, really matters.
Now, how, riding and coming to you as an instructor, it's like a course. How long does it take to be perfect? Or you can never be?
You can never be perfect. Yes. You knew the answer before you even asked. You can never be perfect.
Yeah.
I ride a motorcycle. I will not sit here and sing my own praises, but I believe I'm a good rider. But even me, there's more to learn. So you can never be perfect. Every day presents new challenges. Every day and what it comes with. So you learn every day. You become complacent, and that's when danger arises. So you can never be perfect. You can learn every day and get better every day. Yes, but talk of perfection, I don't know. Look, even the Valentino Rossi's and the Mark Marquez's, they have accidents every day on their
bikes.
Yeah. So nobody can be perfect. You learn every day and get better every day.
Okay. So how long does a course take, to...
It spans a month, where we get to do lessons here at the training school, and then we also take you on public road.
Oh.
Yes, 2 or more times, to let you have a feel of what sharing the road with other people is. We take you on a very busy day. First, we take you on a non-busy day, on a Sunday or on a holiday when there are no many cars on the road, and then we take you on a very busy day.
Oh no!
And throw you deep into the den.
Why? It's like throwing the person into the water, like swim.
Yes. Well, we'll put you in the shallow water first before we throw you into the deep water. That's why we take you on a weekday, on a weekend. Sorry. before taking on a weekday. By the time you come from the weekend into the weekday, you would have had some experience on how to tackle stuff.
Does riding help boost your confidence?
100%. 100%. Yes. I've had people who have confided in me and said that, look, I wasn't bold enough to take certain decisions, but after riding, I'm bold enough to take. Riding is a whole different thing altogether. If you ride the right way, you learn things a lot.
I see. Yeah. So riding the right way is very crucial.
Very, very crucial. I keep saying that if you will not ride the right way, then you might as well not ride. Me sitting here, I'm not a product of learning to ride the right way, sincerely. I'm a product of, I've been very lucky to be alive today.
Oh.
I didn't learn taking any precautionary steps. We just learned anyhow. And we've been lucky. Some of the people that started with me are no longer here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I've been lucky. I just count myself among the lucky ones. But whilst I'm lucky and I'm here, let me help correct so that generations after me will get it better, isn't it?
I see, yeah. People like me who want to be a little bit adventurous.
Right.
So if you see somebody who's wild and adventurous and they come and say, Dan, I really want to learn how to move the bike, and then you're fascinated by the sound of it.
You don't even get my attention if you come that way. You don't even get my attention. Serious, sorry.
Oh, how? Not all the money in the world to make you...
No. Not even the president of Ghana calling me and saying, teach this guy or let me teach this guy. Because it's my life and my job on the line. You can't come to me with telling me how to go about things for you. No.
Oh.
I will know how to. I mean, I've been doing this for a minute. It's been 4 years now. I've trained over 500 riders. Things are going well. You should give me some credit. At least I'm doing something right.
You know what you're about.
Yes. So you can't come to me and say you want to do all the adventurous things. Look, there are stages and there are classes. You can't just start and then get to the tertiary institution. You have to go through the mill. There is no shortcut to riding. If you don't go through the mill, I'm sorry, you can never get good. You can never get good.
So, okay, we start our course, like a month course, and you gradually still keep coming for classes, right?
Yes, even my first duty, the first person I trained when I started the riding school still comes here to train. It's been 4 years now.
Oh, so it's something that you have to do every single day.
Like I keep saying, you get better every day. You have to practice every day. That's the surest way to becoming good.
I see.
Yes. Riding is dangerous, I keep saying. One of the things you can do to increase your chances of survival is to constantly practice. Constantly practice.
With the right people?
Yes. Very important. In the right environment.
Okay.
Very important. One of the things you can do to increase your chances of survival is by constantly practice.
So do I need to have a motorbike first before I decide that, okay, I want to come to and get trained?
No, you don't need to have a motorcycle. The school has bikes that we use to train you.
Really?
Yes. But to complete the course fully, you need to get your bike because we have to take you on public road. And that bike has to be registered. It has to be insured.
Oh.
You should have a learner's license by then before we take you out on
Do you write an exam?
Yes,
like,
you write an exam.
Oh,
you write an exam with me.
Before you get your learner's license?
Yes, you write an exam with me.
Oh, so you're supposed to have a license to be able to drive a bike?
Yes. Many people don't know this, but riding is a different category altogether. In the past, if you had a Class B license, it covers Class A. If you had Class C, it covers B and A. If you had D, it covers C, B, and A. But yet, thankfully, people woke up to realize that riding and driving are two different things. So you can't have a driving class to cover riding. So now the Class A is separate. Class A for motorcycle is separate from the other classes.
Oh.
So regardless whatever license and class you have, even if you have a Class F, you need Class A in addition to be able to ride a motorcycle in Ghana. And that's very good on the part of our DVLE. I really applaud them for doing that.
Okay. Do I look like a viable student?
Yes, so I kept saying that. I didn't even want to say it on camera.
Okay.
The assessment is not a rigorous something, no. I just have to have a chat with you.
And so whilst we're talking?
Yeah. That's my assessment.
So what did you discover?
I give you a pass.
You give me a pass?
Yeah.
I'm going to learn. Okay. So what are some of the reasons why you give me a pass? What are the reasons?
I kept saying that riding was more mental than physical.
Yeah.
I'll ask you some off-key questions just to see how you process stuff. It's to let me know how you think and to let me know how you handle situations when under pressure in emergency situations. So
Okay.
that is one of the key things that I use in assessing.
Being afraid
Yeah.
of riding a bike, is it a good thing or it ruins the whole thing for you?
A healthy dose of fear is good.
A healthy dose of fear.
Is good. If you don't have fear at all, then you are in serious danger. So you need to have a healthy dose of fear in you.
Okay.
Being too afraid also is another issue altogether.
But
So-
do you know how to help bring the person to the middle?
Yes. By taking you through the process.
Okay.
And seeing how safe it can be.
Okay.
By the time you finish, it would have galvanized you and you know how, safe or unsafe it is. You know, you can judge and tell how much is too much or how much is too little.
Okay. Okay.
So
Sure,
the process has been designed as such to take care of such stuff.
Okay.
The only one who will not be allowed to go through that process is that one who will come and tell me how to
teach them
or what they want to do. When you see them like that, they are heading towards danger.
You sound like a sensei who will decide that, you know what, go and come back next month.
Yes, or go and never come back.
You say that people go and never come back?
Yeah. If you give me trouble, then go and never come
Like
back.
how many people have you told that to?
A few.
And did the ego come up?
Oh, a lot. It comes up a lot. They may never even like me forever, but that is fine. I'm doing that to save a soul.
Wow. Okay, so
hopefully one day when they wake up, they'll know that I did them good.
Okay, sure. So I'm safe. I got a pass. So what's my next lesson?
So it's suicidal to just throw your legs over a motorcycle and just ride. You have to inspect the motorcycle to know about the integrity of the motorcycle.
Okay.
Structural integrity and all integrities of a motorcycle. You have to do an inspection and put your life into your own hands. This window you see is a transparent window that allows you to check the engine oil level. But first, the bike should be on a level ground, and then secondly, the bike should be at 90 degrees.
Okay.
We all know that a 90 degrees is a straight line.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so now the way I'm holding the bike is not 90 degrees. That is why you don't even see the engine oil level.
Yeah.
Once I try to bring it to 90 degrees, do you see the oil level
Yeah,
rising?
it is.
Do you see it rising?
Yeah.
Yes. By the time I'm at that 90 degree point on a level ground, you should see the oil level on the top mark. There's a lower or minimum mark, and then there's a high or maximum mark. So at the 90 degree point, your engine oil level should be on or about the maximum mark.
Okay.
Now you are permitted to rev as much as you can.
Did you like that? Oh my God. That was the most exciting part of it. Getting on that Yamaha and, reffing it, I felt it in my heart. I still have good dreams about it. Trust me on that one. And let me update you. Your girl has gone far than the first lesson. I'm actually on my fourth. I'll be sending you up details, updates on it. And you see your girl on it looking all fine and good. But trust me, I'm being safe. Thanks to Gear Shift Academy. Yes, this is Outlook. I'm going to take a quick break. When I come, I have so much more for you. This, like I said, is Outlook.
Virtual Security Africa is your #1 provider of a complete integrated electronic security solutions and services in Ghana and Africa. Trust me, from CCTV surveillance, access control systems, intruder and panic alarms, fire alarm systems, physical security and inspection systems such as X-ray scanners, vehicle boom barriers, road blockers, etc. And they even have public address and intercom systems and many other facilities for your homes, offices, and even large enterprises. VSA offers a lifetime after-sales support. Call VSA today on 0558 740 764 or visit their showroom at Nana Adepa Plaza, Jolu, opposite the UBA, or visit their website at www.virtualsecurityafrica.com. Virtual Security Africa, complete security solutions.
And welcome back from the break. This is Outlook, and we're on your favorite news channel, Joy News TV. Also on DSTV channel 421, Go TV channel 144. My name is Najeli Doku. And if you just joined me, sweetheart, you just missed out on an exciting experience on a bike ride. But don't worry, I've got more for you. When it comes to our cars, buying a car is one of the first things that you do, especially when you get money for transportation. And helping you move around easily. But the thing is, we actually fall in love with our cars. They become our first love, our girlfriends, our boyfriends. I'm talking about our cars. But sometimes taking care of it could be a lot. And that's why with technology, so many things are becoming very easy. When it comes to car, you know, the paint job on your car, it's quite tricky to take care of it. There are certain things you're not supposed to use because of its harsh, you know, chemicals and stuff like that. It tends to scratch your car paint and everything. But did you know there are ways and means to protect the car paint, you know, the paint job, to keep it looking smooth, young and fresh? Actually, there's something called paint protection film. Aside that, there's ceramic coating. Well, I might be saying all these things, but you're wondering, now, what is this all about? So I went to see one of my very good friends, Jilma Hassan, and he told me about, you know, paint protection film, car polishing, and ceramic coating. Don't let me do the talking. Check this out. Ceramic coating, PPF. Now, in our conversations, we've talked about, you know, I talked about how I hate how some of the cars can look. You know, you have a beautiful car after 3-4 years, then, you know, it's all scratched up. And then maybe I probably can't afford a PPF or a ceramic coating. But you talk about correction.
Paint correction.
Good, paint correction.
So people.
How is that done?
So people call it polishing in Ghana, but the technical term is paint correction because you are correcting your paint.
How is that even possible?
So we have a machine and we have some pads and some chemicals. And if you learn how to do it properly, basically you are chopping off a thin layer of paint. So a scratch, so paint in itself is literally as thick as one sheet of A4 paper. Yeah. So basically, if you don't know what you're doing, you cut through the paint and cause a problem. So if you are trained properly and you know what you're doing, you are basically chopping off a thin layer. So you are removing the scratches. So now you can have a relatively blemish-free surface. So you have like proper paint showing, you won't have scratches, it brings back the color, and even with paint, there are different levels. Somebody who drives a car every day, I wouldn't say come and do the maximum and get 100% correction. Do a one step, which could give you about 60%. So you get back your color and you remove majority of the scratches as well.
So how long that paint correction, how long would that last for me? You know, these days, we're thinking about the economy, but we still love our cars, we want to keep it going and everything. How long would, you know, paint correction help me? Ceramic coating could last me 6 years or so, but I have to come in and out like maybe 2-3 times in the 6 years. PPF can go like 10 years, but paint correction.
Paint correction can last you one wash. I say this because I can polish your paint, but I need to protect it. So basically, once
even if you do the paint polishing, you still
if you wash your car wrong once, you get scratches. So if you don't protect the paint you've polished, it's a wasted investment.
So the thing is, the conversation about cleaning our cars properly or detailing it properly is very, very essential.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're in a system where people just see stuff. They go online, they watch, and they say they do something. And like everything, you need to be trained professionally. So I was trained and I worked, and I came to Ghana and I said, well, you know what? Let me try my hands at it and see how the Ghanaian economy will take it. So I started off rapping. People weren't ready because of the money. But I realized that everybody wants their car clean. And so basically, I just take my time and try and educate people. It's not that somebody will take soap and a sponge and take it to your leather. Your leather is expensive. If you use the wrong brush and wrong chemical on your leather, it will eat your leather. Now you have to go and get new leather, which costs money. So we basically make sure that anybody who works here is trained. So we know the types of leather, we know how to clean the types of leather, we know how to protect the leather. The same with the paint. Washing your car, for me, somebody washing a car is 5 minutes. We can take about 20 minutes to wash a car here because we want to preserve it. But that's why all these things are there. So it makes the washing and everything less stressful for a client, the ceramic coating and the PPF as well.
This particular car, you told me they were both similar, right?
Yes.
Now, why is this one having all of its wheels off?
So this is all part of our process. We have to thoroughly clean the car. I can't let the car leave the shop the way it came in. So this car, we took the wheels off because the wheels are actually being redone. There were scratches and chips. We had to correct that. Yeah, it's part of the process.
Okay.
But it's like you go to a salon and you want to have your makeup done. You have to clean your face properly, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So this is our prep. Okay. We are prepping the surface because we don't want dust. PPF and wraps don't like dust because you see the dust showing underneath, little dust specks. So that's why this room is white, and that's why we seal the room when we're working. So it's a dust-free environment.
Okay.
So we do anything that we do here doesn't like dust, from tints, PPF, to wraps.
Oh.
Yeah. So the wheels are off realistically to clean everything, and also to working on the rims. Yeah.
Now there's something I'm noticing. This side is shiny. This side is dull.
Yes. So remember I spoke about different types of PPF.
Yeah.
So PPF ordinarily, if I put PPF here, it's clear. You won't see anything.
Yeah.
But this is another type of PPF. It's called matte PPF. Yeah.
Oh, that's smooth.
Yes. So it's the same as normal PPF, but adds a matte. It gives your car a matte finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, even if you look here, you see the contrast between the roof and this. Yes.
So we're not doing the same things to this.
We're doing the whole car.
We're doing the matte finish for
we're doing the
everything.
full car matte finish.
Oh wow.
So for this car, the whole car will be a matte finish, and this is a carbon PPF hood.
Yeah, I can
Right.
see that. Yeah.
Right.
I like it, and it looks good in the light.
Yeah.
But how much is this going to cost someone? Forget about the fact that it's a Bentley, that will scare me. But if it's just a regular car that maybe I love so much and I want to protect it, how much is it going to cost me to get maybe a matte finish because I'm loving the feel? Done.
So what kind of size? What size vehicle are we talking? So can we use this one or a normal, like an E-Class?
So we're looking at sizes. Sizes matter.
Sizes matter. One, because the bigger the car, the more material you're using, and the more man hours we're going to put into it. And even the shape of the vehicle matters, because a more complex vehicle is more complex to do because it's more skill. So we just take two things into consideration: the size of the vehicle and the shape.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in terms of costing, we have different packages for different clients. So we have a PPF that can realistically warranties for 2 years. It's 2 years warranty, and we have one for 5 and we have one for 10. So it really depends on you, really and truly. And even with PPF, some people don't even do the full car. They do the front because that's where most of the impact comes in, because you're following a car, stone chips are coming at you.
No, and what about, okay, the front, but what about the back too?
So the back hardly has impact from chips. So one of the most popular combinations people do is they do PPF full frontal. So that is the side mirrors, the fenders, the hoods, the bumpers, and the headlights.
I see.
And then the ceramic coat the rest of the car.
Sweet.
So there's protection on the whole vehicle.
Now, people wouldn't want to talk about this, but what if, does PPF kind of protect the paint from accidents and stuff like that?
So basically, if you're in a parking lot and somebody scratches, you know that thing where you can come, somebody has scratched your bumper.
I know.
So
or maybe hit the...
Yeah. So if they scratch your bumper, what we have now is we just remove the PPF, so there will be no paint transfer, no nothing. Even if there is a dent, we pull the dent out, so you don't have to respray. So that's a big thing for people, because even if you've bought an Elantra, you want your Elantra looking good.
Of course.
And that's what I believe. So that's why we have packages for people. So if he had scratched the fender, all I have to do is bring the car back to the shop, take off the PPF, because we know that the damage, especially the paint transfer, goes onto the PPF.
Okay.
Once that's done, we look at the fender, we do our best, especially if it's not like a proper accident, there's nothing that can really do it.
Yeah.
But these fender benders and all these things, yes, we just pull the dents out and then reapply a PPF back on it.
But what about ceramic coating?
Ceramic coating cannot protect you from that. So that's the difference.
Ooh.
Yeah. It can protect you from minor scratches and helping you wash your car maintenance.
But the major ones, that means you have to be still careful when you're doing it.
Yeah.
Wow. And that was a very educative conversation, wasn't it? Yes, Joma is fun, and he does a great job at what he does. That particular conversation is one of the best I've ever had, trust me. You know why. If you missed out on anything on Outlook, don't worry, you're not left out. Just go to our YouTube page at JoyNews TV, and everything you missed out on this particular episode, other episodes on Outlook, is all there on our YouTube channel. Enjoy, watch one or two, and have some exciting time. That's how we say thank you. I want to say a big thank you to my amazing stylist. As usual, I'm always looking dapper than ever, right? Yeah. A big thank you going out to Karen of Cash Boutique. Always got me looking. Let me show you this. Oh, God, yeah. Always got me looking good. Now, she has 2 locations now. One on the road going to Osu Police Station, and the other one at Nyadeba, yes, not far from Qatar World Cup. So yes, she's there to provide you with the very best in clothing. Anything you can think about. She's an amazing stylist as well. A big thank you going out to LA girl. Yep. Yes, that LA girl in Ghana. Like, got me looking so mwah, beautiful, right? A big thank you going out to my amazing camera crew, my editor. That was making sure every time everything is on point. Yes. A big thank you going out to you for always tuning in to Outlook on Joy News TV. My name is Najli Deku. I'll be back next week with more. This is Outlook. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Foreign Affairs. Welcome to our viewers here in Ghana and around the world. Israel is in political transition. The country's former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is forming his next government. But it's been a tough time for him as there's been close to 5 elections in less than 4 years. Israel is still on the lookout for its substantive government, as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would have to negotiate a new coalition that will steer the affairs of the country. Here is a report on the political situation in Israel.
Israel's former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is officially tasked with forming a new government, paving the way for his comeback as the head of what is widely expected to be the most right-wing coalition in the country's history. The Middle East country has experienced a period of unprecedented political gridlock that forced 5 elections in less than 4 years. Netanyahu's Likud party and his ultra-Orthodox and ultra-nationalist allies came first in the November 1 elections, ending the short-lived ideologically diverse government that had removed him last year after 12 consecutive years in power. Final election results announced on Thursday show that Netanyahu and his ultra-nationalist allies, many of whom were considered beyond the pale in Israeli politics only a few years ago, won 64 seats in the 120-seat parliament, with 32 of those seats going to Netanyahu's party, Likud. But as the former Prime Minister proceeds to form his government, there are implications for Israel's foreign policy. So what will be top priority for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he assumes his leadership role in the wake of several international developments?
Well, I think I have, first of all, my immediate task is in the next 10 days or so to form my government, which is... it's a pain, but you have to do that. It's juggling a lot of, but that's, having done that, been there, done that, we'll do it again.
Yeah.
But then the purpose is not power per se, because power for its own sake is boring. It's to achieve really 3 things. The first is to block Iran's path to nuclear weapons and maybe there's a new opportunity here with the fantastic show of courage of Iranian men and Iranian women who are demanding their freedom. It's quite astounding. So I think this is the first goal. And parallel to that is to complete the quest for peace with other Arab nations and effectively end the Israeli-Arab conflict, not the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, because the Palestinians are 1% to 2% of the Arab world. And they've been wagging the the body of the Arab states for too long and prevented any reconciliation with the Arab world because they don't want a peace with Israel. They want a peace without Israel. They don't want a state next to Israel. They want a state instead of Israel. So it took about 25 years for me to break this Palestinian veto, to break out to the Arab states. The peace is unbelievable. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis are flying over the skies of Saudi Arabia to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. They're embracing, they're dancing in the streets with the Emiratis. We have joint ventures. It's a war and peace. It's tremendous. And I'd like to expand that to the rest of the Arab world. That's goal number 2. And goal number 3 is to continue to not merely build up Israel's technological capability, but really to seize the future. We protect the past. We respect the past as no people does. And no people does respect it as we do. But we also seize the future. And the 21st century is going to be very, very different from anything we've seen before. And Israel, I think, can be the fountainhead of these miraculous cures, technologies, processes that will make the life of all humanity better. And I have some clear ideas on how to continue the free market revolution that I did here. So you're welcome to come here and see all of that with your own eyes. And again, I truly am grateful for your friendship and support.
Unconfirmed reports also suggest that the new government is expected to pass sweeping judicial reforms, a long-held priority of Israel's right.
Now to our conversation with Israeli Ambassador to Ghana, Shlomit Sufa. She speaks to us about the democratic situation in Israel, plus the foreign policy implications for nations around the world, especially in Africa, as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu forms his next government. Ambassador Shlomit Sufa, thank you for talking to JoyNews. It's been a little over a year since you arrived in this country, starting your tour of duty. So just before we get into the business of the day, I just guess it's fair to ask you how Ghana is treating you. What's your assessment of your tour of duty so far?
Thank you very much, Blessed. I think that trying to sum up a year so full and packed of activities is really difficult to do, but I can say at this point that Ghana has treated me very well. I've been welcomed with open arms and warm smiles everywhere I go, and we have lots of activities, lots of cooperations, and we are always planning to do more and to contribute more to enhance and deepen the relationships between Ghana and Israel.
And I must say that we'll be going into details to talk about some of the programs that you're rolling out to strengthen that level of cooperation between Ghana and Israel. But it's a good point for us to start back from home. 5 elections in less than 4 years. There are many of us here in Ghana who are wondering what exactly is happening in Israel. Just help us understand this for those who are not conversant with your political and governance structures. What's going on in Israel?
Thank you, Bless.
Right.
Israel is a parliamentary democracy. It means that every 4 years we elect our candidates to the parliament. The parliament has 120 seats. And the person that is going to be a prime minister is the person and the party that will be able to pull a majority in the parliament, meaning 61 seats at least. In the history of Israel, since our establishment in 1948, we never had one party that was able to win 61 seats in the parliament. We have a multi-party system, and it means that the party with the best chances of forming a coalition of parties that will sum up in 61 seats or more is the person entrusted with forming the new government, and they have to negotiate with different parties that will eventually form the coalition and the government. This process is not easy, and it's quite difficult. You have to negotiate with each and every party separately and to form guidelines of the new government that all the parties that you have brought in the coalition agreements, all of them need to agree to those guidelines. When it comes to a coalition that is formed of many parties, this is quite challenging. And this is one of the issues that we were facing through the last couple of years, to form a coalition that would be stable enough to last for a long time without losing the confidence of the parliament. This happened a couple of times, and then we had to go to elections again and again. Hopefully, the person who is now entrusted with the task of forming the new government, who is former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will be successful in establishing a new, strong and stable coalition.
We'll be talking about the next steps as he forms this government, but there's obviously some who are on the fringes to say, we criticize Israel's democracy. It may be unique in nature, but it's becoming more or less an albatross for your country. What do you say to such critics who believe it's time to reform how your governance process works?
Well, allow me to strongly disagree. First of all, there are different kinds of democracies all over the world, and the nature and the type of democracy that you will see, say, in the United States is not like the one you would see in Norway. And both of them are different to the democracy we have in Israel. Each country with its own legislation, its own traditions, and its own political reality. That's for starters. Second, I think that I don't need to attest to how the international community views Israel. Let's go to the major companies that provide the international credit rate all over the world. Moody's, Standard & Fitch, and others. All of them maintained Israel's very high international credit rate during 2022 and attested to the very strong, robust and resilient economy in Israel. You don't find this kind of economy in a country that is so struggling with political challenges. And I think that these companies, credit companies, when they reaffirm a very high international credit rate for Israel, that says it all.
But you agree that leadership is key and national cohesion is also very much necessary. The belief is your system is promoting this kind of a sharply divided country with either sides, I mean, being on one political ideology or the other. So it's becoming a problem for you to unite the country and to move forward, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily we all have to unite. We are a very vibrant society. We have very different sectors, ideologies, ideas, and that's what makes Israel such a wonderful, unique mosaic of cultures, of ethnicities, of religions. And as a liberal and open country, there's place for everyone. Forming a government that will be strong enough to hold a majority of the parliament is indeed a challenge, but I'm certain that we will have a stronger and resilient government this time. How did you keep up? And by asking of keeping up, there are some countries that experience vacuums when, of course, they do not have a substantive precedent. But in your case, your state was still able to work even without a substantive government. How did that happen? Well, we always had a government, right? There was no vacuum.
Right.
Even when the government lost confidence at the parliament, they were still on a transitional mode until a new government is elected. There's never a vacuum where there's no governance, and Israel is well governed on all accounts, security, socially, economically. I think the results speak for themselves.
And now the next steps, of course, your president has given the nod to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to form his government. What will be the next steps, and what are the requirements going by the laws of the country?
So the future Prime Minister has 28 days to form a new coalition and present it to the Parliament for the Parliament vote and approval. If that person fails to do so, then he returns the mandate that he was given, returns it to the President, and the President has to approach another person, another politician, that may have a better chance at forming a coalition. So we expect then in less than a month, a new government will be presented for a vote of confidence at the Parliament.
And the fear is that it may take longer than the projected time you're working with.
Well, these things happened before, and we always found a solution that is eligible within the framework of the law. We are a law-ruled and law-abiding country, so everything is done within what the law provides and allows.
Madam Ambassador, I want us to transpose what's happening in Israel internally to how your country is viewed on the international stage. The belief is that indeed you used to be an active player in the international community, yet looking at this political uncertainty, if I could use that description, you're losing your place of pride in the international community. What do you say to that?
I say that we are still a very strong actor on the international community. Just to give one very recent example, our participation in the Climate Change Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, that is actually still taking place there. We have a very strong participation. Our delegation was led by the President, Yitzhak Herzog, and we had a good number of ministers, hundreds of companies, civil society actors, all kinds of stakeholders. For the first time since the establishment of this climate summits, we have established a pavilion, an Israeli pavilion, that has already been visited by hundreds and thousands of people. And we are very happy to show how Israel is ready to face the challenges of climate change and come up with very innovative solutions that will work better through collaboration. No country is an island, and what has been developed in Israel, which is quite remarkable if you look at all kinds of solutions that Israel is now providing through collaboration. We have 42 startups that just work on alternative protein. We are the second in the world in number of companies that work on alternative protein. In terms of renewable energy, we have a couple of hundreds of companies that work on that, and they have already attracted the investment of $2 billion. So just let those figures sink in. In terms of contributing to the international community, of collaborating, working and benefiting the entire international community, I think we stand in a very good place.
And since you're talking about COP27, it's a good time to bring issues up. The fear that countries may be shifting their priorities, looking at some other developments in the world. For instance, the Russian-Ukraine war. We'll talk about that in detail. But I just want to go back to the COP27. The fear that countries are shifting priority. For instance, even in our case here in Ghana, our nationally determined contribution is being reviewed, and that's the trend around the world. Is Israel equally joining that bandwagon and changing your commitments to adaptation and climate change?
Yes, but in a very positive manner, meaning that not only we stand strong on our obligations through the Paris Agreement, we actually wish to increase it. So our obligations for 2030, for example, is reducing emissions from 70% to 30%, shifting to renewable energy, and thus even more reducing pollution and other factors that are very negative to the environment. So not only we are committed, we are even more strongly committed to working on the effects of and the challenges of climate change.
And I'm sure that you've been monitoring the arguments from most African leaders. They believe that the developed world or the semi-developed world, they are largely contributing to the pollution around the world. And that's why the conversation has been on for the loss and damage reparations. What do you feel that developed countries should be doing in supporting African nations? Negates the effects of climate change?
Israel is a developed country, but we almost have no, heavy industry. We are not a big player in that sense. But we strongly believe and we strongly act on working better with developing countries in providing, technologies, providing innovative solutions, pushing towards relevant UN resolutions, as we have just done this month, and providing or presenting to countries such as Ghana all kinds of means of collaboration that would benefit both countries, and working together, of course, we will reach better results. I'm a strong believer in synergy. One country can do so much, the other countries can do so much. Working together always bring better results. We work very strong on issues like this here in Ghana. For example, in August we held the Israeli Green Innovation Competition, where we encouraged young entrepreneurs from Ghana to present very innovative ideas for agriculture and climate change challenges in Ghana. And of course they won all kinds of prizes. The winner of the first prize will be traveling to Israel next year on a professional visit, and she is the founder of a company called AI Scarecrow. Just an example of the many activities that we do here in Ghana. And my colleagues, Israeli ambassadors all over Africa, do the same work with their host countries, with as many countries as we can on this issue.
And apologies for staying a bit longer on the issue of climate change, but it affects everyone in the world. The challenge besides funding has been the issue of technology. The fact that African countries such as Ghana don't have the sufficient technology to equally adapt. How are you bridging that gap?
So, as I said, we work on different levels and different elements in cooperation with Ghana. Another example that I can give you is, for example, our strong participation in the Ghana Digital Innovation Week. Okay. That just took place a couple of weeks ago. Israel is one of the co-founder and the partners for this week, for the activities. We had a delegation come from Israel of the Pierce Foundation, and the entire delegation is comprised of innovators that come up with very interesting solutions, technologies, products that are tailor-made to the needs of Ghana, and they are developing it They came here and they took part in the Digital Innovation Week, for example, gave presentations and workshops, and then they come back to Israel to continue and complete the work on their products, which will eventually be introduced to Ghanaian partners, so we can better work together.
Madam Ambassador, I want us to go back to where we started off from, what's happening in your country, the fact that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is forming his new government. There's obviously an implication for foreign relations and Israel's dealings around the world. There are also implications for your national security as well, knowing that you've had a long-standing tension between neighboring Palestine. Let's start off from there. The world doesn't seem to get the true picture. Of course, everyone has their side to the story. What's the Israeli story with regard to that tension?
The conflict between Israel and Palestinians is decades long, over a century. It's a very complicated conflict, and we come to a point at this time that all reasonable, pragmatic people understand, on both sides, that the only way forward and the only way we can resolve this very complex conflict that bears so much history and so much pain on both sides, the only way forward is by negotiation, is with the goal of having a political solution to the conflict and establishing two states side by side for two nations living in peace and security. Any other solution will not be sustainable. But how do we get there? If we try anything that will not be in that channel, it will just not work. And by saying this, I refer to the latest work and the latest initiative of the Palestinians within the UN, where they're pushing all kinds of anti-Israeli resolutions. They may gain a majority to vote in favor of those resolutions. But not only that, this will not change anything in the reality between the two countries, two nations. It will take things backwards. It will be counterproductive because it is reducing any kind of confidence that we need to have between us. So working on the UN fora may be showing some quick positive, allegedly positive results for the Palestinians, but once you look at it and you look inside it, you see that they have gained nothing. If anything, they took us back.
The feeling is it was stoked by your greatest ally, the United States of America. How do you feel then that a political solution may come out of this, knowing that that unilateral decision has not been reversed?
The only way forward, as I said, is achieving an agreement. And an agreement can only be achieved when you have the two sides in the room negotiating. And this will be difficult. There are no easy solutions. And we will have to understand that in negotiations, you win some, you lose some. You cannot have everything you want to when you enter the room. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the two sides sitting next to the same table, you will not get anywhere. So that's what we need. We need to start negotiations. And we find no partner there.
Do you have hopes that at least someday that war will come to an end?
There's a very famous saying, I think, by the first Prime Minister of Israel, that in the Middle East, in order to be a pragmatist, you have to be of a very positive vision.
Right.
Yes, I have hopes for that, absolutely. I would like to remind you that a few decades ago, Egypt was the arch enemy of Israel, biggest enemy, and the one that was always calling and working towards the annihilation of Israel. And eventually Egypt was the first country to sign a peace accord with Israel. And they did so because they understood the necessity of such an agreement, that it benefits them as much as it benefits Israel and of course the entire region. They were the first. So I think that if you look at that example, if you would ask people 10 years before that, if Egypt would ever sign a peace agreement with Israel, they would say this is not going to happen,
possible.
Never, not possible. Yet it happened.
So you have hopes?
I have hopes, yes.
And just as you have hopes that this would end, there's a new sort of Cold War, as experts are calling it, brewing across the world in the wake of the Russian-Ukrainian war. It's another development that may need, obviously, Israel to state its position on. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is known for his advocacy around the world, and there are those who are looking up to him to see his very first statement on that. What's going to be, or what is, Israel's position on the ongoing escalating tension?
So I think that Israel's position with regard to the war has been very clear. We had then Foreign Minister and later Prime Minister Yair Lapid state very strongly Israel's support for Ukraine, and we have providing support for Ukraine, both the Jewish community there and non-Jewish community, with a lot of support, with water, with generators, with humanitarian support of many kinds. As to the future, you know, it's very, very dangerous to make a prophecy, especially about the future, as they say, and we will have to see how will future Prime Minister Netanyahu will form his foreign policy with regard to this conflict.
But your state is determined to condemn Russia?
It has already condemned Russia, yes.
And Africa is beginning to pay the price for it, and developed countries around the world as well that are reeling under the economic shock of what's happening there. This is the time where many believe that you must strengthen your cooperation with other countries to avert the shocks. What is Israel doing, for instance, to support countries such as Ghana in that regard?
Well, I'm happy to share with you as much as the time will allow us in this interview.
We have all of the time then.
We work on many different fields. I think I've already named some of our initiatives and cooperations during the interview, and we work on many more. One example would be the establishment of a new laboratory that is going to be a maker's space and will allow the development, both technological and business-wise, of new entrepreneurs in Ghana with a very professional counseling by Israeli experts. And we are doing this in collaboration with Academic City University College and with an Israeli company by the name of MakeLab. We will launch officially this project and the flag program of it called iFair. We plan to launch it in the first quarter of 2023. It's already being built, it's in the process. And we hope that through this laboratory, we will be able to support not just entrepreneurs from all over Ghana, but also different kinds of communities and provide them with all kinds of classes, workshops, and promote technological education, both in the university and beyond that.
Yeah, right.
That's one example. We have, 4 years ago, the Embassy of Israel was reopened in Ghana in 2011.
Okay.
And 4 years ago, around 2018, we have also opened a trade and economic mission. So through the last 4 years, we had a very vibrant activity of having professional experts come to Ghana for all kinds of meetings, collaborations, a fintech summit, sending professional delegations to Israel for international conferences that we held there. And we are now about to have a new head of this office. And I know that he has many plans and dreams of how he wants to take this activity even further. And there are many more examples of collaboration. We have a national aid agency by the name Mashav, and it's part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So with Mashav, we are working in the framework of training the trainers. We train a group of people, and then they spread on the skills, the knowledge. So some people are being sent to Israel to take the program there, and sometimes we have experts come from Israel to Ghana to do the training here in Ghana. We have ongoing projects like the project in Kumasi South and Censure hospitals. We have a Neonatal project for the last 8 years or 9 years. And we have a program where we send every year 200 trainees in agriculture to stay for 1 year in Israel, where they both learn and have hands-on experience in Israeli farms. When they come back to Ghana, and they're being paid a salary, so when they come back to Ghana, they have both the skills, the hands-on experience, and some seed money.
Are you likely to scale up the number of persons you take out there?
We are always reviewing the number, and I can assure you that I'm pushing headquarters to always increase the number. The number has been doubled a year and a half ago, from 100 to 200. And I don't know, we're still in discussions, we'll see, but I can assure you that I'm always pushing to have the numbers increase. And this is just some examples of the activities that we have here.
You were talking about trade earlier. Have you put figures to it to see how we're faring in terms of Ghana-Israeli relations on scaling up trade and investment?
So you have to look at these figures from two angles. There's the angle or the level of bilateral trade that is very modest. But when it comes to Israeli companies that come to work in Ghana to do all kinds of projects, then we're talking about very nice figures. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. And companies that do all kinds of projects in terms of infrastructure, water, health, agriculture, and we have a very nice presence taking the Israel-Ghana collaboration to the next level.
Foreign direct investments may be ideal for nations such as Ghana, but also there's the advocacy for intra-Africa trade. Of course, I'm sure that you've heard of the Continental Agreement to show up trade within our region or continent. What's your take on AFTA?
I think it's a wonderful tool. We hope that as Israel and Israeli companies, we will be able to make use of this tool to improve and increase the trade between Israel and Africa.
In what ways do you intend to roll out support for Africa in its entirety?
As far as I know, we're still in a phase of reviewing and understanding the mechanisms. And once we have a better understanding of how best to work with this agreement, with the Secretariat that is placed here in Accra, then we will know how to move forward.
So now let's talk about the outlook and what the future holds for Ghana and Israel in terms of your cooperation. Are there some projects in the pipeline that you intend to roll out to scale up that level of cooperation?
Absolutely. We look forward to the year 2023 for two reasons. One is that in this year, Israel will be celebrating 75 years. So it's a very special year for Israel. and for Israeli missions all over the world. We want to do very special activities throughout this year. And the second is that on this year, 2023, we will be marking 65 years to the visit of Golda Meir in Ghana. Golda Meir is Israel's first female foreign minister, later to become Prime Minister of Israel. And when she visited Ghana and other countries in West Africa, that's where she had the inspiration to establish the National Aid Agency, Mashav. When she came back to Israel, she told the government, we must reach out to the new young nations in Africa that were just emerging out of colonial rule, and we must cooperate. Israel was a developing country at the time, and still we were under the obligation to reach out to countries, first in Africa, later in Asia, Latin America, and everywhere around the world. So marking 65 years to Golda's visit, we want to do many kind of projects that will naturally focus on women empowerment, on leadership, and on international cooperation. One program that we are already looking forward to have within less than 2 weeks will take place on or around November 25th, which is the International Day for Combating Violence Against Women. So we will be taking a group of young girls, age 14 and above, and we will provide them with lessons of Krav Maga. I don't know.
What was that, by the way?
Krav
We're
Maga.
interested in knowing.
It's a martial art that was developed in Israel.
Okay.
And these lessons, these classes will allow those girls to develop skills of self-defense, but it also builds character and it builds confidence and it empowers them. So we are very much looking forward to this program. And this is, of course, still here this year, 2022.
And I see how elated you are talking about women empowerment. And of course, that's your background as well. You're passionate about empowering women. Why?
Well, naturally, it is a cause that is very close to my heart.
Right.
I think that I've been a feminist, you could say, from age 6 or 5, where my big brother and I, we're playing together, and I would like, anything you can do, I can do, if not better than the same. So I always felt that women should move up, show their full capacities, show their full strength, not be stopped by any glass ceiling. So, of course, I worked throughout my career, not just as a diplomat, but as a mentor to young women that were just embarking on the way to have a professional career. I'm a member of the Dvorah Forum, which is a forum in Israel of women in security and diplomacy, and they advocate these issues to as many publics and many communities as possible. So this is something that is, I think, very close to my heart, and I'm also very proud of my team at the embassy here in Accra, where constitutes majority of women. So it's a very, very special experience.
Yeah,
for me.
and since you're talking about women empowerment, it's a good time to look at the global picture. Since the Beijing conference, we've seen a manifestation of different groupings and advocacy around the world, and yet that inequality gap has not been addressed in terms of creating an equal society for many nations around the world. What do you feel is accounting for that slow pace towards achieving equality?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Some countries will show a good pace and some countries less.
Right.
it's a very dynamic issue. You have to look at it in a very wide perspective. It will take time, I'm certain of it. But if you look back 20, 30, and of course more than that, look back 20 or 30 years, you will see a huge difference from where we were then to where we are now. And of course it's going to be a very long and very even complicated and not easy process, but I'm certain that we will be advancing on women's equality and women's rights better and better through the years.
Talking about Ghana and its relations with Israel, obviously would not be fair if we don't touch on the religious interest. The fact that your country plays host to some of the world's most revered religious sites in the world. Looking at some of these features you have, we know that there are, of course, plans by our government to open more opportunity to the Christian population to move into Israel. I mean, these are some of the policies that we've announced, but how are you also coming to our level just to facilitate the religious interest of both countries?
Well, Israel is the Holy Land and the land of the Bible, so we attract pilgrims, mainly Christians, but not only Christians, from all over the world. We cherish this very much. We highly appreciate this this kind of tourism, the Christian pilgrimage, as well as others. And we are encountering, especially since all restrictions have been lifted after COVID, and free travel and free movement are back. And we see flights, and we are encountering an ever-increasing demand of people from Ghana that wish to travel to Israel, and they approach the embassy. And we are very much positive about this. We are cherishing this, and we're working with the government of Ghana, you know, to establish a mechanism that will aim to have a swift process as possible for
now there are hurdles?
Sorry?
Are there hurdles in the religious tourism aspect?
Not necessarily hurdles, but the visa process it takes time. So in order to make this as smooth, as swift as possible, it's better to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Chieftaincy, with many churches all over the country to establish such a mechanism that will allow better and quicker issuance of visas.
Have you started the process already? Because we keep seeing lots of our religious leaders encourage their church members to travel to Israel.
Yes, we definitely feel that, and yes, the process, as far as I'm aware, it's already in process, working.
Madam Ambassador, is there anything you'd want Ghanaians to know aside all that we've talked about today?
Yes, I'm happy to share with you, as we've started this interview, that the relations between Ghana and Israel are very warm, very close. And there's a good sense that there's a lot of willingness, both on Ghana's government and Israel government, to take those relations and deepen them, enhance them. And I feel very lucky to be here as an ambassador of Israel in this time, with so many possibilities and opportunities to work more on our relations.
If there's something the Ghanaian society should be learning from Israel, what would that be?
That's a good question.
Right.
It's difficult to answer because the more I live here, the more I find similarities between our two nations, about the warmth, the openness, the creativity. I think that if there's any advice from the Israeli psyche that I could give you is always try to look at things from a fresh angle, to innovate. This is one of our main engines for economic growth. So I would encourage Ghanaians to try and be as innovative and to initiate as many processes as possible and not be afraid of failure, because this is always part of the process, and you learn from failure even more than what you learn from success. And you have to strive and move forward until you are successful.
Ambassador Shlomit Sufa, thank you for talking to JoyNews.
Thank you very much, Blessed.
It is not always black or white.
It could be black and white.
You want to ask why? Why not?
You want to have a say, so you take the microphone.
End of the day, they'll tell you, oh, about Faye, about Chun, they'll come and take pictures and all that. They don't do it.
There are always issues. Find those that matter to you
On the all-new AM show with Benjamin
and Bernice.
It is worth waking up for.
I've had countless questions about why you should sleep for particular periods of time. Some say 2 hours, others say 4 hours. But for young adults like me, you should sleep 7 to 8 hours. Why? Because studies have shown that if you sleep less than 6 hours or more than 9 hours, you have a death rate of about 60% as compared to people who sleep 7 to 8 hours. Today, our discussion is on sleep and why it's very important. Join me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, on this discussion. So sleep is very important because a lot of the repair and restorative functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. Growth hormone release, tissue repair, muscle growth, all occur when you're sleeping, so you need to sleep. Also, if you want to be able to have a very good judgment and to be able to focus very well, you need to sleep. Because when you don't sleep, you can't focus, you can't judge things right. And that's why it's important to sleep. Now, I know so much has been said about sleeping to lose weight and all of that. Well, here's the issue. If you actually want to lose weight, you need to sleep for the right amount of time. Why? Because when you're sleep deprived, obesity has been linked to it. So a lot of the restorative and repair functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. Growth hormone release, muscle repair, tissue growth, all of it occurs when you're sleeping. So you need to sleep. Now, judgment and focus are very, very important, and these are enhanced when you're sleeping. When you're sleep deprived, you're unable to judge things very well and you can't focus. When you wake up in the morning, your decisions are terrible simply because you were not able to sleep well. Now, I know so much has been said about obesity. People say if you want to lose weight, don't sleep, or sleep for 2 hours, or sleep for 4 hours. Now, here's the issue. You need to sleep for the right amount of time if you want to lose weight. Why? Obesity has been linked with sleep deprivation. When you don't sleep, that is when you're sleep deprived, there's a hormone known as ghrelin. It's an appetite stimulant, so it's increased. And the more you stay awake, the more this is increased, and the more your appetite depressant, which is leptin, comes down. So the more you stay awake, the more ghrelin goes up, the hungrier you become, the more you eat, and then what? The more you gain weight. I'm sure I've been able to convince you that sleep is very important. If not, well, let's look at a few other reasons as well. You need to be able to sleep so that you can learn and learn very well. Sleep has been associated with memory and learning. So for learning, we have something we call acquisition. That's when you acquire the knowledge. And then we have consolidation. That's when the knowledge is stabilized. And then we have recall. And when you're awake, acquisition and recall occur when you're awake. But stabilization of the information, that's consolidation, occurs when you're sleeping. So now you know why it's important to sleep the night before your exam, right? Yes, especially after you spend so much time studying. If you do not sleep the night before, you're unable to remember anything because no information was consolidated whatsoever. Sleep is very important because it makes you feel refreshed. The more awake you stay, the more there's an increase in the hormone known as adenosine. It goes up and up and up, and you feel tired the whole time. But when you sleep, your body is able to clear all this adenosine, and then you wake up feeling refreshed. And so, before you decide to cheat nature and decide that you're going to sleep 2 hours or 4 hours, remember that if you're a young adult like me, then you need to sleep 7 to 8 hours. My name is Dr. Hannalisa Tete, and I'm sure I've been able to convince you why it's important for you to sleep and why it's important for you to sleep the right amount of hours. Join me next time.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
Freestyle. Hey, let's go. Atom. Jam. Reloaded. Are you ready? Reloaded. Are you ready? Jam. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided
I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumyo, may I say?
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel. Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Journalism must be balanced. Well, we go beyond that. We say journalism must be fair and objective.
This is the breakdown. Going beyond the headlines, I am Akisa Wandera. As calls for a green world get louder at the COP27 summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, we look at the cost of going green for Africa. 27 years since the inception of COP, has there been any progress in stemming global warming and its effects on the planet? We tell you all about it. And we debunk some of the common myths and misconceptions about climate change. Welcome to the program. Historically, industrialization and economic development have gone hand in hand with greenhouse gas emissions as a result of exploring high carbon emission energy sources. As the world gets warmer and the effects of the planet more devastating than before, the call to explore low carbon emissions or green energy sources is getting louder. Developing nations are now expected to power their future with wind, solar, and hydrogen energy as compared to coal and oil. Africa is among these developing nations faced with the tough choice of adopting expensive green energy to curb emissions or grow economically with cheaper energy options. Is this feasible, and what will be the price of going green for the continent? I'm now joined by Professor Kevin Urama, a chief economist at the Africa Development Bank. Welcome to the show, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
These are seemingly very tough choices for African countries as well as other developing nations. What's your take on that?
Yes, going green is a necessity required to save the planet. It's a necessity required because of the new industrial revolution that we are seeing happening. So the technologies are shifting to cleaner energy options. The market choices in terms of demand for energy are also increasingly shifting, and the policies are also shifting towards greener energy options. So for African countries, what this means is that for Africa to remain competitive and at the edge of the, to be able to benefit from the new industrial revolution, the green growth transitions that we're seeing, Africa must necessarily invest heavily on exploiting its natural resources, which we have a very much abundance of in the green minerals, in green energy and solar energy options that we have. But that means quite a lot for Africa, because saving the planet is a global commons problem, which Africa did not cause. Africa contributes only a meager 3% of CO2 emissions, while other countries have contributed heavily. So that still requires that there needs to be, as agreed in the COP21 agreement, scaling of climate finance flows into Africa. Currently, what is coming into Africa is just not enough to be able to help, even to address, achieve the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, which was part of that agreement. So we need to have clear options in this COP27 on how the developed countries will scale climate finance flows and making sure that the structure of that climate finance flows is amenable to the poor, so that the money can come to Africa to support the innovation, support the capacity building, and support the technologies for producing renewable energy options and green technology options on the continent.
You've talked about abundant resources that African countries have, and most of these leaders have remained adamant to exploit some of these resources, say gas, oil and coal, for economic development in their countries. Should they have to choose between going green and curbing emissions, or exploiting what they have in abundance? Where does this place a lot of these African leaders and their countries?
Again, what we've seen in our research is that economic development, CO2 emissions, poverty alleviation, all these all these global goals, which every country is looking for, are very highly correlated. That means that as long as you continue to grow your economies better, you'll be able to adopt smarter technologies, you'll be able to afford to adapt to climate change. So we should not trade off economic development goals or poverty alleviation goals with climate reduction of climate emission goals. All these have to go together. So we cannot have a trade-off where governments are faced with options of not using resources that they have in order to grow their economy and reduce poverty because they want to save the global planet. But on the other side, it is also not acceptable for Africa to continue to pollute the planet, because Africa is worst hit by climate impacts because of that lack of capacity and economic growth.
Stay with us, Professor Orama. We'll be getting back with that and more as we break down the energy dilemma for Africa.
One of the biggest issues at the just concluded COP27 summit held in Egypt was fossil fuel. Rich countries want an end to further exploitation of fossil fuels to tackle the devastating impacts of climate change. But Africa has vast fossil fuel reserves that remain largely untapped, resources that have been termed necessary to expand economies and electricity access across the continent. So what does this mean for a continent that continues to pay the price of global warming? Access to energy currently stands low in Africa compared to other regions, with more than 600 million Africans living without electricity services, while 900 million lack access to clean cooking facilities. These numbers saw African countries adopt a common position in July 2022 to deploy all forms of its abundant energy resources, including renewable and non-renewable energy, to address energy demand. This despite warnings from the International Energy Agency to investors against funding new oil, gas and coal supply projects if the world wants to reach net zero emissions by mid-century. Critics have termed as hypocrisy warnings by developed nations who have already used up their fossils for industrial growth. Africa has about 9.5% of the total global proven reserves of crude oil, 8% of natural gas reserves, and 4% of coal reserves. Much of the fossil fuel in Africa is either exported or has not yet been developed for use within Africa. Africa's industrialization relies in part on expanding natural gas use. More than 5,000 billion cubic meters of natural gas resources has been discovered to date in Africa, which has not yet been approved for development. These resources could provide an additional 90 billion cubic meters of gas a year by 2030, which may well be vital for the fertilizer, steel and cement industries and water desalination. Proponents of going green, however, say this could be an opportunity for Africa to lead the world in going green. The continent is home to 60% of the best solar resources worldwide, but it currently holds only 1% of solar PV capacity. Renewables, including solar, wind, hydropower and geothermal, account for over 80% of new power generation capacity added by 2030 in the Sustainable Africa scenario. Achieving Africa's energy and climate goals, however, means more than doubling energy investments this decade. This would take over $190 billion each year from 2026 to 2030, with 2/3 going to clean energy.
I'm back with Professor Kevin Urama, who's a chief economist at the Africa Development Bank. Thank you for staying with us, Professor. So you've talked about embracing green energy for African countries. And of course, this will mean proper financing. It's one of the biggest conversations at the COP27 summit. Exactly how much money does Africa need to go green? And what are your expectations that would come out of the COP27 summit? What commitments do you expect to see?
Africa has a carbon credit of up to $4.8 trillion between now and 2050. What does that mean? It simply means that the rest of the world, if we have to optimize to achieve 1.5 degrees, should pay Africa $4.8 trillion. But then if you think about the agreements already reached at COP21, Africa requires about $1.6 trillion between now and 2030 to implement the nationally determined contributions. And 80% of that nationally determined contributions, as per the agreements, the Paris Accord, was supposed to come from international external flows of climate finance. This means that Africa should be receiving about $128 billion in climate finance annually. But currently, Africa is only receiving $18.3 billion.
Just picking up from where you've left on green minerals and the kind of resources that Africa has to go green, what opportunities can African countries begin to exploit? Because a lot of people have said this could actually, on the flip side, be an opportunity for Africa to lead the world in going green.
For every industrial revolution we have seen, Africa has huge natural resources to be able to drive those revolutions. For the green minerals, we have almost 90% of green minerals in the world in this continent. We have, in agriculture, 65% of remaining arable land in this continent. On solar potentials, over 60% of solar radiation potentials for the solar panels that we are all seeing as a new market options are in Africa. So what does this mean? African countries need to stop the exploitation of natural resources for export of raw materials, playing at the lower end of the market. We should try to adopt policies, simple policies like franchising. Simply insist that companies should not come to buy the raw materials from you, but that they come to establish the industries in your country near those raw materials.
Professor Urama, very, very good insights there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Now, over previous climate change conferences, there have been resolutions made by countries to stem the progression of global warming and its effects on the planet. What are these pledges and how far have we gone in making them a reality? The BBC's Shiro Morioki has more.
In 2015, over 150 heads of state and leaders of government gathered in Paris, France, for the COP21 conference. At the time, it was the largest group of leaders ever to attend a UN event on a single day. The result of this meeting was the Paris Agreement, which is a legally binding treaty on climate change. Before the Paris Agreement, the world was headed for what would have been a disastrous 3.6 degrees Celsius increase in global temperatures by the year 2100. The Paris Agreement's mission was to keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius and ideally below 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. At 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming, the world will still experience severe climate impacts, but at 2 degrees Celsius, they would be catastrophic. It was adopted by 193 parties at COP21 and came into force on the 4th of November 2016. Now, the agreement requests each country to outline and communicate the actions they would take to mitigate the effects of climate change. These are called nationally determined goals, or NDCs. The NDCs are action plans that show how each country plans to cut emissions and adapt to climate impacts. So far, all 193 parties to the Paris Agreement have issued at least a first NDC, and 151 parties have issued a second or updated NDC. NDCs should ideally be reviewed every 5 years in order to track the progress of the pledges countries have made. All African countries have issued at least one NDC. Rwanda was the first country in Africa to revise its initial NDC with a bold goal to cut emissions by 38% by 2030. It will pursue reductions across key sectors of its economy, including water, agriculture, land and forestry, human settlements, health, transport, and mining. Another major commitment, even before the Paris Agreement, is a Green Climate Fund. It was established in 2010 to collect donations from more developed countries to help small and developing nations adapt to climate change and reduce emissions. The developed countries pledged to raise $100 billion a year by the year 2020. The fund, however, has only raised $7 billion by the end of 2021, although it has also received pledges for an additional $10 billion by 2023. The Trump administration withdrew the United States from the Paris Agreement in November 2020, even though the country, along with China, is one of the top 2 global emitters of greenhouse gases. This raised concerns among the other parties to the treaty, with countries saying it would be that much harder to meet the goals laid out by the agreement. However, under Joe Biden, the United States re-entered the agreement in early 2021.
We'll now take a short break, but when we come back, we debunk some myths and misconceptions about climate change. Don't go too far.
Press freedom matters because with the press, the voiceless find a voice. With the press, the oppressed are able to raise their issues to obtain justice. With the press, as activists, as members of parliament who carry out oversight, the press amplifies the work we do to ensure that there is accountability and there is transparency. Ultimately, it enhances our governance, and the people get value for money. The people are able to reap the democratic dividend. And to me, this is why press freedom matters. And press freedom must never be compromised. It must never be undermined. And all of us must do everything in our power to defend press freedom, even if it will cost us our lives, because that is the last bastion. It is the vanguard of our democracy. Press freedom will always matter.
Welcome back. You are watching The Breakdown. The COP27 meeting held in Egypt's resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh has not been marked by large protests as witnessed in previous years. This has been attributed to the Egyptian government's alleged clampdown on demonstrations amid claims of arrests of tens of activists. Caroline Mwangi looks at climate activism and its role in combating climate change.
What do we want? Climate justice! What do we want it?
Protests are commonplace during the annual COP meetings as activists and citizens call for more urgent action against climate change. During COP26 in Glasgow, 100,000 people took to the streets, with another 500,000 gathering during COP25 in Madrid and another 75,000 protesting during COP24 in Brussels, Belgium. Recent months have seen a spike in protests, with different organizations taking up different actions. Members of Just Stop Oil threw tomato soup and mashed potatoes at paintings in London and Potsdam City in Germany. They also glued themselves to walls in museums and on roads. Members of the Last Generation group glued themselves to a highway in Berlin, Germany, blocking traffic. There were also demos across 250 cities and towns in the country in September, protesting global warming. On the first day of COP27, climate change activists blocked private jets flying to Sharm el-Sheikh from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam by sitting in front of the wheels and riding bicycles on the airfield. African climate activists have joined their counterparts from other developing nations in the ongoing COP27 to demand for an end to fossil fuel use, adaptation financing, climate financing, and loss and damages compensation for poor nations for climate-induced disasters such as floods and wildfires. Activists have been calling for more urgent and drastic action against climate change, accusing world leaders of dragging their feet while global temperatures rise. Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, for example, has accused leaders of greenwashing and using COP meetings to get attention. There have also been varied views regarding measures taken by young climate activists, but these activists say that their actions are necessary in the quest to tackle global warming.
Now, to further understand the significance of climate activism, I'm now joined by Rukia Hamis, a climate and environmental justice defender. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Akisa.
Do you think that the civil society has been accorded necessary support to carry out activism and advocacy, especially around matters climate change?
I believe it's tougher in Egypt at the moment because I think the civil society would have wanted to do more. But I appreciate that they got space to actually do some actions outside the convention and the space that is in Sharm el-Sheikh. But yeah, I think so far the civil society has managed to work with what's been provided for them. But 100% more support can be and will be accorded to them and will make the work even more easier. Yeah.
There's been a lot of movement from climate activists, especially in Europe. We've seen different kind of protests, whether in supermarkets, along the roads, peculiar ways of doing things. I wonder what you think about this new wave of activism around climate change.
The world has come to a point where extreme situations have brought people to react in extreme measures. I wouldn't say I will support, the food crisis, propagating the food crisis in order to, bring light to climate change. But I also understand that people are frustrated that the demands and the issues that are being brought around in terms of urgency to climate justice isn't really taken seriously in some countries. And I think that's why some of the youth are taking a lot of extreme measures in activism to create more awareness around the climate justice issue.
Do you think this works?
It's made you talk about it. So I think that's what they were going for. That was the flair they were going for. So I'd say it worked in that sense in terms of bringing light to the issues that are happening, whether it's the Stop ECOP campaign or campaigns around, pipelines and gas that are being put up in communities. So the flair has brought media. I think that's what they were looking for, to get attention of media and attention of the fossil fuel companies to know that, yes, things are serious and they need to act urgently. They need to stop. But obviously, 100%, I'm not pro-vandalism and I'm not propagating the food crisis.
So then, with such movement happening in Europe, let's bring it back to Africa. What would you say is the status of activism? Are we doing much, especially around climate change?
Yes, there's a huge movement across the continent of young people taking the charge to speak around climate justice issues. There's communities in Ghana teaching kids and schools around renewable energy and why we should move to renewable energy. There's communities in Kenya, in the coast, that are working on, stopping coal-fired power plants. I don't know if you heard about the Decolonize campaign. And currently there's the work happening in Uganda, Tanzania with the Stop East African Crude Oil Pipeline work, where they're trying to kind of put a stop on the biggest pipeline to ever be put on the East African region. It's a crude oil pipeline that will bring a lot of issues to those two countries. So yes, there's a ton of work happening with the African continent. There's work in South Africa around public finance, and work in Nigeria around stopping coal infrastructure and coal mining in those countries as well. Yeah.
What would you say are some of the notable achievements of climate activists in Africa and on the world stage?
For the past 4 years, there's been a ton of influence or good news due to activism in Africa. Number one, I would come and quote the West African region. So the Africa Development Bank, a couple of years back, announced that they will not finance core infrastructure anymore. And this is due to a ton of work that was happening with the West African youths and youths across the continent, calling for, a shift for financing from Africa Development Bank. Recently in South Africa, you've seen that with the JETP or the work that's happening around the Just Energy Transition Plan, where they're trying to move South Africa, which is the biggest user of coal, and which coal is a bigger contributor to the CO2 emissions in the world and in the atmosphere. So South Africa is trying to shift to bring in the just transition and lead as Africa towards the just transition and using of clean energy. In Kenya as well, with the decolonized movement, they were to put a coal-fired power plant in a World Heritage Site called Lamu, and that was also stopped in around, I think, 2019, if I'm not wrong. So there's been huge achievements, not very celebrated, but there's been a ton of achievements that's been happening on the back.
Rukia, thank you very much for joining us and for your insights. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Now, the internet has been abuzz with searches about climate change following the ongoing COP27 summit. As such, misinformation peddled on social media concerning the climate crisis continues to rise. We now ask a climate scientist to answer to some of the common climate myths. First, one of the most common claims on social media is that climate change is not real. Is this true?
Many climate scientists, even they are not presenting the resource in clear terms enough. For instance, in the literature, people lump evidences and impacts of climate change together. And if we want to get people convinced about the reality of climate change, it's better we talk about evidences of climate change first, before talking about the impacts.
Is climate change a Western problem?
The Earth atmosphere has no restriction or boundary. It recognizes no affluence. It recognizes no national boundary. So if you commit anything or any effluent or gases are, obnoxious gases are released into the atmosphere, they would definitely thin out to spread across the globe. So it's a global phenomenon.
Is the sea level rising or is it just the tides?
The tide and the sea level are not the same. When you talk about the tide, the volume of the water in the ocean will not change, but it can go up in one place. When it goes up in one place, they are saying that it will go down elsewhere. But when it comes to sea level rise that we are talking about, which is associated with the climate change phenomenon, this one refers to appreciable increase in the volume of the water, so that the level will come up. And when the level comes up, it will take part of the land away from us. Part of the more land will be inundated by the sea water.
And finally, is it too late to fix climate change?
If efforts from all directions are intensified, especially in terms of mitigation, definitely we are going to overcome. The scientists will succeed in halting and possibly reversing the climate change.
Right, that marks the end of this week's episode of The Breakdown, but the conversation should not end here. Reach out to us on Twitter at BBC Africa and at Akisa Wandera using the hashtag TheBreakdownBBC. We look forward to hearing from you and thank you always for watching. We'll see you next week for another edition of The Breakdown as we analyze
Hi, my name is Professor Angela Oforiata. I'm a clinical psychologist with the University of Ghana Medical School and Kolebu Teaching Hospital. As much pain as you feel today, tomorrow could be really all blue skies and laughter and sunshine. So tarry a little longer, hold on a little longer, and get the help that you need. Don't be shy to talk about the things that make you sad. Don't be embarrassed to admit that this is a difficult time in your life. Reach out to the people that you have given support to in the past, who will be more than happy to give you the support you need. It's not the end of the world. It just feels like that. There is always a dawn that comes. There is always hope.
It is not always black or white. It could be black and white. You want to ask why. So why not? You want to have a say, so you take the microphone. There always are issues. Find those that matter to you on the all-new AM show with Benjamin Akaplo. It is worth waking up for.
Hi there, regular viewer. And if this is your first time, welcome to the 77% show. Here on this program, we tackle important issues affecting the lives of Africa's youth. My name is Michael Oti, and I am glad to have you here. In today's program, we head to Lagos, Nigeria, and ask people why there is such a big gap between the rich and the poor. Then we meet a Kenyan satirist who uses humor to tackle social problems. Later on in Somaliland, I'll introduce you to the country's first female naval captain. Welcome back. Poverty in Africa is reducing. Years of financial reforms and opening economies have led to businesses and money. But this wealth is not evenly distributed. Now, get this. Africa's 3 wealthiest billionaires have more money than the bottom 50% of Africans combined. And nowhere is this disparity more evident than in Lagos. Here in Nigeria's commercial capital, poverty is 15 minutes away from extreme wealth.
Welcome to Lagos, Africa's biggest city. Many believe that through hard work, just anyone can make it here. That's why thousands of young people are migrating here from West Africa and around Nigeria with dreams to hit it big. The result? An exploding population and a prospering economy.
But as the economy booms for some, the gap between the rich and the poor gets wider. This is Makoko, probably the biggest floating slum in the world. About 250,000 people live here on Lagos Lagoon. There is limited access to sanitation services, electricity, schools, or even clean water.
I'm just looking at this water around us, and it's black and murky and has a very strong, unpleasant smell. Obviously the result of decades of lack of proper sanitation. Now, just in the few minutes that we've been here, we've seen kids play in the water.
Kehinde Shemide was born and raised in Makoko. He has agreed to show us around his home.
This is where I sleep. I sleep with my brothers and sister here. Our toilet is back here. This is the toilet. This is it. This is where we take our bath. This is the keg we use for water, to take the water inside. In this community, we believe we are not blessed by money. But every woman in this community had 9, 8 to 11 children. We believe out of the all, one might be successful to help the others. We don't have anything. There's no any one thing that I'll point my hand at that government have done this for.
60% of Lagosians live in slums and squatter communities. Many informal settlements also risk demolition as the government expands the city. But just a 15-minute drive from Makoko sits Lagos Island. Most Nigerian celebrities and billionaires call this home. For the vast majority of young Nigerians, though, living here is about as unimaginable as touching the sky. Yet, that doesn't stop the sky-high property prices. In Lagos, squalid poverty and unimaginable wealth exist within driving distance. But economists worry the bubble of wealth and relative peace cannot last. Such inequality could worsen insecurity and leave thousands in a vicious cycle of poverty.
When people are poor, to pull them out of that poverty, you need the right level of access for these people. Access in several dimensions. Number one is access to finance, even education, healthcare.
While the rich live sheltered lives on Lagos Island, insulated by their mansions and wealth, communities like Makoko just about keep their heads above water. But how long this dynamic will last is anyone's guess.
We're going to stay in Makoko for a little longer. This informal settlement started as a fishing village years ago, but today it has grown into a metropolis on stilts. The Lagos state government has threatened to demolish it several times, but has faced resistance from people who call it home. Nigeria has some of the wealthiest people on the African continent. So why does a place like Makoko still exist? That is what my colleague Edith Kimani finds out in this week's version of our street debate.
Hello and welcome back to the 77%. This week we are in Lagos, Nigeria. More specifically, we're in Makoko, an informal area in this place. And so we're wondering, how do those people who live in extreme poverty live side by side with some of the richest on the continent? And what does that disparity do to our society? Well, I've got here a panel of very good-looking people who are ready to speak to me. And I'm going to start with Henry, who works for Oxfam. This is the first time that you're here in Makoko. Just give me your views so far. What do you think?
I haven't quite seen a people as impoverished as I'm seeing here today. I haven't seen an environment as deserted as I'm seeing here today. I haven't quite seen lack of government presence like I'm seeing here today. It's quite disheartening, I must say.
All right, let me speak to Henry because I wanted to ask him, having grown up, you grew up in Makoko, right?
Yeah.
Tell me what growing up there was like.
So growing up in Makoko, for me, I would say it's like a privilege. You get a privilege in the sense that I had to, try as much as possible to learn day by day. So it has to come with parents. If your parents are educated, then definitely they really want to push you to do more. But in a scenario whereby your parents too are not really that educated, and even the environment you find yourself, people are not pursuing that level of education, then I tell you that's why we have thousands of children roaming around the streets, not going to school.
Yeah.
So, but I'm just opportune that my parents are educated and they fight, that fight for me to make sure that I attain that degree of education.
Right, so what you're describing here is what academics would say is a cycle of poverty.
Yeah.
Daniel, is it something that you also experienced? No, you didn't grow up in Makoko, but as an informal settlement as well. Was your experience similar to what we're observing?
Oh, mine is similar, but not this extreme, because, coming from a place where you have to constantly provide for yourself, you have to constantly do things for yourself, just like my fellow colleague said, the governments are not really interested in our well-being. We've seen government organizations come down to these communities just to take pictures because they want to post on social media, they want to make it look like they're doing something. So I think what is the real problem is not that we don't have the resources, but the problem is they really don't see these people as our own.
Before we get to the two of you, let me invite the other Daniel. Yes, we have two Daniels and two Henrys. I hope you can keep up. Where are the gaps? Every year when the budget is read out, there's a lot of money being pumped into the country. Why isn't it getting here?
it's been a systemic issue for people not to be able to, for government that are supposed to cater for the needs of people living in this kind of space, not to take care of them. There is so much greed, there's so much a problem of people not understanding the fact that there is need for people to be taken care of. So leadership is a major problem, and that is what we are lacking.
All right. Funmi had something to say to me, and then Henry, I'll get to you.
What Daniel has said.
Yeah.
Places like this are not developed, not because the government does not know that they should develop it, but because the government, especially the Lagos State government, is bent on commercializing places like this. So places like this are identified by the government, if I'm right, that they have sold this place to some government officials and that in 2 years, this place is completely going to be demolished. And then if that happens, in 5 years, you are going to see a fancy estate here that is going to be sold to the same rich people that are buying the same assets that we have in Nigeria.
Okay, let me ask Henry, because having lived in this community, was that a fear that you had? Because I've heard it said that, yeah, people don't know if tomorrow they're going to wake up and their house is going to be underwater.
Some of them don't really want to renovate the house because they are scared of, okay, by tomorrow now, the government might just come and take all of us away. So why am I doing this? But the main point I'm looking at is that, okay, if governments want them to evacuate this place, what are the source of livelihood? How do they want them to keep surviving? Because these people are fishermen, okay, they need to fish on water. If they are going to take them out of where they stay, where are they putting them? So,
all right. Let me ask Fortune for a second here, because based on this, in the rooms you sit with, is the plan to get rid of informal settlements like Makoko?
I'm not telling you that some of these things are not happening. Are you getting me? But with what I know right now, the present governor we have in Lagos State is a very, very proactive governor. Like, you know, he's very empathic.
Okay. But the question is, why hasn't that governor brought schools, hospitals, police stations to this place if he thinks so highly of it?
Okay, when we talk about development, when we talk about growth, it is not just an automatic thing. Are you getting me? It takes gradual process. So for me, I haven't getting rid of this very place because I know that sometimes in the future, anything can come up. Are you getting me? So
no, I don't. I don't understand that. So you don't develop it because of what might happen in the future?
No. I'm not saying it's not going to be developed. I don't even know that a place like this does exist. I'm just having the idea today.
Okay, Daniel, let me come to Henry and Daniel. You're itching. Talk to me, Daniel.
So it is obvious that there is no sustainable plan by government.
Evidently.
On how to make this place what it's supposed to be. The only time we get to hear government in the news around cases like this is where, okay, we need to demolish this place. Okay, we need to find a place or maybe move. Even in the area of moving the people, there is no sustainable plan.
Henry. Okay, one at a time.
Government folks are always full of excuses. Trust me. And he has just given us a very fantastic excuse just a while ago. But again, you see, a community like this is similar to the Eco area, where lands were gained from the sea, from the waters. Why can't they gain these lands from these waters and then hand it over back to the people and then give them access to the sea where they can fish? Because it's not government priority. If it becomes their priority, they will gain it for themselves and use it for their own good. Think of the big names in Nigeria, all the 5 big billionaires. They can't even spend their wealth in a lifetime. And there's a community existing like this. So would they take those kind of money to hell or to heaven? But they're not taxing. Yes.
Fortune.
Yeah, see, Henry, I was going to say something there. If you want change, there is consequences for change. Are you getting me? So it's not like maybe I am defending the government or whatsoever. If they are going to develop this very place, it is not something of 2 years because this place is waterlogged. Are you getting me? So it's something that will take years.
At the same time, it depends on the kind of development we're looking at. Are we talking about development in the sense that they want to demolish? If they are looking at...
Of course, if they are going to develop this very place, it has to go down. Because there's nothing for you to renovate here.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we have to wrap up, and so I've got to ask for solutions. I need to know what the Nigerian government can do, what African governments can do to close the gap between the rich and the poor. Let's hear from you, Daniel.
Okay. we need to, first of all, the government needs to come down into this place and make them feel loved. First, they need to be empowered. Definitely, when you talk about people from this place, they only perceive them to be street kids, to cause violence, to cause nuisance, and these things aren't intentional. So for the government to see change, for the government to see progress, they need to bring these people into the system.
Fantastic. Daniel, let's hear from you.
Okay, so I think government needs to show sincerity and commitment. Make sure people here the environment is livable for them. The resources that are meant for them, please let it get to them. Make them feel like they belong to the larger society.
Okay. Henry, you said something earlier about the richest man not being able to spend his wealth in a lifetime, but should he give it up?
The government should be deliberate about it. Government should use the instrument of tax to redistribute that kind of resources, yeah, such that the poorest of person can actually have access to the most basic of facilities and amenities.
Okay. Funmi, do you have any ideas of what we can do to end wealth inequality?
The government needs to start listening to people from communities such as this and stop listening to just policy experts who have most likely never stepped their feet into this community. So communities such as this should be listened to, have town hall meetings, engage with them. When you engage with them and you listen to them, you know exactly what fits for people in each community.
Okay. Thank you to our panelists who have braved the boats to come here, who have braved the weather to stay and speak to us. And also, I have to thank the crew today for also enduring the same. And to you, our dear viewers, thank you for watching.
I'm interested to know what the Lagos state government is actually doing for the people of Makoko. That is why I'll be watching a longer version of this debate on our YouTube channel. You can also do the same. What we have just seen in Makoko is by no means isolated. It is happening in several African countries. But perhaps this problem is much more visible in South Africa. This is where the world's richest person, Elon Musk, was born. Many of Africa's billionaires live in that country. The 77% takes you to the impoverished townships of Soweto and the mansions in upper-class Durban. We show you how young people navigate this deeply divided society where social class and race are the most defining factor of one's future.
South Africa is one of the most unequal societies. A black middle class, however, is steadily rising. In the past 30 years, 4 million black South African households left dire poverty for a life of wealth and comfort not known before. In the city of Durban, we met one of the lucky few who made it.
Hello, hello. My name is Busi Buyeya. Welcome to my home.
2 months ago, Busi moved into her new apartment with her daughter. Besides running her own small interior decor company, she works as a marketing manager for a technology company. Busi has lots of plans for her life.
I'm saving money towards my tuition. I really want to study psychology up to a level where I attain a PhD and pursue psychology. So this lovely lady, she's a psychologist, and there's other things. I'm so privileged to get these nice trips. So last year I went to Maldives for free, all expenses paid. And the previous year I was in LA.
The travels are work rewards, but times were not always so sweet. Today, Busi lives in another world.
It's different because I'm able to do the things that I like at my own time, at my own pace. And for lack of a better word, I'm free.
Busi grew up 500 kilometers north of Durban in Pimville, Soweto. We go to her old neighborhood to meet someone who has the same dream of leaving the township behind.
Hey guys, my name is Ayanda Magdu from Pimville Zone 6, Soweto. I'm here to show and tell you more about myself, so let's tune in.
Ayanda was the first in his family to go to university, but 2 months ago he was kicked out. His family could not pay the tuition anymore. Now Ayanda is back helping out at his mother's tavern. A diploma and a well-paid job are now farther away than ever.
My boy is smart, like really smart, you know what I'm saying? He had maybe 18 trophies of academics. In all the subjects he scored, he was the #1, so I think he can do it. It's not fair. He needs to be given a chance so that he can, you know, pursue his studies and become what he wants to become and change the background of his family and make a better life for himself. That's true, boy. Yes, sir.
Ayanda lives in a room behind the tavern. 10% of South Africans own more than 80% of the country's wealth. When Ayanda hears these numbers, he feels sick.
The world I grew up in, I feel like it's more like it's oppressed. A lot of our black parents, they didn't get a chance to fully become who they wanted to become. Reason why the environment we settle in, we can't feel free.
Back in Durban, Busi takes her daughter to the beach. A year ago, Busi fulfilled a life dream and bought a big car. She believes that no matter where you come from, you can make it.
It's unbelievable. Like a girl from Soweto in Pimville driving a Jeep Wrangler. And for me, that's power. If you put your mind to anything that you want and you do it and you go after it, it is liberating.
So I feel like this inequality will never end unless then we as black people start seeing ourselves as people who also mean something out there, because I feel like most of black people, we feel like we don't value ourselves that much.
Over the years, the situation in South Africa has improved, but still, big gaps remain. All around the continent, the governments on the continent appear to be undertaking policies that favor the rich. So sometimes, it needs to be reminded of its duty to its less privileged population. And that is what Timothy Kimani is good at. Njigush, as he is widely known, encapsulates a brand of comedy Kenyans love. His success on social media and TV has helped him dare break more comic boundaries and focus his shows and skits on social issues affecting Kenyans.
Comedy for me, it's because one of the two greatest emotions that human beings have is tears, that is crying and laughing. So I think comedy for me, it's because it's always good to make someone laugh.
Timothy Kimani was born to entertain. Known as Njigush by his adoring fans, the 30-year-old son of a clergyman knew gracing the stage was his life's calling. After first making a name for himself on TV, Njigush migrated to social media. And boy, is he successful. With more than 500,000 YouTube subscribers and an estimated 2.3 million Instagram followers, it's easy to see why most of his content goes viral.
Just close your eyes.
Okay. Umesema tunafunga for how long?
Akiu, you're funny. Just close your eyes and meditate.
But that doesn't mean he's above making jokes about the social media craze.
Babe.
The comedian also dabbles in satire. From the high cost of living to power cuts to poorly run hospitals, nothing is off limits for the versatile showman.
My government is willing to take this joke too far to make ECD primary affordable.
Often, his characters are ordinary Kenyans who throw a light-hearted look on heavy issues.
Is the key. The key is the food. Tunasoma ndio tupate kazi.
Kenyans are tired. Kenyans are tired. It's about time somebody started talking. It starts with one person. If it's Njuguna who's going to start with it, let's do it. We need to hear this thing.
Njugush's production company, Njugush Creatives Limited, produces the Through Thick and Thin show. It's a barnstorming Nairobi highlight. Njugush admits socially themed comedy was initially a tough sell, but he maintains it's a rewarding genre, which others are copying.
I think we need to realize our power, and if it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 people, I cannot be able to do it alone. If we can be able to do it, more of us as artists, people of influence, if we can be able to do that, and I'm so happy guys are doing that.
Njugush claims he wants to retire aged 45, but his enraptured fans might not let him. Timothy Kimani's comic genius has even helped them laugh over and take note of even the harshest social issues affecting ordinary Kenyans.
Sometimes, yes, you need a person like this, one who is willing to speak up, and that is what changes society. And that is the story of the person we are about to meet next. Captain Zuhu Fatih Mukhtar is the first woman to join Somaliland's Coast Guard. In just a few years, she's risen through the ranks, fighting off pirates and forging a path for other young women like herself.
Captain Zohur Fatih Mukhtar is happiest at sea, specifically steering the Somaliland Coast Guard's largest vessel in the Gulf of Aden.
We do patrolling and checking if there's any challenges or crimes exist in our sea. So today we are on the mission. I like patrolling because I will learn a lot. I will serve my country. It's my own duty.
Zohur is the first woman to join the Somaliland Coast Guard, and in just 4 years, the 26-year-old has already risen to the rank of captain.
She's totally capable. She can be on the gun, she can steer the ship. Whatever we do, she can do it too.
Earlier this year, Zohur led a successful operation against illegal fishing. For now, the waters are safe. But back on land, Captain Zohur and other women face a different battle. The United Nations reports a prevalence of gender inequality and violence against women in Somaliland. Many women and girls lack access to education and economic opportunities, or political representation. At Captain Zohur's home, though, she's a hero, especially to her sister, Layla.
She's a success story, not only for our family, but for the whole of Somaliland. We're very proud she became a captain, a leader. We want her to be even more successful.
Captain Zohur holds 3 degrees in international relations and is now eyeing a master's degree in maritime law.
Since when I was young, I was interested to be part of the security. I was wondering if I can be one of the high ranks in Somaliland, high rank officers. So Alhamdulillah, at the moment I'm part of them. And you know, I can call it something which is magic.
Above all, Captain Zohur wants to serve her people, despite elements of Somaliland society being opposed to women doing so-called men's jobs.
I'm glad to see that she is following her dreams and making it big. Don't let anyone say to you that you can't do something. Go out there and conquer it. That is our show for this week. I hope I've helped you to understand that we cannot truly rise until we help those struggling in society. Write to us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Also, you can drop me an email at 77@dw.com. Remember that. I leave you with this beautiful song. Here is Kweku the Traveler by young Ghanaian music sensation, Black Sherif. Enjoy this tune, and until next time, thanks for watching.
No, I'm gonna run my race, I'm gonna keep my pace. Cause I really have no one to play when I fall again. I can't stand this pain, I can't watch me fail. So anytime you pray.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
We didn't like the headmaster and the assistant headmaster, so we plan to go in search of their chickens so that we take them away. But it's rather unfortunate. We woke up at dawn and I feared going there, so I told my other guys that I've had a muzzle pull, so they should take lead. I'll be over. That's the best memory I can ever have. Let's go. Everybody, I can't hear you. Everybody, everybody hold this. Hey, hold it.
Powered by Hits 103.9 FM.
Hello and welcome to This Week in Parliament. It's on this show that you get to know all the happenings in Parliament, the big issues, the matters MPs have been talking about. You are aware that this week, the biggest issue in Parliament has to do with the censure motion hearing. The minority, as you may know, have filed a censure motion against the finance minister, which is seeking to force the hands of President Akufo-Addo to dismiss him. That is what this week has been about. Of course, there's been other business that MPs have been dealing with, but most of the things have had to do with a censure motion. When we come back from this break, I'll tell you about all the key happenings and what you may have missed out this week. So on Tuesday, Haruna Idrisu, the minority leader and the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Keselato Forsen, led evidence on behalf of the entire minority group as to why they believe Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta should lose his job and why President Akufo-Addo must immediately sack the minister. They've been arguing that the finance minister has been incompetent, he has mismanaged the economy, and should not stay in office for even a day longer. Here are proceedings on Tuesday at the committee level. It was a hearing full of heated arguments and forceful presentations. The minority set out to brand Ken Ofori-Atta as the minister who must not continue in his current role as the finance minister. Counsel for the Finance Minister, Gabi Asare-Ocherdakun, objected to the manner in which the minority were handling their evidence.
And it would not be fair to the Minister of Finance to be ambushed and right here, without any preparation, to start answering questions. The documents are fine, but before we even be able to look into the documents, we want the charges to be complete with the particulars. That's all we're asking.
Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu described the minister as incompetent, the sole reason for country's current economic predicament.
2017, $1 was to 4.2 Ghana cedis. Today, $1 is 15 Ghana cedis. That has meaning for businesses in Ghana. The cost of doing business is unacceptably high for businesses. The pharmaceutical industry is complaining because it affects their imports and they are made to pay more. The depreciation of the cedi has affected even Makwala women who cannot trade effectively.
Dr. Keselato Forsen said the minister had breached the fiscal responsibility law and has also misreported data to Parliament.
So if you breach it by 1 percentage point, then obviously the vote of censure may trigger. What we have seen is that over the years, even though the minister responsible for finance has been presenting some economic data to Parliament, in the year 2018, Mr. Chairman, you can see it on the board, our minister responsible for finance and the government had said to Parliament that the fiscal deficit was 3.9% of GDP. In fact, in the year 2018, the reason why they said it's 3.9% of GDP was that a key expenditure worth 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was excluded from the fiscal accounting. They treated it below the line. And this has to do with the financial sector payment. The law was passed on the 28th of December 2018, and by December 31st, 2018, the minister has breached the fiscal responsibility rules already. So 3 days down the line, there was a deficit of 1.8. And that is why we are saying that the trend for the censorship motion moved in the year 2018. In fact, if we were to go by it, somebody could have brought the motion to censure the minister in the year 2018 or 2019 because he breached the rules. And to my surprise, these are rules that were set by the minister himself when this bill, he brought the bill to Parliament for a reason. The reason is to ensure fiscal sustainability and debt sustainability. If you breach these rules, it has long-term repercussion on the Ghanaian economy. And today, we are seeing what is happening. So, Chairman, I tender this one to in evidence. In evidence.
There was an intense back and forth between Gabi Asare-Ocherdakun, who is lawyer for Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, and North Tongue MP Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who is a member of the 8-member ad hoc committee.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this strongly. if he can hold a press conference to deal with those matters. But I think that we are here for a specific reason. Grounds have been stated. Let's stick to that. You know, we are not here for it's not a political platform to make some political pronouncements. Well, These are serious allegations. Please, please.
He will not teach me how to do my work in Parliament.
No,
this is Parliament. You won't teach me how to do my work.
Let me finish.
No, he can't come here and throw his weight about. He can't teach me how to do my work. I take strong exception that I should go and hold a press conference. Please.
I'm only 78 kilos. I'm not going to throw it around.
Please. I won't accept that.
Yes.
And you are not the chair. You don't tell members of Parliament what to do.
That's fine. So, I mean, we appreciate the opportunity.
I will do my work. I'm not going to hold a press conference. You will not teach me how to do my work.
So that has been all for Tuesday. The committee mainly focused on the testimony from the minority side. But on Wednesday, the committee did not sit. So we went back to the floor. We spoke to MPs on a number of key issues that they were interested in. You know, Parliament has now installed some security scanners, and the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, is warning that MPs who fail to pass through those scanners will not be allowed into the chamber. On Tuesday also, we had an exclusive interview with the minority ranking member on the Food and Agriculture Committee, Eric Opoku, who says the way government is handling the so-called PFJ market will not succeed, and that the current difficulties in terms of the rising food prices is primarily due to the Agric Minister's mishandling of the sector.
Now, the rising food prices is not attributed to shortage in the market. It is attributable to rising cost of production. But I followed what was happening in the PFJ market at the ministry. And the women complained that the prices are the same. They said the value is the same. They don't see any significant difference in the prices of food in the market and that of the PFJ market. So it means that the minister got it wrong. If the price had come down, they would have admitted, yes, the price has come down because of the market. Now they are saying that the value is the same. And I heard one woman even saying that what she bought from the market was even cheaper than what is buying at the PFJ market. So that is the difference. From those of us who understand the sector and have been monitoring the activities of the minister and the implementation of the policies that they chorus across the country, you see clearly that the minister has not performed. In fact, I have always challenged the figures they churn out in respect of their produce. When they say, we have produced this quantity of maize, this quantity of rice, I do challenge some of these things. Actually, I think that the Greek minister has not performed at all. In fact, he engages in agricultural propaganda instead of working on the field to deliver the results. Because if at the time you assume office, our food import bill was around 1.2 billion. And today we are doing 2.4 billion. And you claim that you have done so much, you have produced enough food. Then I don't know where you are coming from. Do you know that the poultry sector is almost collapsed? I don't know whether you have been following that sector. A time came, they had to sell their bears just for lack of maize. Meanwhile, Planting for Food and Jobs was in operation. You recall that even in 2018, for the first time in the history of this country, Ghana had to go to ECOWAS food strategic stocks to borrow rice and maize. Have you ever heard that Ghana, in spite of our resources, in spite of the agricultural potential that we have, will go and then borrow rice and maize? We did it in 2018. So you must go. That was the time the minister said, under Planting for Food and Jobs, we have produced maize in abundance. We have produced rice in abundance. Yet, we went and pleaded with ECOWAS to support us with some greens to enable us to run the school feeding program. And so when it comes to performance, I think that the minister has been a dismal failure.
On Wednesday also, the minority held a news conference addressed by their spokesperson on health, Kwabena Minta Akando, at which he said more people were going to die if government did not immediately release funds to the National Health Insurance Scheme to pay before members or patients who go to the hospitals are asked directly to pay for these. The health minister was on the floor later and he responded to those concerns.
It is straight knowledge that inflation has been spiraling out of control for some months now due in part to central bank financing of the budget, leading to a situation in which inflation has exceeded the Bank of Ghana's upper limit of 10% and currently stands at 2 decades high 40.4%. This has impacted the pricing of all goods and services from food, fuel, and other consumables, and has eliminated disposable incomes and savings previously used to finance healthcare costs. Under the current economic conditions, more Ghanaians than ever before will require the National Health Insurance Scheme to finance their medical needs. It is therefore unconscionable for government to hold on to monies collected in the name of the National Health Insurance Authority, rendering it incapable of meeting its obligation to service providers. This is going to increase morbidity and mortality across Ghana. As we speak, patients in some hospitals across the country are being asked to make upfront payment for medical consumables and services. This is likely to increase mobility in persons with hypertension, diabetes, sickle cell anemia, HIV, and other conditions who require regular intake of medical consumables and services, resulting in undue stress on already overburdened medical facilities.
Section 37 of Act 852 spells out the provider payment systems as follows. A, fee for service. B, diagnosis-related groupings. C, capitation. Or D, a payment mechanism that the board, in consultation with healthcare providers and the minister, may determine. The current payment system by the NHIA is fee for service for medicines and Ghana diagnostic-related groupings for service. Co-payment or top-ups are not part of the payments at the moment. However, it persists, and the following have been given as some of the reasons for its occurrence. Delays in claims payment, perception of unrealistic tariffs, and irregular review of tariffs, medicines, and services. The practice has led to member dissatisfaction of the scheme, and the common language being the NHIS is not working. In addressing the issue stated above, Mr. Speaker, the NHIA is collaborating with the Ministry of Finance to ensure regular reinvestment to service providers. There will be regular reviews of the tariffs in response to economic conditions. The current review was done in July 2022, and the process has commenced for the next review. The perception of unrealistic tariffs will be curtailed by strengthening stakeholders' engagements during the process of deriving the tariffs to ensure acceptability and compliance.
So on Thursday, the Censure Committee resumed work. They heard from PIAC and the GNPC. But before I tell you about what happened at the committee level, let me first tell you about the minority on the Roads and Transport Committee calling for the suspension of the Ghana Standards Authority Directive that cars which come into the country without conformance certificate would not be allowed into the country, according to ranking member on that committee, governs Kwame Agboja. If government goes ahead and implement this policy, it will price out the poor in terms of owning cars in the country.
Government passed a law trying to regulate specifically to make vehicles that come to the country safer for both the users and other people in the country. That is accepted. But I want to call upon the Ghana Standards Authority to hasten slowly, probably suspend the implementation on this basis. They must learn from the hasty implementation of the luxury vehicle tax. They must learn from the hasty suspension of the collection of road tolls. They must learn from other laws that were passed in this house, and without adequate preparation, consultation, and public education implemented, and drove us all into problem. As we speak, that 891 that we are talking about talked about the fact that we are going to set up a new system where brand new vehicles are assembled in this country to make them more available. The first question is, how many companies are assembling vehicles in this country, and what are the choices of vehicles available to the Ghanaian? Are those vehicles at prices that the ordinary Ghanaian, a journalist, a teacher, a nurse can afford? Even thinking of when we pass the law and the state of the economy today, even if you are selling those vehicles for $5,000, do you know what $5,000 means to the average Ghanaian that will buy them? Then we go to the point of used vehicles needing to have conformance certificate. Nobody is encouraging vehicles that have been totally condemned, I mean accident vehicles that are no longer fit for purpose to be brought to this country. All we are saying is that since we passed the law, I am not aware that the Ghana Standards Authority even approached the committee on the relevant committees in Parliament, Transport, Trade and Industry, to tell them about the implementation plan. I am not aware that Ghana Standards Authority have done any stakeholder consultation between the, used vehicle traders, mechanics, Parliament, and anybody, for everybody to be on board as to how this is going to be implemented. Imagine if by the 1st of January, you say that people cannot import vehicles. What does that mean to the economy? What does that mean to the used car traders? I don't think we are there yet. Nobody is kicking against the law, but I don't think we have done enough to make the implementation of this law smooth enough. So that's the reason I'm calling on them to suspend this implementation and do further consultation. And I'm aware that colleagues on the Trade and Industry Committee are in a process of holding them before Parliament to explain the roadmap so that we all be on the same page. At this pace, it's going to create another mess in the country.
On Thursday also, the Works and Housing Ministry were expected to answer questions on the floor of the House as regards to the controversial National Cathedral project. The minister himself, Francis Asenso-Boakye, was not there, so his deputy, Abanga, Ms. Honorable, was on the floor of the House to respond. He said the National Cathedral was not within the purview of the ministry and so could not provide the answers. The minority members were not so satisfied with that response, but the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andrew Amakwesiama, who sat in the chair on the day, directed the table office to refer the question to the appropriate ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question number 1320 in the name of the Honorable Ebenezer Pahlavi relating to the National Cathedral is an activity that is outside the remit of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing have therefore written to this House in a letter on the 11th of November 2022 to the Principal Assistant Clerk and Head of Table Office to draw their attention to this matter.
I agree that they are not the substantive ministry to answer questions on the project, but this being a house of record, it speaks of some letter that says, some communication that says that they are not responsible. So if we can inform the House, so that going forward, we'll be able to direct the question to the appropriate ministry. I think at least you should be able to do that.
You have indicated that we should give you time to do consultations. This being a house of records, can you please give us an indication? That has been the practice and tradition in this house. When you say time, you give a period. So is it 1 week, is it 2 weeks? So that we will know and then come back with our questions.
Demolishing houses to build cathedral is works, and housing is involved. Mr. Speaker, if not Ministry of Works, tell us which ministry we should ask of questions relating to such public works as the construction of a cathedral. Which other ministry? Not roads, not chieftaincy, not energy, not education, not foreign affairs. not health. Mr. Speaker, it has to be works. It has to be works. So Works Ministry is the proper ministry to ask the question, and they must answer it today, Mr. Speaker.
The ministry is not responsible for the National Cathedral. So I will direct that.
Oh, the Speaker.
Honorable members, are you with me? I will direct that the table redirect the question to the appropriate. No, if the substantive question is, I don't think we need to follow up with it. Honorable members, my directive is that the table office should redirect the question to appropriate office, please.
Back to the Censure Committee, like I told you, PIAC and DMPC were the next to appear before them, having to do with this matter of alleged transfer of funds into an offshore account. Minorities say government has illegally transferred about $100 million into offshore accounts. PIAC was the original reporter, and so they had to appear before the committee. They defended that report, but GNPC had something different to tell the committee.
Direct or indirect participation of the Republic shall first and foremost be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it is the considered view of the committee that it matters not that other issues may be introduced into the whole conversation. What matters for us, our understanding of the law, is that the PRMA is the primary law that governs the utilization, management of petroleum revenues. And it says that any revenue accruing to the state, whether directly or indirectly, should first be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, we also know that GNPC is the primary commercial arm of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum activities. And so when this happens, we are dealing with GNPC per se. If you look at the whole JOHL transaction, it is GNPC that undertook those transactions. So our position as a committee, Mr. Chairman, is that that lifting, whether it is lifted by 100% subsidiary of GNPC or not, ought to come first into the Petroleum Holding Fund, from where disbursements can be made for whatever reason. So, Mr. Chairman, our position on that matter is clear. Of course, for purposes of disclosure, the GNPC referred us to an advice from the Attorney General Department purporting to okay such a transaction in the nature and manner that they dealt with this issue. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to say that we did not come to this conclusion without recourse to that particular advice. So what happened was we considered that opinion thoroughly. We explored all the laws, in our opinion, that border around this issue, and we still came to an independent opinion, which we stand by on any day, that those revenues ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana and ought to have been deposited first in the Petroleum Holding Fund and not any other account. So for us, it was contrary to law for that money to have been deposited in any account, if at all.
I need to understand is that in all of this, what relates to the finance minister in terms of the allegation made against him? What is it about it?
I mean, as far as JOHL is concerned, I mean, the finance minister is not responsible for the revenues. I mean, obviously, we have to, at the end of the day, submit our financials, GRA. We have to pay whatever assessed tax that we need to pay. And let me say that in 2023, JOHL paid 17 million. 2021, I'm sorry, I'm 1 year ahead of. 2021, JOHL paid 17 million to GRA as tax on its operations. So, yeah, as far as the revenue is concerned, I don't think the finance minister has any direct
let me call it, control.
I read the GNPC Act, I read the Company Act, and the other acts under consideration. My understanding is entirely the same as the way you understand it, so I'll pass it on to my other colleagues.
Case, I mean, was any money paid into an offshore account? The 100 million, was it paid into an offshore account? So Honorable Chair, I think the word offshore, when we use, I mean, for those who are bankers, I mean, you can even have an offshore account in Ghana. So I think the word, when we say offshore, sometimes I get a bit confused because the Bank of Ghana has certain categorizations of what you call it, foreign currency. And so what we call FCA have offshore account. But to the extent that the question relates to receipts from sale of crude. Yeah, it was paid into an account held at Ghana International Bank in London. Okay, and who made the payment? So the buyer of the crude. So buyers of the crude, even in the case of PHF, the buyers of the crude pay directly into the PHF. So they pay directly into whichever account that you designate for them to pay.
So on Friday, the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, appeared before the Censure Committee. He is the one at the center of all this controversy. He is the one the allegations have been made against. On the first day of sitting, he was here to listen to the minority leader and the ranking member of the Finance Committee make some specific allegations against him. On Friday, he appeared to respond. He first said that he was sorry for the current state of the economy, although he did not accept responsibility. He also dispelled the 5 grounds that the minority were preferring against him because 2 other grounds had been struck out by the committee. So this is how things panned out at the committee on Friday.
Co-chairs, let me use this opportunity to say to the Ghanaian people what I believe, with courage, every finance minister around the world may wish to say to their people now. I am truly sorry. Honorable co-chairs, 3 days ago, when the proponents were here, they alleged I had made payments from the contingency fund to support the National Cathedral. I want to state that this is just not true. Let me be categorical. I have taken no money from the contingency fund to make payments for the National Cathedral. Co-chairs, on the issue of alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and an excruciating cost of living crisis. That is 6. I state as follows. These are very, very strong languages, and it is unfortunate.
Would seem to suggest that the issue of currency depreciation, you know, the management of the stability of the national currency should be laid, you know, at the doorsteps of the Bank of Ghana rather than the Ministry of Finance. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Co-Chair, I think your understanding is your understanding.
Well, okay, is my understanding correct?
I think we read the act.
Well, portions of it.
Yeah.
You read portions of it.
Yeah. So
but
I think
there are also other.
But what I mentioned specifically is that we work very, very closely together to make sure that we bring stability.
The minister himself, on the 12th of March 2013, he's on record at the William Ofori-Atta Institute for Integrity lectures to have actually called for a coup. Nothing can be more stronger than that. So I don't think we'll be taking lectures on language from the minister.
What did he say exactly? Let's hear what he said, please.
He said, March 12, 2013, the country's silence on the election petition could trigger a coup, unquote. He was speaking at the William Ofori-Atta Institute for Integrity lectures.
So this has been This Week in Parliament. We have been telling you about all the key happenings in the House. Like you may know now, the big issue in the House this week was the censure motion that has been moved against Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta and the committee hearings. They've heard from GNPC, PIAC, the minority who are making the allegations, and the Finance Minister himself. Next week, they are expected to present their report to the House, and then a vote may be taken finally on whether or not Ken Ofori-Atta must lose his job. If this vote is to succeed, 183 MPs must vote for it. The minority have only 136. They will need more than 40 votes from the majority side to succeed. Will they get this? The time will tell. My name is Kweku Asante. This has been This Week in Parliament.
The Wejagbao municipality is beautiful with stunning views, especially from its numerous hills. But all of that changed on the 31st October when the spillage of excess water from the Weja Dam started forcing residents out of their homes. Communities such as White Cross, Tetegu, and others changed into a river with no dry land. The only way to access the communities was with a boat.
So 1 month ago, I was here at the Wejagbao municipality where hundreds of people were marooned on rooftops after the spillage of excess water from the Wejagbao Dam. I was here together with personnel from the 48th Engineer Regiment who were on a rescue mission. They were on a rescue mission to save many lives, and we joined them on that journey. It is exciting to see that life has bounced back to this community with residents going about their normal activities. I've been speaking to them and they have been recounting to me what they lost in that flood. Now, I want to find a way. And you can see there are some children, also up there. Water level reaching their knee. I've never seen anything like this in my whole life. This is the first time I'm seeing something like this. There's a woman here who is on this boat here with me. Let's interact with her. Let's find out from her. Hello. She doesn't want to talk to me.
I'm at the residence of 55-year-old Adikwashi, the only person known to have died in the devastating floods. Adi was trapped in his room after the flood rose to dangerous levels. His body was found lying close to his bed after the flood subsided.
I think that was last week.
Last week I saw him. That was my last time of
Ajo's
seeing him.
uncle is Adi Kwashi,
Because
and
I
she's
moved
here with a
on
family
Monday
mourning the man who catered for her
How
when
the
she was
river is
young.
coming is too much, and I don't know how to swim, so I left here early. I left here early.
You were telling me earlier that...
So I was there yesterday when I had a call. They found him dead in the room.
So the water level was at what? Your waist level? Was at your waist?
At my waist level.
And that was why you left home. When I came here earlier, I saw you crying. How did you get the news? Who informed you about it?
Yesterday, one of my auntie called me and told me we've lost him. They found his body dead in the room.
Did you think he was frail or weak to the point that he couldn't?
I can't really tell. I can't really tell.
What's the next move for the family?
Now we are going to find a date for his burial.
What would you miss about him? What will you miss about him?
Oh, he was one person. He was a good man, a calm man. He was free. He was a free person. Oh, seriously, he was a free person.
Senior pastor of the Covenant Family Solution Ground, Reverend Winfred Kwame, was one of the people rescued by the military. He lost everything.
In fact, a lot. In fact, I couldn't salvage anything myself. I was trying from 4 a.m. when I saw the water coming. I was trying to go around to see people, especially people who are closer to the stream, trying to help them salvage their things. And in course of doing that, by the time I got home, I lost my car. It was submerged. And in fact, a lot. All personal effects are all gone. Everything. Talk about it. Everything. Yeah.
You tried saving your friend who...
Yes, my neighbors, especially those who were around, those who were behind me. I know they are closer to the stream. So I was trying to help them, out and salvage whatever they can from 4 a.m. My friend, in fact, 2 houses away, I heard he was out. Yeah, so I was trying to trace him. I called him when he was coming. I came to pick him and then tried to take him, to his house.
Okay.
Then the current took him, so I had to try to save him out, and I got hurt. In the process, yes. The dam should be desilted. In fact, we've been talking about this since 1995. We've been talking every year after year. We've been trying to approach the authorities to desilt the place because according to experts, they say the place is so choked up. So if they desilt it, maybe it can take some volume of water so that it will not be spilled this way. And then number two, anytime this thing is supposed to happen, they should give us an announcement at least. They should go on air and talk to us so that maybe those of them that can be evacuated will be evacuated. But things that happen this way, it's just appalling. It's appalling, yeah.
But for Reverend Winfred Kwame, his friend, popularly known as Doctor, would have died in the floods. Doctor tells me he fell into one of the drainage systems.
That was a very nasty experience. You see, we were just going along. Yeah, we were just going along. And I don't know what really happened. And you see, before I stepped my foot, I saw that the sand was just swept away from my feet, and I was just going. And fortunately for me, the Reverend was there. He held my hand, and then one other guy also held my hand, and they lifted me. I nearly went down the drain there. And it's not the place is not too deep anyway, but it's just that it's sandy, and the currents were just. The current was just too strong. You see. So, stepping there, the current, the undercurrents just swept me. You see, and I couldn't balance well, and that was. I went down the drain. You see,
we understand you lost everything.
Well, you see, when I went to the house, my fridge and some of my systems were just floating on the water. See, my car was parked there anyway, but that one is not in use anyway, but it's parked there, and there was water, I mean, all on the seats and everything, so I couldn't move it out. So that was all. And I felt maybe if everything's outside, I may go and, salvage most of those things which are left on there. Yeah.
I'm now at the residence of 92-year-old Grace Obiya. She lost everything to the flood here in this Weija community. And she was one of the people who was trapped here in this community. What you can see behind me are some of the things that got destroyed, some personal possessions that got destroyed after that flood. You can see books here, still here, 1 month later, still here. She's been telling me about how she lost all her pictures, some dating back to about 60 years when she was young and very active.
92-year-old Grace Obiya is seated in a wheelchair outside her home. Tears well up in her eyes as she narrates to me how she lost everything. She was at home when the flood water started rising to dangerous levels. But for the timely intervention of her grandchildren, she would have died. She told me, quote, I was in the room. I am bedridden, so I couldn't get up. I heard loud screams from outside that is fast approaching. I asked what they were talking about. I had sent my grandchild to buy bread for me for some tea. She came back to the house to tell me our community was getting flooded. She said, she continued to say, the water forcefully opened my gate. I was here and I could see my house getting flooded. I was rescued by a team. They carried me. I felt pains in my joints. They carried me and waded through the water to the side of the road. All of us couldn't come back home for days. I was taken to the residence of one of my children at Kaswa. I lost everything, my passport and pictures and everything, she said as tears started to well up in her eyes.
And our pictures. I'm here now to meet Anthony Akpakli. He does not live here. His sister actually lives here in this building, but he had to come here as a result of the floods here last month. And he talks about how the furniture and everything in this house, got damaged by the flood. I can still see the flood mark in here so high at the waist level. Let's speak to Anthony Akpakli. Let's find out from him how they are coping now, 1 month after the flood. Chief, you're welcome to JoyNews.
Thank you so much. How are you doing, guys?
I'm fine, thank you. Yourself?
I was called because my sister sent me a video of what was really happening here. So I came down and I realized the whole place was in a mess. The water flooded the whole house. And unfortunately there was an 80-year-old mother who was now, they have to carry her
out, and besides that, we are still actually grappling survival because the flood has actually affected a lot of stuff in here. And from the edge of the river down here got flooded. Houses are still immersed in water. Like the next house here is completely flooded. We are completely flooded too. And look, we're just trying to see whether we can fix the main road here, but it's not one man's job. You cannot face it yourself. It's too big for one person to construct it. That's why we are actually pleading if the assembly could actually rescue. But the main thing is that if they could dredge the pathway for the water, which is the main source of the dam, that could relieve a lot of pressure from here. You lose, okay, all the electrical gadgets got spoiled. Because the water level went up above the socket, so all the electrical stuff like the socket, we have to rewire the whole building. Yeah, all mattresses, furniture were all gone.
Wow. And was this convenience store also affected?
The store, everything got flooded in the store. They have to restock again. More than 10,000, because listen, I bought stuff, just the electrical wiring and these things, about 4,500 thereabout, because they gave an estimate of 2,000 when I came back. The next day we went to the market, the price shot up to 4,500, right? That doesn't, workmanship is not excluding workmanship. They restock it all. We have to paint the whole building inside. This time, that cost me almost about, about 2,000. The painting and this alone, filling alone costs, how much is that? About 4,000 again. 4,000 together with the labor.
That's a lot of money.
We are actually pleading with them if they could just give us just a drain from here. A drain, if not both sides, just one drain from the main junction down to where the water is, and then level the place at least. There are people living here. It is not isolated. I heard somebody saying that we are living in waterway. This is not a waterway, because we are paying property rate. It is never a waterway here. And then if they can't even construct the road, we only need drainage here. And then the main source of the dam should be to be dredged. It's been overdue now that this have to be dredged. Let them dredge the place so that there will not be spillage. Because they are not dredging the place, that's why we are getting spillage all over. If it's dredged, they will not get spillage here.
A month ago, this used to be the home of a man who lived here together with his wife and 3 children. On the day of the flooding, he was not, at home. He came back from work to meet this. His sound system, his sofa, the furniture in his room, everything completely destroyed. Now, as it stands right now, this room remains uninhabitable. Because of its state. You can still see the mattress that used to be in this room. You can see a picture of the man and then his wife also here. You can see this box, you can see this iron, and all his personal possessions, have been left here in this room. Sound system, everything. There is the kitchen. And then also here, I'm told, it's the bedroom. It tells you the enormity of the flood water here at Weija. You can still see the flood marking still on the wall. So this used to be a bedroom, but now not inhabited because of its current state.
My name is Eric Donko.
Eric Donko.
Yeah.
You've been living here for how long?
Eric Donko has lived at Weija White Cross for the past 3 years. He was at work when the flood swept everything out of his room.
For me, that is the first time that I saw that, and that was the first time, my first time. But I heard people saying that it has happened, I think, about 10 years ago.
Okay.
10 years ago, but it wasn't at the level that came this time. It wasn't like this time. For me personally, it entered into my room, so I lost things like my desktop computer, my laptop, and some standing fans and other mattresses, because I wasn't at home when it came. And so when by the time I reached home, I saw some of my things got damaged, and so I couldn't use them again. Yeah, I couldn't use them again.
So you dumped all of them?
Yeah, I just dumped all of them. Wow. As for this situation, I think it is something that they've been doing for a very long time. But this time, I think they open it more than it was expected to open. Okay. Because previously, I know that they open it gradually. It wasn't as they opened this time. Yeah. So even if something like that, they should do it as they are doing it previously. Like they should open it gradually, so that it won't cause any havoc when such things happen.
It wasn't just residents who were affected by the spillage of the excess water from the Weija Dam. Schools, churches, hospitals were all affected here in the Weija municipality. The New World International School is one of the schools here affected by the spillage and flooding of the Weija community. And we're told that the school's academic calendar was disrupted for 2 weeks. So for 2 weeks, the students were not able to come to school here at New World. And you can see all the textbooks are now wet, and it had to take many days for them to dry them in the sun. All the school's textbooks were affected by the flood. Many of them still wet. At the touch of them, they get to tears. So all these textbooks you're seeing here were also affected, by the floods. And now the school continues to dry them so that the students will be able to use them.
Okay. And shoes and so
mattress and ya toba kwa chwa na kabako.
Okay.
Na yetu toba kwa chwa na kabako.
Where you are?
Oh, nyame ne kwa na aja. Me se me mbingi, me se me nyi kwa.
Serious. Is not before one brand with
so we are one we be there. Let me know. No, kwa kama sema cha mimi ndio hapo mimi mezani.
Municipal Chief Executive for the Weija municipality, Patrick Lumo, says the municipal assembly is doing everything within its power to prevent another flooding of the Weija municipality. He says some buildings that are in waterway will be demolished. He has also been enumerating some steps that the assembly has taken to prevent another flood.
Gradually, we're still getting back to our feet. I mean the residents. As I speak, Ghana water is still spilling. Now we have 2 gates that are spilling at the moment. So since the last time, they are still spilling. That should tell you we still have some water still in the system. But as we did everything possible to stabilize the situation, as i.e. opening the estuary and all the other things that came in, I believe 1 month on, people are getting back to their normal lives. And now what needs to be done ASAP is the dredging of the downstream of the Densu River through to Tetegu, to the sea, which I must say we have extended hands to some few institutions that are prepared to come in to support the assembly. As I speak to you, some of them are on the field doing some feasibility studies for us to know how we can go about with the silting of the Densu downstream to the Tetegu area. But as Ghana water is still spilling, you cannot work whilst the levels are still high within that area. So we are waiting for them to reduce the level of spillage. Then of course the team can go in fully to start with some dredging within those areas.
But any idea when the dredging is likely to start?
Per the information that he gave, hopefully maybe by next month, all things being equal, we should start something. But normally we would like sections to be carried out during the lean season or the dry season, where Ghana water is not spilling. And of course, you can have full access to the canal for them to do the dredging. So that's what we are waiting on now. But as I speak to you, they are having the feasibility studies done. Then they bring in the comprehensive report and we take it from there.
Sure. Okay. But do you think there's a permanent solution to what happened? Or maybe before we come to the permanent solution, what happened 1 month ago? We told thousands of people, were displaced.
Yes.
How serious was the situation?
I mean, per our estimation, over 7,000 persons were affected. Yeah, so that should tell you the extent of damage that the people living within that enclave went through. But with the support of the NADMO, the other security agencies that came in to support, we were able to handle the situation as expected. We only had one casualty, which is one person that died as a result. Apart from that, we were able to manage the situation to get to where we are today. Some relief items too were also distributed to people. I mean, government cannot reach all the persons involved. We have some NGOs and some individuals who also came in to help the situation. So by and large, I believe we are still getting somewhere. But some actions in the coming months will be taken, i.e. we have some structures that I believe are very close to the canal, which has to be pulled down. We have already marked those structures for demolition. We are just waiting for the situation around those areas to subside, and of course we can move in to get those structures off the way. Whilst we're also looking for the lasting solution, which is the dredging of the downstream of the canal through to Chukome. I made mention that as I speak, Ghana water is still spilling. Yeah. And somewhere last week, they notified us again that they are having some volumes, high volumes from the eastern region that is coming downstream. We went about with the announcement to the people. As you went there, you realize people are still in there. Yeah. Some of them, because of what happened previous weeks, decided to move. Others too were still adamant. They just wanted to see what would happen. Yeah. Of course, nothing really happened when the announcement was given because the volumes that were expected didn't really come in. Even though they opened the inches a bit, it didn't affect the people as it did the last time. Yeah. And as I speak to you, they are still spilling. That should tell you that, look, if you have large volumes coming from the eastern region, which the dam cannot contain, they have no choice than to open those levels to get it down so that we don't compromise on the integrity of the dam. All right. So what happened some weeks ago, where all the 5 gates were open at 6 inches each, that brought about that large volumes of water into the community. It's as a result of it's nature. We had large volumes of rains up hills. Almost about 7 days there were rains up the eastern region, and this Denso River travels almost about 116 kilometers to the Weja Reservoir. So that should tell you. When the volumes go exceed certain limit of the dam, Ghana Water had no choice than to open the spillway so that they can protect the integrity of the dam. Yes. So if from now to December to next year, if we don't have a lot more rains coming in, then of course there will still be spilling as we have in now. 2 gates is being spilled at the moment at 24 inches each. So with that, it can be managed. But when the volumes rises, then of course they will have to open the rest. Let me assure my people that government is working around the clock to make sure we find a lasting solution to this very issue. More especially to do is to the dredging of the main Weja Reservoir. The dam was constructed somewhere in 1974 and it got completed in 1978. So as we speak, it's over 40 years old. And since then, we haven't had any dredging within that reservoir. That tells you should have a lot of silt within it. So the little water that comes in will push it to the level with which Ghana Water will have to spill. Government of Ghana is doing I'm told that not long, we'll start some major dredging within the reservoir. Then of course the dam can now contain a lot of water, which will not necessitate Ghana Water to open to, flood the communities. Whilst the Assembly is also trying to partner with some individuals to get the canal also dredged. Then, of course, we can have some peace within that enclave. Then, of course, those structures that are also dotted along those areas, which have already been marked for demolition, we have no choice than to move in to pull those structures down. The advice that we give to the people all the time is that if you buy these lands from the chiefs, come to the assembly. The technical people will take you to the site to ascertain whether where you want to site your property is okay. Then, of course, you get a permit. Then you put up your structure. You don't invest huge monies into property, then tomorrow it has to be pulled down because you didn't go through the right processes.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless. Tonight on JoyNews Prime, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia says government is aware of the current economic difficulties facing Ghanaians and will work to improve the economy.
Children of God, there will always be moments of hopelessness, despair, doubt, fear, and uncertainty.
Former President John Dramani Mahama says the current economic hardship in Ghana is affecting offerings to God.
We must always spread Christian love, especially in this time when money doesn't like noise. Moderator should also say a special prayer for me and for the NDC.
Plus, Qatar becomes the first World Cup host to ever lose their opening game. We have more coming up in the next 30 minutes. We are live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We are on DTT because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 144. JoyNews, your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please do stay for details. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Many thanks for choosing us. Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia says the government is aware of the current economic difficulties and uncertainties facing Ghanaians. Speaking at the 70th anniversary celebration of Our Lady of Mercy Catholic Church in Tema, Community 1 on Sunday, he reiterated government's commitment to surmounting the challenges and turning the fortunes of the country around.
The teachings of the church provide hope in times of uncertainty and difficulties. In Psalm 9, verses 10, the psalmist said, and I quote, "And those who know your name put their trust in you. For you, O Lord, have not forsaken those who seek you." Beloved, knowing God and trusting Him cannot be separated. Our hope is secure in who God is. His goodness, His steadfast love, His justice, His compassion will guide us through this difficult period across the globe. Also in Isaiah 40:31, The word of God reminds us that, but for those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on the wings of eagles. They will run and they will not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. These two scriptures, people of God, recognize that as children of God, there will always be moments of hopelessness, despair, doubt, fear, and uncertainty. But our hope in God is always our source of strength and the motivation in these periods. As your government, we do recognize the difficulties and uncertainty we are experiencing in our country. But with renewed strength and hope in the word of the Lord, we are forever confident that we will ride this storm and turn things around to the glory of our Lord.
Meanwhile, former President John Dramani Mahama says the current economic hardship in Ghana has taken a toll on offerings to God. According to him, followers of Christ are unable to give huge offerings in the church due to economic hardship, which has affected the pockets of Ghanaians. He therefore entreated Christians to pray for him and the NDC to win the 2024 general elections to rescue Ghana from hardship. He was speaking at the 175th anniversary Thanksgiving service of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church in Ho.
We must always spread Christian love, especially in this time when money doesn't like noise. Especially in this time where we all agree that times are hard. This is the time we must show our Christian charity by loving our neighbors as ourselves. Whatever little you have to share, you should share with your neighbors. I mean, we could tell the hardship in the system from the appeal for funds. When it was 2000, Madam Chair Amedza and a few people came and donated. Then it came down to 1,000, then to 500, then 200, 200 and 100. And then when it got to the silver collection, 1 CD, 2 CDs, the place was full. It shows that the pocket is not too good, you know. After we pray for Pakistan, a moderator should also say a special prayer for me and for the NDC. So that in some years just coming, luck will smile on us, God will smile on us.
Back here in Accra, National Security Minister Albert Kandapa says Ghana has not ruled out the threat posed by the country's current youth unemployment rate. It is estimated that more than 2 million youth are without work in the country. Given Ghana's current prevailing economic situation, Kandapa says the unemployment rate is of much concern to government and urgent steps are being taken to address it. He was speaking at a news conference ahead of the 2 days Accra Initiative Conference.
I mean, clearly, the current economic crisis is not something that we are not taking into account. I don't know why you call it current, though, but we've always known that inability to raise the necessary resources can be a problem for us. And at all times, we try to make sure that we are accorded the necessary priority in the distribution of resources in the country. And I can also confirm that so far, we don't think we have been disappointed. We believe that the necessary priority has been given to our economic needs, the economic needs of the various security agencies, and we are confident that going forward, we will continue to have the support that we believe is necessary to keep all of us safe, to keep all of us secure. Youth unemployment is a huge problem, because you see, when you have a large number of people who are unemployed, the youth, the possibility of them getting radicalized is also there. Very much part of the solution must be our ability to handle youth unemployment in a better coordinated manner, so that youth unemployment per se does not continue to be a major problem. Youth unemployment, I can confirm, translates into a huge security challenge, and we are always worried about it. We do work closely with the other ministries to ensure that we can address this particular problem, which we know can be a major security concern.
Meanwhile, government says it is ready to host the 2022 Accra Initiative Conference slated for 21st and 22nd November 2022. The Accra Initiative was birthed in 2017 as a platform to discuss and strengthen security operations among some African countries and the urgent need to address the deteriorating terrorist situation in the Sahel region. Albert Kandapa has been giving updates on the conference here in Accra.
Actors. There will be a ministerial session involving the Ministers of Security, Defense, and Foreign Affairs, and the summit of heads of state and government of member states. The non-state actors conference took place from the 17th to the 18th November 2022 at the Accra International Conference Center. It was organized to draw the attention of the international community to the exacerbating security challenges confronting member countries of the initiative, so as to tell the story of the Accra Initiative as a response mechanism to the growing security challenges, and also share lessons learned from previous interventions in the fight against terrorism and violent extremism in the sub-region. And in the course of the two-day conference, over 200 participants, including representatives from international governmental and non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, academia, think tanks, security actors, diplomatic corps, and other multinational initiatives, held panel and group discussions on several probing topics. And at the end of the exceptionally successful technical conference, I'm pleased to report that far-reaching recommendations were proffered by participants to strengthen this fight against terrorism, violent extremism, and transnational organized crime in a holistic, integrated, and comprehensive approach. The recommendations, you may want to know, included areas of governance, security cooperation, and regional solidarity. It also included tackling radicalization, combating the financing of terrorism and extremism, embedding human rights, traditional agricultural practices, and also technology as a tool for change in the fight against terrorism. And ladies and gentlemen, the second level of the international conference is the ministerial session, which is scheduled for 21st November 2022 and will also be held at the Accra International Conference Center. This ministerial conference would bring together ministers of security, defense, and foreign affairs of member states of the Accra Initiative, as well as ministers of foreign affairs and ambassadors of European Union member states resident in Ghana and other foreign partners. There will also be other high-level dignitaries, and this will include representatives of ECOWAS, the African Union, and the United Nations. Lastly, there will be the Summit of Heads of State and Government. This is scheduled for 22nd November 2022 and it will be at the Kempiski Hotel in Accra.
Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture Mohammed Hadi Taferu has underscored the commitment of government to ensure the agriculture sector is given the needed investment and support to enable it deliver its mandate. Mohammed Taferu made the statement when the European Union donated 57 motorbikes worth 800,000 cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to aid in agriculture extension service activities. JoyNews' Upper West Regional correspondent Rafiq Salam has more from WA.
Among the myriad of challenges faced by agriculture extension officers in the Upper West region is inadequate means of transport to deliver services to farmers, which has thus resulted in low yields. Majority of them have gone their own way to use their personal motorbikes to enable them have access to farms. Nasiri Siddiqui is an agriculture extension agent in the West district.
Most areas willing, of course, who are having brilliant ideas to, give new improved technologies to farmers, they will be sitting at home with it. They can't move. If you are the community that you are, you know these days you cannot walk from distances to a farm, so to visit a farmer community. But we go to the fields where we have to cross rivers, we have to drive on the most deplorable roads to our fields. You know, most of our farms are areas that are really into the hinterlands, and to go to that place you need a strong motorbike.
However, there is a new lease of life as European Union donated 57 motorbikes worth 800,000 Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture under the European Union Ghana Agriculture Program, EU GAP, to help in delivering agriculture extension services in the northern belt of the country. Agriculture extension agents and field officers play a key role in ensuring that new African knowledge and market information reach farmers and meet their demands. These agents need reliable transport to carry out their duties and travel to remote areas. The motorbikes were handed over to 14 district departments of the Ministry of Agriculture, including all the 11 districts of the Upper West region and the Babel Agriculture Research Station. The rest are Solatuna Kalba and Novgonja in the Savannah region and Mampurugu Maduri in the Northeast region. Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture, Alhaji Mohammed Hadi Taferu, considered that the agriculture sector in the country in some years past has not been given the needed attention. He was quick to add that the complexion has however changed the past 6 years now that government has dedicated funding from the country's annual budget.
You cannot employ workers without logistics and tools to work. So today, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, the government of Ghana and the European Union, through their technical and support to agriculture, has partnered and cooperated with government very well. And in addition to what government is doing in providing logistics to support extension service delivery, we are here today to witness another great event, which is support to extension service delivery through motorbikes to enhance their performance.
Team leader of infrastructure and sustainable development, REACH, Paulina Ruzika, announced the opening of a credit line of 2.5 million euros via Snappy Abba Savings and Loans, SASL, where the latter will provide loans and savings products to individuals and micro, small, medium enterprises with a focus on rural areas and women.
I'm pleased to inform you about the new support of 2.5 million euros in loans to be disbursed over the period of 6 years via Sinapi Aba Saving and Loans, present here. Sinapi Aba is Ghanaian-wide microfinancing institution, but has also 2 branches in the Upper West region, in Wa and in Jirapa. And it provides loans and saving products to individual farmers and to micro, small and medium enterprises, with a specific focus on rural areas and on women. We know that the farmers and micro enterprises are often excluded from the financing systems, from the formal financing systems, and they are forced to deal with the informal lenders, often at the high interest rates. So this is exactly what we want to change, and through these new laws, we trust that the more than 25,000 of borrowers will be able to have access to gain the access to finance at the financing rate which are suitable for them and acceptable for them.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafik Salam. Wow.
Back here in Accra and in the studio, my name is Aisha Brian. We'll take a break on JoyNews Prime. There's more when we return.
Hello, my name is Abeku Agri Santana. If there's anything that makes my life so easy, it is my bank. I love hanging out with my boys at our usual fufu joint. But even without cash, we still dey chop better with EcoBank Mobile. No matter the time of day, my bank helps me stay in touch with my beautiful wife whenever she's away. And when my beautiful wife is in town, she never misses out on her favorite TV shows because I'm able to pay up all my TV subscriptions from the comfort of my mobile phone. Whenever she has to get groceries too, my bank makes it cashless and convenient. And the part my wife loves the most is when my bank makes it possible and easy for her to shop from any part of the world without moving.
Welcome to the smart world of EcoBank. Download EcoBank Mobile from Google Play Store or the App Store and discover the smart way to bank. EcoBank, the Pan-African bank.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
30 years of a political life. Madam Ama Buzia, sister of the former Prime Minister of Ghana, Dr. K.A. Buzia, member of Council of State of President Kufuor's government, and member of the Council of Elders for the New Patriotic Party, shares her rich experience in her book dubbed The Bitter-Sweet Pill of Politics, a book that captures the many intricacies of what happens behind the scenes of politics.
I was in prison at James Ford Prison, and Director of Public Prosecution came there to interview somebody, and when he saw me, he said, what was I doing over there? And I said, I've been there for the past 3 months and nobody has told me anything. He drove straight to the castle and told the chaplain that he met Buzia's sister at the James Ford Prison. And I said I didn't know why I was there. And he told the chaplain that, look, you are infringing on her human rights. And this is the funny aspect of it.
Wednesday, 23rd of November 2022 will be the book launch of The Bitter-Sweet Pill of Politics. Venue, Kempinski Hotel. Time, 4 p.m. This event is strictly by invitation. The Bitter-Sweet Pill of Politics by Madam Ama Buzia will be available for purchase in shops and online portals at these locations. Kingdom Books across the country. EPP Books, Citrus, Book Nook, Amazon. The Bitter-Sweet Pill of
Welcome back to JoyNews Prime. To the rest of our stories, the Minister of Education, Dr. Yawse Duchum, has assured the youth of Ghana that the nation will support them in any way possible to help them achieve their dreams. Speaking at the maiden edition of the National STEM Innovation Competition in Accra, he encouraged the youth to do their best as Ghana strives to clear all obstacles in the way of success.
The nation is now saying to the youth, there will be no barriers in your way. When you have a fierce determination to succeed, we will nurture you, we will guide you, you give you the opportunity to succeed. And that is the President Akufo-Addo's new Ghana. That in this country, we'll never put bottlenecks in the way of any youth. We'll never put barriers in the way of the youth. We'll rather nurture them and support them and give them the opportunity to do what we thought was impossible. Nothing should be impossible in Ghana. Nothing should be impossible in Ghana. We must have a Ghanaian dream. We must run away from the Ghanaian nightmare. We have to create a nation where everything is possible. The idea that everything we talk about is impossible should no longer pertain in this great nation called Ghana. That we have to live in a country where we all believe that everything is possible.
He urged Ghanaian universities to offer scholarships and other forms of support to the youth.
I also want to appeal to our universities in Ghana. Reach out to these students. Give them scholarships to attend your institutions. Because you know what happens with the math and science competition where foreign universities come to recruit them. We shouldn't sit here for Rutgers to come here, for Rowan to come here and take all these young people away. Ghanaian universities should see talent in these young individuals and bring them into their universities. Allow them to flourish in Ghana and come up with homemade solutions to Ghanaian problems.
We're live on JoyNews Prime. When we return from this break, we'll bring you the very latest coming from the world of business.
It is not always black or white. It could be black and white. You want to ask why. So why not? You want to have a say, so you take the microphone. There always are issues. Find those that matter to you on the all-new AM show with Benjamin Akaplo. It is worth waking up for.
Time now for business players in the hospitality industry are lamenting the difficulty in keeping graduates from tertiary institutions. They say many products from the hospitality training institutions refuse non-managerial positions and are not suitable for available jobs. The trend, they say, is difficult and costly to manage and is affecting customer patronage. The Ghana Hotels Association, Ashanti, is currently reviewing policies to provide career growth opportunities and a healthy working environment for staff in the industry. There's more in this report.
The Tourism Federation says the cost of finding, hiring and training new staff is affecting the industry. Regional Chairman of the Federation, David Onyina, says the lack of the sector-specific skilled workers is affecting customers. He says the Ghana Hotel Association is liaising with academia to bridge the gap. He was speaking at a two-day workshop to review advocacy strategies and action plans for the industry.
We would like to liaise with the institutions, the universities and the polytechnics and so that they will produce the requisite or the materials that we want. Therefore, when they come, we don't have to train them. It's as a result of training them, which some of the hotels saying that, why should I invest in a person who will leave? But when they are already trained, when they come, we give them a small orientation, they will remain in the industry. And we are also going to ensure that the tourism players motivate and then good remuneration to these workers.
Academia has been faulted for producing half-baked graduates for the hospitality sector, but lack of infrastructure in hospitality-related tertiary institutions has been identified as a barrier preventing lecturers from imbibing the requisite skills in students.
Time now for sports.
It is not always black or white. It could be black and white. You want to ask,
And in sports, Qatar becomes the first World Cup host to ever lose their opening game. For the hosts, it wasn't quite the result they were hoping for, as Ecuador is arguably the weakest of the three teams in their group, which they will have to face if they are to dream of passage into the round of 16. Felix Sajay's men have been together in camp for the last 6 months to prepare for the tournament and work on tactics, but a nervous and disjointed performance led a Group A loss. With Africa Cup of Nations champions Senegal and three-time finalists the Netherlands to come, this looked like Qatar's easiest game on paper, but they were totally outplayed. A dramatic opening to the contest saw Ina Valencia's header from close range ruled out for offside by the video assistant referee, but the South Americans did break the deadlock shortly after Qatar's erratic goalkeeper Said Al Shaib brought Valencia down in the box, and the ex-West Ham forward stepped up to convert the spot kick. It got worse for the hosts as Valencia powered in another header before halftime to leave the Al Bayat Stadium silenced at the break. Many supporters who had left the stadium at the interval did not return, leaving the ground around half empty for much of the second period. And that'll be it for sports. That's how we also end the bulletin tonight. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Log on to myjoyonline.com. There's more of the news and update of all the developing stories. Enjoy the rest of our programs. It is not always...
Thank you for joining us for another edition of Joy Sports World Cup Tales as we build up to Qatar 2022. Well, the Black Stars are looking forward to making massive impact in the next World Cup in Qatar, and the whole nation would have to rally behind them to achieve this. Now, you do know that with this show, we're just throwing back on the years and looking back at some of the highlights of what has characterized our participation over the three that we've been to. I'm talking about Germany in 2006, South Africa in 2010, and Brazil in 2014. Here with me today is a fine gentleman who has been key in handling the communication operation of the Ghana Football Association over years. In fact, he took up that role and made it a major one within the operations of the Ghana FA, and of course was part of the top 5 hierarchy in the Ghana FA who executed Ghana's participation in 2006 and 2010. Years on, he plays different roles as well, and currently is serving as an executive committee member, and also has a massive, appeal when it comes to administration on the continental body. I'm talking about the Confederation of African Football. Dr. Randy Abbey is my guest. Good to see you again, Davi.
Good to see you, bro.
Well, unfortunately, we can't get into why we have the Davi accolade.
Davi one.
Davi one. We can talk about that later on. But good to see you, Randy. You were key in executing Ghana's qualification from the administrative level and the operational level in 2006 and 2010. I want us to roll back. You know, we want to do this in reverse. Let's start from 2010, which obviously has told a big story and has brought us the realization that we can go there and be part of the major subjects and the major topics. Okay. Away from what was done on the pitch, there were major highlights of that participation, including the visit to Madiba, Nelson Mandela's residence.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. I'm very interested in that story.
Well, that's one of the biggest highlights, and not just my career as a football administrator, but as a person. Because if there's anybody you would want to meet in this world, it has to be Nelson Mandela. You know, and so when we had been kicked out via the Suarez situation, and were informed that, look, Madiba would want to see us as a pride of Africa in that World Cup, I mean, we're elated. Everybody really wanted to be there. Even those who were not part of the delegation, when they heard that we were going to see Mandela, everybody wanted to. And the interesting thing is that that day there were 2 visits planned. One to Madiba himself, and the other to Mrs. Mandela, Winnie.
Wow.
Yes, so we did a double.
Wow.
So we went to Mandela and then went to Soweto to see Winnie. But the Mandela one was the biggest. And, you know, I kept dreaming about it the previous night. It was in my dreams, my sleep. I mean, I was just looking forward to it. And I kept looking at my timepiece. Yeah. You know, couldn't wait. I'm sure that I was about one of the first to dress up and get close to the bus.
Wow.
You know, for that trip to the place. And yeah, we got the security really, really tight. So we had
the
to.
Hilton estate.
Yeah. We had to go there in batches. They also were managing him because he was a bit frail
at the time,
and he wasn't too well, so they had to manage. So we had to go in, I think, 5 or 6 at a time, and I just kept waiting. Nothing should happen to prevent me from getting in, you know. And then eventually, we got in. Here was the man. I was awestruck. I mean, I could now see Mandela in person.
Like how many years in your career you'd never really been awestruck like that, meeting an
I mean, never. I have never in my life. I mean, never, ever, you know, been that awestruck. And, you know, I kept looking at the man even when we entered the living area. So we had to go behind him in the sofa to get to him, then exchange the greetings, and then I'll come sit with him to take the photographs. And it was something else. You know, I'm sure that I was virtually shivering.
Yeah.
You know, and then I got the opportunity of sitting by him to take the picture, and it was the highest point in my life and my career. I mean, spending that little time, you know, with him, it was massive.
On hindsight, would you have wished that that visit had probably come a little earlier?
No.
A little earlier, I mean in the tournament?
No.
Considering how much inspiration it gave all of you?
Well, yes, from an inspirational point of view, maybe, just maybe, you could have said that if you had seen us earlier, it could have motivated the team to, but we had all the motivation. I mean, the team that played against Uruguay was not a demotivated team. We had all the motivation. It was just, I think it was just an issue of luck. And probably, maybe a bit of inexperience.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you have the nerves, you know, high level, high octane, you know, there's a certain level of calmness that you see players at the very highest level exhibit in games like that. I mean, you have a penalty between you and setting a record as far as Africa's participation in the World Cup is concerned. That's big, that's huge. You have an entire continent and perhaps an entire race, I mean, rooting for you. We have become Africa, not Ghana, at the World Cup, and everybody else. And even those who were not blacks or Africans, but also supporting the underdog and were also rooting for good football, were behind us. So you were representing maybe a third or more of the world. We really wanted to see this African team at the semis. And then you had an opportunity. You see, scoring a goal in open play is different from the penalty spot. It's a completely different thing, you know. So, well, maybe if we had met him, but well, just maybe, I mean, it could have been different. But like I'm saying, the side wasn't a demotivated side. We did not lose because we lacked motivation or needed some more motivation, a bigger motivation. I just think that maybe a moment of nerves, just a moment of nerves.
We drew a lot of support for the Ghana flag, and we made waves. I visited, you know, I was there in South Africa. After the tournament, I visited, and I met ladies who wanted Asamoah Gyan's phone number and all of that. Look, what does that experience from South Africa now tell us as a continent regarding our participation and what kind of mark we should leave on it?
Well, I think that it's just a demonstration of the confidence that our people have in our ability to do better than we've done. I mean, there are a lot of people who believe that, look, with the quality of footballers that this continent has produced, it's a shame that our best has been the quarterfinals. And obviously, if you're speaking about countries that have been to the last four of the World Cup, an African country should be there, and it's long overdue. And so, I mean, the expectation, it just tells you the huge expectation that people have. And the expectation is not just from an emotive point of view, but it also has to do with the quality of the players that we have. If you look at international football on the globe today, many of the top players are players who come from Africa. If you look at the last AFCON, I mean, the quality of play and all that. And so there are a lot of people who have high expectations about African teams and our participation at the World Cup. And if you take a country like Ghana, I mean, up until 2006, Ghana was seen as the best African country never to have made it to the World Cup. It was unbelievable, and it was kind of strange that a country with the reputation that Ghana has in football had not been on the world stage. And that's how come, I mean, we went there in 2006, we did what we did, and from then on, you'd realize that anytime Ghana gets to a World Cup, the expectations are high. We took it a notch higher at 2010. Unfortunately, in 2014, it didn't work out. But if you look at the other African countries around, you look at Nigeria, you look at Senegal, you look at Cameroon, you would see that, I mean, there's a legitimate expectation that we ought to be doing better than we're doing now.
Match day Ghana-Uruguay. How did your day start? How did your day end?
Oh, you know, it normally starts with the previous day.
Sure.
So you have the last training session. You have the official press conference where I have to go with the coach and then a player. You know, so that's when it starts. That's when the international media, including the Ghanaian media, is there. All the questions, all the issues that are raised and all that. So from the press conference, then the night before, that's when the players themselves get into their team talk, their overnight prayer sessions and all those things. And then we also are getting closer to the technical team because you want to have a gist of what's going to happen, because you've seen a little at training. when you monitor the training, you can get a fair idea of how the coaches want to deploy and all that. We have our own discussions and analysis about what's going to happen. You know, at that level, everybody is a technical brain, you know. So we keep speaking to ourselves, you know, and then for those who are quite religious, they're speaking with their pastors and prophets and others, you know, in Akwanchire and you know, what have you. You have people back home calling, wanting to find out
what's one of the weirdest, you know, Akwanchire, if you put it that way, you've ever heard?
Me, I hardly hear. You know, it's always reported. Okay, you know, party. Yes. I mean, I don't. I believe in the prophetic, but I don't. You know, my view about football is a bit different. You know, but you hear all manner of things. People have all manner of beliefs, and so you hear and see all manner of things. But I think that the space is big enough to accommodate. I mean, yes, all shades. You know, so it gets in there, and the difficult part is sleeping. You know, nights before games like that, you could be. I remember the Uruguay one, and you're just. You know, it's either you're setting a record or you're breaking a heart. And so you fall asleep and then about 2-3 hours and then it's like, hey, what's happening? You know, and then the whole thing comes up again and you get up and then you're checking what they're saying, especially in the Ghanaian media and all those things. Then there's morning. And match day mornings are when the breakfast table is almost empty.
Nobody wants to eat.
Nobody.
So Ghana, Uruguay, nobody ate.
I mean, a few people. But you find that's when the breakfast table is mostly empty.
I see.
I'm telling you, it's mostly empty. And then maybe before the game in the afternoon, soup and a little rice. You know, people are tense. People are relaxed. Headphones. Listening to music, everybody's in a kind of mode. Yes, you know, it's tense, expensive. You know, people are meditating. People try to focus. Then the team is mentioned, and the team talk. So we know the team sheet now. Then have to board the bus. And you know that the situation in the bus is also different. You know, the Black Stars bus is a different thing. That's what sets us apart from many countries. So you're in there with Langabell.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're in there with Langabell with the drums. And then you have a Samoajan there. You have all the others in there. The different songs. I mean, it got to a point, there's a popular song. Milo, in 2010, he even had to learn part of the chorus.
I see.
Yeah. Because it was something that was done on a daily basis. It's even something that is done from training on the bus. And it's unique. So it's like if it were uni, you say the morale. You know, and that was unique. And it's done, we alight at the stadium, as we're alighting from the bus, it's continuing to the dressing room. Wow. And then you get into the dressing room, then you have a situation of another calmness and
reality check.
Yes. People now go take their jerseys, they start, you know, taping and strapping, and you know, that's when, I mean, it's time, you know. And then for me, I need to get out, go make sure that things are sorted and all that. I mean, you look at the players, and they sometimes, it's rather the players who come to us and say, oh, Charlie, don't worry.
I see.
You'll be fine, oh, relax. Charlie, relax.
I see.
You know, yeah. You know, there's sometimes, I mean, those days I always get close to Stephen. He was my best buddy.
I see.
You know, in the team, yes. I mean, Stephen and I are very close, you know. So I'll go to him and, Charlie, Cathedral, you know, Miniano. Oh, Kawari. Kawari.
I see.
You know, and then, of course, game time, you get into the field and then you need to watch the guys.
Is there his, pep talk ahead of games that you remember, you know, for one reason or the other? Stephen is said to be somebody who's very inspirational and very, you know.
Interestingly, Stephen doesn't speak a lot.
Okay, as a captain?
Yes, he doesn't speak a lot. He speaks, he doesn't speak a lot. He does a lot of one-on-one.
I see.
And I think Stephen's style was to create a council of elders.
Okay.
That was his style. So rather than be that individual captain, whatever, he created a council of elders that he led. And when they met, he would lead a process. When they have to meet us, he lets them do the talking.
So everybody was, so he made them feel involved?
Yes. Okay. So you invite Stephen for a meeting as captain. He says, no, I'm not coming alone. I'm coming with my guys.
I see.
So Stephen will come. You would find John Mensah. You would find Richard Kinson. You would find Sule. You find Michael Essien. You would find, in 2006, you would find Amwa. And then, I think in 2010, Asamoah.
Okay.
And then you come for the meeting and you start, and he takes a back seat. And he allows them to engage the leadership of the FA. That was his style.
I see.
Yeah, that was his style. And in 2006, interesting, it's the first time that the players had to deal with us on bonuses. I mean, that's a different story. And the following day, I was so upset with him. You know, because of our relationship, I thought I'd strike a deal with him. I'd assured my colleagues that it was okay. Yeah. And he had a big surprise for me. We got in there, he just took the back seat and allowed the current coach, Otuado, and Chipsa. They led. The calculator. That was when I found out that Chipsa had studied accounting at the Kumasi Technical University. You know, so he had a calculator, and then Otuado had all the data from the African players who were playing in the other teams at the World Cup and what the financial arrangements were. So the boys were prepared. We were unprepared. That was in Scotland.
Wow.
Just before the 2006 World Cup.
But you throw back on all of this and see what happened in 2014 when the same issue, I mean, reared its head again, and this time has caused so much chaos.
You know, I didn't go for the 2014 World Cup.
Of course.
And you know that I'm somebody who, if I am not part of the delegation, I pay myself to go and watch the Black Stars everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, provided I have nothing doing. So, before the 2014 World Cup, I went to Holland to watch the friendly at my expense. I went to the States to watch the friendly with South Korea at my expense. Now, I would always ask, which hotel would the team stay at? And then I make a booking to stay at the same hotel. Now, in this case, I think the team was staying at Florida or Miami, one of them. No, I think it was Miami. It was Miami, yes, Miami. And then it was a 5-star hotel. So 2 days to the trip, I had gone to Maryland, and I was going to move from Maryland to Miami to watch the game. Then I was told that the hotel has changed. So why? That the players got there and they rejected the 5-star hotel and insisted that they wanted a 7-star hotel, St. Regis.
I see.
Yes. I see. And when we see a 5-star hotel in the States, it's a top-notch hotel.
Good standard.
That the one that is St. Regis, because a couple of them on their pre-season with their clubs have stayed at the St. Regis. And the FA agreed and moved them to Regis. So I also had to change my booking, you know, to Regis because I wanted to be in the same space. And I got there and I realized that it looks like there were some issues, you know. So that plus so many other things, I said, look, this will be the end of my journey. So I didn't go to Brazil. So I came back, watched the first
I remember conversations with you, you know, when I had returned from Brazil and the tournament was wearing on, you know, you told me this story and told me about your discomfort with, you know, what you saw.
Yeah.
So you were not surprised when the trouble erupted in the camp?
The extent to which it went was a bit surprising. I mean, we always deal with these money issues. They are not new. I was just telling you about what happened in Scotland, 2006, which was our first time. You know, but the way it blew out. I mean, it was so surprising for me. And no wonder the public uproar and the way that thing took away a lot of the love that the public had. And unfortunately, we didn't do well at the World Cup. And therefore, everybody attributed our performance to what had happened, you know. And you'd realize that it's taken us probably some another maybe 8 years to get under the recovery path. And even that, you would see that the love and the joy is even coming gradually, you know.
Where
look, there are things with negotiations about bonuses and those things. Look, as there are very stormy sessions. I mean, Stephen is your friend. You can ask him. You can ask Mr. Fred Papo. You can ask Mr. Kusinyantichi, Fred Krensel, Kofi Nsia, Mr. Wanyamicha. You can ask them. I mean, you can ask the Honorable Obi Amwa. They came here and the Honorable Papo Swankuma, 2006. Yeah. We did a negotiation for the first round. They came in there. So when we qualified to play in the second round, they had to be part of the negotiation. They will tell you what happened in that room in Germany.
You told me about it.
Yeah, you know. So the way they spilled out with the videos and how things got into the public domain was a bit disturbing. Because you see, there are things that ought to be managed. If you've sat in a boardroom before, if people know what happens in boardrooms before they hear of decisions and all that, perhaps they will not even be interested in even wanting to know anything. But these things are contained, they are managed, they are communicated in a particular way. Because they're all part of the process. I mean, negotiating and you're negotiating with the footballers. They are passionate about what they're doing. You also are passionate about what you're doing. So I think that what happened was preventable, but I mean, hey, it's happened already. The only thing we can do is to learn the relevant lessons and make sure that these things don't recur. I mean, that's a situation that even led to the setting up of a presidential commission. So that should even tell you how terrible things were.
In wrapping up this conversation, Randy, we are, you know, we have it ahead of us. First of all, what's the feeling you get putting the technical conversation together, putting the sentimental conversation together about our group and what we can do differently? And also, how do we approach these issues and how do we manage these issues with all the experiences from the three appearances on hindsight?
Well, I think that I'm not a part of the Black Stars Management Committee, but I've been part of a couple of meetings with the ministry where the issues of the package for the World Cup and others have been discussed. So I know that as far as the ministry and the GFA are concerned, there is a certain consensus. Like I said, I'm not part of the Black Stars Management Committee, so as I speak with you, I would not know the engagement with the players yet. But I would be sure that engagement will be made. They would have that engagement, and of course, we would have a certainty, because it appears that that's what we've been doing in recent times, so that you have that certainty even before we get into the camp for the competition. So I'm sure that by the time we are done with the September friendlies, there ought to be some clarity amongst all stakeholders, whether it's government through the ministry, the GFA, and the playing body, as to what exactly we would have as the package that should be done. On the technical side, Otuado is extremely hardworking. If you've sat on a flight to Otuado, either to the game from Ghana to wherever you're traveling to, or coming back after the game, this is somebody who spends all his time on the flight on his laptop or with a book, and it's just about tactics. And it's something that I've experienced 3-4 times.
With Otuado?
Yes. And when you have a conversation with him, it's all about tactics. It's same with the technical advisor.
Chris Hutton.
Chris Hutton. Anytime you speak with him, it's just tactics, philosophy, team preparation, game preparation. The same with George. Same with Didi. You know, so you have a group that keeps working. They are monitoring all the time. They are speaking with the players. They are monitoring opponents. They are monitoring their own players. They are looking at how to play. And fortunately, they would have a little bit of time. They've had a little bit of time from when they took over caretaker to the World Cup to know the players. Fortunately, we have some new players coming in. They have these 2 games to also check them out. So I'm thinking that by the time, unfortunately, because we're having a Winter World Cup, the teams will not have that preparatory period that they normally have with the Summer World Cup. So probably we'll have a week or maximum 10 days to work with your players before the World Cup kicks off. But I'm confident that we would see something that we'll be happy about with the team.
Randy, thank you so much. And let's hope from a Ghanaian perspective that it works for our good.
Whichever way it goes, I am sure that we would be happy about our performance, whichever way it goes. I think that we would be able to see something that either makes us happy or gives us hope and confidence for the immediate future.
And that's purely from a technical point of view, not the prophetic, is it?
No, no, no. I'm not that gifted.
You know, Randy is also, he's a man of many parts. He's also an elder in his church. And it's very important to add that one as well.
I'm a member of the church.
Well, seasoned, you know, media consultant, you know, broadcaster, you know, entrepreneur, and of course, football administrator, Randy Abbey, executive council member of the Ghana FA, and once the PR manager or the communications director of the Ghana FA. Well, the tales continue, and of course, if you think you've heard stories, well, just wait till we bring you the next personality who gives us some of the things you probably may not have been exposed to when it comes to Ghana's participation in the FIFA World Cup. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to the whole production team. I'll be back with another episode. And remember, this is the Joy Sports World Cup Tales. It's ahead of Qatar 2022. My name is Nathaniel Atto, and I have love for sport.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of The Probe. Tonight on The Probe, just like the season we are in, which is football, tonight's show will be in 2 parts, or rather the first and second half. In the first half, we take a look at the historic censure motion against Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, currently before Parliament. So 2 key witnesses we saw, the PIAC and GNPC, they were hauled before the 8-member committee, and it was established that $100 million of Ghana's petroleum revenue has not been paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. They've been back and forth about it, but we know that the fluff about the laws of Ghana. All these were done without parliamentary approval, amongst others. So issues about the National Cathedral also came up, but tonight we shall concern ourselves with details of the PR consent about the GNPC's dealings and make sense out of it. My guest tonight will be Ben Boakye, ASEP's director. He's with me in the studios tonight. In all this too, Ken Ofori-Atta says he's done no wrong. This week, the committee is expected to present its report to Parliament. Will Ken go? Remains the question. We'll take a look at that in that first half. Then in the second half, we'll focus on the World Cup 2022 that opened beautifully, but with a shambolic performance by the host nation, Qatar, against Ecuador, ended with 2-0. Well, let's not be too quick to condemn when we have our crunch game against Portugal, Black Stars versus Portugal on Thursday. But if what we saw in the last friendly game against Switzerland is anything to go by, then I bet the Black Stars can pull that surprise that we're all looking forward to. Stay with me, because I'll take you to Qatar in the comfort of your home or wherever you're watching from. This is the Joy News channel. We are also live on Joy 99.7 FM. We're on DSTV channel 421. GoTV is 144. We're on myjoyonline.com and all our social media platforms. I am MFA Pau, and this is The Probe. Please stay.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism. It is storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again. The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
Welcome back. You're live on The Probe here on the Joy News channel. And like I said, tonight we're doing this in two parts. If you just joined us and you missed the intro, we're doing two parts, first and second half of, after all, it's just the football season. So in the first half, we are talking that 8-member committee that has been set up in Parliament to probe the censure motion that has been brought before Parliament for the removal of Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. You heard him on Friday insisting that he's done no wrong. Well, like other finance ministers would, he says he's apologizing, but he's done no wrong and does not deserve to be removed, and that there should be no witch hunting and entrapment. We've heard him, but the committee is concluding its work, and this week, since it's a Sunday, we are starting a new week, and we're expecting them to lay before Parliament that report. Will Ken go remains the key question, because on his part, he doesn't have to go. But what will happen with that committee's report, amongst others? My guest tonight in the studio is Mr. Ben Boakye with ASEP. And this evening, we know that prior to this particular motion, there have been concerns that ASEP has raised about GNPC's dealing. We also heard PIAC also raise similar concerns when they appeared before the ad hoc committee. The GNPC has been defending itself and also defending the finance minister. Amongst others, we're trying to make sense of all that we've heard. The issues about the $100 million, that's 7%, and why it's not being paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, amongst others. Let's try and break it all down for us to understand it better than we've heard and seen so far. Mr. Boakye, welcome to the studios.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you on the program. This is the very first time, right?
It's my first time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy to have you in the studios this evening so that you can help us with all that we've heard. But I'm sure you'll be monitoring the 1 week sitting of the committee. First off, what do you make of what you've seen and heard so far?
No, I think it's an interesting constitutional process that has been ongoing. I mean, it's fair that the minister has had the opportunity to defend himself. Earlier, there was a debate about whether he should have been in Parliament to, defend himself before the plenary. And then the Speaker thought, it has to be a committee first looking at it. I don't know what will be the outcome, whether they will still go ahead to put it to a vote. If they would, then I'm not sure it makes any sense for us to waste so much time when they could have simply invited the minister to come to the plenary and put his defense to all of them, and then a decision is made. I think there are debates about whether, they should push him out at this point based on the issues that have been raised. And some are even of the view that, the charges that are put to him are not strong enough for him to lose his job. I think those arguments, we've gone past them. When you have 85% of the people's representatives saying that they've lost confidence in you, they don't want you, I don't think anybody has a right to be a minister. There is no constitutional right to be a minister for which anybody can defend that when you have such an overwhelming majority. I'm not sure anybody claims, even Parliament, I'm not sure there is a parliamentarian that, maybe somebody from Kumasi or Volta region, to get 85% vote to be a representative. So I think at this point, it's not really about whether it is right for him to go or he has to defend himself. It's the constitutional process of people voting and the will of the people that says that he has to go at this point. We are told 95 people in his own camp says he should go, and the entire minority put that together. It's an overwhelming number that at this point we should still be risking the fiscal challenges that we do have on debating some of these things. We're taking too long. If you consider the kind of difficulty that we're in, we need to clear the airwaves, give confidence to the market and to people who want to deal with Ghana for us to come out of this difficulty. And I think this is an unnecessary addition to what we need to do at this point to recover.
Key concerns. It appears you have an issue with if it goes to a vote once again. What really is the concern there? Because that's the parliamentary procedure. I think if you go to a vote, the majority may not participate in that vote. But clearly, everybody knows that they have voted. They have been out there telling us that they don't want him to even present the budget. They've told the whole world that they've lost confidence in him. So it's not about whether he's erred or he has sinned against the people. It's a democratic process. People don't want you, all right? And I think he should just respect that and do as the honors, really. Well, we've heard the description of this whole process as being bogus, and then also the allegations that have been brought against it. We'll get into the details of it, especially this PIAC GNPC issue that has come up. But everybody deserves a legitimate reason. You mentioned that being a minister is definitely not a right, but there must be a legitimate reason for a minister's removal. Is that not the case?
What is legitimate? We have representation. It's a democracy, right? And the people you're supposed to work with says they don't want you. I don't know what other legitimate reasons can bring you back to them. For any concern, I mean, what about the majority who says that they need confidence in the system and the finance minister doesn't provide that confidence? 95 of them. Are all of them wrong? I mean, speak to the average person on the street. They've lost confidence in the finance minister.
Some has been described.
Those legitimate reasons can be explained in the back end. I mean, but this is a country we are running, and the country needs that confidence, you know, to go to the market, to be able to...
Most of the MPs that made up this 80 initial MPs, most of them were told are former deputy ministers, disappointed, amongst others, bitter to a large extent. For which reason they brought this? Or they mentioned it in the first place that he must go. Do you think their position is still the same?
I don't think it can
you
be
saw
Patrick
Patrick Boama in the committee. Does it look like his position remains same?
I think what they were doing at that committee level is really trying to say that we are not going to do this on the terms of the opposition.
Okay.
Even though we want the finance minister to go, we wouldn't do it on the terms of the opposition. So that's the kind of charade you had, you know, happening in Parliament. But truth be told, we are told that 95 people are in the camp of the majority. It says they don't want him to be the finance minister. So it's the usual politics, trying to say that we won't do it your way, but we want it our way. And that is appealing to the president to let him go when the finance minister himself says he will not go.
But do you see that at the end, will Ken go is the key question which most people are asking. From where you sit, will Ken go?
I'm unable to look into that crystal ball. If I were to advise him, I'll tell him to go. I mean, and allow the country to run at this particular point.
But he explained.
But the way
he explained to us.
I mean, the posturing at the committee hearing clearly indicated that he's not going anywhere. But again, it's up to the president to make the final judgment on that. But I'm sure if it was left to him alone, he's not going anywhere.
But do you see this parliamentary committee and this whole process, at least by this week, do you see that this will actually lead to the removal of Ken Ofori-Atta?
Whether it does or not, I think there's a lot to learn from what has happened over the period. At least, if for nothing at all, parliamentarians will learn how to structure their claims when such a motion is supposed to be filed and the processes that have to ensue. If I were to advise people, I think it's important they learn from this to see how they are strategic in filing some of these claims. If I were to do this, I mean, learning from what has happened, I will present all information I need, all the case, no surprises, put the data, pen to paper, and let him come and respond. Because for me, a lot of the issues that if they had really researched them and put them pen to paper, it would have been difficult for the finance minister to answer. But he wanted to surprise him. He says, you know, I can provide later, or I don't know about it. At that moment, you're a committee member, you can't really push him too hard when he says, I will provide later, or I don't have information. You could have just simply put pen to paper on every single line item that you want. Let him respond to it. No surprises here. And I think that would have worked than the way they did it, where he had the luxury of time, you know, to just tell you that he didn't do it, or he will respond later.
They could have been more strategic, you say?
Absolutely. I mean, some of the questions that they put, I mean, for example, we'll be discussing this GNPC thing. I wouldn't put it the way they put it. All right. The whole process was flawed, and it was flawed because the finance minister allowed it to happen. All right, there were constitutional breaches, if you like, where, you know, tax revenue, the law says that no tax revenue can be circumvented. You have to put it in the Petroleum Holding Fund. It wasn't done. The finance minister on his own approved for the fund to be used for the purchase of the shares without parliamentary approval. That is also another area that, you know, a law, the PRMA was actually breached. Right? So you really needed to know where you target, where you hit. But just saying that he authorized the deposition of 100 million into an offshore account. The entire transaction sits offshore, all right? And he allowed that to happen. So if the entire transaction sits offshore, why would an account not be offshore? All right, so for me, they shot wrongly, and they got away with it. But I was also surprised that, they struck out that particular claim, the demand, because remember when GNPC met them, there were questions GNPC said they couldn't answer, and the co-chair kept insisting that they should wait and put it to the finance minister. And then finance minister shows up and the claim is on the table for them to discuss it. And I thought that was really strange. Even if you thought the question was not put right, you had already made taking some positions when GNPC appeared, then you were to put that to the finance minister. How then do you strike that out? And I don't know how the minority also allowed that to be, struck out, because the process can also be linked to the same claim. All right, the deposit happened because the transaction was taken offshore by the consent of the finance minister. So how different is that from claiming that he has allowed?
We'll get deeper into all this offshore, because I know that is something you've been raising as far back as January up until now. It's been back and forth between you and GNPC with that and other issues, at least with the Gensar energy concerns as well. But let's listen to PIAC when they appeared before the committee on this.
Direct or indirect participation of the Republic shall first and foremost be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it is the considered view of the committee that it matters not that other issues may be introduced into the whole conversation. What matters for us, our understanding of the law, is that the PRMA is the primary law that governs the utilization, management of petroleum revenues. And it says that any revenue accruing to the state, whether directly or indirectly, should first be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, we also know that GNPC is the primary commercial arm of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum activities. And so when this happens, we are dealing with GNPC per se. If you look at the whole JOHL transaction, it is GNPC that undertook those transactions. So our position as a committee, Mr. Chairman, is that that lifting, whether it is lifted by 100% subsidiary of GNPC or not, ought to come first into the Petroleum Holding Fund, from where disbursements can be made for whatever reason. So, Mr. Chairman, our position on that matter is clear. Of course, for purposes of disclosure, the GNPC referred us to an advice from the Attorney General's Department purporting to okay such a transaction in the nature and manner that they dealt with this issue. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to say that we did not come to this conclusion without recourse to that particular advice.
I need to understand is that in all of this, what relates to the finance minister in terms of the allegation made against him? What is it about it?
I mean, as far as JOHL is concerned, I mean, the finance minister is not responsible for the revenues. I mean, obviously, we have to, at the end of the day, submit our financials, GRA. We have to pay whatever assessed tax that we need to pay. And let me say that in 2023, JOHL paid 17 million. 2021, I'm sorry, I'm 1 year ahead of. 2021, JOHL paid 17 million to GRA as tax on its operations. So, yeah, as far as the revenue is concerned, I don't think the finance minister has any direct, let me call it, control.
I read the GNPC Act, I read the Company Act, and the other acts under consideration. My understanding is entirely the same as the way you understand it, so I'll pass it on to my other colleagues.
Case, I mean, was any money paid into an offshore account? The 100 million, was it paid into an offshore account? So Honorable Chair, I think the word offshore, when we use, I mean, for those who are bankers, I mean, you can even have an offshore account in Ghana. So I think the word, when we say offshore, sometimes I get a bit confused because the Bank of Ghana has certain categorizations of what do you call it, foreign currency. And so what we call FCA offshore account. But to the extent that the question relates to receipts from sale of crude, yeah, it was paid into an account held at Ghana International Bank in London.
Okay, and who made the payment?
So the buyer of the crude. So buyers of the crude, even in the case of PHF, the buyers of the crude pay directly into the PHF. So they pay directly into whichever account that you designate for them to pay.
The monies were obviously paid directly to Jubilee Holdings, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Yeah.
Are those monies that ought first to have been paid into a Petroleum Holding Fund?
Yeah, so that's a point of departure, the area of disagreement. We believe that JOHL...
Wait a minute. Who are you disagreeing with? You are departing from where? Point of departure. He asked you a question, so deal with it. Point of departure. You are departing from...
So what PIAC? So I'm alluding to what PIAC said. So we disagree with PIAC's assertion that it should have been paid to the...
So why? Can you explain to the committee why you disagree?
Yeah, so Honorable Chair, as it was discussed during the PIAC testimony or submission, JOHL is 100% subsidiary of GNPC. We believe it's a company incorporated. It's a company registered under the Company Act. And obviously the terms and conditions, the constitution of JOHL is governed by the Company Act. And for that reason, 100% of the revenue cannot be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. The company must operate, and if at the end of the day it declares profit and the directors decide that dividend must be paid, that money is paid to GNPC, and that money paid, of course, will be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So we believe that JOHL is governed by the Company Act, not by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
So that's what transpired. First it was PIAC and then GNPC followed, and that's the testimony that was given before the committee. This issue about the 7%, the 100 million, whether it's been paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. You've been hearing the GNPC absolve the finance minister of any wrongdoing. They say they've paid their taxes, 17 billion or so in 2021, amongst others. That we have to verify. We don't know just yet if the committee is able to. But really, help us make sense of all that we're hearing.
No, I'm not sure we have time to really dig into all these matters. I mean, the claims about tax payments, you check all the Petroleum reports, the legally mandated report where these monies should reflect. They are not there. GOHL started lifting, half year they have made liftings already, and they were supposed, if they were, the claims of operating as an independent company was right, they should have paid tax to the state, reflecting in Bank of Ghana report, reflecting in Ministry of Finance report, reflecting in PIAC's report. None of these reports have that money paid into it. So it could have been payment made.
And PIAC's report was as at June 2022.
June 20. They had done prior liftings, right? And you think you have about 30 days to do payments when they are due. And subsequent to that, you're supposed to pay penalties for not obliging to that. But I think the crux of this whole conversation is this. You see, GNPC has been playing games with the country, we should put it that way, and essentially supported by Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Energy to be able to do that. It dates back around, I think, 2014 when ESPLOCO was established. And essentially, ESPLOCO was established to take away the functions, some of the core functions of GNPC. GNPC is an exploration and production company. Their job is to look for oil and produce it. But they set up another company to do the same job, and they say that they want to make it their commercial arm. But GNPC is not a marketing arm of anything. They can do a commercial entity in the oil and gas industry. So they set up ESPLOCO so that budget can circumvent the established protocol of ensuring that every revenue comes into the PHF and it is spent through it and proper accounting is done. So if we check what they've been doing with ESPLOCO, you can see these lapses there. ESPLOCO has spent over $100 million in the past 6 years or so trying to gather data. Talk to any industry person, and they tell you that that is way too much for onshore data acquisition. But they are still spending.
What kind of data?
They said they are acquiring data on the Voltairean Basin. And they keep gathering data. This year they're going to spend about $30 million gathering data. Every year they bring data acquisition. In fact, the original plan was for them to spend $60 million when Exploco was set up, to spend $60 million, gather data, drill wells. Now we've done $100 million still gathering data. And we don't know when the data gathering is going to stop. So it's the same strategy that they've done to now get this offshore company. So now they've even taken the company, a transaction out of Ghana. So we have oil that is being produced in our own country. And GNPC says that they're going to give it to Jubilee Oil Holding to own that asset in Cayman Island, receive the money in Cayman Island, and then decide how they operate, decide what they do. And in fact, the fact of the matter is that we don't even know on paper who actually owns it, except what they tell us.
We still don't know the beneficiary owners. Unfortunately,
it's not possible. You can only see directors, but beneficial ownership, Cayman Island does not disclose, unless the government itself makes an application to be able to verify the authenticity of the owners. We cannot know because Cayman Island doesn't allow that.
We are not interested in finding out.
It's the government that's supposed to be interested, but they are the ones also hiding the asset in Cayman Islands. So how would they tell you what you want to know? So for me, the problem started with the decision to take that asset, the 7% interest, and give it to Jubilee Oil Holding. Now GNPC is saying that Jubilee Oil Holding was already established and they only bought the company. They didn't have to buy the company. It's a company selling its assets in Ghana. So it's the asset you acquire. They decided to buy Jubilee Oil Holdings because they wanted to hide their interest there. And every action subsequent tells you that that is what they really wanted to do. When we broke this story, in fact, GNPC itself never had intention to tell anybody that Jubilee Oil Holding existed. Their first release, when they told us about the acquisition, they said GNPC was acquiring the asset and they were going to give it to Exploco. Then we found out that it was actually held by Jubilee Oil Holding in Cayman Islands. So when we did a press conference and then they responded and said that they were going to now bring the company into Ghana and register it as a foreign company operating in Ghana. We have our oil company. The oil company says that it's going to set up is setting up a structure in Cayman Island and bring it into Ghana as an external company. And everybody is fine with that.
Why all these layers?
Why all these layers? It's just to hide the asset. And that's how they operate. And it's in contravention of everything that the country did when we discovered oil, to make sure that we can properly account for every asset of revenue that is coming from the oil industry. And that's why we said that even GNPC's own operation, the money should come into the budget through the Petroleum Holding Fund. And the Finance Ministry decide how much they give back to GNPC for their own operations. But subsequent to that, they are trying to find schemes to be able to circumvent the Petroleum Holding arrangement so that they can spend outside it without proper accounting. And that is exactly what has gotten us here. And that is why we think that the committee should have focused on why the finance minister granted tax revenue to a foreign company. Remember, they asked GNPC whether they sought parliamentary approval for granting the money. I think the proper question was to the finance minister. Did he seek parliamentary approval? GOHL, mind you, whether it's owned by GNPC or anybody, is in Cayman Island. So it's a foreign entity, Ghana government giving loan to a foreign company. All right? And that requires parliamentary approval. It's an international commercial transaction. You cannot just give money to a foreign company.
It raises concerns then about parliamentary oversight.
I mean, all the questions, check it. A lot of them raise concern about parliamentary oversight. I mean, for example, the is it fiscal recklessness position where they said, the Cathedral one, where they said the minister had abused the budget without parliamentary approval. And he shows them in the budget that he had a contingency vote of over almost $1 billion Ghana cedi, contingency vote, which means that it is at the discretion of the finance minister to use it for whatever he wants.
That is under other government business.
Yes, and even the contingency fund, a constitutional account, is zero. But he has a contingency vote of $1 billion that he decides how he wants to spend it. And Parliament approved that. And now comes back to say that he has used money without parliamentary approval. These are the lapses, accountability lapses. You can't give that blank check when your contingency fund. In fact, the contingency fund is not even a strict process of assessing it. You only need the Committee of Finance to to approve whatever you want to use the money for. So why is the contingency fund zero? And then there's a amorphous contingency vote that the minister can just dip his hand anyhow, and then end of story. You know, so we are learning how civil society and people interested in the budget also need to up our game in actually tracking how public finances are actually used to really optimize it.
So from our last checks, for instance, I don't know, we know that this issue came up with PIAC. They are still insisting that that 100 million has not been paid into the PHF. Is that
as far as the PHF is concerned, the amount that has to go through it for proper accounting is about $300 million. Because the 164 that was used to buy the asset should have gone to the PHF. It's not gone in. The lifting for the year, about 150 million, hasn't gone in. All right, so that is the money that has to be routed into the PHF for proper accounting. Now GNPC says they have paid some money to Ministry of Finance. It is not in any Ministry of Finance report. So which account did they pay that money into? They said that they have paid back some of the 164 loan back to Ministry of Finance. But you can't find it in any report. It's not showing also in the PHF. Even if they were paying back, that should have also gone into the PHF. But it's not there. So there's a broader conversation about how petroleum revenues are, leaving its destination into other accounts. And that breaches the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and the other constitutional arrangements of parliamentary approval.
Are we as concerned about this as we are, as we speak?
I think for us, we have done what we could. I mean, we've done 2 press conferences on this, right? We brought it to show the public that it was JOHL. We've told Parliament about it. I've been before the select committee to talk about the same thing, mines and energy. I've been before them to talk about this whole thing. Nobody's interested. So it could be a layer of beneficiaries who are not interested in making sure that the PHF rather benefits from this.
Well, and I know that there are other key issues also that you had with GNPC. I'm sure that subsequently we get to talk about it. But this, just before we go though, this issue about the Gensor Energy, where are we with it? I know that at the last check, the Mines and Energy Committee mentioned that they were sitting on it. They were going to invite you and other CSOs to take a look at it. What has become of it?
Yeah, I think as far as we know, the Parliamentary Select Committee is looking at it, but it's been slow. The contract is still in force. The violations are still ongoing. I spent 4 hours before the committee justifying our position on that. They seem satisfied with the arrangement so far, but we don't see how justifiable gas that is sold on the average to everybody in the power sector at 5.9 now, at the time was 6.08, is sold to a company for 2.79. And it's even going to, in the next 2-3 years, to come to about 5.57, even lower than how much we are buying the gas from offshore. And we are waiting to hear what the committee will say eventually. But it's delaying, and maybe we still have to go back to the drawing board on our advocacy strategy if the committee will not take it up seriously.
Well, just recently, at least a week or two, it's just a week, I think, it was just last week, and we heard that petroleum prices had gone down. At least there was a reduction in fuel prices. It's a key concern. Since ASEP is with me in the studios, we can't go without not talking about petroleum prices. This week, as we go forward, and the subsequent days to come, what is it looking like?
That's really difficult. I mean, we don't really monitor the prices.
Okay.
We are more interested in the policy side of things when there are new taxes being introduced, or we think that government has to do something radical. But beyond that, I think the market is fairly stable. The city hasn't moved that much. I think the reason why we got a reduction was because of the reactions to the jump from 10 cedis to the dollar to about 15, 14 cedis to the dollar. And then the BDC started, pricing the risks in. I hear there are some more arrangements with the BOG to provide some more dollars to be able to cushion them. I think we have to play with the market at this point, unfortunately. We have to play because subsidy can also come to hurt all of us. The government has nothing to give you except what you have given it. So unfortunately, that's what we have to do. We have advocated that perhaps government has to step in to look at the vulnerable around this time. Maybe providing some transportation for people who want to go to work and cannot do. That would be a more targeted subsidy or intervention than subsidizing the product.
Mr. Boache, thank you so much. Do you love your football?
I'm on leave sometime.
On leave of football.
But when it's World Cup, certainly.
The energy issues are taking your time.
Yeah, we try.
Okay, but I'm sure you've been following the Black Stars a bit.
I've been praying for them.
You've been praying
for them.
How far do you think the Black Stars will go?
I hope we'll bring the cup.
Okay.
So
I'm with you on that.
We just keep praying.
Yeah. Please pray harder. And if you declare the fast, please let us know so we join in. Thank you so much for joining us for the first half of the probe tonight. That's Mr. Benjamin Boache. He's with ASEP, and we've been taking a look at the censure motion that's been brought before Parliament, specifically the issues that have been raised when it comes to the Petroleum Holding Fund. That's 7%, which is so far about 100 million, which we are told has not been paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. We've heard PIAC and then also the GNPC. Also heard the Finance Minister. We'll look at how it will all pan out this week when the committee presents its report. Will Ken go? Remains that key question. I know you've been talking on social media. We'll get some of your comments. But let's get into the second half after this break.
Of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again. The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
You're still here on the probe. We're on the JoyNews channel, also on Joy 99.7 FM. On DSTV is channel 421. GoTV is 144. We're on myjoyonline.com and all our social media platforms. And it's the second half of the probe tonight. Of course, because we are in that season, it was the World Cup. It's just opened today. That beautiful, breathtaking ceremony that happened in Qatar today. But unfortunately, the host team lost by 2-0 against Ecuador. Well, we are getting ready to take on Portugal on Thursday. Is the Black Stars. And we know that we're about to soar very high and all the way. But let me go on Zoom now, and thankfully we've been joined on the phone by Zoom by the Communications Director of the Ghana Football Association, Mr. Henry Asante Chum. I also have the immediate former Communications Director of the GFA, also currently with the team, joining us as well, and then George Ado Jr., our very own George Ado Jr., also joining us via Zoom. Many thanks, gentlemen, for your time here on the probe.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see you. Well, Mr. Asante Chum, well, it's okay to start with you this evening. Please tell us how our team is faring.
Good evening, Emifak. We are fine. We began our journey from Abu Dhabi, where we camped for 4 days. Within that period, we played friendly against Switzerland, which we won by 2-0. And then the next morning, we had our recovery training. And in the evening, we boarded a flight to Doha. So we have been in Doha since Friday night. Yesterday, the technical team headed by Automotive decided to give the players a free day because of jet lag, and then also the exertions from the friendly match against Switzerland. And this morning we hit the gym for fitness training, and then we returned from the first training session in Doha just about 4 hours ago. So everything is on course. We do not have any cause for alarm. All the players are in good condition. All of them are fully fit. They have been training ever since we started camping. And I can say that based on what I have seen, we have 3 more days to continue our preparations for the first match against Portugal. And we will be very much ready for that encounter.
Okay, well, but the players, at least after that game against Switzerland, that last friendly game against Switzerland, I can tell you, you are not in Ghana now, but I can tell you that morale is high. We are all so excited about that performance, and we are hopeful that on Thursday we are taking down Portugal. But what's the talk amongst the players themselves? Are they as hopeful as we are?
Well, you know that in recent times, results have not gone our way. If I remember, even though we were able to beat Nicaragua by 1 goal to nil, the discussions among the playing body, the technical team, the management was not good enough, if I can put it bluntly, because we beat Madagascar, then we went to Angola to draw with Central African Republic. Then we went to play in the Kirin Cup, which we lost our first game to Japan by 4-1. Drew 0-0 with Chile, won on penalties, and then came back to lose to Brazil 3-0 before we won against Nicaragua. So results have not gone our way in the last few matches. And so we needed that win against Switzerland just to bring back our confidence. And one particular thing I'm happy about is the fact that a coach decided to rest some players on the day. There was no Thomas Partey, there was no Mohamed Kudus, Abdul Fattah Ishahaku, among others, did not get to play. Usman Bukhari and co did not get to play, but the performance was very, very encouraging. Players who were given the chance to play, especially Daniel Efrie Barnier, who got his first start in the Black Stars, and also Abdul Samed, and then also Tariq Lamptey, who were all given the opportunity to start their first Black Stars matches, were impressive. And we picked a lot of positives from that encounter. And so it is something that we really, really want to build on going forward.
Okay. Well, Sunny, tell us, what's the situation? At least you will give us a view that maybe Henry may not. But let me find out from you, at least. You've been with the team as well. But tell us, should we have our expectations as high as it is as we speak?
I think we should be confident, but we should be cautiously confident. There are lots of positives to be picked from the last time Ghana played in the competition and to what we would see in this tournament. That's because the last time we played in a competition, that was at the AFCON, we crashed out in the first round, and that was not pleasing at all to all Ghanaians. But based on what we saw in the Switzerland game, we can clearly see that the team has lifted itself. The players have improved. The quality of players in the side has improved tremendously, and we are going to see an improved team. We should not rush ahead of ourselves in saying that we are there yet. We have the youngest team in the tournament. And for me, I look, into the future in saying that this is the beginning of the rebuilding process. If the results come that good, sure, we must celebrate it. But we also have to be happy about the fact that we have a team that can serve Ghana for the next 10 to 12 years. And within it, if the players are to grow based on the prospects we've seen of them now, we can be confident that between 10 to 12 years, we can have an AFCON winning team. The World Cup is surely the biggest stage, We have to go there and represent the country in the best possible way. But we should not put our expectations high up so that when touch wood, when disappointments come, people will feel badly let down.
But I get worried when you say we're beginning of a rebuilding process. Is this a time for that?
Well, because of what I stated, that at the African Cup of Nations, we didn't have a good team. We have to be honest with ourselves.
Okay.
That we didn't have a good team. A lot of players have been brought on board, and we have to give credit particularly to the president of the FA, who took it upon himself in knowing that the team bombed at the AFCON and decided that he has to embark on a mission to convince players who were dithering to join the Ghana national team or dual nationals who were convinced to play for Ghana. That succeeded a lot in making the team from a team of also-rans to possibly, good contenders. So if we've just started this process, we can't say, if you start building a house, you can't say that it is the top mansion yet. Let's wait and take one game after the other and say that it's reached its fruition. I'm confident that we have a very good team, but we have to follow the team and, match after match.
Well, George Addo Jr. is our man on the ground and about the best on the ground as we speak. Mr. Addo Jr., well, you've been following the team from Abu Dhabi all the way to Doha, Qatar. It's all started today. Tell us what you've experienced so far and what you've seen, and give us the true picture. The men are with the team, but you are independent. Give us a true picture on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think they've painted the wrong picture anyway.
Okay.
I was just going to, I was just going to put a bit of what Sunny and Henry have said in context, especially when it comes to where the stage at which this team is at. I'll just take you back to the 2006 World Cup. When you look at the boys or the men we used for the 2006 World Cup, we kept the nucleus of the team for the 2010 World Cup. In the space between 2006 and 2010, we have the 2008 Africa Cup of Nations, in which we made it to the semi-finals and finished third. And then we have the Africa Cup of Nations 2010. All this for the senior team. Even for the under-20 team that won the World Cup in 2009, who were embedded into the national team, aside the 2009 under-20 World Cup, they also played in the CHAN. Everybody forgets the CHAN. But they played in the CHAN and went to the final against DR Congo and lost. And then a huge chunk of them as well played in the Africa Cup of Nations before they had the call-ups to the World Cup. So you can understand that the 2010 World Cup squad that we speak a lot about, it had a lot of building blocks. And so there was such a cohesive unit. They knew each other. And that's probably why we had the team performing at that level. Now, this team is just coming together. It's just coming together. Sometimes I feel like the World Cup has come a bit too early. But sometimes when the opportunities come in the game of football, you have to take it and see the very best that you can get from it. So it is just the background that you need. And that's why Sunny is saying he's looking forward to the Africa Cup of Nations that will take place in 2024. Because if you look at the way they are bonding and the way they have started, you give them some more competitions, they play together, they can become a very, very good team. And it's so balanced. I think from what I've seen from the team from Abu Dhabi, where the camp was, for the friendly game, they are buzzing. They were very excited with the performance against Switzerland, but they kept telling themselves that it was only a friendly, and the main job is before them. They will have to go into the Portugal game and see what they can get from it. They've all been very, 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 very cautious, and I'd say that they've really paid good attention to the kind of work that must be done. But all that said, Portugal are also waiting for us to teach us a big lesson if they can. Uruguay are waiting, South Korea are waiting, so it's a game and you have to just get onto it. I don't know what Sunny and Henry make of the opening game, but for me, I'm not too old, but it's probably the worst.
I'll come to that one. I'll come to that one shortly. Because I don't know if it was that shocking or it was expected. But Henry and Sunny, I would have to wrap up with you. Then I can talk to George and then Muftau on our coverage as well. But Henry, a lot of people, at least including myself, we are saying that if we are not winning the cup, we are going all the way to the finals. Do you agree?
Well, that is our wish. That is our wish. We believe that, you know, we need to start the competition on a sound footing. We are playing against one of the best teams in Europe at the moment. Let's not forget that Portugal is a side that is star-studded with loads of players who are regular for their respective clubs in Europe, from Rafael Leão to Bernardo Silva to Rui Patricio to Cristiano Ronaldo, who is making his 6th World Cup appearance with loads of experience and exposure. And he has seen it all, you know. So when you are going into games like this, you need to be cautiously optimistic.
So how are you psyching up the boys such that they won't be starstruck when they see them?
No, I think a lot has been done behind the scenes. There have been several meetings between the technical team and the playing body. Now, individually, they've also been psyching themselves. Luckily enough, we've got players in our team who are also experienced. Yes, in this squad, it's only Andre and his kid brother Jordan who have World Cup experience. But, I mean, you cannot tell me that what Thomas Partey does at Arsenal is a fluke. Aside that, we have Samet Salis, who is doing exceedingly well in the French league. He's a young lad. Mohamed Salisu is doing well at Southampton. Daniel Amate, with the experience and the success he has struck at Leicester City over the last few years. So individually, we've got the quality. Collectively, I think the coach is working on their psyche. What we need to know is that the stage is set for every team. There is equal opportunity for every team if you are able to do your things well. Yesterday, myself and 6 of them were talking about the success of Spain in the 2010 World Cup. Okay. And one of the players mentioned that Spain lost their first match against Switzerland in the World Cup in 2010, but ended up winning the competition. And this is one of the players who came up with this analysis. So they believe that is an equal platform. They have what it takes. They have the quality, and they will do everything possible. You know, they will sweat for the 3 points. It wouldn't come easy, but we just need to work hard, keep our discipline and our composure, go into the games, take it one after the other, and I'm sure we'll be able to pull a surprise.
One thing we observed, though, is the issue about supporters. We didn't have enough. At least is what we saw at the opening game or the opening ceremony today. Is it that we didn't take any supporters with us? If we did, how many exactly are we looking at?
Well, we did a community engagement this morning, and we had about 35 Ghanaian fans who are resident here in Doha attending the community event. They made mention that there are about 2,200 Ghanaian fans who are resident here. Okay. I must tell you that the day we arrived, the atmosphere at the hotel was electrifying. There were over 1,500 supporters who came here to welcome the team. Majority of them will be at the stadium when we take on the Portuguese. I also understand that about 1,200 will be flown from Accra to Doha to add to the number that we have here. So we're expecting not less than 2,500 fans on Thursday.
On Thursday. Okay, and you can tell Ghanaians in the face that we should be confident, but like Sunny says, cautiously confident. But Sunny, if what we saw today, Qatar versus Ecuador, is anything to go by, what are we looking at for Ghanaians at least? You've told us to manage our expectations though, but I'm sure you can briefly touch on what we saw today and then what to expect.
I think that I was surprised that Qatar lost the opening match because they'd gone through a lot of preparation. There was a Ghanaian in that Qatari national team. Mohamed Muntari is a Kumasi-born lad who plays for the Qatari national team. So I've actually followed them personally for some time now. Now surprised they lost at home in this opening match. That said, it tells you that football is unpredictable, and this tournament might show a lot of surprises. So we have to be cautious. We have to be aware of the threats and the opportunities we would have. Portugal will go into our game against them as the favorites, but like it's been seen against Ecuador, surprises can happen, and we can pull surprises. The same way, we also have to be cautious where countries we feel that we are ahead of them, like South Korea. We think a lot of Ghanaians think we can easily beat them. We should be cautious because they can also pull surprises. So we have to learn the lessons from the first game of the tournament.
Okay. Well, our love to the team, Henry and Sunny, since you're also close to them, let them know that we are fully behind them and we know that they can make the country proud. But George and Muftau, please, let's talk about our coverage. First from Qatar, and then Muftau will also take us through from what we have to do here in Accra. What should our viewers and listeners expect? Starting with you, George.
Oh, yes. As much as possible behind the scenes, we'll be giving you up-to-the-minute updates on what's happening with the Black Stars, including at the hotel where the alarms went out and the players had to, evacuate the building for a few minutes before they went back. So
what happened?
All the updates that you need, we'll be giving you.
What happened?
Oh, yeah, the alarms in the hotel. Yeah, the alarm in the hotel, the fire alarm in the hotel went off. And so it meant that they had to be sure that the players were safe. So players and some of those who occupy the hotel were asked to come out for some minutes. And then after everything was calm, they checked it and they realized that everything was okay. They were asked to go back into it. Okay. So if you pay close attention, the GFA has actually issued a statement explaining and trying to calm everybody, knowing that players and their families are very, very concerned about what's going on in the hotel. So they definitely get to know. The FA has put out a statement to say that there's calm and everything is fine. But I mean, little details like that and the updates that we're getting, we'll be giving you via radio, TV, online, everywhere. Look, there are going to be some live commentaries coming from Qatar as well for you to enjoy. We've got television. I'm sure Muftau will tell you a lot about it. We've got radio for you as well. And then, behind the scenes, the interviews and the on-spot, analysis as and when the competition goes. We're keeping our tabs on Ghana and then on the African representatives and then generally the world, so that the Messi fans or Ronaldo fans will see how it's going in terms of this competition. And so there's no need to worry. We have you covered. We have you covered.
I know.
360.
Definitely covered. Muftau, anything to add to it in terms of our coverage briefly, then we can wrap up.
I don't think there's nothing more to add.
Okay.
If viewers followed what we did during the Euro 2020, they would know that the World Cup, which is the biggest football competition in the world, we are here to serve them the best. We started with the opening match earlier today, and we came up with our best. We'll have pundits like Christopher Nimule, former Black Stars player David Akam, former Black Stars assistant coach Master Konadu. These are our pundits who will be with us during our coverage of the tournament, and they'll provide us some of the technical and tactical insight when it comes to football matches. So our viewers should expect the best of coverage. And I think that come the grand finale on December 18, when they turn on their television, they will say that Joy Prime brought the World Cup, the joy of the World Cup, to their
also
homes.
on Joy Prime. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us here on the second half of the probe. Many thanks so much. And we had Henry Asante Chum, Communications Director of the GFA. We also had Sunny Dara, former Communications Director, George Ado Jr., our very own, and then Muftau Nabila. And remember that we will be viewing it on Joy Prime, not on the Joy News channel. Many of you have been wondering. It's on the Joy Prime channel, one of our channels, also on Joy 99.7 FM. Please stay with us. It's on Asempa as well, Hits FM, all our channels. We have you covered. That's it for tonight's edition of The Probe. The Walk with Jesus is up next for our radio audience. I am MFA Apau. Many thanks for your company.
Discover the right cybersecurity solutions to strengthen your defenses and secure your business with Virtual InfoSec Africa. Right here at Virtual InfoSec Africa, we provide you with the topmost designers, developers, and providers of information security services such as information security risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, social engineering services, digital forensic and network security, security operations services, SOC with managed Edge Services, VIA, partners with the world's best original equipment manufacturer in providing affordable and world-class cybersecurity solutions with the best return on investment year on year. We are a shoulder you can count on. Locate us at the Palazzo Building, Osu Babu Street, Jolu. Call us on 0500-450092 or visit our website at www.virtualinfosecafrica.com. Virtual Infosec Africa, security solutions by...
There's one thing that he is synonymous with. He says in life, there's no elevator to success. You must go through the stairs. And in his life, he's always gone through the stairs. And those stairs took him to become a deputy general secretary of the Confederation of African Football. Those stairs, he became a FIFA match director. In fact, in the 2013 African Cup of Nations Grand Finale in South Africa, in the 2014 FIFA World Cup Grand Finale in Brazil, he led those teams out to the pitch for those matches. And now he works with FIFA. He also set up the Professional Footballers Association of Ghana. It was a thing when it began, was new to many. This was quite alien because over the years, no one had decided that he was going to pay attention to the welfare of professional footballers. But he decided that the time to take care of footballers, to appreciate their craft and concentrate on their welfare was very critical. That person is Anthony Baffo. He's my guest here on Prime Take. Tony, thank you very much for your time. Hope you're doing good.
You're very welcome. I'm well.
Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been doing?
I can't complain. I'm busy. And busy in regards to the business of football.
Yeah.
And I give thanks and praises. And I say every day, Alhamdulillah, 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 Nagode Allah, that I'm occupied. And I've seen the world.
Yes.
I'm still seeing the world. And I believe that it is very important that we have faith and that we go step by step and that we also leave some for others to come and inherit.
Yes.
I think this is very, very important.
About 8 years ago, I listened to you on a radio interview, and that was the first time I heard you say that there's no elevator to success, you must go through the stairs. Why is this something that is so synonymous when it comes to Anthony Baffo?
I don't rush in life. It's very, very important that you take your time in everything you're doing.
Yes.
I always tell you, don't change the way you are.
Yes.
By research, have the correct information. Sometimes it takes time.
Yeah.
Don't go out for sensationalism. You have the headline and then the content is totally different.
Yes.
I don't believe in that. I believe in being organized, having a strategy. These are things my father, may his soul rest in peace, and my mom, alhamdulillah, she will turn 94 years, who's still alive, always tell me.
Wow.
Take your time. And Shakespeare also said, go step by step. Those who rush will stumble and fall. It is, because my saying with there's no elevator to success, you have to take the stairs, is very simple. When you're climbing the stairs, okay?
Yes.
And you get to a certain level, you can look down. You know where you're coming from.
Yes.
When you continue climbing, you look up. You know where you're going to.
Where you're headed.
As simple as that.
Tony, how was life in Germany like? I had a conversation with C.K. Akono on this very show, and he said at the time he came to Germany, racism was at its peak. And as one of the first few black players who had played in the Bundesliga, how was life like?
You see, CK came from Ghana.
Yes.
I remember the day very, very well. Well, it was after we played the match in Kumasi. I think we even played against Burundi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When my former club, Fortuna Köln,
wanted him.
Oh, okay.
You see. So then you had Etepe Kakoko, who was there, Evan Costetter, Jimmy Hartwig. Those last names I just mentioned, they were half caste.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had Santos Motubila, who was with Saarbrücken. Then we had a Togolese. He played for St. Pauli. Forgotten his name. My advantage was that I speak the language better than the Germans themselves. German. I speak High German. My other advantage was also that my mouth is very sharp. I didn't allow them to step on my toes. When I was younger, I used to hit them. I will give you a scenario. You remember the series Roots, Alex Haley,
Yeah.
Kunta Kinte, Chicken George, Toby, Fanta, Kissy, okay? Our story. So I was working with my mom. You know, here in Ghana, the pavements are full of vendors, but
Yes.
over there you can't do it.
Yes.
We were walking. We were coming from the supermarket. I was holding the bags. And on the other side, there were kids calling, hey, look at Chicken George, Chakazulu, Kunta Kinte. And my mom said, don't mind them. I said, Mama, you're saying don't mind them. You're our mother. Me, I will mind them. So I said, Mama, you wait here. She said, what are you doing? I said, just wait here. I crossed 3 or 4 guys. I beat them up. And I said, do you see how strong Kunta Kinte is? Or Chicken George? Or Chakazulu? That was my way of defending
yourself.
Ourselves.
Okay, not just yourself, but others who are also
Yes.
of the black race, yeah.
And my mom came home and she told my father, hey, this is your son.
He's stubborn.
He's stubborn, Papa. And I said, what did he do? He beat all of them up. I said, Mama, Ad, what did they say? They said, Chicken George, Kunta Kinte.
And what does that mean? Chicken
These
George?
were the names for the slaves.
Ah, okay.
You understand?
Yes.
That's what you have to understand. I don't care about the names, but they were calling us slaves.
I see.
You see, it's like, you know, we are the ones working on a cotton wool
Yes,
plantation.
yes.
You know, so that was when I was younger. But later, you become wiser, you read more. I beat them verbally. You see, I told the player also once who racially abused me on the pitch, and we were winning. And I said, first of all, look at the scoreboard. We are down. And that was with Wattenscheid 09. Ali Ibrahim played there, and Suleiman Sane, Leroy Sane's father.
Oh, okay.
You know, we are good buddies.
Oh, really?
So he told me even, don't mind him, this guy, they're not going to prolongate his contract. I said, okay, this is a good weapon for me. He said something again in the match, and then I said, I heard your contract is running out. And they're not going to prolongate the contract because you are such a bad player. But you can come to Ghana. I have a cotton wool plantation. Only white people work there. So I was very sarcastic at the same time. Or I will enter a car which came to pick me for a TV interview.
Yeah.
Then I was sitting at the back. I said, hey, Charlie, things have changed. Huh? We used to be in front. The man didn't know how to react. So just to tell you, I didn't allow them to step on my toes. And when I was getting more recognized, more famous, today, if you want to voice out, let me say, anything which you don't like, you can just tweet, right?
Yeah.
Back in the days, there was no Twitter. There was no Instagram, no social media. They used to write letters to us. And I remember especially white women who were married to blacks and had mixed race children. They said, what should I do? My daughter comes home, she wants to take off
her skin.
her skin. And then you see, when they wrote to me, they put the numbers and everything. You know, then no mobile phones, nothing. So I called the mothers to ask, what is the problem? Yeah, you see, they all see you on TV, and I tell them you are the uncle. I said, where do they go to school? They gave me the names of the schools. I drove to the schools. I drove there, and I said, and the kids were all coming, this is Anthony Baffo, this is Anthony Baffo. And I said, oh, my niece, come. You know, in our culture, we say uncle, auntie. So I gave them that confidence that I am with them. They are from my family. Everybody became quiet. That made me realize that now when I speak, I'm no more talking for only myself.
We're talking for the masses and generations unborn.
Yes, the minority. So I have to show them that I am with them and that they can look up to me. So a lot of things changed, and that made me read a lot about our culture, about our history. People say I'm a Pan-Africanist, but I say I'm an Africanist as well. I identify myself with my story and my history. And this is very important to me. So to tell you, it was a tough time. I had bananas thrown at me back in the days when Germany was divided with the East and the West. People were spitting at you, you know, whilst we were playing, and making monkey noises, you know. They said, whoosh, 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 nigger in the bush, you see. Until there was a time in the 90s where I called Anthony Baffo and Suleiman Sane, and I said, look, a friend of mine was working for one of the biggest newspapers, the Bild Zeitung, and he said, look, I think it's enough, you have to do something. And I said, okay, I will call my guys, Anthony Baffo and Suleiman Sane. We wrote, we all signed, and then we send it out in the papers that until here and no more. We're also human beings, stop this, we play for your clubs, for the respective clubs, and I think we're also making the Bundesliga interesting. The next match I played in Werder Bremen. I saw a very big Bob Marley flag uprising. And that, I think, raised more consciousness. And that was the start of the battle against racism.
If you just join us, we are still speaking to Anthony Baffo here on A Prime Take. He's been giving us the story of how he started out, how he became a footballer, life in Germany as a footballer. And we are at a point where he's talking about how when Germany was divided into two, the West and East Germany, people could spit or throw banana or make monkey chants during matches. How did your national team call-up come about? And before that, why did you choose Ghana over Germany?
When I was 15, 16, we were all in Duisburg. That's one of the regional technical centers. And all the regions came together. This is how they select the under-16 national team. And before that, they had a pupils national team.
Oh, okay.
There were like 7, 8 pitches, and all the regions, like I said, they are there. All the scouts from the German Football Association were there, and at that time it was Bertie Fuchs who was the coach.
Okay.
And you know, then I was approached that I am on the list to be recruited for the under-16 national team.
Okay.
And when the coach spoke to me, he asked me, "But you're interested, huh?" And I said, "Well, I will come if you can give me one player in the senior national team with whom I can identify myself." Do you understand this?
Yes. It means that
there was no black at that time.
There was
just
no
to
black
answer your question.
inside the national team.
Yes.
The senior national team.
Yes.
So you couldn't identify yourself as a
Yes.
German.
Yes.
It's quite an interesting one. So then you chose to play for Ghana?
No, not by then. I didn't choose anything because I was 16. So I continued playing in my youth team, FC Cologne.
So you either played for the youth club and not for their youth national team?
Exactly. So I played in all the selections, you know, regional selections, etc. West German selection, you know. But then the next step, it never came. Even by then, if I would have played once, I could have never played for Ghana
yes.
again. But by then, Ghana was not on my mind, to be honest. You see, I was just thinking of playing football. Yeah. And it was once in 86 or 87, Rudi Guttendorf. He was also the Black Star coach. I was playing in Stuttgart.
Oh,
and
okay.
He approached me also that I should come and play for Ghana. And then it also didn't happen. You see, today we have international match days.
Yes.
Back then, it was not like that.
It was not there.
Especially Africa was not part of their plans. African Cup and qualifiers, you know.
So those structures...
No, we're not there, that you have a common international day, you see. But then the Europeans, of course, the players could go,
yes.
But nobody thought of Africa then. And this is a great reform, you know. So, Ablade Kuma, Nanaya Amaning, Ali Ibrahim, and Richard Now. Even Michael Osei also came. We stayed together with my uncle, Andy Quist. And he was a Hearts fan. And yeah.
Oh, okay.
And but may his soul rest in peace. He passed. And Richard Now, Ablade Kuma, yeah, Nanaya Amaning, Ali Ibrahim, we were there, we were talking, and see, we were chopping kinke together. And if I see Ablade Kuma, you know, we have that saying that, hey, you still owe me my kinke. You know, but joke aside, when we're together eating, then one of them said, Tony, when are you coming to play for Ghana? And I said, when the time is right.
I'll come.
I'll come. Then Bokatsize, you know, you say Bokatsize,
yeah.
but the Germans say Bokatsize.
Oh, okay, okay.
He came to Cologne, and he said, at that time I was playing for Fortuna Düsseldorf, but
okay.
I stayed in Cologne. I really want you to come and play for Ghana. And I repeated the same sentence. I said, the boys have already told me, and I promised them when the time is right, I'll come. So that's how I started, and then we went to Kumasi on the 13th January. We played the match, full house.
Flying the picture is very famous online.
Yeah, and it is something which touches me up to today. You don't know the feeling I have when I listen to the national anthem. It's something special. And it was, you know, we won 4-0.
Yeah.
4 or 5 minutes to the end, Bokatsize told me, I will substitute you. I want you to get the feeling of the crowd.
Yeah.
You know. So, and changed me. I had a rousing applause, and till now I have goosebumps. I never regretted to play for Ghana, you know. And there was a guy standing beside the substitute bench. You know, if I would have been a general coordinator, he could have never stand there. But back in the days, everything...
Yeah. No, there was so much freedom.
Yeah, yes. There was so much freedom. I took the flag and I did the lap of honor. That symbolic picture has gone through generations.
Yeah.
When I spoke to Stephen Appiah, Matthew Amwa, Michael Eisen, Sule, they said, we remember you when you came to play for Ghana with the flag. Time. Ibrahim Tanko even told me, he showed me, he was there, right, sitting there in the crowd. You see,
wow.
Same like Yusuf, yeah. Chipsa, you know, and it is something very, very special. And I've never regretted to play for Mother Ghana.
How would you describe your national team career?
Well, I played roughly 20-something games. And I played in the AFCON 1992
yes.
and 1994. After that, I made a statement, a strong statement against some of the officials, because at that time there was a lot of interference, this, that, and when I spoke, I don't know which player, he came to me, he said, hey, here, you know, you cannot say this, that, and I told him that nobody buys my dokunu for me. I buy it
yourself.
I buy it myself, and yeah, this is how I then didn't play for the national team again. They called me 3-4 times, but you know, I called it. Yeah, it was a good time, and yeah, it was like 5 years, you know, 4 or 5 years, and for me it's fine. I think I made an impact, you see, and I have good memories. Though I missed the penalty in 1992. And you know, people always talk about the bad one first.
I was always going to ask that question.
No, if you wouldn't have asked that question, you would not be a journalist. You know, so I scored the first. Everybody shot, and then it was my turn again.
Yes.
And Alain Guamene saved it, and I always tell him, I made you popular. You know, so we are very good friends.
But it rather made you unpopular, because many people actually felt that Ghana could have won that tournament if you had buried that.
I don't think he made me unpopular, you know, but then I think people knew that I was the first to be born in the diaspora to play for Ghana. And I think I had a very good African Cup as well in 1992. Yes. Even when we arrived, people carried me. Yes. And what happened when we got back?
So I saw a picture online when I was doing the research for this conversation, and I saw a picture that you were being carried. Right?
Yes, when we arrived at the airport.
Oh, okay.
You see, and you know, we went town to town. I don't know what would have happened if we would have won the cup.
That would have been something else.
Yeah, it was crazy. And you see, maybe today, with all the social media, people would have insulted me, maybe. You know, yeah, you never know.
Yes, yes.
You see, possible. But I think people know to now that I'm a patriot, that I love Ghana, I love Africa. And one journalist even asked me, do you feel like stopping your career? And then I asked him, did Maradona stop his career when he missed a penalty? Did Lothar Matthäus stop his career when he missed a penalty? In life, people always remember bad things.
The bad ones.
You understand? But I have a lot of positive things to tell about Ghana and the national team. And up till now, I never regretted it.
Tony, there are many stories about that grand finale of Senegal 1992, about how you became the captain for that final. Many people actually say that, okay, it was the decision of the maestro for you to captain the team. What transpired?
Maestro and myself, up to now, we are very close. He's a brother. We speak very often. We shared one big bet together in the national team.
Okay, so you were his roommate?
Yeah, we were his roommate.
Oh, okay.
And you see, a lot of people speak about things they don't know. So what you have heard, somebody has told you. Now you are speaking to the source. Abedi never ever told me that I'm going to be the captain for the finals. And this is how it is. For me, to tell you honestly, there were a lot of things going on, but I was new in the team. There are a lot of things even I got to know about later. And you see, we are in 2022. We're getting to 2023. And we're still talking about it.
That's exactly 30 years today.
Yeah, for me it's, you know, I heard people, former colleagues speaking about it. I'm okay with my soul, you know, that I didn't go to ask for the captainship to be given to me.
Yes.
It was Otto Pfister who did it. But I never knew what was behind these things, because I was new in the team.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
I see.
Later on, I got to know so many things, because for me, I didn't care about if this one is an Ashanti or Ga or Ewe. I wanted to come and play and also win the cup.
So there was this kind of This person is Ashanti, this person is a Ghana, this person is a Never. There's some kind of tribalism in the camp?
No, I can't say that, but there were groups. In every national team, you have groups, people who get along more than others. But
Yes.
you see the impact later
It had on the team.
it had on the team. I didn't know the sources, the depth behind all this, you see, because
If you're just an innocent
yeah,
player
absolutely,
within the team.
you know, and that's why also even when people always bring it up, it's 30 years ago. For me, it's
quite weird.
Yeah, it's weird. It's gone, and it's done.
I do recall some of those stories where someone said you even had a fight with Anthony Baffo. Was that true?
Never in life. Never in life. We never had an argument. Anthony Baffo was very good to me. We used to visit each other in Germany, and when I came to play, he opened his arms and his doors to me. You know, he made me feel very comfortable in the national team. You know, so same like Abukari Damba at that time.
Yes.
Joe Addo was there. I told you already.
Yeah.
Richard Now, Ali Ibrahim. You know, Frimpong Manso, Emmanuel Ampia, Emmanuel Ama Senegal. And the others, they were very, very accommodative to me, you know, yeah.
So Tony, just to wrap up on the national team.
Mm-hmm.
Is it disappointing, or how disappointing is it for you that that generation you met, because many people have said, is the best generation in terms of talent that Ghana have had? Abedi Pele, yourself, Anthony Yeboah,
Odate
Lamte.
Ali Ibrahim.
They were never able to
Frimpong
qualify
Manso,
for the FIFA World Cup.
Stanley Abora, Prince Polly. Yeah, I think the last bit of everything is team spirit. And the way we beat Nigeria in the semi-finals, the spirit was very, very high. And later, it was sad. This is what I heard also, that the captainship matter damped
the spirit of the team.
The spirit of the team. And the cup normally was for us. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. That's why I always emphasize on good team spirit. It can take you very, very far. I remember Germany, just talking about the team spirit. Marco Reus, he was the best player of the season.
Yes.
Even now he's injured again. He cannot go to the World Cup.
He's quite an unfortunate player when it comes to playing a tournament.
So he was the best player of the season. I repeat it. Germany won without him the World Cup. You know, so team spirit is very, very important. And I think it's also important when players, and this is not so really in our culture, that we face a problem and we tell a player one-on-one, look, this and this is happening, we are not happy with this and that. You know, the generation of today is a bit different. You know, they communicate more. You know, so, but at the end of the day, it's hard, but I don't regret anything.
Ever playing for a national team?
Yeah, I never.
And then after your national team career, I just wanted to move the conversation pretty quick. Why did you not venture into coaching? Because most of your playing mates, your colleagues are into coaching, but you rather went into football management. Why that choice?
You see, when I was young, I used to organize a lot of games.
Oh, okay.
You know, we play Volkerstrasse against Ausstrasse, you know, these street games. And I was the one bringing everyone together.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, and sometimes we play a tournament. You know, at that time we played 7-a-side. You know, and we could play even anywhere, just demarcate and play. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I always had this
organizational
talent
in you.
You see, for event, sports management, etc. I always loved coaching the youth, you see, but it never came into my mind to be a coach. I believe that I would have been a very tough coach, very strict, but you see, at the end of the day, it's man management.
Yes.
This is very important. And today also, I manage people, human beings.
Many.
Yeah, and you must also be willing to take unpopular decisions. Life after football has been good to me. I worked hard for it, and I continue working hard for it. You know, so, but I'm prepared. I'm always prepared. I anticipate, and the older you get, the more wisdom you gain, and you foresee things happening, so you can avoid them. Like there's a street which goes straight, but you say, no, let me burn a branch in before I get there. But I will get there at the same time.
No matter where you pass.
Exactly.
Through this football management, initially it was called General Match Coordinator, right? Now it's now a Match Director, isn't it?
Yes, it is the General Coordinator. It's like a venue director.
Yes.
You are a match coordinator when you do Champions League games because they are one-off matches.
Oh, okay.
In a tournament, you are like the event director, like the COO or CEO of the venue.
Oh, okay.
You represent CAF / FIFA at the event.
At the event.
Everything regarding that city, like let me say Gabon, Libreville, the stadium, all the teams who pass through the stadium, the administrative work is your job. You have security, marketing, hospitality, infotainment, catering, waste management, transport, protocol. I could go on. You are the boss. That's why they called it General Coordinator. You have to coordinate all the different departments and lead them to success.
You did this for how many years with FIFA?
I started in my first tournament with FIFA was in 2009. Before that, I was with the Ghana team as the team coordinator.
Yes.
At that time, I was still staying in Germany. Then I came to be the director for the tournament, the local organizing committee. And this is where CAF saw me, FIFA saw me. And I started. They appointed me as match commissioner for the African qualifiers, the World Cup qualifiers in Africa. And it was in my first tournament was 2009 in Nigeria, under 17.
Yes.
Then the World Cup 2010. And from there, I did... before that, it was even the Club World Cup.
FIFA Club World Cup?
Yeah. No, it was the World Cup 2010, and then I did also the Club World Cup.
Oh, okay.
I've done, I don't know, all in all, like 35, 40 events for FIFA, CAF, you know, many AFCON finals, you know, and...
I think the highlight for me is the 2014 FIFA World Cup final. Talk to me about it.
You see, before that, I already did the Confederations Cup finals at the Maracana.
Yes, yes.
You see, I've
that
always...
was 2013.
Yeah, I've always been Edson Arantes do Nascimento fan, Pele.
Okay.
I loved the white jerseys from Santos. And Santos often played in the Maracana.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's the club of Neymar as well.
Yes, yes.
And I always have this, you know, pictures of Pele all in white with Santos scoring over there.
Yes.
And then I came to be the boss of the Maracana.
For a World Cup final?
Yes. First, the Confederations Cup final.
Yes.
And through my head was going, hey, I've done the Confederations Cup final. Before I did Club World Cup finals.
Yes.
Again, Corinthians with Chelsea.
Yes.
You know.
I remember that was 2012.
I've done it in Yokohama and in Morocco, etc. Then I said, hey, what is going on here? Are they going to give the World Cup finals to me as well? My mind was not really there. It was later when they sent me for an inspection visit again that they're going to give me the same stadium like at the Confed Cup.
Yes.
And I got the message when I did the CHAN finals between Ghana and Libya in Cape Town.
In Cape Town, 2014.
That was in February.
Yes.
And then Mustafa Fahmy, but then General Secretary of the Confederation of CAF. No, he was the director for competition, but then he left the the GS in CAF.
Okay.
Then he said, Anthony, you're going to do the World Cup finals. But I never told anyone.
You have always been like that, Tony.
And yeah, because I believe that why should I blow my own trumpet? People have TVs. When they switch it on, they see me walking out. I represent Ghana. I represent Africa. And yeah, it was great. It was a great feeling. And when you prepare well, you will not have a problem.
How many languages do you speak? Yeah, I've heard German, I've heard French. How many languages do you speak?
Well, I'm a linguist. I am blessed with languages. I already speak all the 4 FIFA languages.
Wow.
Which is German, English, French, and Spanish. I speak some Dutch. I speak some Portuguese, you know. I love Wolof, Senegalese language. And you know, I'm okay, I get along. I will not be lost.
You moved from there, from the being a FIFA General Coordinator then. Later you went to CAF. How did you get to CAF as its General Secretary, Deputy General Secretary?
When I was the Deputy General Secretary of CAF, I was still doing the General Coordinator work. 2018, the World Cup in Russia. Yeah. Even the Confederations Cup in Russia, I did it also. But later I told myself that, look, I want to help more young ones to learn this, the job as a GC. And I was more or less taking a step back to see others also grow in the job. I don't want to be in the job and they will tell you, okay, we are no more counting on you. You see, I want to decide when to stop. And that's when I decided. You see, I was called again for the World Cup in Qatar. You know, they called me, they said, look, they are doing workshops and this and that, we want you to be there. And I told them, look, if you really have an emergency, I'll help you out. But for now, I'm good. You see, I also want to enjoy football, enjoy the matches, sitting, jubilating when my country scores. You see?
And not to be tense on the touchline.
Yeah. No, it's not that I'm tense, because I'm not the guy who shouts. But I want to feel the joy and also getting up and say, yeah. Yes. You see, so, yeah.
So how would you describe your days as a Deputy General Secretary at CAF?
I spent almost 4 years there. Again, Nagode Allah. I'm grateful. I don't think any former player has
had
that privilege to serve the Confederation of African Football. 54 countries under me in charge of football. Everything regarding competitions, events like AFCONs, all the inspection visits, club licensing. Even at the time, refereeing was part of my department, but I said no, I want refereeing to be independent. I'm not a referee, I'm not a former referee. The technicalities of refereeing, I don't know them. I can judge a referee from his physical appearance, his positioning, you know, and if he's fit. But the rest, technical, do you know all the laws of the games? No, you don't. You know, same like me, I don't know all the laws of the game. So, look, let people who are in charge of their
area, their specialty,
let them do it. That's how I function, you know. And also women's football was very important. I created the first department, and I also brought the legends closer to CAF. And you see most of the draws I was hosting. But you know, I really had a good team. And one of my closest allies, he's like my younger brother, Samson Adamu. Today, he's still there. And I think for my team, there's only one who resigned. And the rest is still in place. And I had the chance also to recruit my people. From my assistant upwards, you know, and I don't regret working for CAF.
What kind of a leader was Ahmad?
President Ahmad, especially in the beginning, I mean, he knew that I have a strong personality, and he allowed me to do my thing. And you see, I must also be grateful to him,
for the opportunity.
and also President Christian Yantichi, because Ahmad always wanted me. And it took a couple of months for me to say yes, because I didn't want to move from Ghana again, and I didn't want to leave my family. So I thank him for...
Was it the symposium, the CAF, November 2017, my memory serves me?
Morocco.
Yes, that you were confirmed as that the Deputy General Secretary of CAF.
Yeah, it was in October or November, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere October, November.
Yeah. And, but then we also did the WAFU. And I was the tournament director in Cape Coast. And he came with and he came, and that's where he asked me again. But then he called Desai, he told Drogba, he told Eto'o, even Abedi, to convince me. And you see, they also made me understand that they said, hey, Anthony, you are not only there for yourself, you're also there for us, the players, former and active players. And that made me think again, but I never take a decision without my family.
Okay.
You know, I've been married since almost 30 years, and my wife and my kids are always part of any decision which has to do with the family I will take. And you know, in the beginning it was like 2 weeks there, 2 weeks here, but you know,
I recall. I remember
they forget.
Sometimes I called you, you said you were in Egypt.
But then it didn't happen, you know, sometimes, and it was not easy, you know, traveling, being away from the family, especially then when COVID time came. I didn't see my family for almost 5 or 6 months. We have Zoom and everything, but it's not physically, you know. So, but again, I'm grateful for everyone who supported me within this journey, and also when I resigned.
Yes.
The General Secretary, Veron, was very good to me. People sometimes want to hear the contrary, but it was not like that. I sat with him, he told me, think about it, I'll give you time to think, and I told him, no, I know what I want. You know, and I had taken my decision already before. And up to now, we have a very good relationship, same like the President, Motsepe. No issue. He asked me always why, but I told them that I didn't want to sacrifice my family life, you know, and really I went without any hard feelings, and I'm always welcome, you know.
I do recall, maybe many people will not say it openly, but I do recall during your days as Deputy General Secretary of CAF, many Ghanaians got opportunities, and your exit appears to have shattered the dreams of many. Why did you leave your role?
I think I explained it to you, that I didn't want to sacrifice my family life, and I didn't want to go on pension in Egypt. I'm a Ghanaian. I love my country. I'm grateful to CAF. Really grateful. I can't repeat it again. No hard feelings. Still an excellent relationship with the Confederation of African Football.
I remember.
And I don't regret anything.
I remember someone telling me that the day you left CAF, he cried because you gave him an opportunity of a lifetime.
You see, it was very touching, to be honest. All the messages I got also from my team I worked with. And one sentence or one word they told me is that I'm very principled, I'm strict, but I'm fair. And I think this is a good compliment.
Very good. I remember you put out a message that you had a meeting with some of your colleagues when you were exiting the CAF, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why the meeting? Because you could have just sent them an email and said, I'm no longer going to work with you.
No, when you work with people for quite a long time, like somebody like Samson Adamo. We are brothers, I told you, we are like family.
Yeah.
And everybody knows how close we were. And he also knows that for me, time is time. I separate friendship and business. But I think it was too fair, and it's only fair to inform them about my exit. I've worked with them. We established a relationship, and they deserve to hear it beforehand. And that was my simple analysis.
Was there a point you were considered to be the General Secretary of CAF?
Yes. It was when the General Secretary, Muad Haji, resigned.
Why didn't you take it?
Because my feeling told me not to do so, especially under the circumstances. And God gave me.
Quite an interesting one. I don't
No,
know if...
and God, what I wanted to say, convinced me that was the right decision at that time.
It was the right decision not to become the CAF General Secretary.
Interim General Secretary at that time.
It's quite surprising. Everyone aims to be at the top. But Tony, you didn't go for it.
I think I was at the top as well.
You were at the top, but the
Yeah.
General Secretary was like
Yeah.
the one in charge of the
I told you that that very moment, it was the right decision I took. And I don't regret it until today. And others later came to congratulate me.
Was it the rumors surrounding CAF? That's why you didn't take it? Because around that time there were so many rumors surrounding CAF. Why Anne-Marie Fane resigned, and there were also rumors about the former finance of is it Mustafa? I've forgotten his second name. Had said that FIFA had issues with CAF finances and all that. Was that why you didn't take up the role?
At that time, there was even a big audit happening within CAF.
Yes.
Because there were governance problems.
Yes.
And for me, like I told you, that was the best decision I took at that moment. So,
you worked with Kwesi too, Kwesi Ntechi too. What kind of a person was he at CAF?
I mean, I worked with him when Ghana qualified the first time to the World Cup in 2006. And along the line, our relationship grew.
Yeah.
And I think there's respect for each other. He, yes, was or is a highly intelligent man. I mean, he's well studied academically.
Yeah.
And his input back then within the executive committee of CAF was very deep, and he was well respected within the football fraternity, you know, and just sad how
it ended.
Yeah.
I remember some time ago, like the interview I mentioned earlier, that I heard you say that there's no elevator to success, you have to go through the stairs. Many people were always calling on Anthony Baffo to contest Kwesi Ntechi to become GFA president, but you never did. Why?
I am very content with my life. I do what I like to do. I am busy, I'm occupied, and for now, it has never come.
Is this something you don't want to do?
my mind. I don't know. For now, the drive is not there. I still have unfinished business with the Professional Football Association of Ghana.
I'll come to that.
You know, and for now, my mind is not there. You know, I have to be honest to you, a lot of people call me and want to push me. But for now, I don't know what I'm going to say tomorrow or tomorrow next. But for now, I'm happy with my life, you know, as simple as that.
I remember speaking to Kwesi Ntechi on this very show where he said that when he was at Garka, because of his legal background, he was offering support to clubs, to players and all that. And they felt if he was elevated, he could be of a good help to them. You set up PFAG, you've contributed massively to many footballers. The GFA is at the heart of football in Ghana. And if footballers' interest is the prime of PFAG, why not consider rising to the top there and say, come on, we are now in charge. And in fact, Samuel Eto'o, whom you mentioned earlier, is now the president of Cameroon Football Federation. Drogba tried, he was not successful. Many former footballers are considering. Why is Tony not looking at it?
I told you that for now it's not on my mind, and I'm happy with my life. Samuel Eto'o had this ambition.
Yes.
He succeeded. Didier had this ambition. He didn't succeed now, but we don't know what will happen years later.
Yes.
Kalusha was there. That doesn't mean Anthony Baffo also
will be there.
Will be there or has to do it. You know. So I tell you, for me, God talks to me. When I pray, I get answers. And for now, God has not spoken to me about all these things. You know, again, I'm happy with my life. With the FA, there's respect, mutual respect. And I think this is very important. You mentioned the Players Association. From next year on, the president himself announced it. There will be standard contracts, minimum salary wages. We've been having continuous meetings with them. Also for players, current and past players, finally our ID cards will be accepted for the players to enter the stadiums for free.
Oh wow.
And this is very, very important.
Yeah. Tony, this one, I do recall in 2017 when Theo van Segelen, the former fifth Pro General Secretary, came to Ghana. And I had a conversation with him. He mentioned standard contracts for Ghanaian players. He mentioned minimum salaries for Ghanaian players. It's been 5 years, and the FA finally are thinking in that line of providing standard contract and minimum salaries. But in the eyes of PFAG, how much do you think would be enough for a Ghanaian footballer?
This is yet to be discussed. We have a figure in mind, but you know, if I just voice it out like that without properly discussing it
yes.
With the FA, it will not be good. You know, we can voice it out if we don't come to an agreement. You know, but what means minimum salary wage? It cannot be below 1,000 Ghana, 2,000 Ghana, 2,000 Ghana, etc. It cannot be below, depending on the amount we agree on.
Yes.
So for that, first of all, kudos to the FA to have listened to us.
Yes.
Really, Credo Krakow has been here. We have been there. We speak, we discuss. And if you talk to him, when I even engage with him, he says it. He's the president, I'm the general secretary here, but I tell him how I think about certain things. But I believe you can come out, just say something, but without documenting it is not good. You must always document it. We have with Sami Kufuor, who's our president and the management member, which is very important, that we always have representation on it. So, but we want to take it to the next level, implementation.
Implementation, that's it, Tony Baffo. Early this year, over 40 plus players were banned by the Ghana Football Association, suspended by the Ghana Football Association. Through PFAG, FIFPro stepped in. The players have their careers going on. Do you have any update on that? What has been happening in relation to that one?
For now, I don't have any update on it. Our legal handlers are on it, and as well, the one in charge of our player relations is Yusuf Chipsa.
Yeah.
Of course, as a general secretary, I'm always informed. to be honest, I didn't know how the verdict will go.
Yeah.
It's even FIFPro who approached us to say we must do something for the players. They want to do something and we have to back it. They are our FIFA.
Yes.
You understand? And I believe also that as a players' union, when they get 24 months, our aim should also be to help them reduce the ban. But what happened in this way, I didn't expect it. But that doesn't mean it's over.
Yes.
You know, we have to wait for the aftermath.
Yeah.
And for now, I'm waiting. There was a congress in Uruguay. Solomon Thorson went, and I'm waiting for him to give me the update, on all this.
PFA, you've been spending so much on players. I remember, was it about 2 years ago, I heard legal issues alone, PFA has spent almost 7 million Ghana cedis in supporting players and all that. Tony, how do you do it?
No, we must say it's FIFPro who supports with all these legal matters. You know, it's not like we taking
money to go and
but at the end of the day, the players who win their cases.
Yes.
You see, sometimes players don't know that within 30 days when you're not paid, you can cancel your contract. You understand?
Yes.
But of course, we are in a different part of the world. We have to negotiate. We have to help. And when they change the clubs, and then they win a certain sum, you know, often players want to show appreciation.
Yeah.
And I told them that I don't take money from players. What you do, we have a welfare and hardship account. If you want to donate something in there, you can do that. And we also use it for our foundation. At the end of the day, players are helping players. And this is how it's supposed to be.
Sorry, I was made to understand that, not I was made to understand, in fact I knew, that you played a crucial role in Otoado becoming the Black Stars coach.
First of all, I think this is not anything new. The relationship I have with Otto. I knew Otto since the age of 13.
Really?
Yes. And you know, Otto was born in Germany, in Hamburg, and even has a twin sister.
He's a twin?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I must say, first of all, it's Kurt Okraku who wanted Otto.
The GFA president?
Yes, by all means. What I did was just to support him in traveling to Germany. And you also know my links in Germany with the management of Borussia Dortmund, somebody like Michael Zorc, who was the sporting director, but he retired. Then you have Sebastian Kehl, even Edwin, the coach. At that time, he was a technical director.
Yeah.
So there was a relationship, you know, and so when the President Kurt asked me,
Symbolism and spectacle during the opening ceremony of a historic World Cup. Football fans are welcomed with a message of inclusion and respect. I'm Lauren Taylor. This is Al Jazeera live from London. Also coming up, Ecuadorian fans rejoice as their team wins the opening match of the tournament, beating host nation Qatar 2-0. A historic deal at the UN climate talks. Negotiators agree to compensate nations hardest hit by climate change, but there's slow progress on cutting fossil fuels. And Malaysia faces a hung parliament for the first time in its political history. Hello, the first Football World Cup to be held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of a spectacular opening ceremony. But the hosts fell to a 2-0 defeat against Ecuador. Osama bin Javed has the story.
The tent, a symbol of Arab culture. Amid a gala of artists, music, colour and applause. The wait is over for one of the sporting world's most anticipated championships.
Look who we are the dreamers.
The Football World Cup's opening ceremony watched by thousands of fans in Qatar and millions of people across the globe.
I heard something beautiful. Not just music, but also this call to celebration.
The first World Cup of the post-COVID-19 era, the first in the Middle East, the first hosted by a Muslim country. The traditionally popular sport not just unites nations across the globe, but also the people of Qatar and its rulers.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and unity at the same time.
The 2022 World Cup underway. It didn't start well for the hosts. Saad Al-Sheeb charged off his lines and Enna Valencia headed in. But VAR ruled it out for a narrow offside. 15 minutes in, Al-Sheeb was involved again, catching Valencia. The referee played advantage, but then gave the penalty. Valencia put Ecuador ahead. On the half hour, it was 2, Valencia getting his second. Going into half-time, Qatar's Al-Mu'izali did get a sight of goal, but couldn't find the net. The second half was more even, but there were only 3 minutes left when Mohammed Buntari had the hosts' best chance of the game. Not to be. Qatar now face a challenge to get out of their group. And with that, the drama begins for the fans.
I know it seemed very impossible for them to carry the trophy, but I was highly expecting them to win the game today.
Qatar is our second home, so of course we're rooting for them.
It's taken 12 years to get here, a journey fraught with challenges, from a grueling blockade to a global pandemic, from building the infrastructure for an entire nation to delivering stadiums on time. This is the day which marks overcoming all of those challenges, and the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Doha.
Paul Rees has more from outside Al Bayt Stadium.
A great roar went up here at Al Bayt Stadium as Qatar kicked off the 2022 World Cup. But the crowd soon became subdued as Ecuador's Enna Valencia first scored a goal that was eventually ruled out for offside, but then scored twice more in the half to ultimately give Ecuador a 2-0 win in this opening fixture and mean that Qatar become the first World Cup hosts to lose their opening match of the tournament. However, the team has already come a long way. When Qatar won the bid to host the tournament back in 2010, they were outside the world's top 100. Now they're number 50 and are the Asian champions. They're going to need to use all their big game experience if they're going to get past Senegal and then the Netherlands and get out of this group.
Our Latin America editor Lucia Newman has been out with Ecuadorian fans in Guayaquil.
There's no way to overstate it. Most of the people have left this outdoor stadium and they're on their way to 19th of October Avenue, where they are going to continue to celebrate for as late as they possibly can. Here we have one of the players. Well, let me ask him. How do you celebrate a goal? They're going to show us. Well, there you go. There's a whole second team here, and they are absolutely ecstatic. Now, you have to remember, for Ecuador, football is king, but it's more than a sport. It's also something that inspires young people in a country that has been overrun by drug trafficking and by criminal gangs. And the fact that these young Ecuadorian players have made it to Qatar, that they have done so well, even better than what many Ecuadorians had even dared to hope for, is a reason for celebration and for joy all over this country. There are millions and millions of Ecuadorians right now that are celebrating and hoping that they can go beyond just this opening match, which really nobody believed they would be able to win. There was that old sort of saying that it's always the host country when it plays that wins, but they said that they believe that they might win by maybe 1-0, 2-0. They almost made it to 3-0. So they are, again, happier than they even had dreamed they would be, and now they're saying, they're telling the world, this is what they're telling me, watch out for Ecuador, we're going to go a lot further.
Sohail Malik was with the fans in Doha watching the opening game. Even though Qatar lost, spirits are still high.
Well, the first day of the World Cup hasn't worked out exactly how Qatar wants it. They lost the match, but it hasn't dampened the mood of all the fans here at Mir Park, has it? Well, we're leaving Mir Park, and earlier on there were thousands of people here congregated around that screen to get a glimpse of the first game of the World Cup. Now, many of them were supporting Qatar and are going to go home tonight pretty disappointed. For the Ecuadorians, it was a big night. They're going to celebrate all over Qatar, and there are many Ecuadorian fans here for the tournament. But so much with the support for the Qatari team. People are climbing trees, climbing fences just to get a glimpse of the first match.
I couldn't get a ticket for the opening match, so I decided to come to the fan zone, and it was lovely. The atmosphere was electric, and it was amazing. Not winning is quite disappointing for me, but I can't take the enjoyment away from the game.
I think they should play better next time. Maybe they were a bit defensive as it's their first participation in the World Cup. But I think hopefully starting the next games, they're going to be pushing forward more.
Well, the night ends up in disappointment for the home fans. They'll hope, however, that their team can bounce back and possibly try and qualify for the next round. What's for sure is that tonight in Doha was electric. Qatar!
It's taken 7 years of construction and nearly $10 billion. Now Qatar stadiums are ready for action. In Russia 4 years ago, it was one of the most spread out tournaments in history. By contrast, Qatar will follow as the most compact. 8 stadiums are hosting the matches, the fewest number of venues since Argentina in 1978. Gemma Nash takes us through them.
In terms of geographical size, Qatar is the smallest nation to host football's biggest tournament. 70 kilometres, the longest distance between any of the stadiums. Starting in the south, Al Janoub is close to the city of Al Wakra, the first of the brand new venues completed for the World Cup. It's just 15 minutes down the road to Al Thamama, which is near to Qatar's 2 international airports and the large industrial area. Located in Doha's port, Stadium 974 is the World Cup's first ever temporary venue, and it's right on the waterfront at Ras Abu Aboud. 15 kilometres west, we're at the redeveloped Khalifa International Stadium, which first opened in 1976 and hosted the 2006 Asian Games. A short journey across Al Rayyan is the Education City Stadium. It's at the heart of Qatar's Centre of Learning and home to 9 universities. A 10-minute drive on the Dukan Highway takes you to Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's the furthest venue from the coast, with a capacity of 40,000. Just to the north of Doha is the venue for the World Cup final. The city of Lusail was built for this tournament, and it's home to the biggest stadium with 80,000 seats. And 30 kilometres up the coast in the city of Al Khor lies the 60,000-seater Al Bayt Stadium. It hosted the FIFA Arab Cup last year. 7 years of construction, nearly $10 billion spent, with 7 brand new stadiums, a fitting stage for the biggest football show on the planet.
Still to come on Al Jazeera, at least 5 people killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in the US. And millions of voters head to the polls in Nepal, where a record number of independents are competing for seats.
Hello, welcome to look at the international forecast. I'm afraid we do still have a few showers in the forecast for southeastern parts of Australia. Not as heavy as they have been recently. Little speckling of shower cloud there, just easing through the bight. Tightly packed isobars, brisk winds rattling across Tasmania into Victoria, and still a few of those showers just creeping up towards the ACT, pushing into that eastern side of Australia. The heavier showers will be further north, just around the Sunshine Coast, up towards the Gulf of Carpentaria, around the top end, pushing into northern parts of WA. Largely dry down to the south, with temperatures on the rise for Perth, getting up to around 33 Celsius. But you can see how that wetter weather ramping up a touch as we make our way through Tuesday. By this stage, looking a little better down towards the southeast. Not so great if you're in Tasmania. Still some blustery showers. These should blow through by the time we come to Wednesday, and they're making their way into New Zealand. 19 Celsius for Wellington, still getting up to around 21 there in Christchurch. So still some warmth around on the sheltered side of the mountains. Sheltered side of the mountains, seeing temperatures at around 17 Celsius for Tokyo. Largely dry as we go through Monday. Showery rain making its way through. Bits and pieces of shower cloud across the Korean Peninsula, and wet weather for central China.
Generation Football meets Premier League legend Vincent Kompany to discuss the importance of leadership and representation.
Most of it starts in a pyramid. If representation is right there, the rest will follow.
And travels to Algeria to discover how football played a key role in shaping the country, from its struggle for liberation to the 2019 protests for political reform. Generation Football, Episode 2, on Al Jazeera.
One of the top stories here on Al Jazeera. The 2022 FIFA World Cup has kicked off with fireworks and fanfare. Qatar's Emir, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, welcomed the world at the historic opening ceremony. It's the first World Cup held in the Middle East and the most expensive in its history. Host Qatar have lost 2-0 to Ecuador in the opening match. South Americans lead Group A with 3 points. Enner Valencia scored both of Ecuador's goals. The 33-year-old is the oldest goalscorer in a World Cup opening game. There have been cheers and celebrations following the opening match. The tournament has transformed areas of Qatar into fan zones. More than 1 million people are expected to visit the country during the World Cup. A historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators have agreed to compensate poorer nations hardest hit by extreme weather patterns. Rich countries generate most of the carbon emissions responsible for climate change, and now they plan to create a fund for damage and economic losses. But many nations are leaving the event in Egypt dissatisfied with progress on cutting fossil fuels. Barbara Angopa reports.
It's being called a breakthrough for poorer countries. After 2 weeks of talks, nearly 200 nations agreed to establish a fund to compensate those most at risk from climate change. Delegates at the COP27 conference in Egypt's most famous coastal resort ratified the declaration in the early hours on Sunday.
We heard the calls and we responded. Today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we established the first ever dedicated fund for loss and damage, a fund that has been so long in the making.
It is a huge achievement to get an agreement to establish a loss and damage fund after 30 years of small island states, vulnerable countries, developing countries, trying to get this on the agenda.
Negotiators still have to hammer out details, and no decision's been made on where the money will come from, nor how grants will be distributed. But delegates from low-income countries say they're optimistic.
Excited, very, very excited. This is a very positive result from 1.3 billion Africans.
Yes.
Very, very exciting because for us, success in Egypt was going to be based on what we get from loss and damage.
Yet a warning from the UN Secretary General. He says the fund alone isn't enough to prevent climate catastrophes.
But it's not an answer if the climate crisis washes a small island state off the map or turns an entire African country to desert.
A prospect many hoped would be addressed through a stronger commitment to limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But that didn't happen. That's despite the target being seen by many as the minimum temperature rise that would prevent the worst impacts of climate change. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
Our environment editor Nick Clark has more from Morondava in Madagascar.
It is an important breakthrough. Loss and damage is all about compensating the more vulnerable nations from the worst effects of climate change. And these are nations like the low island states, the Pacific, and indeed where we are now in Madagascar. It's something they've been calling for since 1992, since the Earth Summit in Rio. And now 30 years on, it has finally happened. It has taken that long. This time round, there's been pushback from the US, from China, and from Russia, but they have come round. And the thing is, loss and damage was only put on the agenda at this particular COP27, just before it started. There were days of negotiations just to get to this point, and now this has happened. So it is quite a triumph, and it shows that the UN process does work, despite the criticism that it gets. But note, there is not yet any money in the fund for loss and damage. And as Mohamed Ado of Power Shift Africa, which is an important African NGO, he said, it's like having an empty bucket, and now we need to fill it. But he also said, COP27 has done what no other COP has achieved. It is a big moment.
Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. Ukraine's nuclear energy firm says at least 12 missiles were fired at the facility. The nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before, sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kyiv have blamed each other for the shelling at Zaporizhia. The plant is located along the Dnipro River on the front line in the war. The International Atomic Energy Agency has condemned the attacks. Director General Rafael Grossi released a statement saying explosions occurred at the site of this major nuclear power plant, which is completely unacceptable. Whoever is behind this, it must stop immediately. As I've said many times before, you're playing with fire. Malaysia is facing a hung parliament for the first time in its political history. Saturday's tightly contested election left major parties unable to secure enough votes to form a new government. Rival leaders are now scrambling to broaden coalitions. Lawrence Louis has more from Kuala Lumpur.
Malaysians woke up to an uncertain future on Sunday. With no clear winner in the general election, negotiations have begun to determine who will join forces to make up the majority in Parliament. Opposition bloc, the Alliance of Hope, led by Anwar Ibrahim, has the most seats, but not enough. Perikatan Nasional, or National Alliance, is the second largest coalition. It's met with leaders of a regional party based in Sarawak State, who now has the potential to be kingmaker.
I am quite unsettled
because now the Alliance of Hope and Perikatan Nasional are going neck and neck. I am hoping for the best for the new government.
I just hope that they are all united, because in the end, it's really about the country, it's for the people, and it's for the future.
Some analysts say it's possible the same parties that were in power before Parliament was dissolved could work together again, which may upset some voters, as this alliance would include Barisan Nasional, or the National Front, whose leaders are tainted by corruption.
The most important thing is for Perikatan Nasional to only choose or appoint candidates or parliamentarians that don't have any issues with corruption. There are plenty of those, and they can be part of the government. And the second part of it is that Perikatan Nasional will have to remain convicted on the dedication towards prosecuting those with corruption charges.
One winner in this election is the Malaysian Islamic Party, a partner in the National Alliance. It's now the largest party in Parliament.
By Monday afternoon, Malaysians should know who their new Prime Minister will be. The palace has issued a statement asking leaders of the political parties with the most seats and heads of the major coalitions to nominate a lawmaker who they think is able to command the confidence of the majority in Parliament.
King Al Sultan Abdullah has had a hand in determining the Prime Minister before. In 2020, after interviewing MPs, the monarch chose Muhyiddin Yassin. And when his administration collapsed a year later, the king chose a successor. History, it seems, could repeat itself. Florence Louis, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
In the United States, at least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded in the attack, and patrons managed to subdue the gunman. A 22-year-old suspect has been taken into custody and is being treated for injuries. The venue, known as Club Q, says it's devastated by the senseless attack. 2 firearms, including a long rifle, were found at the scene.
We are actively processing the scene at Club Q. Initial evidence and interviews indicate that the suspect entered Club Q and immediately began shooting at people inside as he moved further into the club. While the suspect was inside of the club, at least 2 heroic people inside the club confronted and fought with the suspect and were able to stop the suspect from continuing to kill and harm others. We owe them a great debt of thanks.
Millions of voters in Nepal have headed to the polls to choose a new government. Rising prices and poor job prospects are at the front of many people's minds. A record number of independents are competing for seats, but established parties are expected to dominate. Barnaby Lowe reports from Kathmandu.
The early hours of federal and provincial elections in Nepal, and a steady trickle of voters casting their ballots at polling stations across Kathmandu. It's the second time Nepalese voted under a constitution approved in 2015. This time, thousands of candidates are taking part, a significant number not allied with major coalitions.
Independent candidates have been doing well. It's time to give the youth a chance.
Anybody can run as a candidate, but because it's a party system, people have party affiliations, so the parties will win big.
No party that's won elections in Nepal has finished its 5-year term due to power struggles. The incumbent Prime Minister, Sher Bahadur Dubba, has been in the post 5 times. His main rival, KP Sharma Oli, 3, and both are running again for the top post. It's shaping up to be a 2-horse race between the ruling Nepali Congress and the main opposition party, United Marxist-Leninist. Both have held power in the past decade and a half or so and are making the same old promises. Nepal's economy is struggling to recover after inflation reached nearly 9%. The pandemic exposed flaws in its public healthcare system, and basic services are still inaccessible to many in rural areas. Analysts say this partly explains a surprise victory for newcomers in local polls in May.
It was unthought of that the independent voting bloc would influence the proportional representation because they would not have the nationwide influence. But what has happened, the influence of these newcomers are on urban space where you have a more population these days.
So while the major parties may be assured of directly elected seats, under the proportional representation system, 110 may swing to independents.
Party which has fielded more candidates would definitely get more number if everything goes well. So Nepali Congress-led coalition is likely to have more seats, but I still have a doubt that they will be single-handedly able to form the government.
Social media and urbanization may have changed the landscape of Nepalese politics, but most voters are hoping that whoever gets the majority will have their best interests at heart. Barnbelow, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
There have been clashes in Peru's capital, Lima, where protesters are rallying against President Pedro Castillo. Opposition parties and activists are demanding Castillo step down. His leftist government is under investigation for corruption. Castillo has faced 2 impeachment attempts in Congress since taking office in July last year. Mass rallies against the government have been taking place for weeks across the country. More now on our coverage of the World Cup. 300 kilometres north of Buenos Aires, the people of Rosario are watching their favourite son closely. In Lionel Messi's hometown, his friends and family still remember the kid who never left the ball behind. And the people there are hoping he can take what looks like his last chance to bring home a World Cup, as Alessandro Rampietti found out.
Diego Vallejo came up with the slogan, "From another galaxy and from this neighborhood," to celebrate his childhood friend, Lionel Messi.
When we were kids with Leo, this was a garbage dump, but in time we've restored it. And now we have 32 murals celebrating him.
They grew up together here in La Bajada, a working-class neighborhood of Rosario. Diego says it was safer back then. In the last decade, violence has skyrocketed due to a drug war, but tourists still come here to take pictures and listen to the stories of the young Messi playing on the neighborhood streets.
He still carries that child inside of him, the humbleness. He's still the same. Childhood and education, the first step in life, define you forever. We were naughty and happy around here.
Messi's out-of-this-world talent was apparent even when he was the smallest kid in his classroom. Over the years, he made a range of donations to his elementary school. His teacher proudly shows the picture of his 5th grade class.
He would anxiously wait for recess to play with his friends. Everybody wanted to play on his side because he was so good. It was always difficult to bring him back to class. I remember a teacher telling him there was only one Maradona, unaware of who she had in her class.
And his story keeps providing inspiration to new generations. Messi played for 6 years here for the youth side of Newell's Old Boys, one of Rosario's 2 main clubs, scoring hundreds of goals before becoming a superstar at Barcelona. His then coach still gets emotional remembering him.
Nada. I taught him nothing. Up to this day, I keep seeing small things he keeps pulling out from this magic baggage of knowledge he holds somewhere. It's a gift from God.
Few football players have achieved as much as Messi has since leaving La Bajada at 13. Yet a World Cup win has always eluded him, putting him under extreme pressure to do so.
We all share the same wish, and it goes beyond Argentinians. There are many, many people around the world that want Leo to be the champion. He deserves it.
At 35, this could be Messi's last chance of winning the World Cup. For his hometown and the entire country, it would be the icing on the cake of his otherworldly career. Alessandro Rampietti, Al Jazeera, Rosario, Argentina.
You can catch up with World Cup coverage and the rest of the news on our website, aljazeera.com. A reminder of the top stories on Al Jazeera. The first Football World Cup to be held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance in an image meant to represent inclusion. There was also a performance from a South Korean pop star and a fireworks display. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, spoke at the end of the event, welcoming fans from around the world.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and what unites us at the same time.
In the opening match, the hosts fell to a 2-0 defeat against Ecuador. That sees the South Americans lead Group A with 3 points. 33-year-old Enner Valencia scored both of Ecuador's goals at Al Bayt Stadium. A historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators in Egypt have agreed to compensate poorer nations hardest hit by extreme weather patterns. Rich countries generate most of the carbon emissions responsible for climate change. Now they plan to create a fund for damage and economic losses. But many nations are leaving the event dissatisfied with progress on cutting fossil fuels. Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. Ukraine's nuclear energy firm says at least 12 missiles were fired at the facility. The nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before, sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kyiv have blamed each other for the shelling at Zaporizhzhia. In the United States, at least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded in the attack, and patrons managed to subdue the gunman. A 22-year-old has been taken into custody and is being treated for injuries. The venue, known as Club Q, says it's devastated by the senseless attack. Those are the headlines. Do stay with us. Generation Football is up next. Bye for now.
The notorious terraces of the football ultras, where club loyalty can mean violent confrontation.
When I was young, when there was a football match, we were frightened because the fans could go crazy.
But in Indonesia, one group of revolutionary supporters has taken a stand against male aggression with a carnivalesque display of peace and unity. The fans who make football, Ultras and Angels, on Al Jazeera.
Welcome to Generation Football. Coming up, a report from Algeria, my father's country and one steeped in footballing history. From the country's liberation struggle from France to recent protests for political reform. I travelled there to understand how local football has been an agent for change. But first, what makes a great leader on and off the pitch? I sat down with Vincent Kompany, Burnley Football Club's new manager.
Ball gets played forward, now you squeeze back in.
A former Belgium international player and Premier League legend, Kompany captained Manchester City for 8 seasons during the most successful time in the club's history. We talked about family, identity, and how to make an impact on society.
I don't call myself an activist, but we have opinions. We see if we can help where we can, and that lives in the family, yeah.
Thank you so much for agreeing to speak to me today. You've been the captain of a very successful club and moving into a management position. I wanted to know, when you think about yourself in terms of a leader, what do you think the biggest shift is for you?
As a captain, I think your biggest role is to have a look at teammates if they're having a bad day and, raising the standard and helping them. And as a manager, it's seeing the bigger picture. You have to have absolute belief in what you do. And it's like that the world can be seen in different ways, but for a period of time, all you see is the way you believe in it.
And you're working with a lot of young players, and there's a lot of focus on them. For example, in the UK and England, we saw in the Euros after the final, it was very unfair the way that many of those players were treated. What do you think is important to instill into the young men that you're working with? There's so much to do with the success, money, power, influence, and the visibility they have.
Yeah, I think you've named very different kind of problems there. There's one is the social aspect of, racism and abuse on social media and whatever comes with it. And on the other side, you've got what players have to do themselves, the responsibility they have and how they have to conduct themselves. But I think in the end, you have to almost create this bubble towards your work where you know you're going to have all these external forces that are going to put pressure on everything you do with your life. But you still need to protect your football and you still need to be yourself and to find a balance.
And we've spoken specifically about football, but I'm interested to hear a bit more about the work that you do off the pitch as well. What is it that you've been engaged in that you feel like very passionately about and that you care about?
I don't know, I think most of what I've done off the pitch I started when I was a player. So I feel passionate about, BX Brussels, which is a charitable organization around sports, football in Brussels. 1,200 kids, I'm proud about that we influence every week, every day. There's a homeless issue in Greater Manchester and in England and probably in so many other countries, and I try to contribute there. And SOS Children's Villages, which is an organization based around kids who lose both parents, and I've done projects with them in Congo, in Africa. I don't deserve any honors or any medals for it, but it is something that can keep me awake at night. It's about using the platform as well, and that's why I ask you, so that there's an opportunity to put the light on the issue. Well then, if I can add to this, I think the most important thing is, giving access to opportunities, education. I really strongly believe in that, and I come from Brussels, so one day it's mentioned for terrorism, the other day it's mentioned for being a drug capital of Europe, and actually it's so much more. It's one of the biggest talent pools of Europe, but you need opportunities, and opportunities don't come there just because you say, hey, by the way, we're going to open up, football clubs, or we're going to open up schools. It's structural. It's how you affect leadership, how you affect anything to do with, decision-making in society, and to be at these tables and to be. So you engage me on something that I can go much further, but that's, for me, crucial. You can't talk about anybody else without having those people at the table who want to help you solve the same problems as they need to solve, so, yeah. And primarily, though, education opportunities is what you feel that it's opening the doors up. And shared, power in terms of, you can see me and you with the face of this interview, but what's important for where an organization, where society is going, is who's making decision in the boardrooms. Most of it starts in a pyramid, whether it's a pyramid within government, within corporations, within industry. If representation is right there, that the rest will follow. I mean, if I know that there's a guy there, and when there's a discussion about racism, sometimes, a simple thing, there could be, someone will shout something really stupid, whatever the color of his skin, I think when there's representation at the very top, it takes it a few notches down. You're like, okay, it's going to get dealt with. And people are not going to get away with it if they try and just shove it under the carpet. I feel like starting to talk about this stuff, it does bring me to the next question, which is about your parents. Do you feel like they helped instill those things that you're talking about, that kind of caring about equal opportunities and opening that door up, or did it come from somewhere else? My mother, unfortunately, she passed away a long time ago, but my mother was the type of person that would get angry at me for earning a lot of money. So that I had to explain, no, don't worry, if it comes to me, it's better than in other people's hands. But and my dad has just been someone that had to fight his way all the way from Congo as a political refugee, then became the first black mayor in Belgium. So we do have a little bit of an activist family, but it's a different generation, different time. I don't call myself an activist, but we have opinions. We try and see if we can help where we can, and that lives in the family, yeah. And when you think about football, a lot of it links back to community and identity. And that could be around a club, it could be around a region, it could be around a nationality. And I wanted to know, for you, how much do you think your different identities, the different shirts you've worn, have influenced the priorities that you've kind of expressed? Yeah, I mean, there's a good saying for this. They say you're a product of your environment. And it really is. I mean, but you got to understand Brussels first. You grow up and you get on one side of the street someone speaking Dutch, and on the other side of the street someone speaking French. And then you've got Arabic, Lingala, whatever language you want, Spanish, Italian. It's so diverse. So when you grow up in Brussels, you feel like you're a part of the world much sooner than anywhere else. And so then when you start traveling, like I went to Germany, I went to England, and it feels very natural.
But also, how much of that do you think comes from also being from the background that you're from, you know, having parents who have come from another country, the, I guess, second generation impact?
If you really look at it for its potential, you know, just having that diverse background, it's a wealth that you possess. Because you do start with a lot of disadvantages. And that was my story when I grew up. You know, I was from an area where we did start with a lot of disadvantages, but I never looked at my background as one. It was, for me, it was a wealth. It was something that I possessed that I felt one day other people be jealous from. You know, I'm from Congo and I'm proud of it. And I'm from Brussels and I speak Dutch and I speak French. And, you know, I own it 100%, all of it.
You also have Manchester or Greater Manchester or the north of England.
Yeah.
It's different to the south, right? How do you think that's impacted you and shaped you?
No, what I like over here is in the north, people say it as it is. And people own up to their mistakes, you know. And you can have an argument with someone and the next day, you know, you're still part of the same team and, you know, you move on and you work together towards the next goal. And I try to do it as well when in my relationship with players. It's like, look, you know, I think he's better than you at the moment. And this is what we need to do to get you to compete. And in the beginning, it's hard to take. But eventually they said, you know what, at least he told me. At least he told me. And it's better.
I wanted to know if there's anything you can think of in terms of influence for you, anything that marked you when you were growing up, or even maybe later, in terms of potentially books or stories about people or anecdotes.
Yeah, I think I grew up with almost like the grades of my father, you know, and being black, and it's, you know, it's weird to say because my background is white and black. But, you know, color of my skin is dark, so I was black. And then, you know, you're looking for success stories. So you look at Muhammad Ali, you look at Pele, and they're before my generation, but you look at Nelson Mandela and, you know, just people who have an impact who can do it. And that's kind of your fuel. I don't think there was that many more than that, you know. Just like, it was the same 5 or 6 people for everyone that was black growing up. And that was your inspiration. I'm nowhere near, you know, any of the guys that I will ever mention, but I'm just relentless and I'll just keep coming back.
When you think about legacy and your relentlessness, what are you relentlessly pushing for? What do you want to leave behind?
I think that's such a difficult question to answer. When I wake up every day, I can't say that I know there's a bigger picture to it all, but I can't say that I wake up every day because, you know, my legacy needs to be something. No, I wake up every day because I'm passionate about what I do. And I think legacy is created by you eventually being good at what you do and inspiring others and, you know, doing it in a way that empowers others as well. And I don't know how or what the end goal is there, but I know I'm not going to do it on my own. And I know that because of my success, if I can be successful, I'm going to make sure that others can grow as well and others can be better.
Do you mind if I ask, do you believe in anything? Like, do you feel particularly religious or anything? Just the way you described that, I don't know, it made me just wonder.
Well, we're in Burnley, so I can be straightforward on everything. We're in the north, we keep things simple. But no, look, it's an unanswered question for me. So, but again, it's this thing where in a world where you've got to be black or white, you've got to be Muslim, Jewish, or Christian. You've got to be so many things. And then if you're not Black Lives Matter, and you're White Lives Matter, and if you're not this, you know, sometimes you don't know, and you try and figure things out, and that's fine.
So agnostic? No, I'm joking.
No, it's not
I mean, like, you just feel like it just feels interesting because it does feel...
If I die, do I want to go to heaven? I'd rather go.
Yeah, okay.
It's better. If I die, do I want my children to believe in heaven? Definitely. Make it easier for them, make it better for them. Do I have the answers? No, I think, you know, I know a lot of very religious people, and it's a conviction and it's really spiritual. It's really something that is a drive in their life, and I'm probably not on that level, but I respect it 100%.
Thank you very much for speaking with me today. I appreciate it. I'm so glad we could have you on Generation Football. So, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
In Algeria, football has always been more than a game on a pitch.
كولتور عندنا كولتور هذه ماشي غير كلوب هذه كما يقولوا حيتعموا جيدا من نبدا الثوره هنايا.
Le sport n'est pas indissociable de la politique. Le sport est politique.
Journalist, I've covered a lot of stories on football in Europe, but I've come to Algeria, my father's country, to find out how football has shaped society and what the game means at a local level. My first stop is in the neighborhood of Belwazad, home of the CRB Football Club. Founded just days after Algeria's independence in 1962, CRB is one of Algeria's most popular and successful clubs. Tomorrow, it's playing in Africa's version of the Champions League, and fans are snapping up tickets.
Can you explain why you're a CRB fan?
Why I a CRB fan? Because my first team in my life, and I love it. I love it so much. تما هاد الكلوب هدايا إونيك فور مو هنايا. هاكا ماشي CRB مانيش هنايا في الجزائر. عندنا كولتور هادي ماشي غير كلوب هادي. هادي كما يقولوا حيتعموا جيدا. من نبدا الثوره هنايا اختي الثوره الجزائريه بدات من هنايا وراحت.
Football is woven into the social and historic fabric of Algeria. Right back to the early 1950s when the war for independence from France began. I met with one of Algeria's most renowned football journalists, Yazid Wahib.
I was always taught that the Algerian national team was born out of the FLN team, and the FLN led the movement for independence from France, and that was back in the 1950s, which they succeeded in 1962. What does that time do to shape the relationship that Algeria has with football now?
L'histoire du FLN est une période unique. La révolution déclenchée en 1954, l'Algérie avait des joueurs, des footballeurs qui ont commencé à jouer en Algérie, qui étaient jeunes, et qui ont été recrutés par des clubs français, de l'autre côté de la Méditerranée. Pour leur dire, il faudrait que vous quittiez vos clubs en France et que vous allez vous rendre en Tunisie pour constituer l'équipe du FLN. L'histoire de l'équipe du FLN, ça fait partie de l'histoire complète du mouvement de libération nationale. C'est des gens qui se sont engagés dans la révolution, pas avec des armes, pas avec un fusil, ils n'ont tué personne, mais ils ont fait de la propagande pour la cause algérienne grâce à leur talent, à leur réputation. Un politique algérien avait dit à l'époque, cette équipe du FLN a fait avancer la révolution algérienne de 10 ans.
Football's role in championing independence from the French didn't just end with the national team. Here in Algiers, the football club Mouloudia was created with a very specific political agenda. Abdelkader Drif was one of the early directors of Mouloudia. He's an iconic figure in Algerian football. Can you tell me a little bit about the history of Mouloudia as a club in Algeria?
Il est le doyen des clubs algériens parce que né dans la douleur en 1921, donc une époque coloniale la plus dure. Et cette idée, là, c'est un des petits-fils de l'émir Abdelkader, le grand résistant. Il a dit, voilà ce que nous allons faire. Nous allons créer une association, donc de caractère sportif, bien entendu. Il a dit, nous allons
choisir une date symbole de l'islam, qui est le Mouloud, c'est-à-dire la naissance du prophète. Mais le football, ça a été, disons, la possibilité pour les jeunes Algériens de se structurer d'une manière telle dans un club qui est à eux et qui est musulman par rapport à l'Européen, parce qu'il ne faut pas oublier que nous étions colonisés.
Football's impact as a force for social change didn't wane in the decades after Algeria's independence. Stadiums became spaces where fans could vent their disillusionment with the political class, singing about unemployment, corruption, and falling living standards. In 2019, these chants became the anthems of the nationwide protest movement, the Hirak. The Hirak led to the resignation of President Bouteflika after almost 20 years in power. Years have passed since the Hirak, and I wanted to understand what football means to fans today. I've come to watch a match between Algeria's CRB and Sierra Leone's Bow Rangers for the CAF Champions League. For many fans, football has become their main source of national pride.
You're gonna win today, champion, okay?
محمد بن وجدان أسس الثورة في الجزائر يعني هو لنا عايشين ونحبوه ونموتوا عليه هذا هو الدرابو تاعنا حنا هذا هو الدرابو تاع الجزائر نورمالمون وصلوا لازم ورانا مغمومين في عندنا غير البالون.
Je vais demander autrefois la même chose. The Algerian national team or CRB? Which is fans across the way, which is impressive because we're now in Sétif and that's 3 hours. So they've made a really long journey to get here. It's amazing to be able to experience the atmosphere.
Insider information from a local sports journalist.
Le CRB, c'est un des clubs historiques de l'Algérie. En fait, c'est un club des plus titrés et c'est le club qui est le plus en forme ces dernières saisons. Le club reste sur une victoire en Coupe d'Algérie, 3 championnats d'affilée. Donc on peut dire que c'est la meilleure équipe actuellement en Algérie.
Everyone loves football in the world. In Algeria, what's the relationship with football like?
En Algérie, on a une relation très très particulière avec le football parce que le football a aussi fait partie de l'histoire de ce pays. En fait, le football avait une place très centrale au sein de la société.
It's 3-0.
A clear victory for CRB. I wanted to speak to one of CRB's football stars, Zakaria Draoui. He also plays for the Algerian national team, which won the 2021 FIFA Arab Cup. Draoui is one of the top talents in Algerian football today.
So many fans came, like 3 hours from Alger, just to come and support you. How does it feel, the relationship with the fans at CRB for you?
العلاقة بين الفريق تاع شباب بالوزداد والعلاقة بين الأنصار واللاعبين علاقة قوية. الحمد لله احنا حققنا الأهم هو الفوز ب3 مقابل 0. فرحنا هذا الجمهور اللي ما شقاش على باطل. ان شاء الله نزيدوا مازال استحقاقات اخرى ان شاء الله نزيدوا نفرحوا في قادم استحقاقات.
CRB's win today proves that if Algeria invests in its local talent, it can hold on to its place as one of the best teams in African football history. In my last few days here, I wanted to understand what the future holds for the next generation of young players. I met Mouloudia Fan Bilal at his son's football practice. This is one of the only spaces in the neighborhood where kids get to train.
For young people, like, what does football mean in Algeria?
البالون هذا نص حياتهم ونص الاخر سي لا في باسكو زون ريان كو الفوتبول. ايماجين دوك انت سمانه كومبلي وانت خدامه فان سيمان tu pars au stade pour décompresser. C'est sacré, hein? Le football c'est sacré.
A lot of very talented players leave the country to find opportunities. What do you think needs to be done to kind of nurture that talent in Algeria?
كاين بوكو دو طالون هناك تشوف هاد لي جون كاع يتك هادو ما كاع يعرفوا يلعبوا بالون ولو كما يلقاوش دوكا لهنايا لي مويان يروحوا نص الطريق وميليو تشوما ما يقدروش يروحوا بعيد صح ولا لا دوك انت ابسط الاشياء ما يلقاوهمش ما يقدرش يكمل هو يكره يدير لي فورس تاعهم بعد يكره يدخل لهنا ما يلقاش بالون ما يلقاش ستاد ما يلقاش لا ليميير ما يلقاش الدوش ما يلقاش الماء ان شاء الله نتمناو حنايا من هنايا يبدا هذا ما كان وان شاء الله كاين ديجا بزاف عندنا بوكو دو طالون كاين بوكو دو طالون.
Football is part of the lifeblood of Algeria, reflecting the nation's hopes, dreams, and frustrations. Right back to the struggle for independence. But in spite of the challenges football faces here and the talent drain of its top players, aspiring young footballers will continue to play the game they love, whenever and wherever they can.
What happens when the news media fail to do their job?
It's one of the biggest reasons why Iraq is not yet a democracy. There's no accountability.
The Listening Post exposes the powers controlling the narrative.
Russian media does a lot of saber-rattling. His message has to be backed by the whole propaganda apparatus.
And the tools they use to do it.
How do you read through all the misinformation? How do you determine what is disinformation?
The Listening Post, your guide to the media on Al Jazeera.
Indonesia, your investment destination, the world's 10th largest economy, is busy transforming, ready to be your business partner. With a robust talent pool, politically and economically stable and strong policies. Being the powerhouse, Indonesia is confirmed by the G20 presidency, bringing opportunities for you. Invest Indonesia now.
A new series exploring how traditional knowledge from indigenous communities is helping tackle today's environmental catastrophes. We follow a Sami community's conflict with a plan to build a mine in their northern Sweden homeland, one that could endanger their ecosystems and their way of life. First Nations Frontline, Black Butterflies, The Cost of Going Green, on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Qatar dazzles football fans with a spectacular ceremony to kick off the first World Cup in the Middle East.
I think we're going to be the surprise in this World Cup.
Ecuadorian fans celebrate after their team beats the host nation 2-0 in the opening game. Hello, I'm Hazem Sika. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up.
It may not be the best, it's the beginning.
Developing nations express relief as a historic climate deal approves a fund to help them fight global warming. And political uncertainty in Malaysia after a tightly contested election results in no clear winner for the first time in years. The first Football World Cup to be held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of a spectacular opening ceremony. But the hosts lost 2-0 to Ecuador in the first match. Osama bin Javed begins our coverage.
The tent, a symbol of Arab culture. Amid a gala of artists, music, colour and applause, the wait is over for one of the sporting world's most anticipated championships.
Look who we are the dreamers.
The Football World Cup's opening ceremony watched by thousands of fans in Qatar and millions of people across the globe.
I heard something beautiful. Not just music, but also this call to celebration.
The first World Cup of the post-COVID-19 era, the first in the Middle East, the first hosted by a Muslim country. The traditionally popular sport not just unites nations across the globe, but also the people of Qatar and its rulers.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and unity at the same time.
The 2022 World Cup underway. It didn't start well for the hosts. Saad Al-Sheeb charged off his lines and Enna Valencia headed in. But VAR ruled it out for a narrow offside. 15 minutes in, Al-Sheeb was involved again, catching Valencia. The referee played advantage, but then gave the penalty. Valencia put Ecuador ahead. On the half hour, it was 2, Valencia getting his second. Going into half-time, Qatar's Al Muizali did get a sight of goal, but couldn't find the net. The second half was more even, but there were only 3 minutes left when Mohammed bin Kari had the hosts' best chance of the game. Not to be. Qatar now face a challenge to get out of their group. And with that, the drama begins for the fans. It's taken 12 years to get here, a journey fraught with challenges, from a grueling blockade to a global pandemic, from building the infrastructure for an entire nation to delivering stadiums on time. This is the day which marks overcoming all of those challenges, and the FIFA World Cup in Qatar has officially begun. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Paul Rees has more from outside El Bayt Stadium where the opening match took place.
A great roar went up here at Al Bayt Stadium as Qatar kicked off the 2022 World Cup, but the crowd soon became subdued as Ecuador's Enna Valencia first scored a goal that was eventually ruled out for offside, but then scored twice more in the half to ultimately give Ecuador a 2-0 win in this opening fixture and mean that Qatar become the first World Cup hosts to lose their opening match of the tournament. However, the team has already come a long way. When Qatar won the bid to host the tournament back in 2010, they were outside the world's top 100. Now they're number 50 and are the Asian champions. They're going to need to use all their big game experience if they're going to get past Senegal and then the Netherlands and get out of this group.
Also, Hail Malik has been at the MIA fan park experiencing the elation and disappointment along with those watching the first match.
say if the World Cup hasn't worked out exactly how Qatar wants it. They lost the match, but it hasn't dampened the mood of all the fans here at Mir Park, has it? Well, we're leaving Mir Park, and earlier on there were thousands of people here congregated around that screen to get a glimpse of the first game of the World Cup. Now, many of them were supporting Qatar and are going to go home tonight pretty disappointed. For the Ecuadorians, it was a big night. They're going to celebrate all over Qatar, and there are many Ecuadorian fans here for the tournament. But so much with the support for the Qatari team. People are climbing trees, climbing fences just to get a glimpse of the first match.
I couldn't get a ticket for the opening match, so I decided to come to the fan zone, and it was lovely. The atmosphere was electric, and it was amazing. Not winning is quite disappointing for me, but I can't take the enjoyment away from the game.
I think they should play better next time. Maybe they were a bit defensive as it's their first participation in the World Cup. But I think hopefully starting the next games, they're going to be pushing forward more.
Well, the night ends up in disappointment for the home fans. They'll hope, however, that their team can bounce back and possibly try and qualify for the next round. What's for sure is that tonight in Doha was electric. Qatar!
The reaction in Ecuador to the opening match has been jubilant. Our Latin America editor, Lucy Newman, has more from Guayaquil.
There's no way to overstate it. Most of the people have left this outdoor stadium and they're on their way to 19th of October Avenue, where they are going to continue to celebrate for as late as they possibly can. Here we have one of the players. Well, let me ask him. How do you celebrate a goal? They're going to show us. Well, there you go. There's a whole second team here, and they are actually ecstatic. Now, you have to remember, for Ecuador, football is king, but it's more than a sport. It's also something that inspires young people in a country that has been overrun by drug trafficking and by criminal gangs. And the fact that these young Ecuadorian players have made it to Qatar, that they have done so well, even better than what many Ecuadorians had even dared to hope for.
But to other global stories making the headlines now. A historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators have agreed to compensate poorer nations which have been hit the hardest by the impact of climate change. But many nations are leaving the meeting in Egypt saying the world is still heading for disaster. Barbara Angelpa reports.
It's being called a breakthrough for poorer countries. After 2 weeks of talks, nearly 200 nations agreed to establish a fund to compensate those most at risk from climate change. Delegates at the COP27 conference in Egypt's most famous coastal resort ratified the declaration in the early hours on Sunday.
We heard the calls and we responded. Today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we established the first ever dedicated fund for loss and damage, a fund that has been so long in the making.
It is a huge achievement to get an agreement to establish a loss and damage fund after 30 years of small island states, vulnerable countries, developing countries, trying to get this on the agenda.
Negotiators still have to hammer out details, and no decision's been made on where the money will come from, nor how grants will be distributed. But delegates from low-income countries say they're optimistic.
Excited, very, very excited. This is a very positive result from 1.3 billion Africans.
Yes.
Very, very exciting because for us, success in Egypt was going to be based on what we get from loss and damage.
Yet a warning from the UN Secretary General. He says the fund alone isn't enough to prevent climate catastrophes.
But it's not an answer if the climate crisis washes a small island state off the map or turns an entire African country to desert.
a prospect many hoped would be addressed through a stronger commitment to limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But that didn't happen. That's despite the target being seen by many as the minimum temperature rise that would prevent the worst impacts of climate change. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
The once green island of Madagascar is turning into a red desert. It is facing a severe food crisis seen by experts as the world's first climate change famine. Our environment editor Nick Clark has more now from Morondava in Madagascar.
It is an important breakthrough. Loss and damage is all about compensating the more vulnerable nations from the worst effects of climate change. And these are nations like the low island states of the Pacific and indeed where we are now in Madagascar. It's something they've been calling for since 1992, since the Earth Summit in Rio. And now 30 years on, it has finally happened. It has taken that long. This time round, there's been pushback from the US, from China and from Russia, but they have come round. And the thing is, loss and damage was only put on the agenda at this particular COP, COP27, just before it started. There were days of negotiations just to get to this point, and now this has happened. So it is quite a triumph, and it shows that the UN process does work, despite the criticism that it gets. But note, there is not yet any money in the fund for loss and damage. And as Mohamed Ado of Power Shift Africa, which is an important African NGO, he said, it's like having an empty bucket, and now we need to fill it. But he also said, COP27 has done what no other COP has achieved. It is a big moment.
Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. Ukraine's nuclear energy firm says at least 12 missiles were fired at the facility. The nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before, sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kiev have blamed the other for the shelling. The International Atomic Energy Agency has condemned the attacks on the Zaporizhia plant. Director General Rafael Grossi released a statement saying explosions occurred at the site of this major nuclear power plant, which is completely unacceptable. Whoever is behind this, it must stop immediately. As I have said many times before, you're playing with fire. Well, still ahead on Al Jazeera, we'll take you to the hometown of Brazilian football royalty, where the people who knew him are hoping he can bring home the trophy for a sixth time. And polls close in Nepal, where a record number of independent candidates are competing for seats in the country's parliament.
Hello, we should see a slow improvement in that wintry weather across the northeastern corner of the US, eastern parts of Canada. There's still a fair bit of cloud around here. The cooler air is tucked in behind this cold front, but it should, we'll start to see the winds just becoming more westerly or even southwesterly as we go through the next couple of days, and we'll see the less cold air, shall we say, just pushing over towards the eastern seaboard. So we're going from around 3 Celsius in New York to around 6 Celsius by Monday. That snow just pulling away from Quebec, easing over towards that eastern side of Canada. Brighter, but cool weather coming back in behind. It's going to stay pretty chilly all the way into Thanksgiving, I'm afraid. But you can see temperatures trying to push up in the right direction. Still seeing some wintry weather there into Ontario, and some snow there just around the western side of Canada, slipping south of the border into Washington state. Much of the US, on the other hand, is largely dry with decent spells of sunshine, which stretch their way down across much of Mexico. Bits and pieces of showery rain there into eastern parts of Mexico. Wetter weather will be around Honduras, Guatemala, still some lively showers into Nicaragua, and maybe more so into Costa Rica and also into Panama. More wet weather there for the lesser Antilles, but largely dry further west.
Passionate about their sport and determined to succeed against the odds.
You are fighters. Keep on training despite obstacles.
Al Jazeera World tells the inspiring story of a group of Somali women in pursuit of their dream of playing football for their country, despite its culture and traditions.
We are in a Somali society, and it's difficult for people to accept this.
Somali football's Golden Girls on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. The first World Cup ever held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance on inclusion, while K-pop superstar Jungkook was the musical headliner. In the opening match, hosts Qatar lost 2-0 against Ecuador. The win sees the South Americans top Group A with 3 points. 33-year-old Enner Valencia scored both goals at El Bayt Stadium. France has acknowledged the sidelining of star Karim Benzema before the start of the tournament as a hard blow. He sustained a thigh injury in training, which has ruled him out of play for at least 3 weeks. While France has lost one of its brightest stars, Brazil is relying on striker Neymar to help bring home a 6th World Cup. The Paris Saint-Germain star was born in Mogi das Cruzes on the outskirts of Sao Paulo. People there are hoping their hero can bring home another title. Monica Yanakiev has more.
Football coach Betinho teaches the game like a dance, a combination of hip twisting, knee lifting, and ginga, or Brazilian swing. Add to that a touch of deception, and you're ready to steal the ball from your opponent. Easier said than done. But young Neymar followed the rules of his first instructor to the T.
Neymar was very smart in school and on the field. He's a great imitator. He'd pick the best tricks from the greatest players and make them his own.
Roberto Antônio dos Santos, or Betinho, first spotted Neymar when the future star was 5 years old. Former football player Neymar Sr. had taken his son to watch him play.
I saw this child climb up and down the stands with an unusual agility. He had quick reflexes, body control, and the makings of a star. I asked to meet his parents and started training him in indoor football until he was old enough to move on.
Betinho helped Neymar join the youth leagues of the Santos team. Santos is one of Brazil's biggest teams with a glorious past. It has been the breeding ground of many stars, notably Pelé. And it was here that Neymar made his professional debut at 17, and where he reached international fame. While playing for Santos, Neymar averaged a goal every other match and helped the club win the prestigious Libertadores, the team's first since the 60s, during Pelé's time. From there, he went on to play for Barcelona until 2017, when he signed a record-breaking $260 million transfer deal with Paris Saint-Germain. Most Brazilians consider Neymar a native from Santos, the largest port in Latin America. But he was born into a simple and humble family near the city of Mogi das Cruzes.
People here ask me how I recall helping deliver Neymar when 400 babies are born in this hospital every month. I remember because his father played for the local team at the time and was well known in Mogi.
Off the field, he's had his fair share of bad press. A tax evasion scandal and a rape accusation, which courts dismissed after considering Neymar a victim of an intended scam. At the time, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro stood by the player.
I believe Neymar is innocent.
In return, Neymar endorsed Bolsonaro's failed bid for a second term in an extremely divisive election in October, prompting criticisms from Brazilian fans who supported his adversary, President-elect Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
Neymar said what he thought instead of sitting on the fence. The fence is for cowards.
While the Brazilian squad is in Qatar, aiming for an unprecedented 6th World Cup title, back in Santos, Betinho is preparing a new generation of Neymars. Monica Yanakiev, Santos, Brazil, Al Jazeera.
In Kazakhstan, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev is heading for a landslide victory in a snap election, that's according to exit polls. It will see him solidify his grip on power less than a year after he sidelined his long-ruling predecessor, Nursultan Nazarbayev. The presidential election was originally scheduled for 2024, but was moved up after an uprising led to hundreds of deaths in January. Africa's longest-serving ruler looks set to extend his 43 years in power after elections in Equatorial Guinea. President Teodoro Obiang has never won less than 90% of the vote, setting him up for a likely sixth term. Opposition candidates accuse the leader and his party of committing widespread electoral fraud, saying voters have complained of being forced to cast ballots publicly. Obiang first came to power in a 1979 coup. Malaysia is facing a hung parliament for the first time in its political history. Saturday's tightly contested election left major parties unable to secure enough votes to form a new government. Rival leaders are now scrambling to broaden their coalitions. Florence Louis has more from Kuala Lumpur.
Malaysians woke up to an uncertain future on Sunday. With no clear winner in the general election, negotiations have begun to determine who will join forces to make up the majority in Parliament. Opposition bloc, the Alliance of Hope, led by Anwar Ibrahim, has the most seats, but not enough. Perikatan Nasional, or National Alliance, is the second largest coalition. It's met with leaders of a regional party based in Sarawak State, who now has the potential to be kingmaker.
I am quite unsettled because now the Alliance of Hope and Perikatan Nasional are going neck and neck. I am hoping for the best for the new government.
I just hope that they are all united, because in the end it's really about the country, it's for the people, and it's for the future.
Some analysts say it's possible the same parties that were in power before Parliament was dissolved could work together again, which may upset some voters, as this alliance would include Barisan Nasional, or the National Front, whose leaders are tainted by corruption.
The most important thing is for Perikatan Nasional to only choose or appoint candidates or parliamentarians that don't have any issues with corruption. There are plenty of those, and they can be part of the government. And the second part of it is that Perikatan Nasional will have to remain convicted on the dedication towards prosecuting those with corruption charges.
One winner in this election is the Malaysian Islamic Party, a partner in the National Alliance. It's now the largest party in Parliament.
By Monday afternoon, Malaysians should know who their new Prime Minister will be. The palace has issued a statement asking leaders of the political parties with the most seats and heads of the major coalitions to nominate a lawmaker who they think is able to command the confidence of the majority in Parliament.
King Al Sultan Abdullah has had a hand in determining the Prime Minister before. In 2020, after interviewing MPs, the monarch chose Muhyiddin Yassin. And when his administration collapsed a year later, the king chose a successor. History, it seems, could repeat itself. Florence Louis, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
Polls have closed in Nepal after a day of long queues, with millions casting their vote for the country's members of parliament. Many hope that a new government will bring political stability and help with development. Rising costs of living and poor job prospects are at the front of many people's minds. Barnaby Lowe reports from Kathmandu.
The early hours of federal and provincial elections in Nepal, and a steady trickle of voters casting their ballots at polling stations across Kathmandu. It's the second time Nepalese voted under a constitution approved in 2015. This time, thousands of candidates are taking part, a significant number not allied with major coalitions.
Independent candidates have been doing well. It's time to give the youth a chance.
Anybody can run as a candidate, but because it's a party system, people have party affiliations, so the parties will win big.
No party that's won elections in Nepal has finished its 5-year term due to power struggles. The incumbent Prime Minister, Sher Bahadur Dubba, has been in the post 5 times. His main rival, KP Sharma Oli, 3. And both are running again for the top post. It's shaping up to be a 2-horse race between the ruling Nepali Congress and the main opposition party, United Marxist-Leninist. Both have held power in the past decade and a half or so and are making the same old promises. Nepal's economy is struggling to recover after inflation reached nearly 9%. The pandemic exposed flaws in its public healthcare system, and basic services are still inaccessible to many in rural areas. Analysts say this partly explains a surprise victory for newcomers in local polls in May.
It was unthought of that the independent voting bloc
would influence the proportional representation because they would not have the nationwide influence. But what has happened, the influence of these newcomers are on urban space where you have a more population these days.
So while the major parties may be assured of directly elected seats, under the proportional representation system, 110 may swing to independents.
Party which has fielded more candidates would definitely get more number if everything goes well. So Nepali Congress-led coalition is likely to have more seats, but I still have a doubt that they will be single-handedly able to form the government.
Social media and urbanization may have changed the landscape of Nepalese politics, but most voters are hoping that whoever gets the majority will have their best interests at heart. Barn below Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
A former US President Donald Trump says he has no interest in returning to Twitter, despite his account getting restored. New boss Elon Musk conducted a poll on the social media platform, and a narrow majority voted in favor of Trump's return. His account was suspended in 2021 due to the risk of incitement of violence. Twitter is facing an uncertain future with almost 1,200 employees leaving the company. Gabriel Elizondo has more from San Francisco.
Make no mistake about it, there's one person and one person only that makes all the decisions at Twitter right now, and that's the billionaire Elon Musk. He remains here in San Francisco at the company headquarters, where he continues to make what appear to be erratic decisions, most recently announcing that he would reinstate the Twitter account of former President Donald Trump. You might remember Trump's account was suspended by Twitter a few years ago after some of his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. Beyond that, Musk has told employees that the main mission is to keep the social media site running over the next few days and weeks during the World Cup, because there's expected to be a huge influx of traffic to Twitter by fans and others who are posting to the popular social media site as the matches go on in Qatar. There's real worry that the Twitter could crash because there are so few engineer teams still working at the site to keep it up and running. We believe that just in the last 48 to 72 hours, as many as 1,000 Twitter engineers might have walked off the job and simply resigned. And it's believed that there could be only a few hundred Twitter core engineers keeping the site running. Even with that, it's believed that Musk is preparing to fire hundreds of more employees that remain as early as Monday.
In the United States, at least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded in the attack. Customers overpowered the gunman. A 22-year-old suspect has been taken into custody and is being treated for injuries. The entertainment venue, known as Club Q, says it is devastated by the senseless attack. 2 firearms, including a long rifle, were found at the scene.
We are actively processing the scene at Club Q. Initial evidence and interviews indicate that the suspect entered Club Q and immediately began shooting at people inside as he moved further into the club. While the suspect was inside of the club, at least 2 heroic people inside the club confronted and fought with the suspect and were able to stop the suspect from continuing to kill and harm others. We owe them a great debt of thanks.
This is Al Jazeera. Let's get a roundup now. The top stories. The first World Cup ever held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance on inclusion, while K-pop superstar Jungkook was the musical headliner. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of the ceremony.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and what unites us at the same time.
In the opening match, hosts Qatar lost 2-0 to Ecuador. The win sees the South Americans top Group A with 3 points. 33-year-old Enner Valencia scored both goals at El Bayt Stadium. Well, the French team has acknowledged the sidelining of star Karim Benzema before the start of the tournament is a hard blow. He sustained a thigh injury in training, which has ruled him out of play for at least 3 weeks. A historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit, negotiators agreeing to compensate poorer nations hit the hardest by the impact of climate change. But many nations are leaving the meeting in Egypt saying not enough progress has been made on limiting emissions. Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. The plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before, sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kyiv blamed each other. In Kazakhstan, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev is heading for a landslide victory in a slap election, according to exit polls. It'll see him solidify his grip on power less than a year after he sidelined his long-ruling predecessor, Nursultan Nazarbayev. At least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded. Customers overpowered the gunman, who's been arrested. Those are the headlines. We're back with more after Upfront.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines from around the world.
Do you think diplomacy still stands a chance?
I'm not very optimistic about any negotiation.
We were already in a bit of a crypto winter. It's going to get a lot colder.
Inside story on Al Jazeera.
Puerto Rico has been grappling with recovery after a series of natural disasters, most recently Hurricane Fiona in September. But the problems don't end there. Fragile infrastructure, economic crisis, and dependence on the U.S. all stand in the way of Puerto Rico's ability to pick up and move on. So how can the island rebuild and recover? We speak to the former mayor of San Juan, Carmen Yulín Cruz, next. But first, Donald Trump wants to be president of the United States. Again.
America's comeback starts right now.
The former president launched his bid this week from his home in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. Trump's announcement comes just after Republicans failed to score the kind of wins they were hoping for in the midterm elections, with high-profile losses among Trump-endorsed candidates. But what does another Trump campaign mean for an already deeply polarized country? Joining me to discuss this is renowned author, scholar, and activist, this week's headliner, Michael Eric Dyson. Professor Michael Eric Dyson, thank you so much for joining us on Upfront.
Thanks for having me, my friend.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump has officially announced his bid to run for president in 2024. What do you make of this?
Well, this is the perfect storm of unmitigated narcissism meets political opportunism. It is certainly wrecking the potential fortunes of the Republican Party. I think they've rejiggered the whole contest and have settled on figures like, if not exclusively, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. He, after all, is the remix of Donald Trump, equally authoritarian, but with a panache and a style, a kind of a palatable autocracy, if you will, that Donald Trump simply doesn't have. He's more brutal, he's more blunt, and I think it's really forcing the Republican Party finally to come to grips with the effect of Trumpism. So the Republican Party is really going to have a come to Jesus moment because of his candidacy.
There's a quote from Trump's speech that people are repeating a lot. He said, anyone who truly seeks to take on this rigged and corrupt system will be faced with a storm of fire that only a few could understand. He's painting himself as the people's champion. Could that tone make him more palatable to the Republican base? Could that give him a second life in the American electoral mind?
Well, his base has proved in the past to be highly gullible, or at least desperate enough to believe that that kind of political rhetoric doesn't mask the kind of chicanery that we saw going on. In other words, here was a guy who said, I'm going to be for the average Joe. And when he got into office, it was a bunch of billionaires and multimillionaires who were running the show. Now, that happens in most administrations. That's not exclusive to Donald Trump. But when you claim to be the people's champ, and when you use that kind of populist language, then the deliverables have to be judged differently. So this is Donald Trump brilliantly seizing the moment, understanding what's at stake, reading the room, so to speak, and giving the folk what they want. Donald Trump knows all along that he can't deliver on what he promises, but he promises regardless because that is part of the political theater of a Donald Trump, and it has not failed him so far, and it may indeed be successful this time around as well.
Well, as you alluded to a bit ago, the first sign of failure for Trump might be that the folks he backed weren't successful. So we can safely say, Trump supporters, or Trump-backed candidates rather, don't have the kind of gravitas and power that they had 4 years ago. What does that mean? Why?
Yeah, first of all, when you look at the coaching tree of Bill Belichick and you go, as great as he was, the folk that he put into the league ain't doing so well. So if we look at Donald Trump as Bill Belichick, since they've had some conversations.
I'm going to note for because we got an international audience, that is a celebrated U.S. football coach of the New England Patriots.
That's right. Arguably the greatest of all time. Some have made that argument. So yes, a coach of football, forgive us for using that term in an international audience here. We know it's not football in the classic sense, but he's a guy who's a great coach. And the coaching tree, that is the people who coach under him and then go on to have their own teams, haven't necessarily done as well as the original figure. So Donald Trump is able to weave, this web of tremendous charisma and appeal. He was more successful the first time around, as you recognize, than, as you're pointing out, right now. And I think what it says is the spell is wearing off. The magic is dissipating for those who are referred political figures, but it may not indicate that Donald Trump has really spent his last bit of fortune here. His political capital is depleted, to be sure, but it's not completely wiped out. And if you can say anything about Donald Trump, it's the ability to reinvent himself.
The supporters of Trump, the people who are diehard, the people who still to this day say Trump is our president, do they see the red wave or the non-red wave that happened and say, you know what, it's time for us to come out and assemble again? Will this galvanize and draw out his supporters? Or is this evidence that he doesn't have as much support as we thought?
No, I think it's the former and not the latter. I think, look, those people are so diehard in their commitment to Donald Trump, to death do us part. And then they want to get married after they go to heaven, so to speak, and in the afterlife. And Donald Trump is experiencing a kind of political afterlife, right? He was president, he lost. That's a political death for most presidents, but maybe not for Donald Trump, because his base is so deeply committed to him that no matter what happens, the people who disagree with him are read as counterfeit. And I do believe that Donald Trump, surprisingly, perhaps to the chagrin of many, still maintains a powerful hold on the bread and butter Republican, not necessarily the elites who were disingenuous to begin with. They knew Donald Trump was lying. They knew he was full of tricks and bad faith. They knew that he was doing stuff that was really antithetical to the Constitution and certain rule of law, but they went along with it because it was the best way to ride his coattails. Now that they've tried to get off and cut those coattails and seize on to someone else, I think the bread and butter Republican has not yet given up on Donald Trump.
Earlier, you talked about Ron DeSantis as a potential heir apparent to Donald Trump. Some say they're similar. Some have said that he's more polished. We had one guest once say he's Donald Trump who can read. There are lots of different ways to think about DeSantis, but one thing that connects him, to be sure, to Trump is the idea of right-wing populism.
Right.
If we see the shift away from Trump, have we simply paved the way, not for a more mainstream political candidate or a return to the so-called status quo, but simply opening the door to another right-wing populist, perhaps potentially more polished, like a DeSantis or other folk?
Yeah, I'm an old Baptist preacher. And there's a scripture that says, when you cast out the demon, if you don't put something else in its place, 7 worse demons than the first one are going to come occupy that space. And Donald Trump did create a kind of Donald Trump-sized vacuum. I do believe that those, out loud thoughts about Ron DeSantis are true. He's more polished, which means he's more sophisticated about his chicanery. He's more sophisticated about his autocracy. He's more sophisticated about his fascist impulses, but he embraces the explicit language that ties him to Donald Trump's, if you will, most fervent supporters. But he understands that the methodology has to adhere and conform to traditional conceptions of law and order. And that may be indeed where he has a leg up on Donald Trump for those who want to distance themselves from Donald Trump because they know he's wrecking the machine, but they want to embrace Ron DeSantis because he brings the spirit of Donald Trump to bear.
What role does the media play in all this? I can't help but think that there's a way that in covering his announcement so extensively, we are aiding his bid. We devote so much attention to his every move. Are we supporting his candidacy? And I'm being self-critical as well. We're here doing it right at this very moment, right? There's a way that we have been obsessed with Donald Trump since 2016. And in doing so, we've given him unearned media, unearned advertising. He's getting free publicity every day. Are we repeating the same mistake of 2016 by giving Trump so much time?
Yeah, it's the paradox, right? Because if you don't cover it, then you're left out in the competition for the resource of attention. And if you do cover it, you're just adding on and giving him a kind of, gravitas, a kind of legitimacy that otherwise he wouldn't have. You know how in hip hop culture, they have that FOMO, feeling of missing out? Well, Donald Trump has the feeling of trumped out. Because on the one hand, if you don't Trump in, then you're not like, what? You didn't hear him? You didn't listen to what he said? You didn't pay attention to his body language? You didn't talk about right? We've all become Trump deconstructionists. We're out here trying to figure out what the heck Donald Trump is about, what he's saying. Did you see his left eye twitch? Did you notice that his hair was pushed to the right further, right? We're doing all this Trump analysis. And the reality is, yes, he is the creature of the media, but he's been the master of the media. And having mastered the media in reality television, he understands how to push the envelope and to push the right buttons to get the media to pay attention.
There has been a surge in white nationalism during Trump's presidency. We saw an increase in election denialism. We've seen the January 6th insurrection. We've seen a 55% increase in the number of white nationalist hate groups during the Trump era. That's according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. When we think about Trump running for president again, do we have any reason not to expect a similar surge?
No. In fact, the opposite is true. It can be predicted with reasonable confidence that a similar surge will occur. That, when you're trying to catch one of these Lyfts or Ubers and you're dealing with the surge, and during the surge you pay more, that's what we pay more. We pay more during the surges of Trump and white nationalism. We pay in terms of political capital that's precious to us. We pay in terms of lives lost. We pay in terms of an erosion of the American spirit. We pay in the refusal to acknowledge that white supremacy is the ultimate arbiter of truth in our political scene. What January 6th proved to us is that people were willing to be hypocrites, and when you told them they were hypocrites, they didn't even care. You say you like, blue lives matter. And yet the police were easily disposable that day. They were seen to be enemies, right? This is a people who said that they were committed to America, and yet they were dragging through the halls of Congress, the most vaunted symbol of American democracy, a banner of betrayal called the Confederate flag. They don't care. Wait a minute. I thought you loved the police, but you're beating them up. I thought you were concerned about real democracy, but you're waving a flag that is the ultimate sign of betrayal to America.
Doc, when you see all of that, before we go, when you see all of that, is there any reason to be hopeful for the future of American democracy if Trump is able to reemerge, even at this stage, as a legitimate political figure?
Yeah, here's the hope. Now, it's a negative hope, so to speak. But, if Donald Trump is reelected, that has got to say something to the folk who don't support him. And look, as many people as there are that support him, there are millions more who don't. It will no longer just be Donald Trump, because what will have been revealed is that there's something roiling beneath the surface that is fundamentally in opposition to us as human beings. That's what's going to happen. That could happen. And to finish my thought about what happened on January 6th, the real religion, the real politics, The real force of society, the real democracy is whiteness. A particularly virulent, narrowly focused, narcissistic whiteness is the real basis of what America is about. The great philosopher Beyonce Giselle Knowles said, when giving an award to the football quarterback, ex-football quarterback, Colin Kaepernick, said that it has been said that American racism is so deeply entrenched in the country that it's identified with America itself. So that when you challenge racism, it looks as if you're challenging America. So many more people will come to grips with the fact that this is not simply about Donald Trump. This is about a way of life that we have embraced. And I think the fall will be precipitous, and I think the revelation will be thundering. But we have to continue to really gnaw away at that resistance. That's the only choice we have, because if they can win that battle of the will, and they can make us believe there is nothing we can do about it, they will have won the ultimate prize, which is the conversion of us into a kind of hopeless knot of voters who don't even use what we have at our disposal, a lever to make a difference in this democracy.
Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, thank you so much for joining us on Up Front.
Thanks for having me, my friend.
In September, Hurricane Fiona hit the island of Puerto Rico, causing mass destruction, catastrophic flooding, and island-wide power outages. The U.S. territory may have been able to cope with the hurricane to some degree, except it was still recovering from the devastation caused by a Category 5 hurricane in 2017. The island's residents have faced continuing issues, from a fragile electrical grid to a faltering economy as Puerto Rico struggles to climb out of bankruptcy. But the problems don't stop there. There's been a decline in manufacturing, chronic food insecurity, and what many of the island's residents essentially view as neglect by the United States government. So how does Puerto Rico recover and stabilize before the next climate disaster? Joining us to discuss this is Carmen Julín Cruz, the former mayor of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and fellow at Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. She's also the host of a new podcast called Sheroics, about everyday women who are changing the world one community at a time. Julín, thank you so much for joining us and Up Front. You've seen the devastation after the hurricanes up close when you were the mayor. When you left office in 2020, the island hadn't recovered from the impact of Hurricane Maria. And now, in fact, it was still recovering from Maria in September when Fiona hit. Talk to me about what it looks like on the ground. You just got back. Talk to me about that.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people are very angry, and they have a right to be, but they're also about to lose hope. And I think that's the worst disaster that there can be. There are still communities that don't have electricity, hospitals that are faltering in their providing services. And what people have to understand is that, and you mentioned it a little bit, we were still recovering from Hurricanes Irma and Maria, which was one right after the other. Financial bankruptcy. There were 2 coastal storms. Then there were 2 major earthquakes. And then there was the pandemic. That's all in a 4-year time span. So it's one crisis after another. And what people are seeing is, first of all, there was the Trump administration that discriminated against Puerto Rico, and the money started flowing into Puerto Rico in 2020, even though it had been appropriated sometime before. But what people are seeing on the ground is a lack of vision and a hoarding of the local central government of Puerto Rico of the resources that come into Puerto Rico. And the mayors are saying, give me the money and let me put all these plans moving forward. What it looks like, it's like a war zone that doesn't recover.
You mentioned the sort of crisis in 2017 is at least partially being linked to the Trump administration discriminating against Puerto Rico. Now we're in 2022, there's a Biden administration. How distinct is the response and recovery effort now versus then? I understand there's lots of problems on the ground, so in some ways it seems like it's not that different.
There is a difference in tone and understanding, right? One threw paper towels at us, and that GIF still continues to haunt the United States. And the other one is really going out of the way, the Biden administration, to say, hey, look, let me see what I can do without dictating energy policy. The problem is that what has been done in the ground in Puerto Rico sometimes contradicts the energy policy in the U.S. So, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, let's go green here, but then, well, let's not go that green. There's money still from Irma and Maria that hasn't been used.
Let's talk about that money. I'm glad you mentioned money, and you've talked about the distribution of money before. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, allocated $28 billion for recovery efforts. This is public assistance funding, right? 5 years later, this happened in 2018, 5 years later, only about 1/5 of it has been released. There have been additional funds allocated post-Fiona, but the issue, as I see it, isn't really allocation as much as it is being able to use public assistance money for recovery. Why is access to the money?
Correct.
Why is access to the money such an issue?
One of the things was that it was withheld by the past administration, but now it's flowing, right? So you think, well, what is the problem? Well, FEMA just went into an agreement with the central government in Puerto Rico. And the sub-recipient of the central government are the municipalities. So there's this entire red tape. FEMA requires certain aspects in order to give the money, but then the central government of Puerto Rico requires additional money. And it is ludicrous. There are mayors waiting for bridges to be built. There are citizens waiting for bridges to be built, for roads to be fixed all over Puerto Rico.
I have to wonder how much of the slow recovery effort, how much of the overall condition of Puerto Rico is tied to the fact that you have such a sort of uneasy, untenable kind of political status. You have one representative in Congress, doesn't get to vote. You've been a U.S. territory since the late 1800s, but never had the kind of political representation that would come from, say, statehood. Is this the reason for the neglect? If you had more of a voice in Congress, would that matter?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States. Territory is a euphemism for a colony. And we are a nation twice invaded, first by Spain and then by the United States. So what people and myself have been advocating is for a process of self-determination. First of all, the question that you ask is a very good one. Would Puerto Ricans be better off with representation in Congress? Well, are African Americans better off in voting rights, having representation in Congress? This is a fight that has been, Congressman John Lewis gave his life to make sure that everyone, not only African Americans, but that everyone in the United States had a right to vote. Are women that are seeking abortions better off with representation in the United States Senate or Congress? So what we're looking for is to be seen, to be respected, and to have a real process of self-determination where all Puerto Rican voices can be heard and all non-colonial. Because, if the current status is the colony, we shouldn't include the current status.
I was going to say, but you sort of advocated for a kind of complicated relationship to the kind of colonizing power of the United States. You talked about a free association, association for Puerto Rico. That's not exactly statehood, and that's not exactly the kind of full independent nation that many people advocate for. And so in some sense, you're sort of advocating for a relationship where you have some of the representational power of a state, but also a kind of sovereignty that comes from being an independent nation.
Well, one of the things that the U.S. has already has with the Palau Islands and the Mariana Islands, this type of situation. But listen, in 1917, the U.S. made Puerto Ricans U.S. citizens. In 1941, Puerto Ricans had earned citizenship by law. So that can change tomorrow. Let's say that Congress goes even crazier than they have gotten at certain times. And they say, we're going to strip that out and Puerto Ricans will no longer be born citizens of the United States. What I am saying, and you're right, and I'll answer your question. What I am saying is that there is a mature way of having a dignified relationship with between Puerto Rico and the U.S. There's 5 million Puerto Ricans in the U.S., and I'm one of them right now. And when I go back to Puerto Rico in January, I'll be part of the 3.2 million Puerto Ricans that live in Puerto Rico. So there is a responsibility when you put boots on the ground, when you tested the contraceptive pill in Puerto Rican women, when you tested Agent Orange in El Yunque, one of the largest rainforests in Puerto Rico, when you use the island of Vieques as target practice, bombed it, and rented it to other countries to be able to use it, there's an obligation to at least provide the people of Puerto Rico the opportunity to decide what the future of their relationship with the United States should be. So regardless of what I believe, which I believe in free association, more importantly than that is that the process is a process that is transparent, that is democratic, that states the implications of people voting for each one of the options in a clear manner so that there can be no translation into Puerto Rican Spanish, which will have nothing to do with the reality of what that vote would actually mean.
Well, Julian, I want to thank you for your time with us on Upfront, and of course, best of luck
Thank
to
you very
everyone in
much.
Puerto Rico in the recovery effort. That is our show, Upfront. We'll be back next week.
Motivated, active, and more politically engaged than ever before. Demanding change on their own terms.
Welcome to Generation Change, a global series that attempts to understand and challenge the ideas that mobilize youth around the world.
We lack representation of people like us in politics and government and higher aspects of society.
Generation Change, coming soon on Al Jazeera.
A new series follows footballers from 6 countries hoping to make it to Qatar 2022.
My dream was to be the best football player in the world. Now I reach here.
The next episode meets 3 World Cup hopefuls from Iran.
If I sacrifice a lot of things, a lot of days, be far of my family, I will do that to play in World Cup.
The World Cup Dream, Iran, on Al Jazeera.
Qatar dazzles football fans with a spectacular ceremony to kick off the first World Cup in the Middle East.
I think we're going to be the surprise in this World Cup.
Ecuadorian fans celebrate after their team beats the host nation 2-0 in the opening game. Hello, I'm Hazem Sika. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up.
It may not be the best, it's the beginning.
An historic climate deal comes out of COP27 for developing nations, but scientists are warning the world is still on track for a catastrophic future. And political uncertainty in Malaysia after a tightly contested election results in no clear winner for the first time in years. It has been 12 years in the making, and finally, the first Football World Cup to be held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of a spectacular opening ceremony in the city of Al Khor. But the elation was cut with disappointment for the host nation. Before the night was over, Team Qatar lost 2-0 to Ecuador in the first match. Osama bin Javed begins our coverage.
The tent, a symbol of Arab culture. Amid a gala of artists, music, colour and applause. The wait is over for one of the sporting world's most anticipated championships. Look who we are the dreamers. The Football World Cup's opening ceremony watched by thousands of fans in Qatar and millions of people across the globe.
I heard something beautiful. Not just music, but also this call to celebration.
The first World Cup of the post-COVID-19 era, the first in the Middle East, the first hosted by a Muslim country. The traditionally popular sport not just unites nations across the globe, but also the people of Qatar and its rulers.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and unity at the same time.
The 2022 World Cup underway. It didn't start well for the hosts. Saad Al-Sheikh charged off his lines and Enna Valencia headed in. But VAR ruled it out for a narrow offside. 15 minutes in, Al-Sheikh was involved again, catching Valencia. The referee played advantage, but then gave the penalty. Valencia put Ecuador ahead. On the half hour, it was 2, Valencia getting his second. Going into half-time, Qatar's El Moizali did get a sight of goal, but couldn't find the net. The second half was more even, but there were only 3 minutes left when Mohammed bin Tari had the hosts' best chance of the game. Not to be. Qatar now face a challenge to get out of their group. And with that, the drama begins for the fans.
It's taken 12 years to get here, a journey fraught with challenges, from a grueling blockade to a global pandemic, from building the infrastructure for an entire nation to delivering stadiums on time. This is the day which marks overcoming all of those challenges, and the FIFA World Cup in Qatar has officially begun. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Paul Rees has more from outside Al Bayt Stadium, where the opening match took place.
A great roar went up here at Al Bayt Stadium as Qatar kicked off the 2022 World Cup. But the crowd soon became subdued as Ecuador's Enna Valencia first scored a goal that was eventually ruled out for offside, but then scored twice more in the half to ultimately give Ecuador a 2-0 win in this opening fixture and mean that Qatar become the first World Cup hosts to lose their opening match of the tournament. However, the team has already come a long way. When Qatar won the bid to host the tournament back in 2010, they were outside the world's top 100. Now they're number 50 and are the Asian champions. They're going to need to use all their big game experience if they're going to get past Senegal and then the Netherlands and get out of this group.
The reaction in Ecuador to the opening match has been jubilant. Our Latin America editor Lucia Newman has more from Guayaquil.
There's no way to overstate it. Most of the people have left this outdoor stadium and they're on their way to 19th of October Avenue, where they are going to continue to celebrate for as late as they possibly can. Here we have one of the players. Well, let me ask him. How do you celebrate a goal? They're going to show us. Well, there you go. There's a whole second team here, and they are actually ecstatic. pandemic. Now, you have to remember, for Ecuador, football is king, but it's more than a sport. It's also something that inspires young people in a country that has been overrun by drug trafficking and by criminal gangs. And the fact that these young Ecuadorian players have made it to Qatar, that they have done so well, even better than what many Ecuadorians had even dared to hope for.
The tournament has transformed areas of the Qatari capital into fan zones. More than 1 million people are expected to visit the country during the World Cup. Alexi O'Brien has been out meeting fans in Souk Waqif.
Tunisie, yeah. Mexico, 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 go, go, go.
I'm here in Souk Waqif, which is a tourist hotspot right in the centre of Doha. We've seen fans come from across the world and Qatar's diverse population to get involved in the party atmosphere. We've seen Brazilian shirts, Iranian flags, we've seen Tunisian fans with drums. Everybody's getting down here and having a great time. Who do you think will win the World Cup?
Well, Argentina. Firstly, because the Qatari people, even 90% of the people here support us. And then, because of the two gods. The first is in the sky, Maradona. The second on the ground is Messi. We are all brothers here.
I'm actually very proud of my country and what we accomplished over these 12 years, and I welcome people from other nationalities to come to Qatar and see what a beautiful country it is.
It may not have been the result that the local fans wanted, but it was still a win for everybody here at Souk Waqif tonight as they came together to celebrate each other and to celebrate football.
Well, it's taken 7 years of construction and nearly $10 billion, but all the stadiums in Qatar are now open and ready for action. In Russia 4 years ago, it was one of the most spread out tournaments in history. By contrast, Qatar will be the most compact. 8 stadiums are hosting the matches, the fewest number of venues since Argentina in 1978. Gemma Nash takes us through them.
In terms of geographical size, Qatar is the smallest nation to host football's biggest tournament. 70 kilometres, the longest distance between any of the stadiums. Starting in the south, Al Janoub is close to the city of Al Wakra, the first of the brand new venues completed for the World Cup. It's just 15 minutes down the road to Al Thamama, which is near to Qatar's 2 international airports and the large industrial area. Located in Doha's port, Stadium 974 is the World Cup's first ever temporary venue, and it's right on the waterfront at Ras Abu Aboud. 15 kilometres west, we're at the redeveloped Khalifa International Stadium, which first opened in 1976 and hosted the 2006 Asian Games. A short journey across Al Rayyan is the Education City Stadium. It's at the heart of Qatar's Centre of Learning and home to 9 universities. A 10-minute drive on the Dukhan Highway takes you to Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's the furthest venue from the coast, with a capacity of 40,000. Just to the north of Doha is the venue for the World Cup final. The city of Lusail was built for this tournament, and it's home to the biggest stadium with 80,000 seats. And 30 kilometres up the coast in the city of Al Khor lies the 60,000-seater Al Bayt Stadium. It hosted the FIFA Arab Cup last year. 7 years of construction, nearly $10 billion spent, with 7 brand new stadiums, a fitting stage for the biggest football show on the planet.
On to other global stories now. An historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators have agreed to compensate poorer nations which have been hit the hardest by the impact of climate change. But many nations are leaving the meeting in Egypt saying the world is still heading for disaster. Barbara Angopa reports.
It's being called a breakthrough for poorer countries. After 2 weeks of talks, nearly 200 nations agreed to establish a fund to compensate those most at risk from climate change. Delegates at the COP27 conference in Egypt's most famous coastal resort ratified the declaration in the early hours on Sunday.
We heard the calls and we responded. Today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, we established the first ever dedicated fund for loss and damage, a fund that has been so long in the making.
It is a huge achievement to get an agreement to establish a loss and damage fund after 30 years of small island states, vulnerable countries, developing countries, trying to get this on the agenda.
Negotiators still have to hammer out details, and no decision's been made on where the money will come from, nor how grants will be distributed. But delegates from low-income countries say they're optimistic.
Excited, very, very excited. This is a very positive result from 1.3 billion Africans.
Yes.
Very, very exciting because for us, success in Egypt was going to be based on what we get from loss and damage.
Yet a warning from the UN Secretary General. He says the fund alone isn't enough to prevent climate catastrophes.
But it's not an answer if the climate crisis washes a small island state off the map or turns an entire African country to desert.
A prospect many hoped would be addressed through a stronger commitment to limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But that didn't happen. That's despite the target being seen by many as the minimum temperature rise that would prevent the worst impacts of climate change. Barbara Angopa, Al Jazeera.
The once green island of Madagascar is turning into a red desert. It's facing a severe food crisis seen by experts as the world's first climate change famine. Our environment editor Nick Clark has more from Morondava in Madagascar.
It is an important breakthrough. Loss and damage is all about compensating the more vulnerable nations from the worst effects of climate change. And these are nations like the low island states of the Pacific and indeed where we are now in Madagascar. It's something they've been calling for since 1992, since the Earth Summit in Rio. And now 30 years on, it has finally happened. It has taken that long. This time round, there's been pushback from the US, from China and from Russia, but they have come round. And the thing is, loss and damage was only put on the agenda at this particular COP27, just before it started. There were days of negotiations just to get to this point, and now this has happened. So it is quite a triumph, and it shows that the UN process does work, despite the criticism that it gets. But note, there is not yet any money in the fund for loss and damage. And as Mohamed Ado of Power Shift Africa, which is an important African NGO, he said, it's like having an empty bucket, and now we need to fill it. But he also said, COP27 has done what no other COP has achieved. It is a big moment.
In the United States, at least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded in the attack. These are live pictures now of people laying wreaths in honor of the victims. A 22-year-old suspect has been taken into custody and is being treated for injuries. The entertainment venue, known as Club Q, says it is devastated by the attack. 2 firearms, including a long rifle, were found at the scene.
We are actively processing the scene at Club Q. Initial evidence and interviews indicate that the suspect entered Club Q and immediately began shooting at people inside as he moved further into the club. While the suspect was inside of the club, at least 2 heroic people inside the club confronted and fought with the suspect and were able to stop the suspect from continuing to kill and harm others. We owe them a great debt of thanks.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, it could be one of the world's best players finally bring the World Cup home. We'll take you to Lionel Messi's hometown in Argentina. Twitter's most notorious tweeter has been reinstated, but Donald Trump says he doesn't want to return.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Hello, we'll see some rain in the forecast for Japan over the next couple of days. We've got this band of cloud here just lurking away, just pushing down towards the far northeast of China. That slips through. It's running across the Korean Peninsula. It'll bring some wet weather, some wintry weather, certainly over the higher ground, but sheltered by the mountains. Not too bad there for Tokyo. Temperatures getting up to around 17 Celsius. Showers further north and west. Not too bad across the Korean Peninsula at this stage, but I think always a chance of 1 or 2 showers coming through here. The wetter weather will be into central parts of China, where it stays pretty unsettled. Some snow there, a possibility up towards Zhejiang. Further south, well, we'll see wetter weather increasing as we go on through Tuesday. Some heavy bursts of rain down towards Hong Kong, towards the southeast of China as we go on through Tuesday. Quite a rash of showers by this stage coming back in across the Korean Peninsula, which will eventually make its way back into western Japan. Sunshine and showers as usual across much of Southeast Asia. Some lively ones there now starting to push their way into Vietnam. The possibility of further flooding coming through here. Some heavier showers too to southern parts of Cambodia, and then a good scattering of showers across Malaysia and Indonesia. For India, well, the rain's looking a little more persistent as it pushes its way towards the southeast.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Passionate about their sport and determined to succeed against the odds.
You are fighters. Keep on training despite obstacles.
Al Jazeera World tells the inspiring story of a group of Somali women in pursuit of their dream of playing football for their country, despite its culture and traditions.
We are in a Somali society, and it's difficult for people to accept this.
Somali football's Golden Girls on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. The first World Cup ever held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance on inclusion, while K-pop superstar Jungkook was the musical headliner. In the opening match, hosts Qatar lost 2-0 to Ecuador. The win sees the South Americans top Group A with 3 points. 33-year-old Enner Valencia scored both goals at El Bayt Stadium. France has acknowledged the sidelining of its star Karim Benzema before the start of the tournament, saying it is a hard blow. He sustained a thigh injury in training, which has ruled him out of play for at least 3 weeks. Excitement around the World Cup is building in Latin America. Monica Yanakiev has been speaking with football fans in the Brazilian city of Rio de Janeiro.
Well, the Brazilian squad was the last one to reach Qatar, and the country is perhaps one of the last ones to catch the World Cup fever. The first game will be on Thursday against Serbia, and we're just now starting to see yellow and green ribbons decorating bars, people wearing the yellow and green jersey. They have been avoiding doing that because until recently, these colors, which are also the colors of the national flag and of the Brazilian team, were being associated to politics. So now, finally, Brazilians think that they will be able to unite with the national flag colors and to cheer for the Brazilian team. And Brazilians are hoping that they will win a 6th unprecedented World Cup title. We're speaking to some people in the bars. They're saying that they will start really wearing their T-shirts on Thursday.
I think it's just because of everything that's happened and the association between the Brazil T-shirt and whatever's going on with politics. People are a bit late into getting the mood, but I'm sure by Thursday, most people will just be there and supporting, hopefully.
The star of the team, Neymar, said that although the Brazilian team was the last to reach Qatar, it will finish first.
Claro, com certeza.
Of course we'll win. That's what cheering for your team is for. On Sunday, December the 18th, we're going to be champions again.
The last victory was 20 years ago.
300 kilometers north of Buenos Aires, the people of Rosario are watching their favorite son closely. In Lionel Messi's hometown, his friends and family still remember the kid that never left the ball behind. And the people there are hoping he can take what looks like his last chance to bring home a World Cup, as Alessandro Riampietti found out.
Diego Vallejo came up with the slogan, "From another galaxy and from this neighborhood," to celebrate his childhood friend, Lionel Messi.
When we were kids with Leo, this was a garbage dump. But in time, we've restored it. And now we have 32 murals celebrating him.
They grew up together here in La Bajada, a working-class neighborhood of Rosario. Diego says it was safer back then. In the last decade, violence has skyrocketed due to a drug war, but tourists still come here to take pictures and listen to the stories of the young Messi playing on the neighborhood streets.
He still carries that child inside of him, the humbleness. He's still the same. Childhood and education, the first step in life, define you forever. We were naughty and happy around here.
Messi's out-of-this-world talent was apparent even when he was the smallest kid in his classroom. Over the years, he made a range of donations to his elementary school. His teacher proudly shows the picture of his 5th grade class.
He would anxiously wait for recess to play with his friends. Everybody wanted to play on his side because he was so good. It was always difficult to bring him back to class. I remember a teacher telling him there was only one Maradona, unaware of who she had in her class.
And his story keeps providing inspiration to new generations. Messi played for 6 years here for the youth side of Newell's Old Boys, one of Rosario's 2 main clubs, scoring hundreds of goals before becoming a superstar at Barcelona. His then coach still gets emotional remembering him.
Nada. I taught him nothing. Up to this day, I keep seeing small things he keeps pulling out from this magic baggage of knowledge he holds somewhere. It's a gift from God.
Few football players have achieved as much as Messi has since leaving La Bajada at 13. Yet a World Cup win has always eluded him, putting him under extreme pressure to do so.
We all share the same wish, and it goes beyond Argentinians. There are many, many people around the world that want Leo to be the champion. He deserves it.
At 35, this could be Messi's last chance of winning the World Cup. For his hometown and the entire country, it would be the icing on the cake of his otherworldly career. Alessandro Riampietti, Al Jazeera, Rosario, Argentina.
Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. Ukraine's nuclear energy firm says at least 12 missiles were fired at the facility. The nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kyiv have blamed each other for the shelling. In Kazakhstan, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev is heading for a landslide victory in a snap election there, according to exit polls. It'll see him solidify his grip on power less than a year after he sidelined his long-ruling predecessor, Nursultan Nazarbayev. The presidential election was originally set for 2024, but was moved up after an uprising led to hundreds of deaths in January. The world's longest-serving president looks set to extend his 43 years in power after elections in Equatorial Guinea. Teodoro Obiang has never won less than 90% of the vote, setting him up for a 6th term. Opposition candidates accused the leader and his party of committing widespread electoral fraud, saying voters complained of being forced to cast ballots publicly. Obiang first came to power in a 1979 coup. Malaysia is facing a hung parliament for the first time in its political history. Saturday's tightly contested election left major parties unable to secure enough votes to form a new government. Rival leaders are now scrambling to broaden their coalitions. Florence Louis has more from Kuala Lumpur.
Malaysians woke up to an uncertain future on Sunday. With no clear winner in the general election, negotiations have begun to determine who will join forces to make up the majority in parliament. Opposition bloc, the Alliance of Hope, led by Anwar Ibrahim, has the most seats, but not enough. Perikatan Nasional, or National Alliance, is the second largest coalition. It's met with leaders of a regional party based in Sarawak State, who now has the potential to be kingmaker.
I am quite unsettled because now the Alliance of Hope and Perikatan Nasional are going neck and neck. I am hoping for the best for the new government.
I just hope that they are all united, because in the end it's really about the country, it's for the people, and it's for the future.
Some analysts say it's possible the same parties that were in power before Parliament was dissolved could work together again, which may upset some voters, as this alliance would include Barisan Nasional, or the National Front, whose leaders are tainted by corruption.
The most important thing is for Perikatan Nasional to only choose or appoint candidates or parliamentarians that don't have any issues with corruption. There are plenty of those, and they can be part of the government. And the second part of it is that Perikatan Nasional will have to remain convicted on the dedication towards prosecuting those with corruption charges.
One winner in this election is the Malaysian Islamic Party, a partner in the National Alliance. It's now the largest party in Parliament.
By Monday afternoon, Malaysians should know who their new Prime Minister will be. The palace has issued a statement asking leaders of the political parties with the most seats and heads of the major coalitions to nominate a lawmaker who they think is able to command the confidence of the majority in Parliament.
King Al Sultan Abdullah has had a hand in determining the Prime Minister before. In 2020, after interviewing MPs, the monarch chose Muhyiddin Yassin. And when his administration collapsed a year later, the king chose a successor. History, it seems, could repeat itself. Florence Louis, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
A former US President Donald Trump says he has no interest in returning to Twitter despite his account getting restored. New boss Elon Musk conducted a poll on the social media platform, and a narrow majority voted in favor of Trump's return. His account was suspended in 2021 due to the risk of incitement of violence. Twitter is facing an uncertain future with nearly 1,200 employees leaving the company. Gabriel Elizondo has more from San Francisco.
Make no mistake about it, there's one person and one person only that makes all the decisions at Twitter right now, and that's the billionaire Elon Musk. He remains here in San Francisco at the company headquarters, where he continues to make what appear to be erratic decisions, most recently announcing that he would reinstate the Twitter account of former President Donald Trump. You might remember Trump's account was suspended by Twitter a few years ago after some of his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. Beyond that, Musk has told employees that the main mission is to keep the social media site running over the next few days and weeks during the World Cup, because there's expected to be a huge influx of traffic to Twitter by fans and others who are posting to the popular social media site as the matches go on in Qatar. There's real worry that the Twitter could crash because there are so few engineer teams still working at the site to keep it up and running. We believe that just in the last 48 to 72 hours, as many as 1,000 Twitter engineers might have walked off the job and simply resigned. And it's believed that there could be only a few hundred Twitter core engineers keeping the site running. Even with that, it's believed that Musk is preparing to fire hundreds of more employees that remain as early as Monday.
This is Al Jazeera. Let's get a roundup now of the top stories. The first World Cup ever held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance on inclusion, while K-pop superstar Jungkook was the musical headliner. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of the ceremony.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and what unites us at the same time.
In the opening match, host Qatar lost 2-0 to Ecuador. The win sees the South Americans take the lead of Group A with 3 points. 33-year-old Enner Valencia scored both goals at Bait Stadium. And the French team has acknowledged the sidelining of star Karim Benzema before the start of the tournament is a hard blow. He sustained a thigh injury in training, which has ruled him out of play for at least 3 weeks. A historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators agreeing to compensate poorer nations hit the hardest by the impact of climate change. But many nations are leaving the meeting in Egypt saying not enough progress has been made on limiting emissions. At least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs. Police say 18 others were wounded. Customers overpowered the gunman who's been arrested. Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. The nuclear plant, the largest in Europe, has come under attack before, sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kiev have blamed each other. Those are the headlines. We're back in half an hour. Right now on Al Jazeera, it's Inside Story.
Malaysians were hoping elections would lead to political stability. But the parliamentary vote on Saturday produced no outright winner. That's left Malaysia with the first hung parliament in its history. So, what happens now? And what does it mean for the country's democracy? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. Compromise seems the only way forward for politicians in Malaysia. That's after a very tight race left Parliament with no clear winner. A coalition between the main runners is now the only way to form a government. Battling for majority support in the lower house of Parliament are familiar faces. Opposition leader Anwar Ibrahim and his rival and former Premier Muhyiddin Yassin. Both say they have enough support to rule. It's a familiar scenario in the capital, Kuala Lumpur, that's seen 3 prime ministers in the last 4 years. If a compromise isn't agreed, the king can appoint a politician as prime minister who he believes will command a majority in parliament. Florence Louis reports from the capital.
Malaysians woke up to an uncertain future on Sunday. With no clear winner in the general election, negotiations have begun to determine who will join forces to make up the majority in parliament. Opposition bloc, the Alliance of Hope, led by Anwar Ibrahim, has the most seats, but not enough. Perikatan Nasional, or National Alliance, is the second largest coalition. It's met with leaders of a regional party based in Sarawak State, who now has the potential to be kingmaker.
I am quite unsettled because now the Alliance of Hope and Perikatan Nasional are going neck and neck. I am hoping for the best for the new government.
I just hope that they are all united because in the end, it's really about the country, it's for the people, and it's for the future.
Some analysts say it's possible the same parties that were in power before Parliament was dissolved could work together again, which may upset some voters, as this alliance would include Barisan Nasional, or the National Front, whose leaders are tainted by corruption.
The most important thing is for Perikatan Nasional to only choose or appoint candidates or parliamentarians that don't have any issues with corruption. There are plenty of those, and they can be part of the government. And the second part of it is that Perikatan Nasional will have to remain convicted on the dedication towards prosecuting those with corruption charges.
One winner in this election is the Malaysian Islamic Party, a partner in the National Alliance. It's now the largest party in Parliament.
By Monday afternoon, Malaysians should know who their new Prime Minister will be. The palace has issued a statement asking leaders of the political parties with the most seats and heads of the major coalitions to nominate a lawmaker who they think is able to command the confidence of the majority in parliament.
King Al Sultan Abdullah has had a hand in determining the Prime Minister before. In 2020, after interviewing MPs, the monarch chose Muhyiddin Yassin. And when his administration collapsed a year later, the king chose a successor. History, it seems, could repeat itself. Florence Louis, Al Jazeera, Kuala Lumpur.
All right, let's bring in our guests from the capital, Kuala Lumpur. Sophie Lemiere is a political anthropologist and a consultant. O.E. Sun is a senior fellow at Singapore Institute of International Affairs. And Tricia Yeo is chief executive of the Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Tricia, let me start with you today. So Malaysia has its first hung parliament in its history. What happens now, and what does this mean for the country's democracy?
Thank you for having me. So this absolutely right. It is the first time for Malaysia to experience a hung parliament after an election, not necessarily a hung parliament ever. But what are the next steps from here on? It's very clear. Any leader of the parliament who is able to convince the Agong or the king that he is able to form a government will be invited to form a government. That has already been done in the last few hours. And the palace has also issued a statement as of today, calling for parties with a large number of seats to provide the names of the coalitions that will be formed, that they would like to form, as well as their prime ministerial candidate by 2 p.m. tomorrow, following which the Agong would therefore decide on who has this coalition possibility of forming the government. After that, it's basically all systems go. What does this mean for Malaysia's democracy? Essentially, we saw the largest turnout of voters ever in Malaysia's electoral history. With the 5.8 million new voters, it was actually quite difficult to expect what the turnout would be, but it has looked like, people did come out in droves despite the rain in certain parts of the country. So there were some surprises in this election, but ultimately, if this can be resolved over the next 24 hours, what we would have is the form of political stability as well as economic stability that the country really has needed over the last 4 years.
Sophie, I saw you reacting to some of what Tricia was saying there, so I wanted to see if you wanted to jump in. And also, I want to ask you, what kind of timeline do you think we're going to see going forward when it comes to forming a coalition?
Well, the discussions are ongoing since last night. It has been pretty intense for every observer and even more for the politicians who are in the game right now. And we know that a few have been sidelined from the game. We had a few surprises, and it's that what made me smile when Tricia was speaking. We did not expect, well, we could call it a wave, wave of support for the Islamist party that gained, an incredible number of seats compared to 2018. And I think that this shows that, the Malaysian youth who are first-time voters, actually we had first-time voters as well who are older, so as I've been voting in mass for the Islamist party, which is a very interesting phenomenon. From outside of Malaysia, a lot of observers assume that this younger electorate would definitely be a more liberal one. So it's very interesting to see that they voices their opinion in a very different direction compared to what was expected by some people.
Isan, let me ask you to elaborate a little bit on what Sophie was talking about. These gains that were made by the Islamic Party in Malaysia, does this mean that Malaysians are increasingly voting along religious lines?
Well, Malaysians have been voting along religious and racial lines since, modern time immemorial, right? And I think over the last few years, you have seen, for example, the non-Malays more voting for the reformist side of the political spectrum, while the large portion of conservative Malay voters would prefer at that time the UMNO and by a lesser extent this Islamist PAS party. Now we are essentially seeing a reverse of the preference of these conservative Malay voters, namely their first choice is the Islamist PAS party, and perhaps a second or third choice would be the more racialist UMNO party. Well, moving forward, I think as this PAS party gains more influence throughout Peninsular Malaysia, we are likely to see more seats falling to their hands in future elections as well. Already we are seeing, for example, yet another state, the state of Perlis in the extreme north of Malaysia, now falling into the hand of this Islamist PAS party, and they are also making the headways towards the west and the south of Peninsular Malaysia.
Tricia, from your perspective, were the results in any way a surprise?
So I think just before the election, there were a lot of different polling companies that came out with their expected outcomes. For me, there were two things that were not surprising. First, we knew that, or at least I expected that there would not be any single coalition able to pass the simple majority required to form a government. That much has happened. So a hung parliament was very much expected. So that was no surprise. The second thing was what we're seeing now, which is the active negotiations taking place, where a coalition government, basically a coalition of coalitions, is in the works, where because no one coalition can form government, the negotiations have had to take place, seeking out coalitions from other parts of the geographical regions of Malaysia, essentially in East Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak. So the second thing, that's also no surprise. I think as has already been stated in this interview so far, PAS, the Islamic Party, the performance of PAS, that was probably the most major surprise. I expected them to do very well in the smaller rural states of the north and the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, which they have done well in, but I think to sweep the lion's share of the seats. So now they are the single largest party in parliament of the 222 seats. They have, 44, 49, I think it differs according to the calculations, but basically they are the lion's shareholder of seats. What does this mean? Essentially, they are here to stay. I think there are very different reasons why the Malay electorate chose to go with this coalition, and we don't know enough information at this point, but I can just, suffice to say that number one, they were unhappy with the ruling Barisan National Coalition or the UMNO coalition, the less racialized one that Isan pointed out. And it was an alternative for them. And I think this trend is something that we've seen in other Muslim countries around the world, right? So if you don't want to go with the corrupt version of a party, the other alternative would be the Islamic version. And that's what we've seen. So that's one, that's clear. The second thing, of course, is the rise of this conservatism, and I don't know that we have enough information that indicates to us that the young chose that path because of that reason. I think that is what the speculation is at the moment. It's very easy to make those generalizations, but I think, we cannot pack what the detailed reasons were for people being motivated to vote along that path.
Isan, Tricia was talking there about having to essentially form a coalition of coalitions. And she was talking about the fact that the key to the formation of any government is going to be states like Sabah and Sarawak. And I want to ask you a little bit about that. I mean, these are states that have long sought to have greater influence at the federal level, correct?
I happen to be from the state of Sabah myself. Indeed, you would see that the politicians of these East Malaysian states, they would often make up the case for more autonomy, for more devolution of powers to these East Malaysian states, to the extent that they would like more shares of, for example, the country's revenues for the development and so on. While I think there's a genuine need for more developments in these least developed states of Malaysia, on the other hand, I think when it comes to political calculations, such as whether the political parties or coalition or seats from these East Malaysian states would join which particular major West Malaysian coalition, I think the calculation is very much made more on, for example, the vested interests of the politicians involved, much more than, for example, the improvement of livelihood of the people there.
Sophie, obviously, all kinds of horse trading and negotiations have already started in Malaysia. I guess what I'm curious about is, does the result of this election mean that parties that were usually considered junior parties or not so important parties, are they now becoming the kingmakers?
Well, it depends who we're calling junior, right? Bersatu is a really young party, and they're taking a leadership role in this negotiation because they're the leading force in PN, even if they don't have the highest number of seats. Then we're looking at Muda, which is one of the very young party, and they're definitely not a very strong force. Pejuang is one of the youngest party as well, and it was just wiped out. So we have new coalition, that's for sure. We have a very different kind of, we had a lot of shift and a fragmentation of the political scene that we've seen, but there is kind of a resettling of the role of the game and the actors, and it's what's very interesting. We have really a change of power dynamic. This election really showed the strong rejection of UMNO, or at least one of the faction in UMNO. It shows as well that Keadilan has not been doing really well during this election. If PH has a very high number of seats, we should remember that it's thanks to DAP as well. So we have, I think, the end of an era, especially for UMNO, for Mohamed Mahathir as well, and for a few very big leaders. So we're definitely turning a page. There is a new dynamic that we need to analyze further once we're going to have more detail on the results.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I am curious to follow up with you about the point you were making about some of these shocks. And you did mention former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, the fact that he lost his parliamentary seat. He's 97 years old. He's one of Asia's most enduring politicians. This was his first electoral defeat in more than half a century. How shocking was that?
Very shocking. So I had the opportunity to follow Mahathir during his 2018 campaign for my book, and I was in Langkawi until the last Jarama, and I was last night in his office as well for the results. So it is shocking. It is shocking for his team. It is shocking for him. So a lot of people did not expect that it would be doing so poorly. We could see that there was a change of wave in Langkawi, definitely. A lot of young people, even if they still do have a lot of respect for this kind of very strong father figure, the age was a very strong factor. I think during COVID as well, his parliamentary office in Langkawi did not do so well in supporting people of Langkawi. So that really played a lot in these results. So again, the end of an era. Najib is not in the scene anymore. Mahathir Mohamad is no longer there. A lot of people are calling for Zahid to resign. This might be as well one of maybe the last time that Anwar is running for a PM position. So we are seeing like a new generation coming up, and it's actually very interesting.
Tricia, I saw you nodding along to some of what Sophie was saying, so it looked like you wanted to jump in. So please go ahead.
Well, I think IDEAS issued a statement today, and we pretty much said the same things, that there is a new generation of fresh faces. If the parties, especially UMNO, were in need of transformation before this election, the results of this election just show how much more internal transformation is needed, not just for UMNO, but across the board. So there is a greater demand. I mean, the fact that we have so many new voters, the kinds of messages and the narratives that need to get out to reach these young voters. I mean, the reality is that politics in Malaysia today are still very much politics of Malaysia, say 10 years ago or 20 years ago even. The kinds of leaders or potential leaders as potential prime minister positions are the same names that have been in circulation for a very long time. So, there will be increasing demand for this sense of renewal. I think it's going to happen. For UMNO in particular, I mean, if we talk about that for a little bit, not too long ago, they were the dominant party up to 2018. 2018 was the poorest showing, and then this time in 2022, it is again the poorest showing in history. Barisan Nasional as a whole, with only 30 seats, really quite dismal, not yet decimated, sufficient to be able to negotiate and form a bloc in government that's in play at the moment. Both, the Perikatan Nasional and the Pakatan Harapan coalitions that got the largest number of seats as coalitions are actively trying to get Barisan Nasional on their sides, because 30 seats can really sway them one way or the other. So we will know by tomorrow. But I think the point here is that with new faces in the game and also transforming of the way in which politics is done in the country, I think that's a lot to think about. And I do hope that this is an opportunity for whichever government comes into power to rethink the entire rules of the game, to think about ways to incentivize younger people to come in, professionals, having institutional reforms that are so crucial to strengthen our parliament, for example. There's so much to be done, and I do hope that this opportunity is just not lost by the forming government.
Ihsan, if Anwar Ibrahim is able to get the support that he needs to become prime minister now, how remarkable a political comeback would that be?
Well, Anwar Ibrahim has been trying to be the prime minister for quite a number of years. I think, according to my count, at least 30 years. He has not been very successful in doing so. But of course, in the process, he has espoused a lot of his ideas and policies for reforming the country and so on. Most of them are very positive. And I think a lot of voters, of course, those who voted for him and his coalition, they're looking forward to these policies being finally implemented. But as things are getting underway for forming coalitions, it would appear that this Perikatan coalition led by Bersatu and this Islamist PAS party, it looks set perhaps to form the next government. And such a coalition would almost inevitably be dominated by the Islamist PAS party, because they have the most number of seats in parliament, even though nominally Muhyiddin Yassin would still be the prime minister, for a second term. And if we look at, again, examples from many other such countries, immediately Turkey would come to mind. Such a dominance by the Islamist party, typically the country would sort of degenerate into an illiberal democracy, if a democracy at all.
Sophie, we only have a couple of minutes left. Let me just ask you, what were the main issues that voters were concerned about in this election? And also, the fact that voter turnout was so high and that there were so many young voters in particular, what does that say to you about the state of democracy in Malaysia?
Well, I think there is a very strong anxiety, among Malaysians, as it is all around the world. The post-COVID recovery context, economy was definitely, what plays a very big role in this campaign. What it means for democracy, we had a very high turnout, and we have the result of what democracy is. So there is this new wave of, opinion being expressed, but there is this as well new demands, as Tricia explained really well. And so we have a landscape that is slowly changing. We have new demands, higher expectations. The results, for sure, might be surprising, but we might as well see maybe an Islamist party who's going to normalize itself, being, with new responsibility in this coalition. So I think there is a lot to be seen, and we'll see what it means for democracy once the government is being formed. I would wish that, PH could accept or be invited to form a government, and then we would have something very stable. But I'm not sure that this is going to work. Egos are in the way.
And Sophie, just very quickly, we have less than a minute. Do you think that there's a chance that Malaysia's political landscape becomes less fractured now?
No, I think it's going to take a while. This reconfiguration is really going to take time, and I think a lot of people are a little bit hammered by the results, including the politicians, and the discussion are going very strong, and we might see some new coalitions and new friendship being created. We have a few independent as well who could actually join some of the coalition, despite the law that was put in place. You can still independent candidate can be friendly to certain coalition. To reverse certain power dynamics. So we might have a few more, change and movement in the next few weeks. We need to keep an eye on that.
All right. Well, we have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the conversation there. Thanks so much to all of our guests, Sophie Lemiere, O.E. Sun, and Tricia Yo. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Mohammed Jamjoom, and the whole team here, bye for now.
Generation Football meets Premier League legend Vincent Kompany to discuss the importance of leadership and representation.
Most of it starts in a pyramid. If representation is right there, the rest will follow.
And travels to Algeria to discover how football played a key role in shaping the country, from its struggle for liberation to the 2019 protest for political reform. Generation Football, Episode 2, on Al Jazeera.
Investigating the use and abuse of power across the globe on Al Jazeera.
A career reporting to the world.
Where was it, here?
One journalist documents life beyond the headlines. But certain stories can change us.
Filming the craziest story. Well, I mean, we didn't know it was going to be a crazy story, but it turned into one.
A unique journey into what it means to be human, the things we keep. A witness documentary on Al Jazeera.
The notorious terraces of the football ultras, where club loyalty can mean violent confrontation.
When I was young, when there was a football match, we were frightened because the fans could go crazy.
But in Indonesia, one group of revolutionary supporters has taken a stand against male aggression, with a carnivalesque display of peace and unity. The fans who make football, ultras and angels, on Al Jazeera.
From kickoff until the final whistle, we'll bring you extensive coverage throughout the World Cup.
Action from all of the games, the joy and the heartache.
Experts and match analysis from our studios in Doha. And excitement from around the city and across the globe. Join us for Qatar 2022 on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Hazem Sika in Doha. The top stories on Al Jazeera. The first World Cup ever held in the Middle East has kicked off in Qatar with a spectacular opening ceremony. Actor Morgan Freeman gave a theatrical performance on inclusion, while K-pop superstar Jungkook was the musical headliner. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, welcomed the world at the end of the ceremony.
People of all origins, nationalities, religions and beliefs will meet here in Qatar and on TV screens around the world, on all the continents, to participate in these incredible moments. It's a beautiful thing for people to put their differences aside, to celebrate their diversity and what unites us at the same time.
And the celebration was cut with disappointment for the host nation. In the opening match, Qatar lost 2-0 to Ecuador. The win sees the South Americans take the lead in Group A with 3 points, 33-year-old Enner Valencia scoring both goals at Al Bayt Stadium. Paul Rees has more from the stadium where the opening match took place.
A great roar went up here at Al Bayt Stadium as Qatar kicked off the 2022 World Cup. But the crowd soon became subdued as Ecuador's Enner Valencia first scored a goal that was eventually ruled out for offside, but then scored twice more in the half to ultimately give Ecuador a 2-0 win in this opening fixture and mean that Qatar become the first World Cup hosts to lose their opening match of the tournament.
The reaction back in Ecuador to the opening match has been jubilant. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, has more now from Guayaquil.
For Ecuador, football is king, but it's more than a sport. It's also something that inspires young people in a country that has been overrun by drug trafficking and by criminal gangs. And the fact that these young Ecuadorian players have made it to Qatar, that they have done so well, even better than what many Ecuadorians had even dared to hope for.
And meanwhile, France has acknowledged the sidelining of its star Karim Benzema before the start of the tournament is a hard blow. He sustained a thigh injury in training, which has ruled him out of play for at least 3 weeks. An historic deal has been struck at the UN's COP27 summit. Negotiators agreed to compensate poorer nations hit the hardest by the impact of climate change. But many nations are leaving the meeting in Egypt saying not enough progress has been made on limiting emissions. At least 5 people have been killed in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs in the U.S. Police say 18 others were wounded. Customers overpowered the gunman who's been arrested.
Assessing the scene at Club Q, initial evidence and interviews indicate that the suspect entered Club Q and immediately began shooting at people inside as he moved further into the club. While the suspect was inside of the club, at least 2 heroic people inside the club confronted and fought with the suspect and were able to stop the suspect from continuing to kill and harm others. We owe them a great debt of thanks.
Powerful explosions have shaken the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine, damaging infrastructure. The nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe, has come under attack before sparking fears of a major nuclear disaster. Moscow and Kiev have blamed each other. Ethnic Serbians in Kosovo are to be fined if they don't change their car license plates as a controversial crackdown comes into effect on Monday. Kosovo authorities warned people to replace their Serbian vehicle plates 3 weeks ago. In Kazakhstan, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev is heading for a landslide victory in a snap election, that's according to exit polls. It'll see him solidify his grip on power less than a year after he sidelined his predecessor, Nursultan Nazarbayev. Former U.S. President Donald Trump says he has no interest in returning to Twitter, despite his account getting restored. Elon Musk conducted a poll on the social media platform, and a narrow majority voted in favor of Trump's return. Those are the headlines. Al Jazeera World is next.
maadaama Soomaaliya weligeed ebidkeeda kubadda cagta inaysan dheelin laakiin maadaama adduunka ay bilaawday 1994 in la ogolaado gabdho kubadda cagta dheelayaan Soomaaliya markaas sidayna dagaal ku jirtay halkan waa Kenya Nairobi waa magaalada ku soo barbaaray ku soo koray oo jaamacad ku dhameeyay Kenya waxa waa Nairobi waxa wadan qurux badan oo dadkiisa aad u fiican cunadiisa aad u fiican noloshiisana aad u fiican waxbarasho free leh marka waa wadan oo wadankeyga labaad oo kala waay
gabadhan gabadhayda waa Sheema Salaal Maxamed ana dhalay gabadha marka ayadoo yar laga soo waday hadana Yemen la geeyay Yemen ku soo
will make the baby comfortable and will be comfortable as well but as well it is good when you're pregnant to listen to your body
hooyadeed markay soo barbaartay kubadda ciyaaridda bilowday waxa dhacday hooyo inay diido ay tiraahdo yani gabar kubadda ciyaarayso marabo aniga waxaan isku dayay inaan hooyo la hadlo oon ilaado gabadhii hobbigeeda waaye waxaan laga ma celi karo yaraanteeda ilaa hadda ay hawshan ku jirtay aniga ayada hooyo dagaal naga dhaxay maray ayada gabadha darteeda laakiin alxamdulillah waa ku guuleystay iyo faraha ugu qaaday sidii hooyadii ay igu raacday ay igu taageertay gabadhii aan ku dhiirigelinay wax allaal waxay u baahan tahay wax ay ku ciyaarayso waxyaalahay u baahan tahay
kubadda cagta waxaa bilaabay anigoo yar primary dhiganayo sababta u bilaaban waxay tahay waxaa arkay wiilasha badanaa in iskuulka markii fasax loo break time ka la soo baxo in wiilasha ay dheelayaan kadib waxaa isku dayay inaan la ciyaaro taas daraaddeed waxaan arkay inaan xirfado u leeyahay markaas kubadda cagta markaas jacayl u qaaday ka helay inaan ciyaartiisa bilaabo markaas kadib maxaa la dhahaa sababta u jeclaadan waxay tahay maadaama gabdho aad ugu yaraayeen kubadda cagta yani especially gabdhaha Soomaaliyeed oo aad ugu yaraaya waxaa igu dhiirigelisay in aadelo markaas saas daraaddeed passion u leeyahay sababta u jeclahay laakiin ma ii suurtagelin marka riyadeyda waxaa ku isticmaalay in gabdho kale ku dhiirigeliyo in kubadda cagta dheelaan si ay ku soo baxaan gabdho oo dad Soomaali gabdho ah oo fiican in banooniga dheelaan
I really love football from a young child. But I know, like, having in an Islamic family playing football, a girl, everyone will reject. But with all my passion, I never gave up. I still wanted to play and become the best. I showed them I'll play football my whole journey. I tried my best to keep it. Right now, I'm in a place where my parents accept me to play football. They don't have any problem with it, as long as I'm wearing my dress code.
way suurtagal weyse jaamacadeed markaa dhameeyay hooyo waxay iga danta igu qasabtay inay Soomaaliya tiimka xagga ku leeyahay magaciisa waxa la dhahaa Golden Girls macnaheedu waxa gabdhaha dahabiga ah inay muujinayeen gabdho dahab ah oo meel soo qiimo badan yihiin inaa muujiya sababta waa gabdhaha Soomaaliyeed waa gabdho oo aad u qiimo badan marka daad daraadeed aan waxa u baxay Golden Girls
taasoo aad kusii dhiirigelisay in gabdho badan ay rabeen inay golden girls ka mid ahaadaan ee qaranka u matalaan laakiin sida waan ku sameyn weynay national team because maanan haysanin financial support maanan haysanin maxaa la waxna dhiirigeliyo garoomo maanan haysanin maadaama garoomada dhan la ka caburiyo laakiin hore u socon waxban manaaga joojin inaan hore u socono markii ay ahayd August 2018 ayaa waxaan ku casuumay South Africa inaan ka qayb galno international tournaments waa markii ugu horeysay ee noqon lahayd gabdho Soomaaliyeed ee dheelaan inay ka qayb galaan ciyaaraha international South Africa laakiin taas way noo suurtagal weysay sababta nagu suurtagal weysay waxay ahayd maanan haysanin financial ticket inaan support ka helno taasna aad iyo noo jibisay aniga iyo teamka dhan maalgelisay gabdhaha lagu dhiirigeliyo kubadda cagta in lacag ka siisan gaarin meesha lagu talgalay inuu gaaro inaysan gaarin gabdhaha Soomaaliyeed kadib ayaan khilaaf isku dhaxmarnay isku dhacnay markaa isku dhacnay iisoo hanjabeen dalka ka soo tagay halkan maanta Nairobi joogo laakiin dambe uu laaba doonaa dalkayga in gabdhaha u sii dhiirigeliyo maadaama ay niyad jabeen hadaltaan oo niyad jabeen xiriirka kubadda cagta iyo dowladda marka sidaas daraadeed aan rabaa inaan dalka dib ugu noqdo aan gabdhaha dhiirigelin weyn u sameeyo marka sanadkaneeta hadda waxaan rajo aad u leenahay in tiimkaygii marka ugu horeysay ka qayb gali doonaan South Africa Cape Town oo December inay ka qayb gali doonaan insha Allah waxaa aad ugu faraxsanahay inaan wadankayga dib ugu laado ana muddo jooga dalka Nairobi kadib hadda in Muqdisho aan ku laado aad u faraxsanahay in arooskayga ku dhigto wadankayga meesha familkayga ay joogaan la kulmi doono oo gabdhaha oo teamka ani abaabulay iyo kuti inay ka qayb gali doonaan xafladda arooskayga
ከላይ በሚገኘው የዕቃ ማስቀመጫ ውስጥ ወይም ከፊት ለፊቱ ከሚገኘው በር ስር ያስቀምጡ። ሻንጣዎች በመተላለፊያ መንገድ ወይም በመውጫ በሮች አጠገብ አለመቀመጥ
taasoo mid aad waqti fiican u wada qaadan doono waxaa kaloo u faraxsanahay in ninkaas guursi doono oo yahay nin oo ogol inaan kubadda cagta dheelo hamigaygan ugu joojinaynin guurkan ay tahay mid oo loved marriage arranged marriage asigana waxaa la dhahaa Maxamed meel dheeraas kala imaanay waa maqnaay marka wax badan magaalada iska bedel inta hadda sii socda magaalada jeedo sarar badan laga dhisay wadooyin badankaadu way dhisan yihiin magaaladu waxa waaye si kale noqoto xataa wax ka cabsanayna ku dhex dhumo
waa garan weysid laga daayay
meeliya tagi jir xataa garan waa ka baqaa
idinka haddana wixii isku qabanqaabiseen isdiyaariseen oo idinka ishalgamteen aad ugu farsanto aad ugu mahadcelinaa hawsha qabatay idinka waa ogaan waa niyad jabnay ana xataa waa niyad jabe marka laakiin intaas ma ku sii istaagin golden girls hoosa ka soo bilaaway wadaa ka soo furnay cidna jooji kartana mala hore u soconeena wixii golden girls taageersanna hore wadada waa sii wadeena hadeertaan saacadan kadib isbuucan dhaxdiisa dad badanaa la kulmi doonaa shirar badanaa gali doonaa ciyaaraha soo dhawo oo la qaban doono marka insha Allah idinkana haniyad jabina we are back again golden girls is back again
subax walba kaca hooyo ka caawiya in canjeerada u dubo quraacan u diyaariyaa kadib waxaa isku dayaa in aan baxo oo ciyaarahayga ka qayb galo marka mar walba waqtiga iyo howlaha ii yaalo in isku barbar dhigo waqtina hooyo magsho aabo in quraacdooda ay qaataan
waxaan ku warsaa iga waran isboortiga
banoonigi wallaahi gabdhihii waa kiniyad jabeenba horta
cuna hooy cuna
way kiniyad jabeen
marka ani hadda isugaayo inta ka soo noqonayo
hadii ilaahay yiraahdo haye
marka waa kaas
marka maxaa la dhahaayay waxaad iiga sheekaysaa iiga waran ninkii guurka iyo waxaas iiga waran banooniga ma sii wadane bas waa iska dhaafe
faadka u maray dhibka u maray oo soo maray waa ogta wax walba la socota waa ii diidi jirto oga laakiin hadda waa aragtay meesha heerka ka marooyo
sax
marka asigana uu ii ogoliyaa marka
hadda ku qancaybo meesha fiican oo gaarta aad ugu farxay
Emma, hoy a punto de pasar la competición. زائد ولا شقتي قواتال
وابا في عنتي بدل سندكينا في عنتي انا قعما دقي جفني
هاي
باف رفاض انا دقي جفني
اذا انا لو كهاجت انا كديجيتال انا
sababtoo ah waageen hor dadku waa isjeclaayeen dadka walaalay ahaayeen wax oo kala cabsanay ma jirin hadda aniga idinkaan idin baqa nafsadaadan u baqa
waa ogaa waagii hore inay ka bedelantaa hatartaanete aaba waa ark sida xuquuqdaada ku sii jiray
waa ogahay laakiin aniga cabsi adiga aan ku cabsanaay safarkaada badan socodkaada badan cabsi adiga aan ku cabsanaay aan kuugu diidaa ma ahina aniga buu rabaa inaad maxaa la dhahay aad horumar gaartiin ood xor noqotiin laakiin hadda waagii hore iyo waagaan isku mid ma ah waagaan cabsiyaa jirto wax walbaa jiro gabadha hadday maanta baxdo makuu soo noqonaynin waa walwal waay marka taas waay aan kuugu diidaa maxaa la dhahaye banooniga
ديني ودنا ما هو وددي وزارة أمني كتار وزارة أمني لا كسمة
وزارة أمني ها أو توتال ليتر
ماشي هتكور قرح يقدع
والله
بلا قرح يقدع أنا ماشي مرايو قاري يعني أصحاب سلسعني قبل أشواق ما حسوسته ماشي أنا كمرة برلمان كأكتس أنا كمرين محل العسكري أرجعني حبضة هنا قاري
صح
كنت أنا كويل كده قاري وده قذال ونقو هالمر قاري بول ماشي كقرحة
بس
أنا كقاري قال لك الدومة لانك سيد كانوا القطورة حاجله مركا والله بلا أنا هرت واب كعي وايب
صح
حاسنا ما أنت بس واي من يولاني سيدا مركي دم بوحة قبل أنا استاج فير مشان جوك سانت استاج بحارتين ستيرينج سان وهالقار الآن كدي بعيد يقصو جيد قاري وأسكرتي من نار كان حبضي جوجين بدبادين marka saas u soo baxabo isbitaalka soo baxaan ilaa xaajirta inaan qabto ciyaarahaas sidii aan ku qaban
amal isbitaal ku jirto
3 maalmood ku jira 2 maalmoodna guriga joogo waan nastay dhiig la'aan igu dhacay because dhiig badan iga baxa moogta marka dhiigan soo qorax kuleelkan ma istaagi karo marka waxa la dhahaa qoladii ciyaar gabdhihii isku wacaygo dhahaan naso dadka asxaabtiga oo dhaayna soo xan dhamayna qaban wallahi billaah kaala ciyaar waxaan qaban
السحية مقالة مدحدة ودن كقدر دوحها وحيئيين عيارة آد إسلا مركز سنة هبلها كسر كقرن جبوتي وهبلا يا شلي قلبني مدي وهي عيار آد وحي صد بدن أي أحورتي
هلو أبو مين مقشاب هلو أبو في عنا هي وكوحي سيستها إن شاء الله هرتوا حرتا مر والبا بنانك وبحو بدنا أصحابتي إذا عيدا وتنوا أي مادان ومرمر ما الربع إيكي أنا إكحيان مركا هذا سكولا سعودكي نساء أساس مؤبدنا واسكو هذا ويري سعودكي إن شاء الله كي جنو يحريان أنت كلواكاس إلى قبنا آمين أبو إن شاء الله ها قبقابد وحبا ديارنا أراس كدن لكن عادي أنت كمان نستوك سجينا
البنت هو المركز اللي مراي إن شرق ومسك قادسة
ها وجهي النار كسامة
ده
وجهي النار كسامة
وجهي النار كاتي
ما مقالة وقتها إن دباتيس كجرت مركا أنا أمني جيسنا سكيور معهن تيجي إنا إلى لي وقصب إنا سعود كيجري وقصب على بدن حجب يقول حجية أو يعبي دهن سمين وقصبتين ودن كده كنا إحنا قبتها ولكن أمني جاها
يا وايه
waxay qabtay mogtaade guriga buuq iga qabsaday barbalam aad u weyn yani balooniga cid bay ii diidayeen waxa la dhahay balooni ma dheeleysid anaga fana ka soo jeednaa balooni ha sidii loo diiday way ku adkaystaan cidi balooni ma dheeleysid maxaa jira balooniga anaga naga soo jeedo waay oo adigu dheelaya la dhahay gurigii leewaha guriga aan degnaan jirna leewa laakiin maxaa la dhahay balooniga ama guriga mid dalbo si kale waa uu qanci waay guriga ka tag waxaan dhahay inaa balooni dheelo لا go-aankeyga ah
kii ku caawinayeen guriga rantiga laga bixi
tababar ahaay tababarka wixii adiga soo bartay waa ku faktay alxamdulillah wala soo wacay laba mar waa ku dhageystay marka saddexaad waa ka qabtay waxa dhahay waa soo bursan maxaa iga soo doonaysin xala dhahay ma ka maarino iskaga soo laabo guriga hadaa ka maqanta ha guriga cidlo ka dareemoonay marka soo laabtin waxaan dareemay guriga inuu siiyo oo balooniga leela taageerayo guriga ebel fanaaniin la dhalada ka daarnaa jirta hadda waxa arkay guriga dhan inuu balooni leeyahay ku daaran yahay meel marka soo galabo ya Barcelona waxa leela taageerayo